Titans rookie Cam Ward is impressing with his routine. We've also got our best bets ready to go along with the Dongster at 840. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. Give you a little wave. Good to have you here during our final hour. You can stream the final 60 minutes of our show on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, and Amazon Prime. Before we bring in Cordell Woodland, since we're going to talk about the Ravens, did you see the suggestion, what was it, 2 or 3 weeks ago? And I cackled out loud where it looks like, unless something is completely overturned, the Commanders are returning to the RFK Stadium site here in D.C. They're going to have another vote, but the preliminary vote is pretty much going to be the same as the next vote for the D.C. City Council. So the Commanders coming home. Really exciting. But before this took place, did you see the suggestion by Stephen A. Smith that the Ravens and Commanders should build like a joint stadium and share it in the area? And everyone in this area, Ravens fans, Commanders fans, were just losing their minds. Like, these are two completely different fan bases. It's never going to work. And I'm glad that faded very quickly because it never would.
Yeah, geographically speaking, like I've told you about like how little I know about the area, but how far is Baltimore from DC? Like, it's not super close, right?
It's about, 30, 40-minute drive depending on traffic. So it's not far away, but it's not a suburb. They're two very distinct fan bases, two very distinct cities. Like, it's not really close.
Yeah, that would be like if somebody's like, how about the Steelers and the Eagles join
right.
forces?
Both Pennsylvania.
They're so different.
Yes, exactly right. So let's focus on the Ravens. We've talked about the Commanders a lot and the Terry McLaurin situation. Of course, if anything changes there, we will certainly follow it. But let's find out what's going on in Charm City. And for that, we bring in Cordell Woodland, who covers the Ravens for 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Also co-host of The Fresh Take as well. Cordell, thanks for being with us here on this Tuesday. And I wanted to go back just a little bit to what John Harbaugh said about Lamar Jackson a couple weeks ago, which is that Lamar is as good a passer as has ever played the game. Is he using hyperbole here, or is there some truth to that?
Well, first of all, as a lifelong Commanders fan, I agree with your sentiment about the shared stadium. That was a non-starter for everybody on both sides.
Yes.
But also with John, last year John came out before the season and also said he felt like Lamar Jackson was the best player in the NFL. And this is after Lamar's coming off his second MVP, probably should have been his second unanimous MVP, one vote away from that. And then last year, he just loses out on his third MVP to Josh Allen. So, I think everybody has kind of been amazed with the evolution of Lamar and how it seems like every time he tops himself, he does it again the next year. So it's kind of hard to argue with John. I know there have been great passes in the league, and you think of Lamar Jackson, the first thing you think about usually isn't passing, but you go look at his numbers. It's hard to argue. 40 passing touchdowns, 44 passing touchdowns or something like that, 4 interceptions last year, elite category. He's been efficient really most of his career. You combine that with his athleticism, he is as dangerous as it gets as a quarterback. I don't know if he's the best passer of all time. I'm not ready to say that. But without a doubt, Lamar Jackson is one of the best passers and easily, in my opinion, one of the best players in the NFL.
Yeah, even the numbers he put up last year, like, it's crazy to me, the numbers and the stats that he put up, and he didn't win MVP. And I understand Josh Allen had a great season as well, but statistically speaking, Lamar Jackson put up like Aaron Rodgers in his prime numbers and also had the rushing stats to go along with it. So that being said, do you think Lamar Jackson makes another case for MVP this season?
Most likely. It's just what he's done. Lamar has a fully healthy year. More times than not, he's going to be an MVP category. It's just a question of, is it voter fatigue? And last year showed that there is a little bit of voter fatigue for Lamar. And look, I think Josh Allen had an MVP case himself. I don't think it's the most egregious thing we've ever seen. I think Josh Allen definitely deserved to win MVP. I think Lamar deserved to win MVP as well. But I just think the way that Lamar plays, he can't help himself but to be one of the best players in the league, and he's got a lot of talent. around him now to make his job easier. This defense has gotten even better. So, yeah, I mean, I can't see a scenario where he plays 17 games and he's not in the MVP conversation.
We're talking with Cordell Woodland, who covers the Ravens for 105.7 in Baltimore. So this is the third year, as you know, for Todd Monken as the OC for Lamar and this offense. So since we're talking about how good Lamar has been, is there another level that this combination can reach, or is it just about maintaining the elite offensive output we've seen for the past couple seasons?
Well, they believe there's another level. I just don't. At this point, I think they're starting to create levels, because how much better can this unit be? I mean, the 2 years with Todd Monken they've been one of the best, if not the best, offense in the league, and you combine that with the addition of Derrick Henry last year. I mean, the NFL, when the NFL was created, nobody had the idea that you'd have a shared backfield with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. I mean, how do you even game plan for that? And like I said, you have the weapons that they have on the outside. It spells trouble, but I think it's more so about maintaining, to be honest with you. I mean, again, how much better can they be? They're an elite rushing offense, and they're arguably the most efficient passing offense in the NFL right now. I think it's about maintaining that throughout the regular season. I think when it comes to the playoffs, just not turning the ball over. That's really been their Achilles heel as a team. Committing too many turnovers in the playoffs and not forcing enough turnovers in the playoffs, and that just spells for disaster in January. So I think maybe as extravagant as the Ravens offense can be with Lamar in the regular season, maybe they need to be a little more boring in the postseason to maybe get where they want to be.
Yeah, I feel like that lady in The Blind Side. Run the damn ball. Sometimes when it comes to the Ravens. I want to ask you about this headline because I thought it was interesting. I don't know if it happens, but Mike Floria of Pro Football Talk said Micah Parsons, one of the top landing spots for, the Cowboys, defensive player who's been unhappy with the Cowboys, could be the Ravens. Could you imagine a scenario in which the Ravens trade for Micah Parsons?
Wow. I mean, I don't know what they would be giving up right now. Anybody that gets a deal with Michael Parsons in it, you would imagine they're winning that deal. Whoever lands Michael Parsons, he's the player in that deal. And then you take that and you combine that with they're going to have to extend him. And when I look at the Ravens, they already have to extend Kyle Hamilton coming up here soon. They have to figure out their tight end situation because everybody in their tight end room is in the last year of their deal, including Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely. Tyler Linderbaum is also looking for an extension. Lamar Jackson we're in that territory now, again, where we're talking about him getting an extension, and he has the no franchise tag clause in his contract. So they're going to have to get that extension done before his contract runs out. So I just start adding up all those numbers, and the math just isn't making sense to me for Parsons to be there. And again, what would they even trade? I guess maybe Odafe Owe, who's in a contract year right now, coming off a 10-sack year, and a couple of draft picks. Maybe they'll throw in a tight end as well, one of their expiring contracts there. But the Cowboys just extended Jake Ferguson. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, all those hypothetical trades that come out, this is the time of the year for that because everybody's so hungry for football content. But I would be extremely surprised if that happened.
Cordell, how has Mark Andrews responded after the end of last season, that disappointing end in Buffalo, which I hated that for him because he's such an incredible tight end? How has he looked in camp?
He's looked good. That was a tough pill to swallow for Mark and Ravens fans. And it left a sour taste in a lot of Ravens fans' mouth because, he has the ending to the Buffalo game that he had, and not just the drop on the 2-point conversion, but he has the fumble in the fourth quarter as they're coming back. And then we didn't hear from Mark. I mean, we didn't hear from Mark after the game. We didn't hear from him the next day at locker cleanout. It wasn't until a couple of weeks later where he made a post on Instagram that fans kind of saw words from Mark Andrews for the first time. So, that relationship was a little fractured this offseason. Fans are calling for Mark to be traded. It kind of got messy. And now, Mark is a worker. I mean, it's back to football. Isaiah Likely's hurt right now, so Mark Andrews is kind of all they have. I mean, Charlie Kohler's there, but he's, in my opinion, a big drop-off from Likely and Andrews. So Andrews is still Lamar's go-to guy, one of them at least, and I'm expecting Andrews to have a great year this year. It's a contract year. He led all tight ends and touchdowns last year with 11, 10 of them coming in the red zone, I believe. I mean, Mark is still as good as it gets. He just has to be able to show that in the postseason, because historically, a lot of people talk about Lamar in the postseason, but Mark Andrews' numbers in the postseason are drastically different than his regular season contributions as well.
All right, so the big question I think a lot of people are wondering about the Ravens. It feels like a team that we can trust on to be one of the top dogs in the AFC every year, but can this team win a Super Bowl?
That's the question. I mean, we know the Ravens can sleepwalk through the regular season. Can they win in January? And that remains to be seen. I mean, they've gotten a couple of playoff wins here over the last couple of years, but they haven't gotten to the big game yet. And, you know, you would imagine that this would be the year. I mean, their roster is going to look much different after this year. I think everybody understands the pressure that's on this team after the roster that Eric DeCosta built and just how long they've been together. You only get but so many bites of the apple. This, you know, what happens to John if these guys flame out early in the postseason again? I don't know. So I think they understand that, and it's just about the Ravens putting their best game together in January, and it starts with Lamar. And I don't think Lamar is the reason they lost in Buffalo, but he had a first half that he would like to do over again. His second half I thought was amazing, but that's that way it goes in the postseason. You can't afford to have a bad half on the road in Buffalo in the divisional round. More times than not, you're going to lose that game. And so I talked about them being a little boring early. I remember the AFC Championship game. The second half, the Chiefs didn't score, but Mahomes was fine with throwing the ball away, punting, checking down, taking a sack or two. Like Lamar, I think that's what he is learning, hopefully has learned, is that, you know, he doesn't have to be Superman to win games. In the regular season, we see all these Lamar Jackson highlights. They've also won games without Lamar putting up the best numbers, because that's how good of a team that they are. So I think that's what it is in the postseason, learning how to win games without Lamar, you know, being the be-all, end-all out there.
Check him out, covering the Ravens on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Also co-host of The Fresh Take on The Fan as well. It is Cordell Woodland. Cordell, thanks for waking up with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You bet. Well, certainly Lamar has the talent. The Ravens seem to kind of go through the same song and dance every year. But one of these amazing quarterbacks in the AFC is going to go a career without winning a Super Bowl. You know, when you think about, I hate to say that, but if you think back to Lamar and you think about Josh Allen and you think about Joe Burrow, I don't think there's enough time for each one of those guys to win a championship, especially when you're talking about going through Patrick Mahomes. Or then maybe you get to the Super Bowl and you have to face Jalen Hurts or potentially Jaden Daniels. Like, you always see this. There are generational quarterbacks right now in the NFL, but one of those guys is not going to win a ring.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting how he brought up, like, hero ball. It's kind of a trend that I think we've seen over the last few years in the NFL. Hero ball will get you a long ways, but it won't win you a Super Bowl. Like, even you look at the teams with, like, even Tom Brady, greatest quarterback of all time when he was with Tampa Bay, you know, it was the defense, you know, that I'm not going to say won him the game, but I think that is something Lamar Jackson will have to shift his focus on.
No question about it. At some point, if you're going to win it all, you have to have a complete team. Even with Patrick Mahomes, you know, when he's won, he's had that great defense. So you're right about that. You've got to have more than just a quarterback doing everything. Coming up next, the new trend amongst NFL head coaches, wishing for sweet death. That is next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Double D. Give me something. Great to have you with us. It's a Tuesday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. How you doing to our audience on Stadium? Good to have you along during our final hour, and welcome to our listeners across the country. We go from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East, Monday through Friday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, when you're a quarterback in the NFL, sometimes all you need is your dog. We will talk about that. Chelsea's favorite team, Titans. So I saw this yesterday, and I was howling. This is becoming a new trend, or at least maybe a trend amongst NFL head coaches. It's been a rough few months for the Dolphins. I think we can agree, right? Where their secondary now is completely different than the secondary they had last season, either because of trades or injury. The culture in the locker room doesn't seem great. We had Tyreek Hill come out and question the team's play calling on 3rd and long, saying Devon Achane should be taken out of the lineup, and Mike McDaniel not too pleased about that. So Mike McDaniel back on the podium yesterday. Someone said good morning, and he had an immediate retort.
You should stand corrected. Good morning. False. Great morning. Let's go.
Why great? What makes this one great?
Because we're another day closer to death.
You know things are bad when you're like, one step closer to putting one foot in the grave. Things are good for me. And Chelsea, we have heard this before. Back in 2021, something similar to it, Kyle Shanahan was asked about then quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo and Garoppolo's status before, I believe, the NFL draft. And Shanahan said this.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
A couple of Debbie Downers. I can't just, guarantee everybody's going to be alive. We might all be dead. We're one step closer to sweet death. I mean, what is going on in the NFL? Just wearing these guys out.
All right, so I feel like in one instance, it was funny and sarcastic. The other one, I think people rolled their eyes. Like when people want a health update on somebody and this is your answer, well, we might get hit by a bus. Who knows? Like that's when it's like, okay, let's not be rude to reporters because it felt a little rude by Kyle Shanahan. But in the instance of Mike McDaniel, like that got a laugh. And obviously it wasn't a question. It was just like a little one-off. And I feel like when Mike McDaniel first came into the league, this is why people really liked him, because he was so different from NFL coaches, and he is sarcastic, and he feels nerdy, and he feels like he belongs in like Silicon Valley, like working, for Apple or something. So I think this is one of the endearing qualities of him because he's been so sarcastic. But listen, these are not endearing qualities if you don't win. So I feel like the lovability factor for Mike McDaniel is not quite as much there anymore. But when he first came to the league, I feel like a lot of people liked him for his personality, including stuff like this.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of quirky and funny. I mean, I definitely laughed.
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere, like nowhere. Kyle Shanahan was just kind of being a jerk, honestly.
Rude.
Yeah, he's being rude. Seriously. This does not need to become a trend. Like, Jerry, you're going to sign Micah Parsons? If he doesn't die first. Like, geez, why would you say that, It's like,
I was thinking Jerry himself. I was like, too close to home.
Oh, no.
Too close
Me?
to home.
I got another couple years in me before I kick the bucket. I don't know. Yeah, I think Mike McDaniel is just, blowing off some steam because of what he looks like a guy that has already been through like a 10-loss season. I think it's going to be a lost season for Miami, and I think he kind of knows it. If you look at the coaches, like the coaches to be fired, first coach to be fired in the NFL, he's number 1 or number 2 on the list. Now, I don't know if they have a market for first coach to die, but he'd probably be the favorite there.
I don't think so. Like, he's still healthy. I think he was just being sarcastic and dark here. Like, I don't think this has anything to do with his job. I don't think this has anything to do with like his health. I think it's just kind of his brand of sense of humor, right?
Yeah.
Is it the timing of it? Like nobody was expecting this from Mark, and he clearly has like some sort of a rapport with the media, which I feel like he's generally pretty well liked. So I think it's one of those things where he was just simply trying to get a laugh.
Well, mission accomplished. He nailed it. Cam Ward wasn't necessarily trying to get a laugh yesterday. He was being serious about his routine. This is your guy, the future of your Tennessee Titans. Rookie quarterback, of course, out of Miami. Been working things out through training camp. I was reading a little bit about Cam Ward, and like every other quarterback who's new to the league, still working through some things. But he was asked about his daily routine on Tuesday, and it's fair to say he is focused.
Phone on D&D, wake up, watch film. I talk to 5 people a day, so besides my teammates. So I only talk to the parents and then dog, that's really it. So I just be chilling, go home, and I don't really do too much, eat and go to sleep. And I think the biggest thing was just, whether you're college or NFL, you just got to have a routine. You know, I've had a routine for a couple of years now, and it's been helping me since.
What do you think, Frank? Does it look like a blitz to you? Are you going to blitz on this play? Talking to his dog, looking at film. I kind of love this. Doesn't this make you feel better about his future? Now, I will say the Titans to have the worst record in the NFL is 9-1. Their win total is 5 and a hook. But this has to make you feel somewhat good that he's locked in.
Yeah, he's doing and saying all the right things. He has the blinders on, and especially this time of year when the season and everything moves so fast for rookie quarterback. So this is all you can ask from a personality and from a control standpoint, is that he is focused in, he is dialed in on learning the playbook, and he's not allowing anything else to distract him. Because looking across the league, there are other rookie quarterbacks like Shedeur Sanders, who's already got 2 speeding tickets. So it could be worse, but I will say this. We have had well-mannered quarterbacks in Tennessee before that everybody has liked, and they've said and done all the right things, and they haven't been great quarterbacks. Like we've seen Marcus Mariota. He, around the community, is extremely revered. He did all these things for charity. He was such a nice guy. He was always super nice to the media and super nice to fans. But when he got on the field, the offense was averaging 19 points per game. It was not great. So all that to be said, that this is a great offseason story, and I think a lot of people will be rooting for him. But if he doesn't produce on the field, like, people don't give nice guys contracts. You know, they give, it to the people who are winning. So at the end of the day, the most important thing is how you produce on the field. So we will see if he delivers in that regard, because we have seen some reports out of training camp that he has looked, quote, young in some of these instances. And once they put the pads on, it has moved a little bit faster for him, and not in a good way.
It does happen. Marcus Mariota is beloved here with the Commanders. He's in his perfect role, right? He's a backup, and he's been a great sounding board for Jaden Daniels. And we talk about such a positive presence. I mean, he has been that guy. He's not starter level in the NFL. We know that. That's proven. But there's something to be said. And by the way, he came in at times last year, won a game for the Commanders, looked good in spot duty, fits really well in Cliff Kingsbury's offense. So not a market on Marcus Mariota, but I think it speaks to the fact that he is so well liked that he's going to have a place as long as he can still play here in the NFL. Is there any bet at all that you like on the Titans? Cam Ward won Offensive Rookie of the Year, plus 350. Ashton Genty out west with Las Vegas, the favorite at plus 260. I mean, all things being equal, the quarterback generally gets the votes. I just don't know if he's going to be good enough. At least he's focused. We got that. But I would still probably favor Genty. But then again, there's not a lot of value here.
Yeah, and some of this is your trust in Brian Callahan as a head coach. And I don't know how much trust I have in him, or at least he needs to earn some of my trust back after the disaster of offenses that we've seen in the past 2 seasons. And I understand some of it's on the quarterback, but some of it's on the schemes as well. So we'll see when it comes to Cam Ward. He's certainly going to get every opportunity. We saw that for Will Levis. Will Levis had an extremely long leash, even when he was making the worst of worst plays, which you guys have probably seen in the memes that have been circulating online for the past 2 seasons. But if you look at the Titans' schedule, it is extremely tough this year. And 5.5 seems like a very low number for a win total. But I'm looking at the schedule, Jenks, and I'm trying to find 5 wins. I just don't know. Like, some of this will depend on Cam Ward, and if he is the next Jaden Daniels, obviously some things will change. But, like, the team around you has to be decent as well. And the Titans just lost a lot of players. It feels like a rebuilding phase. Remember, they just got the first overall pick for a reason. So they start the season on the road at Denver, which is an extremely tough place to play, even when the Broncos aren't amazing. And this year, I feel like the Broncos are going to be really good. Then you got the Rams, the Colts, who always play us tough. The Texans, who CJ Stroud, I feel like nobody's talking about him, but the Texans are still really good. So there's only a few games on the schedule where I look and I'm like, hey, that could be a win for the Titans. Like the Saints, I think, are going to be really bad. We only play them once. The Jags should be improved this year. Say we split that series with them. Say we split the series with the Colts. There's 3 wins. Maybe you beat the Browns. Other than that,
beat the Browns.
We got the but that's 4 wins. We got the Chiefs, we got the Niners, we got the Chargers, we got the Texans, we got the Seahawks. Like, maybe there's a win in there somewhere, but I think that's the exercise you need to do when you're looking at win totals. Look at the schedule and see how many wins you can count. Like, they'll probably beat somebody they're not supposed to beat.
Yeah.
But there's a chance they'll lose to somebody they're not supposed to lose to as well.
Well, since we're talking about the Browns, what's going on in Cleveland? Here's what's going on. They currently have 6 quarterbacks on the roster right now. This is wild. They signed former Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley. Remember in 2022, made the Pro Bowl with the Ravens, 2 touchdowns, 3 picks. Lordy. So they have 5 quarterbacks signed and 6 total because they have Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, Shadur Sanders. Deshaun Watson is on the PUP list. A ton of these guys are banged up, so now Huntley joins the crew. And what is even crazier is that if you look at the depth chart released by Cleveland yesterday, Joey Flacco is number 1. Shadur Sanders is 4th on the depth chart. And people were kind of losing their minds about that. That means he sucks. Well, okay, I'd pump the brakes on that. He and Dylan Gabriel, Kenny Pickett too, they're all banged up. But the fact that the Browns have 6 guys on their roster right now, with Tyler Huntley included, is wild. It's very Cleveland-esque.
Oh, yeah. Like, remember that uniform that people wear that looks like a CVS receipt and it has the quarterbacks on it? Like, all the starting quarterbacks? They could make that just for this season. But imagine the ego blow for some of these guys who've been top dog for so long, and you look at the roster and you're like, I'm QB5? That's... Because, like,
crazy.
you think of QB1, QB2, QB5, QB6. What are we doing?
They're so bad. God, they're so bad. The Browns to have the least wins in the NFL, plus 450. To win the division, not the AFC, not the Super Bowl, just to win the division, they're 33-1. Like, those are long, long odds when you're talking about a division. Like, even really bad teams are like, okay, maybe 15-1, 20-1, 33-1 to win the division. You know what? I would probably lay $1,100 for the Browns not to make the playoffs. I'm not one to lay juice like that. But there's no, like, they're going to do nothing this season. And they have no, it's going to be Joe Flacco is going to start the season. He's going to start the season. Now, they'll probably give way to one of these rookies. They have to at some point. But there he is, formerly elite, Joe Flacco, top of the depth chart for Cleveland. Oh, man, what an absolute dumpster fire they're going to be this season.
Yeah, at least he's a veteran NFL quarterback, though. Like, I think we see this trend all the time in the NFL is that they'll usually give, like, the slight nod to the veteran at the start of the season because playing quarterback in the NFL, like, a lot of it is just, it's a lot of things to remember, and it's difficult to learn the playbook, and there's just all these other things that it's not just talent alone. It's not just, you know, how fast can you run, how far you can throw the ball. So I think Joe Flacco wins in that regard. I don't think he's going to be a quarterback for the whole season, but I do think we'll see this trend in other places. Like, I haven't checked in on the Colts lately because I hate the Colts, but I do think we see Daniel Jones over Anthony Richardson just for that very reason, is that at least he's a veteran quarterback. At least he will know how to run plays without penalties being called on them for, like, the first 5 plays in a row.
I will say, whenever I'm having a tough day or things aren't going my way, I'm like, let me pull up some Browns news. I immediately feel better. I'm like, oh, they have 6 quarterbacks. If we see Tyler Huntley this season, that's a possibility. Let me look back at these injuries again. Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel have hamstring injuries. Shedeur Sanders has battled shoulder soreness. Deshaun Watson again on the PUP list. I mean, you could absolutely see a scenario, which sounds stupid, in 2025, where Joe Flacco starts for the Browns, and if he struggles, they put in Tyler Huntley. It'll be a long season for Cleveland. Coming up next here on the show. Down to win some money on this Tuesday, and apparently the Dogster is speaking out on a hot button issue that everybody is talking about. That is next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Getting ready to wrap things up. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Oh, Chelsea, I think I'm going to grow my hair out. I'm bored. Anything else to do? I'm going on vacation next week, right before football season. Got the Commanders on Friday night. Got to do that game. And then after that, got a week off. Going to go see Mom. Double D is yelling for a mullet in the chat. But the fall's almost here. Then it'll be winter. I got nothing else going on. I don't have kids. I'm not dropping a kid off to school. Might as well just spend some time staring at myself and seeing where it goes.
But here's the thing, like the mullet is like the it hairstyle for 12 to 16-year-old boys.
Oh,
so is that a demographic that you want to be a part of? Like,
Sure.
That's the thing. It will look like you are trying to be hip if you grow a mullet.
Maybe I will be hip. Maybe they'll be like, hey, man, what's going on later? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just going to go and probably just look at some TikToks and maybe text some people. That's it. I don't even know how young kids talk or what they do. Yeah, I don't really want that. But you know what? Maybe I'll make it my own. But I know what you're talking about. I've seen that look, and you're seeing it a lot more. Like, it's in style right now.
I miss the days of like actual mullets that come from like an original place. Like if you grow up in Alabama, if you like Leonard Skinner, if you drink Mountain Dew, you can have a mullet. I remember there was a kid in my kindergarten class. We've been talking about kindergarten a lot lately since Blake just went to kindergarten. His name was Jonathan, and he had a rat tail. And he would wear NASCAR T-shirts all the time. He had a rat tail that was braided. Do you know what a rat tail is? It's
Yes,
when
I
you
do.
have a full buzz cut with the exception of one long ponytail that's braided at the very back. And it was glorious.
Sweet. If you have the guts to grow a rat tail, that's immediate respect. Also, so didn't put in the chat, please correct me. So the young people, are they back into Snapchat? It died for a while.
Which was good.
Yeah.
And it came back.
And it came back?
Like Lazarus.
Oh, okay.
Just unfortunate. And now all they do is be Snapchatting. There's some people my age that still be Snapchatting, and it feels like you got to hit them with a backhand. Like, you got to grow up. Get off the Snapchat.
Yeah.
Send some real text messages.
We were talking about
But
that
you
influencer.
have to be on Snapchat to know they're on Snapchat. So then you're on Snapchat?
No, people flex Snapchat. I got rid of Snapchat when I turned the ripe age
Ew.
of 26 years old.
Smart. I was on Snapchat for a hot second there. That was a whole thing. God. And then, we talk about this influencer doing Snapchat. When I was at NBC, I did sportscast for Snapchat for like a hot second. And it just never caught. And they were 60-second sportscasts because Snapchat is so quick, obviously. And I was like, imagine doing a story, Cam Ward has a new routine, and it involves talking to his dog. New story. It's just, and no, we did not continue with that. Then I was on it for a while when I was involved with some younger girl. That was a whole different thing. And then I was like, okay, now it's time for me to delete this app, which I did. So I've not been back on it. I will not return.
The weirdest part of Snapchat is that it's like, you've got a 5-day streak going with so-and-so. I'm like, who cares? Like, what a weird thing. Like, it's so funny, the emotions that companies tap into to try to get people to do things. Because obviously they want you using their platform. So like, oh, 5-day streak. It's like when you offer somebody like a free t-shirt. It doesn't matter if it's extra large, if it's see-through white t-shirt, the cheapest t-shirt you find. If you get it for free, like, people are going to be like, oh my God, I got a free t-shirt.
Yeah. Anything to keep you engaged, whatever it takes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks for engaging and continue that streak. Whew. I'm going to do nothing but NFL headlines in like Snapchat form. We're going to be just like 3 or 4 seconds and then move on to the next. The Browns have signed Tyler Huntley. He's a former Pro Bowler. Whew. New one. Wow, unbelievable. Got to continue that streak, Oh, look at this. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Woo, this is going to be a quick change. What a Tuesday. We got PJ coming in here. We have a sales meeting taking place right out here. At the end of this show, I don't know what's going to happen, but It's going to be dicey. Going to be real dicey. Oh, we get Kate Constable back as well. Kate and PJ previewing the Miami Dolphins season and their favorite Major League Baseball plays of the day. Joe Osborne from Covers.com joins his show at 9:40. Then it is college football analyst Michael Felder along at 11. All right, Chelsea, you came back. You immediately dropped a 2-0 card. So let's keep it going.
Time to place your bets.
Going back to the well a couple times today for both of us.
Ah, yes. Back to the well with one of the best teams in all of baseball. I'm going to be on the Brewers today. A little cheap or a little steep on the price at -150, but this has looked like the best team in baseball over the last 30 days. And you could even say the whole year. In the power rankings over MLB.com, they are number one. In the run differential category, the Brewers are number one. So when you get a good team like this at -150, you jump on it, especially when they're playing the Braves. The Braves have kind of been a disaster this year with all their injuries. They're 3-7 over their last 10 games. Meanwhile, the Brewers have been road warriors this season, 22-6 over their last 28 road games. And over the course of the year, they've been great as well. 32-24 away from Milwaukee. Plus, they've been great as favorites this year when the market gives them credit. It has paid off. 37-18 as favorites. So I'm going to be on the Brewers behind Freddie Peralta, who has been sparkling for the Brew Crew. 12-5, 3.08 ERA. Meanwhile, Joey Wentz, the Braves have lost each of his last 3 starts. Let's go Brewers on the road here. -150 over the Braves.
Let's go. I'm going to be all over that. Also, I'm going with the Tigers again. Got me a win last night, going back to it. Found them at -145, hosting the Twins. So Zebby Matthews is going for Minnesota, and he'll be effective from time to time, but he has not been good on the road this season. ERA of 6.63. Plus, as we know, Minnesota just gave up at the trade deadline. They're 22-36 on the road this season. Meanwhile, the Tigers, top 10 in slugging. I think they get the Matthews, and Chris Paddock goes for Detroit. Came over from Minnesota, so maybe there's the possibility that those Minnesota bats know him pretty well from them playing together. But ultimately, he's been really great over his last 2 outings. 2 earned runs over his last 12. So I shopped around, really like this price on a very good Detroit team. As we know, I'm taking Tigers money line -145.
Yeah, I'll be on the Tigers as well. Full fade of the Twins. My goodness, they cleaned shop during the trade deadline, so I will not be backing that team in any regard. Also going to add to the card, the Red Sox in the first 5 on the run line. Price is a little steep, but I like it. It's -155 for the Red Sox to be winning after 5 innings. They've got their ace on the hill today. Garrett Crochet has been fantastic. ERA under 3 as an all-star this year. And plus, this Red Sox offense has been red hot this year. 4th overall in OPS and WRC plus over the last month. And if you look at the smaller sample size, over the last few games, 6 runs or more in 4 of their last 5 games. Going against the Royals today, who have been a pedestrian offense, I don't think they get much going against Garrett Crochet. Red Sox first 5 run line, -155 as well.
Yeah, I like that quite a bit. So I'm not going to put that on my official card. I looked at it, but I only want so many bets on the card, but I will be tailing you privately on that. Maybe I'll send it to you on Snapchat, and we'll start a streak. Finally, let's go Rangers. First 5 money line, -135. Hosting the Yankees, you get Will Warren going for the Pinstripes, Nathan Eovaldi going for Texas. I don't know about you. I can't speak for everyone else. When I see Nathan Eovaldi on the card, it's almost an auto bet if the price is right. He has been about as untouchable as it gets in the majors. I know we focus on Paul Skeens being that guy. Look at Nathan Eovaldi. The Rangers have won 5 straight when he takes the hill. During that time, somehow he has dropped his ERA from 1.75 to 1.49. He's given up 2 earned runs over 30 2/3 innings. Just 2. He struck out 30 batters during that span. And in each of those last 5 appearances, which the Rangers have won, they've also been leading or tied after 5. So I will take the Rangers on the first 5 at -135. Okay, we got to get to Kate, find out what's coming up on Bet Sweats, what we can expect. But before that, we have to bring in the 3rd member of our broadcasting team. It is the Chalk Donkey. Donkster, good morning.
Have you guys seen that Sydney Sweeney ad? It's apparently causing a lot of controversy.
Oh, well, I see you've been reading the headlines.
Let me break it down for everyone.
No, I don't think that's a good idea, Donkster.
Some people say she's wearing just the right amount of clothes, but a lot more people are saying she needs to take them off.
I don't think that's true.
She's way too covered up.
No, that's not it at all. Not it. Once again, way off. You have a bet.
I do. Texas Rangers, money line, hosting the Yankees.
Okay, good job. Someone we can always rely on. Not the doctor, but of course, Kate Constable. In today on Bet Sweats. Kate, good morning. And Kate. She's there. Hello, Kate? Are you with us? Oh, she's refreshing. And she's back. This is good play-by-play for radio. And she's talking. It looks like she's trying to get her microphone right here. And, well, we're going to have to check back with Kate here. Maybe just a few seconds. I don't know what the settings are. I told you, end of this show, we called it. It's going to be a real fire drill. I see the Odyssey staff walking in as we speak. I'm going to walk by because I always put these slideshows and everything, like sales figures and stuff and, different strategies. I'm going to walk out this morning, and I'm going to turn around right before I exit the room and go, guys, just numbers look a little low. And I'm going to walk on out.
Yeah, just
leave them with that.
A picture
a
of
little
Sydney
motivation.
Sweeney.
Yeah.
And be like, listen, bring it Sydney Sweeney. It's not that hard. I could do your job. It's not that hard.
A little low, guys. It's almost football season. A little low here. Like to see more. Oh, all right, Kate. That's okay. She's trying. Sometimes it happens. The Gremlins may be VMix. When in doubt,
blame VMix.
You blame VMix. That's what you do.
Yeah.
It's normally the Browns or VMix that I blame. One of the two. It generally goes that way. Well, okay. I guess we're trying. Kate? Oh, she's dark again. Well, all right. That's okay. We got to make sure she figures this out.
She's been demoted to QB6.
Oh, QB6. On the pup list. Who's on the pup list? Deshaun and Kate. Ooh, well, that's not great for her at all. Okay. Well, Kate, good luck on the show. We will be listening, and hopefully we hear your voice and PJ's voice. That's it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and the entire crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Tuesday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Great show for you guys today. Going to continue our ACC previews, looking at the NC State Wolfpack on the show today. Hoping to have Joe Giglio join us and get his thoughts on the Wolfpack for the upcoming season. We're getting ready to preview them here in a little bit. We're also going to talk the Tennessee Titans on the show today as we wrap up our AFC South previews. The Titans, the last team that we have to look at. What is Cam Ward's rookie season going to look like in Nashville? We'll break down the Titans on the show today. Our guy Nick Kenyon going to join us middle of the show as he does each and every Tuesday. Gets Nick's thoughts on the PGA Tour this week out in Memphis. Also some NFL thoughts, maybe some English Premier League thoughts as well. And then got to talk a little golf. It's a Tee It Up Tuesday. We have the first leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs. We're going to get some thoughts on that. Couple of golfers I really like this week out in Memphis, and then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. You can hit us up at the BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube, or on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. All right, guys, let's get things going with NC State. And let's look at the schedule for the Wolfpack for the upcoming season. And they start relatively easy, right? East Carolina, Virginia, Wake Forest, Duke off the bat. Pretty much should be favored in all those games. The Duke games, they might be slight underdogs in. Virginia Tech, Campbell, and then look how difficult the schedule gets with NC State after that. At Notre Dame, week 7, then a bye week, and then Pitt, Georgia Tech, bye, Miami, Florida State, and North Carolina. So when I look at the schedule for NC State, right off the bat, what jumps out is certainly those final 7 games that they have to end the season. But then it's also the fact that they have 2 bye weeks in a 4-week span, which I don't like. We're going to see this with a couple of different ACC teams that we're going to preview here over the next couple weeks. And some of these bye week situations I'm not a fan of at all. And this is certainly one of them with NC State. I wish that they had a bye week earlier on in the season instead of playing 7 straight weeks before they get their first bye. Then they play another 2 games before they get a bye, and then taking on Miami, Florida State, and North Carolina. So the bye situation, don't love for NC State. I think that's going to be tough for them to deal with. They do avoid Clemson. They do avoid SMU, 2 of the better teams in the ACC. They avoid Louisville as well on the schedule. But again, road games at Miami, Notre Dame, Pitt, have to play Georgia Tech, Florida State, and then, of course, the rivalry game with Bill Belichick and UNC. Not going to be easy as well. The win total for NC State is 6.5 at BetMGM. Over is plus 110. The under is minus 130. Dave Doran has been in Raleigh for 13 seasons. Last year was only the 3rd losing season that Dave Doran has had. The previous 2, his team has bounced back to win 8 games. So his team has shown resiliency. Last year, his team was very young, led by their freshman quarterback, C.J. Bailey, who's going to be back this year as a sophomore. He is built like a twig almost. He's like 6'7", 210 pounds, but he's very athletic. I think he should have a nice year. 15 returning starters for NC State as well, so a very veteran team. And their team is built off of defense. Last year, they gave up 30 points per game. The 4 years prior to that, they were around like the 20 points per game mark. So they had to replace a lot of guys on defense last year. It showed. Bunch of those guys are coming back. I expect NC State to be much better on that side of the ball this year. What I like about NC State, though, is that even though their schedule is pretty tough, really the Miami and Notre Dame games are the only games that you look at and you're like, those are probably losses. Every other game on their schedule, definitely you could see NC State winning. Now, it's probably not going to happen, and they're probably not going to go 10-2, but I do think 7 or 8 wins is reasonable for NC State. You look at Doran's track record, you look at the returning production that they have back, you look at the fact that they were able to bring back their quarterback, and as we know, when you're a Power 4 school, not an easy thing to do in college football. I think there are a lot of reasons to like the Wolfpack for the upcoming season. So over 6.5 wins plus 110. I do like that with NC State for the upcoming season. Now they're 50-1 to win the ACC, 100-1 to play in the ACC title game. I don't like any of those bets. They're 16-1 to go to the college football playoff as well. We just take the win total with NC State. I would go over wins with the quarterback returning, with Dave Doran's team looking to bounce back, 15 starters, and that defense should be much, much better. I like NC State over 6.5 wins at plus 110. All right, let's check in with our guests and find out what Joe Giglio thinks of Ovies and Giglio. Give him a follow on X at Giglio_OG. Joe, really appreciate you joining us, man. As I was talking about, only the 3rd time last year in 13 seasons Dave Doran's team has had a losing season. Do a lot of people in Raleigh expect the Wolfpack to bounce back this year and maybe win 7 or 8 games this season?
You know, this is the most unusual offseason that I can remember for NC State football. And first of all, thank you for having me on. Appreciate you inviting me. I came on last year. I did tell you guys to put SMU in that ACC title game.
You did.
So I like that. I like that. No, it's so weird this year because NC State made a big splash in basketball when they hired Will Wade. And the fan base has been galvanized by that because you got to remember, NC State is a school that has national championships in men's basketball in 1974 and 1983. And before the world had ever heard of Duke in Carolina, it was State in Carolina. And you're seeing a renaissance from this fan base and how they interact with men's basketball. Even though I know they just went to the Final Four in 24, it's really something I haven't seen. Now, that leaves the football side. You got to remember, NC State hasn't won an ACC title since 1979. They have one season where they've had double-digit wins. That was Philip Rivers' junior year in 2002 when they won 11 games. So this is not a program rich in championship history. It's one that has produced NFL players. It's one that has produced quarterbacks in particular, but it's one with a great tailgating culture. But it's not one where you think of the successful milestones associated with your high-level college football programs. They've never finished in the top 10 in the AP poll. Like, there's just certain things that you look at and you're like, how? With all of the talent that they've had, how has this happened? So this is the first year that I can remember. I'm 50 years old. I graduated from NC State in 1997. This is the first year where people are genuinely more excited about men's basketball. It's also the first year where people are like, you know what? If Dave wins 6 games and beats Carolina again, great. Like the expectation level for this team is literally right at the Vegas mark of 6.5. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, that is. And something that I didn't mention, Joe, which I think is interesting, the fact that he's bringing in 2 new coordinators this season. Kirk Rover is going to take over as OC, and then DJ Elliott's going to take over at defense. What have been the early impressions, early thoughts of both of those guys as Doran's obviously trying to make some changes on both sides of the ball?
Yeah, I think on the defensive side, Tony Gibson obviously takes the Marshall job. He did such a great job with Peyton Wilson. And then you mentioned last year they had the dip on the defensive side. I think you'll see them go away from the 3-3 stack this year. I think you'll see them probably go back to a 4-3 traditional defense. That's just my guess. I think those are kind of early indications that we'll see because they didn't play a spring game. So we don't know for sure. I also, on the offensive side, you mentioned it was year 13 for Dave. I think most people now know Dave kind of controls everything, and that includes a lot of the situation football on offense. So I would not expect a huge departure under Kurt Roper, who was here working with Robert and I before, Anai was fired after last year. So I think the offense will be fairly similar to all of the years we've seen with Dave. You got to feel good about CJ Bailey in year 2. He showed a lot of promise in a difficult situation last year, kind of being thrust into the lineup. And I know if your listeners and watchers aren't familiar, he was the high school quarterback for Jeremiah Smith. And you got to think he had every college in the country looking at him at least once. And it was a nice get for NC State to get CJ Bailey and then to keep him, because after the way he played as a true freshman, obviously there were some other schools that were interested in him. He's actually the highest paid player they have on their payroll this year. So it was really nice for NC State to be able to keep him. But, that's one thing. They were hit hard, particularly on the defensive side in the portal. Lost a lot of players, and they were able to keep Justin Jolie on offense and Hollywood Smothers, their running back, and Jolie's the tight end. Noah Rogers is a guy they got last year from Ohio State. Didn't really do a whole lot the whole year, then made a really big play to beat Carolina. And as a local kid, that kind of sprung him, and I think you'll see him be more involved this year. Not worried about NC State's offense at all. I do have a lot of questions about their defense. Their defense was bad last year. That was the reason why they struggled the way that they did.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about both sides of the ball. We can start with the defense, though, because, again, you think of Dave Doran, you think of those great defenses, Joe, usually around 20 points per game. Last year was around 30 points per game. What did they struggle with so much? Was it explosive plays? Was it missed tackles, not getting after the quarterback? Like, if you had to point to one thing they need to do better this year, what would it be with the defense?
Yeah, they got to create more turnovers. I think last year they really lacked for a push up front. They had Davin Van, their best defensive player, best defensive pass rusher. But beyond that, they just didn't have guys who were playmakers. And not everyone's going to be a Peyton Wilson, who was one of the best linebackers in school history. You're not always going to have a player like that. But I think they were really lacking when it came to difference makers on defense. I'll be honest with you. If they have them, they're going to be new. It'll be a new group of players, and it's going to be a challenge this whole season. I know you had talked about the schedule. I do think the schedule helps them early, and maybe they can get some of that confidence early and maybe get some of those bigger plays. Because turnover luck, as you know, it's a vibe, right? Like it's not really something that happens. It could be like one game, the ball bounces away from you, and then all of a sudden you start pressing. Or you go 2 or 3 games without an interception, and you're like, man, our secondary really sucks. And you're like, well, no, they just haven't made the plays. And I think defensively, they're going to have to set a tone. Obviously, they play ECU, a team they lost to in the bowl game last year. ECU, with their quarterback back, was able to run on State last year. I thought he was really effective as a runner, which was a bit of a surprise. And I think that's kind of where it starts for State. Like I said, I expect them to change their scheme. and we'll see if they can shore up some of those problems they've had stopping the run.
You gave us SMU last year, Joe, and Clemson's the big favorites to win the ACC this year, probably going to end up winning that conference. If I didn't give you Clemson, though, and I said give me somebody else in the ACC you think could challenge Clemson, be a surprise team, who'd be that team?
Yeah, I think there's 2 tickets that are worth grabbing. One is Pitt to make the ACC championship game. If you look at Pitt's schedule, it's a dream. The other is Bill Belichick in North Carolina. They have the easiest schedule I've ever seen in the history of this league. And I don't know why people don't see that. I get it that there's been a whole bunch of distractions with Jordan Hudson and the CBS interviews and this and that. That's just people trying to fill a vacuum because of a lack of information. I think Gio Lopez is going to be really good for them. Speaking of that Miami prep team with Jeremiah Smith, they had Davion Gauss, their running back, was also on that same high school team. I think he's going to have a really big year for Carolina. I'm big on Carolina because of that schedule. I think Pitt has a very similar draw. So I think those are 2 tickets worth grabbing, Pitt and Carolina, to make the ACC championship game.
Yeah, just a quick glance, Joe, at that UNC schedule. They play Clemson at home, but there's no SMU, no Louisville, no Miami, no Georgia Tech. I mean, they really avoid all the top teams.
No Pitt.
No Pitt. Yeah, outside of Clemson.
It's wild.
You're right. I mean, that is crazy on UNC. We'll leave you with this. You said the odds makers have it about right. 6.5 wins for NC State this year. Do you think they end up making a bowl game this season?
I do think they're going to make a bowl. Yeah, I would take the under. I actually would. Duke has been giving Dave problems. ECU gives Dave problems. And obviously, if they lose 2 of those, Duke's the 3rd game, right? I think if they lose 2 of those first 3, then all of a sudden, and we did an interview at the ACC kickoff with Dave, and he's kind of spelled this out behind the scenes, but he did explicitly on our show. He's now in a year-to-year mode of how he wants to proceed. He has the school's all-time wins record. He's made a lot of money. His family, his kids are growing up. One of them plays college football. He would love to just watch his sons play, I think, at this point, retire. He loves to spend time at his lake house. This is not a guy who's going to be coaching in the next 2 to 3 years. And I think a lot of people have kind of caught up and caught on to that. And I just think the change in nature of college football and also his own family issues with his dad got Alzheimer's after his dad had retired, and really didn't get to enjoy his retirement. And that's something that's super important to Dave. So I really do think you're looking at Dave Doran's last year as a college football head coach this year. I think he's going to win or lose, however it goes. I think he's going to ride this one out. So we'll see how the team kind of responds to that as well.
I like it. Great stuff, as always. Joe Giglio join us of Obies and Giglio. Give him a follow on X at Giglio_OG. Joe, appreciate you joining us as you're riding around, man. Nice of you to give us some time. Have a great season. Hope to catch up again with you soon.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. All right, guys, let's keep it rolling here. We go from NC State to the Tennessee Titans before we get to our guy, Nick Kenyon. Last team we have to preview here in the AFC South, and it is the team with the longest odds to win the division. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I really don't have many future plays on the Tennessee Titans. What I will say, I think they're going to be a better bet this year against the number. The worst team in the history of the NFL against the spread was the Tennessee Titans last year. They covered 2 games. That's it. 2-15. That is unbelievably bad. Do you know how bad you have to be to go 2-15 against the number? Clearly, the ratings and the odds makers, we all saw this team, but between Will Levis's boneheaded turnovers and the team just kind of quitting towards the end, the team was better than what they shown. So that's why I think there could be value on betting the Titans week to week this year against the number, because everybody's going to know how bad they were against the spread last year. They got a rookie quarterback in Cam Ward. There's not a lot to like with their team. But because of how bad they were, you might get some good value on Tennessee, especially early on in the season. So there's just no way they can be that bad against the number once again. I think they're going to be a little bit better. So Tennessee week to week should be a better bet against the spread this season. What's interesting about Tennessee is just the track record we've had the last 2 years with these rookie quarterbacks, right? C.J. Stroud with the Texans was unbelievable as a number 2 overall pick. Jaden Daniels, obviously, last year with Washington. So certainly the Titans are hoping third time's a charm. Cam Young can come right in and be a difference maker for Tennessee. I still like this team's defense a little bit. They have some nice players on all 3 levels. We don't really know what Brian Callahan is yet as a head coach. I mean, it's tough to know what you have when Will Levis is your quarterback. So we should find out kind of what he's all about this season. But Tennessee, again, in the futures market, you look at their win total, they're 6.5. The over is plus 140. For them to make the playoffs, plus 425. For them to win the division is 9-1. Just not really any bets, no value for me betting the Tennessee Titans. Their schedule, just like all these other AFC South schedule teams, you have to play the NFC West this season, so you do get some cross-country road trips at Arizona and at San Francisco as well. You also have to play against the AFC West as well. But look, that week 1 game, I think a lot of people are going to like the Denver Broncos in Survivor Pool, right? Rookie quarterback and Cam Ward on the road against one of the best defenses in the NFL. Then those 2 home games against the Rams and the Colts before taking on the Texans and the Cardinals again on the road. So it's going to be interesting. Cam Ward, Rookie of the Year, I wouldn't bet him either because obviously being the number 1 overall pick, you're not getting great odds on him. I think there are actually some better bets down the board this year for Offensive Rookie of the Year. So no interest in Cam Young for me. No interest in the Tennessee Titans, but I would bet them week to week against the number. You're going to get some big numbers with Tennessee this year to cover the spread. With that defense that they had, maybe in garbage time, some backdoor covers with only covering 2 games last year, should be much better against the number this season. All right, you guys, a promo from our friends now at BetMGM. No matter where the action is, we'll supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use the odds boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning bet. Brought to you by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM. Download the app today and please gamble responsibly. All right, let's check in with our guy, Nick Kenyon. It is a Tuesday. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM writer. Nick, my friend, we have made it to the postseason of golf, the FedEx Cup playoffs, the first leg this week down in Memphis at TPC Southwind, a regular stop on the PGA Tour. What should we know about TPC Southwind? What is the handicap this week of the kind of golfer we're looking for?
Yeah, hi PJ, good to be with you as always. It's a par 70 this week, so your standard par 70 with 12 par 4s, 4 par 3s, and a pair of par 5s. So you really want to emphasize par 4 birdies or better percentage if you're looking at a stat to start with on guys, because the course does play pretty easy. We've seen recent winners hover around the mid-teens, so you are going to have to make some birdie chances to succeed this week and finish near the top of the leaderboard. But as far as another stat you want to look at, total driving, really important this week. Long and straight is going to be the ideal combination. You can look at guys who kind of performed well at Oakmont. That's another course that was a good total driving course. So a little hint there as far as some guys to look at TPC Southwind. It is kind of the perfect Scotty course in a way because it places a lot of emphasis on approach. You need to be good with your irons into some very small greens and then make a few with the putter. But as far as that's really where it is. It's an interesting course, but if you can play well with your irons, you're going to have a chance this week.
And, that's what I was going to ask you next, Nick. Like, is this one of those weeks where if you're betting outrights, you bet it without the Scotty market? Because this really is a perfect course with them. Did you do that this week with any outrights that you played them without Scotty?
Yeah, it is just, if you look at it, and Scotty obviously didn't win at Oakmont, JJ Spawn did, but that was mostly about the putter with Scotty. I think if you had seen him make some more shorter putts that week, that maybe he's a U.S. Open champion as well as a British Open winner this year and PGA. But I think it's definitely worth considering this week, especially with Rory out of the field. I tend to stay away the market when both of them are in the field, but without Rory this week at Southwind, you're getting a lot of inflated numbers. So I would advise, as you look further on the board, you definitely want to look toward the without Scotty market. I would say 40-1 or higher is probably a good cutoff point. But I think there are some guys with some good prices who have shown they can beat Scotty Scheffler in an event this year that I played them in the market that includes him to win.
Well, tell us about some of those guys, Nick. Who we liking this week down in Memphis?
I will start with Ludwig Oberg at 25-1. Generally speaking, this course is interesting in that it mitigates players' short game weaknesses. There is not a lot of emphasis placed on strokes gained around the green. Now, you do have to putt well, but that can be a varying stat week to week. So it's more about placing yourself on the side of really good ball strikers. And that's Ludwig recently. His best placement in any of my models is the 100-round sample, where he's third overall behind Scotty and Colin Morikawa. But he's also 8th in the 8-round model and 9th in the 12-round model. If you look at the former sample, 2nd in opportunities gained, 1st in greens and regulation gained, top 13 in both strokes gained off the tee and approach, and he's top 15 in both fairways gained and driving distance gained. So if he can perform better with the putter and make a few along the way, I think the fact that he's been striking the ball really well recently, you could see him contend at TPC Southwind. Another guy I like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you, who else you liked?
I would say Victor Hovland, 30-1. Another one of those guys, his biggest weakness is mitigated at Southwind, and you've kind of seen him progress recently to the point where he was a runner-up here in last year at Southwind. His first start here, 59th. In between, 36th, 20th, 13th. You kind of have to start with the assumption that his off-the-tee record is going to improve, but if it does, it opens the door to the fact that he leads the field in strokes gained approach over his last 8 rounds. Over the last 12, he's 2nd in strokes gained approach. I mentioned the Oakmont corollary. He gained 8.3 strokes on approach there at the U.S. Open, 3rd in the field for the week. So if you think the chipping is mitigated and he can improve his off-the-tee game, I think his ball striking record could carry him to, he only has one more spot to go as far as an improvement goes. So Hovland at 30-1, plus 110 for a top 20 as well. I like that price a lot.
Yeah, I think a top 20 look is a really good one. Ludwig and Victor Hovland, keep an eye on them this week. Our guy Nick Kenyon, give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM writer. Always great having him stop by on a Tuesday. Nick, we appreciate it, my friend. We'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, BJ.
You got it, guys. All right, let's continue talking some golf here on Send It In. TPC Southwind out in Memphis. Only a par 70 golf course, about 7,200 yards. They have lengthened it over the last couple of years. Got some rough, and it's Memphis in August, folks, so it's going to be hot. But Nick said it. This week really isn't about short game. It's all about ball strikers. We want guys that can hit it long and accurate off the tee, guys that are good approach players as well. Strokes gained, tee to green is the metric we are looking at this week. The first guy that I'm taking, not to win outright, because I never do that to you guys, but top 10, top 20, Tommy Ladd. Fairway Jesus, Tommy Fleetwood. He is 22-1 to win this week if you dare want to bet that, but I just take the top 10 and top 20 on Tommy. He's 4th on the PGA Tour in strokes gained, tee to green. And he's just going to play steady golf, long golf course. He's going to put it in the fairway. He's going to put it on the green. He's going to give himself birdie putts. You got to be a good overall golfer to win at TPC Southwind. You got to be able to use every club in the bag. That's what Tommy can do. So I'm looking at him top 10, top 20 this week. Next up, Matt Fitzpatrick at 25-1. Matty Fitz loves this golf course. He's finished in the top 10 here 3 times, and he's one of the hottest golfers in the world right now. He's playing really, really good golf. Always a good ball striker. Really putts well on this golf course. So Matt Fitzpatrick, course history here, terrific. Current form, terrific. Checks a lot of boxes. 25-1 with Matt Fitzpatrick. How about another Englishman? Let's go with Aaron Rye at 40-1. Keep an eye on him as a top 20 as well. Rye's coming off a T5 finish last week at Sedgefield Country Club, finished 12th here last year, and he is 18th right now on the PGA Tour strokes gained, tee to green. Aaron Rye's having a very good season, very good iron player, very good ball striker. I think he can contend this week, so give me Aaron Rye, 40-1. And then finally, the guy that I absolutely love this week. If you said, PJ, free $100, who would you bet this week? Sepp Straka, without a doubt, at 45-1. Love me some Sepp this week. Sepp is one of the best ball strikers on the PGA Tour. Scotty's obviously number one. You could argue Sepp's in the top 3, top 5. He's had an unbelievable year. This is Bermuda grass that they're going to putt on this week at Memphis, which they use a lot in Florida. Sepp was great during the Florida swing. He's played very well this season on golf courses where you have to drive it long and straight. That's what he does. I think he's going to be in contention this week. 45-1, way too big of a price on the big fella, Sepp Straka. So keep an eye on him. 45-1 to win. Also getting some good prices, top 10, top 20 markets as well. But love Sepp this week out in Memphis. All right, you guys, let's wrap it up. PJ's plays here on Send It In. Going streaking. We're going to take Corbin Carroll against Yu Darvish. Carroll 8 for 15 in his career against Yu Darvish. Darvish obviously just hasn't quite been himself since working his way back from injury. He's getting better, but Carroll's got great history against him. I think Carroll 8 for 15 against his career against Darvish. Great history, obviously. He's my play today in going streaking. Prop lock is going to be Imanaga over 5.5 strikeouts against the Cincinnati Reds. I wanted to take his over outs recorded at 17.5, but that was minus 190 juice, so I didn't want to lay that. Maybe you can get some alts at 18.5 or something like that. Mike Soroka got hurt yesterday, could only go 2 innings for the Cubs. Their bullpen is a little taxed. Need this game against the Reds, a team who is battling to try and catch you in the wild card race. Imanaga's obviously the Cubs' ace, and with the bullpen that's a little bit taxed, they're going to give him a long leash. He's got to be good tonight, over 5.5 Ks for Imanaga. Dog of the day is going to be the Athletics plus 115 against the Nationals. We got Luis Severino against Mackenzie Gore. We've talked about Severino a lot on this show. When he's on the road, we bet him. When he's at home, we fade him. He's on the road tonight, going up against one of the worst teams in baseball. James Wood has been struggling immensely for the Nationals. When Wood's struggling, there's not much to like about that Nats lineup. Give me the A's at plus 115. And finally, Sepp Straka to win the FedEx St. Jude Championship, 45-1. He's going to be my pick this week down in Memphis. Like him quite a bit. Think that number is way too high. Thanks again to Joe Giglio and Nick Kenyon for joining us today on the show. Tomorrow we got Louisville that we're going to be talking about with Mark Ennis. Looking forward to that. We'll start previewing the AFC West as well. See you guys tomorrow. Show for you guys today. Going to continue our ACC previews, looking at the NC State Wolfpack on the show today. Hoping to have Joe Giglio join us and get his thoughts on the Wolfpack for the upcoming season. We're getting ready to preview them here in a little bit. We're also going to talk the Tennessee Titans on the show today as we wrap up our AFC South previews. The Titans, the last team that we have to look at. What is Cam Ward's rookie season going to look like in Nashville? We'll break down the Titans on the show today. Our guy Nick Kenyon going to join us middle of the show as he does each and every Tuesday. Gets Nick's thoughts on the PGA Tour this week out in Memphis. Also some NFL thoughts, maybe some English Premier League thoughts as well. And then got to talk a little golf. It's a Teed Up Tuesday. We have the first leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs. We're going to get some thoughts on that. Couple of golfers I really like this week out in Memphis, and then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. You can hit us up at the BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube, or on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. All right, guys, let's get things going with NC State. And let's look at the schedule for the Wolfpack for the upcoming season. And they start relatively easy, right? East Carolina, Virginia, Wake Forest, Duke off the bat. Pretty much should be favored in all those games. The Duke games, they might be slight underdogs in. Virginia Tech, Campbell, and then look how difficult the schedule gets with NC State after that. At Notre Dame, week 7, then a bye week, and then Pitt, Georgia Tech, bye, Miami, Florida State, and North Carolina. So when I look at the schedule for NC State, right off the bat, what jumps out is certainly those final 7 games that they have to end the season. But then it's also the fact that they have 2 bye weeks in a 4-week span, which I don't like. We're going to see this with a couple of different ACC teams that we're going to preview here over the next couple of weeks. And some of these bye week situations I'm not a fan of at all. And this is certainly one of them with NC State. I wish that they had a bye week earlier on in the season instead of playing 7 straight weeks before they get their first bye. Then they play another 2 games before they get a bye, and then taking on Miami, Florida State, and North Carolina. So the bye situation, don't love for NC State. I think that's going to be tough for them to deal with. They do avoid Clemson. They do avoid SMU, 2 of the better teams in the ACC. They avoid Louisville as well on the schedule. But again, road games at Miami, Notre Dame, Pitt, have to play Georgia Tech, Florida State, and then, of course, the rivalry game with Bill Belichick and UNC. Not going to be easy as well. The win total for NC State is 6.5 at BetMGM. Over is plus 110. The under is minus 130. Dave Doran has been in Raleigh for 13 seasons. Last year was only the 3rd losing season that Dave Doran has had. The previous 2, his team has bounced back to win 8 games. So his team has shown resiliency. Last year, his team was very young, led by their freshman quarterback, CJ Bailey, who's going to be back this year as a sophomore. He is built like a twig almost. He's like 6'7", 210 pounds, but he's very athletic. I think he should have a nice year. 15 returning starters for NC State as well, so a very veteran team. And their team is built off of defense. Last year, they gave up 30 points per game. The 4 years prior to that, they were around like the 20 points per game mark. So they had to replace a lot of guys on defense last year. It showed. Bunch of those guys are coming back. I expect NC State to be much better on that side of the ball this year. What I like about NC State, though, is that even though their schedule is pretty tough, really the Miami and Notre Dame games are the only games that you look at and you're like, those are probably losses. Every other game on their schedule, definitely you could see NC State winning. Now, it's probably not going to happen, and they're probably not going to go 10-2, but I do think 7 or 8 wins is reasonable for NC State. You look at Doran's track record, you look at the returning production that they have back, you look at the fact that they were able to bring back their quarterback, and as we know, when you're a Power 4 school, not an easy thing to do in college football. I think there are a lot of reasons to like the Wolfpack for the upcoming season. So over 6.5 wins plus 110. I do like that with NC State for the upcoming season. Now they're 50-1 to win the ACC, 100-1 to play in the ACC title game. I don't like any of those bets. They're 16-1 to go to the college football playoff as well. We just take the win total with NC State. I would go over wins with the quarterback returning, with Dave Doran's team looking to bounce back, 15 starters, and that defense should be much, much better. I like NC State over 6.5 wins at plus 110. All right, let's check in with our guests and find out what Joe Giglio thinks of Ovies and Giglio. Give him a follow on X at Giglio_OG. Joe, really appreciate you joining us, man. As I was talking about, only the 3rd time last year in 13 seasons Dave Doran's team has had a losing season. Do a lot of people in Raleigh expect the Wolfpack to bounce back this year and maybe win 7 or 8 games this season?
You know, this is the most unusual offseason that I can remember for NC State football. And first of all, thank you for having me on. Appreciate you inviting me. I came on last year. I did tell you guys to put SMU in that ACC title game.
You did.
So I like that. I like that. No, it's so weird this year because NC State made a big splash in basketball when they hired Will Wade. And the fan base has been galvanized by that because you got to remember, NC State is a school that has national championships in men's basketball in 1974 and 1983. And before the world had ever heard of Duke in Carolina, it was State in Carolina. And you're seeing a renaissance from this fan base and how they interact with men's basketball, even though I know they just went to the Final Four in 24. It's really something I haven't seen. Now, that leaves the football side. You got to remember, NC State hasn't won an ACC title since 1979. They have one season where they've had double-digit wins. That was Philip Rivers' junior year in 2002 when they won 11 games. So this is not a program rich in championship history. It's one that has produced NFL players. It's one that has produced quarterbacks in particular, but it's one with a great tailgating culture. But it's not one where you think of the successful milestones associated with your high-level college football programs. They've never finished in the top 10 in the AP poll. Like, there's just certain things that you look at and you're like, how? With all of the talent that they've had, how has this happened? So this is the first year that I can remember. I'm 50 years old. I graduated from NC State in 1997. This is the first year where people are genuinely more excited about men's basketball. It's also the first year where people are like, you know what? If Dave wins 6 games and beats Carolina again, great. Like, the expectation level for this team is literally right at the Vegas mark of 6.5. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, that is. And something that I didn't mention, Joe, which I think is interesting, the fact that he's bringing in 2 new coordinators this season. Kirk Rover is going to take over as OC, and then DJ Elliott's going to take over at defense. What have been the early impressions, early thoughts of both of those guys as Doran's obviously trying to make some changes on both sides of the ball?
Yeah, I think on the defensive side, Tony Gibson obviously takes the Marshall job. He did such a great job with Peyton Wilson. And then you mentioned last year they had the dip on the defensive side. I think you'll see them go away from the 3-3 stack this year. I think you'll see them probably go back to a 4-3 traditional defense. That's just my guess. I think those are kind of early indications that we'll see because they didn't play a spring game.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know for sure. I also, on the offensive side, you mentioned it was year 13 for Dave. I think most people now know Dave kind of controls everything, and that includes a lot of the situation football on offense. So I would not expect a huge departure under Kurt Roper, who was here working with Robert Anai before, Anai was fired after last year. So I think the offense will be fairly similar to all of the years we've seen with Dave. You got to feel good about CJ Bailey in year 2. He showed a lot of promise in a difficult situation last year, kind of being thrust into the lineup. And I know if your listeners and watchers aren't familiar, he was the high school quarterback for Jeremiah Smith. And you got to think he had every college in the country looking at him at least once. And it was a nice get for NC State to get CJ Bailey and then to keep him, because after the way he played as a true freshman, obviously there were some other schools that were interested in him. He's actually the highest paid player they have on their payroll this year. So it was really nice for NC State to be able to keep him. But, that's one thing. They were hit hard, particularly on the defensive side in the portal. Lost a lot of players, and they were able to keep Justin Jolie on offense and Hollywood Smothers, their running back, and Jolie's the tight end. Noah Rogers is a guy they got last year from Ohio State. Didn't really do a whole lot the whole year, then made a really big play to beat Carolina. And as a local kid, that kind of sprung him, and I think you'll see him be more involved this year. Not worried about NC State's offense at all. I do have a lot of questions about their defense. Their defense was bad last year.
Yeah.
That was the reason why they struggled the way that they did.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about both sides of the ball. We can start with the defense, though, because, again, you think of Dave Doran, you think of those great defenses, Joe, usually around 20 points per game. Last year was around 30 points per game. What did they struggle with so much? Was it explosive plays? Was it missed tackles, not getting after the quarterback? Like, if you had to point to one thing they need to do better this year, what would it be with the defense?
Yeah, they got to create more turnovers. I think last year they really lacked for a push up front. They had Davin Van, their best defensive player, best defensive pass rusher. But beyond that, they just didn't have guys who were playmakers. And not everyone's going to be a Peyton Wilson, who was one of the best linebackers in school history. You're not always going to have a player like that. But I think they were really lacking when it came to difference makers on defense. I'll be honest with you. If they have them, they're going to be new. It'll be a new group of players, and it's going to be a challenge this whole season I know you had talked about the schedule. I do think the schedule helps them early, and
Yep.
maybe they can get some of that confidence early and maybe get some of those bigger plays. Because turnover luck, as you know, it's a vibe, right? Like it's not really something that happens. It could be like one game, the ball bounces away from you, and then all of a sudden you start pressing, or you go 2 or 3 games without an interception, and you're like, man, our secondary really sucks, and you're like, well, no, they just haven't made the plays, and I think defensively, they're going to have to set a tone. Obviously, they play ECU, a team they lost to in the bowl game last year. ECU, with their quarterback back, was able to run on State last year. I thought he was really effective as a runner, which was a bit of a surprise. And I think that's kind of where it starts for State. Like I said, I expect them to change their scheme, and we'll see if they can shore up some of those problems they've had stopping the run.
You gave us SMU last year, Joe, and Clemson's the big favorites to win the ACC this year, probably going to end up winning that conference. If I didn't give you Clemson, though, and I said give me somebody else in the ACC you think could challenge Clemson, be a surprise team, who'd be that team?
Yeah, I think there's 2 tickets that are worth grabbing. One is Pitt to make the ACC championship game. If you look at Pitt's schedule, it's a dream. The other is Bill Belichick in North Carolina. They have the easiest schedule I've ever seen in the history of this league. And I don't know why people don't see that. I get it that there's been a whole bunch of distractions with Jordan Hudson and the CBS interviews and this and that. That's just people trying to fill a vacuum because of a lack of information. I think Gio Lopez is going to be really good for them. Speaking of that Miami prep team with Jeremiah Smith, they had Davion Gauss, their running back, was also on that same high school team. I think he's going to have a really big year for Carolina. I'm big on Carolina because of that schedule. I think Pitt has a very similar draw. So I think those are 2 tickets worth grabbing, Pitt and Carolina, to make the ACC championship game.
Yeah, just a quick glance, Joe, at that UNC schedule. They play Clemson at home, but there's no SMU, no Louisville, no Miami, no Georgia Tech. I mean, they really avoid all the top teams.
No Pitt.
No Pitt. Yeah, outside of Clemson.
It's wild.
You're right. I mean, that is crazy on UNC. We'll leave you with this. You said the odds makers have it about right. 6.5 wins for NC State this year. Do you think they end up making a bowl game this season?
I do think they're going to make a bowl. Yeah, I would take the under. I actually would. Duke has been giving Dave problems. ECU gives Dave problems. And obviously, if they lose 2 of those, Duke's the 3rd game, right? I think if they lose 2 of those first 3, then all of a sudden, and we did an interview at the ACC kickoff with Dave, and he's kind of spelled this out behind the scenes, but he did explicitly on our show. He's now in a year-to-year mode of how he wants to proceed. He has the school's all-time wins record. He's made a lot of money. His family, his kids are growing up. One of them plays college football. He would love to just watch his sons play, I think, at this point, retire. He loves to spend time at his lake house. This is not a guy who's going to be coaching in the next 2 to 3 years. And I think a lot of people have kind of caught up and caught on to that. And I just think the change in nature of college football and also his own family issues with his dad got Alzheimer's after his dad had retired, and really didn't get to enjoy his retirement. And that's something that's super important to Dave. So I really do think you're looking at Dave Doran's last year as a college football head coach this year. I think he's going to win or lose, however it goes. I think he's going to ride this one out. So we'll see how the team kind of responds to that as well.
I like it. Great stuff, as always. Joe Giglio join us of Ovies and Giglio. Give him a follow on X at Giglio_OG. Joe, appreciate you joining us as you're riding around, man. Nice of you to give us some time. Have a great season. Hope to catch up again with you soon.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. All right, guys, let's keep it rolling here. We go from NC State to the Tennessee Titans before we get to our guy, Nick Kenyon. Last team we have to preview here in the AFC South, and it is the team with the longest odds to win the division. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I really don't have many future plays on the Tennessee Titans. What I will say, I think they're going to be a better bet this year against the number. The worst team in the history of the NFL against the spread was the Tennessee Titans last year. They covered 2 games. That's it. 2-15. That is unbelievably bad. Do you know how bad you have to be to go 2-15 against the number? Clearly, the ratings and the odds makers, we all saw this team, but between Will Levis's boneheaded turnovers and the team just kind of quitting towards the end, the team was better than what they shown. So that's why I think there could be value on betting the Titans week to week this year against the number, because everybody's going to know how bad they were against the spread last year. They got a rookie quarterback in Cam Ward. There's not a lot to like with their team, but because of how bad they were, you might get some good value on Tennessee, especially early on in the season. So there's just no way they can be that bad against the number once again. I think they're going to be a little bit better. So Tennessee week to week should be a better bet against the spread this season. What's interesting about Tennessee is just the track record we've had the last 2 years with these rookie quarterbacks, right? C.J. Stroud with the Texans was unbelievable as a number 2 overall pick. Jaden Daniels, obviously, last year with Washington. So certainly the Titans are hoping third time's a charm. Cam Young can come right in and be a difference maker for Tennessee. I still like this team's defense a little bit. They have some nice players on all 3 levels. We don't really know what Brian Callahan is yet as a head coach. I mean, it's tough to know what you have when Will Levis is your quarterback. So we should find out kind of what he's all about this season. But Tennessee, again, in the futures market, you look at their win total, they're 6.5. The over is plus 140. For them to make the playoffs, plus 425. For them to win the division is 9-1. Just not really any bets, no value for me betting the Tennessee Titans. Their schedule, just like all these other AFC South schedule teams, you have to play the NFC West this season, so you do get some cross-country road trips at Arizona and at San Francisco as well. You also have to play against the AFC West as well. But look, that week 1 game, I think a lot of people are going to like the Denver Broncos in Survivor Pool, right? Rookie quarterback and Cam Ward on the road against one of the best defenses in the NFL. Then those 2 home games against the Rams and the Colts before taking on the Texans and the Cardinals again on the road. So it's going to be interesting. Cam Ward, Rookie of the Year, I wouldn't bet him either because obviously being the number 1 overall pick, you're not getting great odds on him. I think there are actually some better bets down the board this year for Offensive Rookie of the Year. So no interest in Cam Young for me, no interest in the Tennessee Titans, but I would bet them week to week against the number. You're going to get some big numbers with Tennessee this year to cover the spread with that defense that they had, maybe in garbage time, some backdoor covers with only covering 2 games last year should be much better against the number this season. All right, you guys, a promo from our friends now at BetMGM. No matter where the action is, we'll supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use the odds boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning bet. Brought to you by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM. Download the app today and please gamble responsibly. All right, let's check in with our guy, Nick Kenyon. It is a Tuesday. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM writer. Nick, my friend, we have made it to the postseason of golf, the FedEx Cup playoffs, the first leg this week down in Memphis at TPC Southwind, a regular stop on the PGA Tour. What should we know about TPC Southwind? What is the handicap this week of the kind of golfer we're looking for?
Yeah, hi PJ, good to be with you as always. It's a par 70 this week, so your standard par 70 with 12 par 4s, 4 par 3s, and a pair of par 5s. So you really want to emphasize par 4 birdies or better percentage if you're looking at a stat to start with on guys, because the course does play pretty easy. We've seen recent winners hover around the mid-teens, so you are going to have to make some birdie chances to succeed this week and finish near the top of the leaderboard. But as far as another stat you want to look at, total driving really important this week. Long and straight is going to be the ideal combination. You can look at guys who kind of performed well at Oakmont. That's another course that was a good total driving course. So a little hint there as far as some guys to look at TPC Southwind. It is kind of the perfect Scotty course in a way because it places a lot of emphasis on approach. You need to be good with your irons into some very small greens and then make a few with the putter. But as far as that's really where it is. It's an interesting course, but if you can play well with your irons, you're going to have a chance this week.
And, you know, that's what I was going to ask you next, Nick. Like, is this one of those weeks where if you're betting outrights, you bet it without the Scotty market? Because this really is a perfect course with them. Did you do that this week with any outrights that you played them without Scotty?
Yeah, it is just, if you look at it, and Scotty obviously didn't win at Oakmont, JJ Spawn did, but that was mostly about the putter with Scotty. I think if you had seen him make some more shorter putts that week, that maybe he's a U.S. Open champion as well as a British Open winner this year in PGA. But I think it's definitely worth considering this week, especially with Rory out of the field. I tend to stay away from the market when both of them are in the field, but without Rory this week at Southwind, you're getting a lot of inflated numbers. So I would advise, as you look further on the board, you definitely want to look toward the without Scotty market. I would say 40-1 or higher is probably a good cutoff point, but I think there are some guys with some good prices who have shown they can beat Scotty Scheffler at an event this year that I played them in the market that includes him to win.
Well, tell us about some of those guys, Nick. Who we liking this week down in Memphis?
I will start with Ludwig Åberg at 25-1. Generally speaking, this course is interesting in that it mitigates players' short game weaknesses. There is not a lot of emphasis placed on strokes gained around the green. Now, you do have to putt well, but that can be a varying stat week to week. So it's more about placing yourself on the side of really good ball strikers. And that's Ludwig recently. His best placement in any of my models is the 100-round sample, where he's third overall behind Scotty and Colin Morikawa. But he's also 8th in the 8-round model and 9th in the 12-round model. If you look at the former sample, 2nd in opportunities gained, 1st in greens and regulation gained, top 13 in both strokes gained off the tee and approach, and he's top 15 in both fairways gained and driving distance gained. So if he can perform better with the putter and make a few along the way, I think the fact that he's been striking the ball really well recently, you could see him contend at TPC Southwind. Another guy I like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you, who else you like?
I would say Victor Hovland, 30-1. Another one of those guys, his biggest weakness is mitigated at Southwind. And you've kind of seen him progress recently to the point where he was a runner-up here in last year at Southwind. His first start here, 59th. In between, 36th, 20th, 13th. You kind of have to start with the assumption that his off-the-tee record is going to improve. But if it does, it opens the door to the fact that he leads the field in strokes gained approach over his last 8 rounds. Over the last 12, he's 2nd in strokes gained approach. I mentioned the Oakmont corollary. He gained 8.3 strokes on approach there at the U.S. Open, 3rd in the field for the week. So if you think the chipping is mitigated and he can improve his off-the-tee game, I think his ball striking record could carry him to, he only has one more spot to go as far as an improvement goes. So Hovland at 30-1, plus 110 for a top 20 as well. I like that price a lot.
Yeah, I think a top 20 look is a really good one. Ludwig and Victor Hovland, keep an eye on them this week. Our guy Nick Kenyon, give him a follow on X, at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM writer. Always great having him stop by on a Tuesday. Nick, we appreciate it, my friend. We'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, BJ.
You got it, guys. All right, let's continue talking some golf here on Send It In. TPC Southwind out in Memphis. Only a par 70 golf course, about 7,200 yards. They have lengthened it over the last couple of years. Got some rough, and it's Memphis in August, folks, so it's going to be hot. But Nick said it. This week really isn't about short game. It's all about ball strikers. We want guys that can hit it long and accurate off the tee, guys that are good approach players as well. Strokes gained, tee to green is the metric we are looking at this week. The first guy that I'm taking, not to win outright, because I never do that to you guys, but top 10, top 20, Tommy Ladd. Fairway Jesus, Tommy Fleetwood. He is 22-1 to win this week if you dare want to bet that, but I just take the top 10 and top 20 on Tommy. He's 4th on the PGA Tour in strokes gained, tee to green. And he's just going to play steady golf, long golf course. He's going to put it in the fairway. He's going to put it on the green. He's going to give himself birdie putts. You got to be a good overall golfer to win at TPC Southwind. You got to be able to use every club in the bag. That's what Tommy can do. So I'm looking at him top 10, top 20 this week. Next up, Matt Fitzpatrick at 25-1. Matty Fitz loves this golf course. He's finished in the top 10 here 3 times, and he's one of the hottest golfers in the world right now. He's playing really, really good golf. Always a good ball striker. Really putts well on this golf course. So Matt Fitzpatrick, course history here, terrific. Current form, terrific. Checks a lot of boxes. 25-1 with Matt Fitzpatrick. How about another Englishman? Let's go with Aaron Rye at 40-1. Keep an eye on him as a top 20 as well. Rye's coming off a T5 finish last week at Sedgefield Country Club, finished 12th here last year, and he is 18th right now on the PGA Tour strokes gain tee to green. Aaron Rye's having a very good season, very good iron player, very good ball striker. I think he can contend this week, so give me Aaron Rye 40-1. And then finally, the guy that I absolutely love this week. If you said, PJ, free $100, who would you bet this week? Sepp Straka, without a doubt, at 45-1. Love me some Sepp this week. Sepp is one of the best ball strikers on the PGA Tour. Scotty's obviously number 1. You could argue Sepp's in the top 3, top 5. He's had an unbelievable year. This is Bermuda grass that they're going to putt on this week at Memphis, which they use a lot in Florida. Sepp was great during the Florida swing. He's played very well this season on golf courses where you have to drive it long and straight. That's what he does. I think he's going to be in contention this week. 45-1. Way too big of a price on the big fella, Sepp Straka. So keep an eye on him. 45-1 to win. Also getting some good prices, top 10, top 20 markets as well. But love Sepp this week out in Memphis. All right, you guys, let's wrap it up. PJ's plays here on Send It In. Going streaking. We're going to take Corbin Carroll against Yu Darvish. Carroll 8 for 15 in his career against Yu Darvish. Darvish obviously just hasn't quite been himself since working his way back from injury. He's getting better, but Carroll's got great history against him. I think Carroll 8 for 15 against his career, against Darvish. Great history, obviously. He's my play today in going streaking. Prop lock is going to be Imanaga over 5.5 strikeouts against the Cincinnati Reds. I wanted to take his over outs recorded at 17.5, but that was minus 190 juice, so I didn't want to lay that. Maybe you can get some alts at 18.5 or something like that. Mike Soroka got hurt yesterday, could only go 2 innings for the Cubs. Their bullpen is a little taxed. Need this game against the Reds, a team who is battling to try and catch you in the wild card race. Imanaga's obviously the Cubs' ace, and with the bullpen that's a little bit taxed, they're going to give him a long leash. He's got to be good tonight, over 5.5 Ks for Imanaga. Dog of the day is going to be the Athletics plus 115 against the Nationals. We got Luis Severino against Mackenzie Gore. We've talked about Severino a lot on this show. When he's on the road, we bet him. When he's at home, we fade him. He's on the road tonight, going up against one of the worst teams in baseball. James Wood has been struggling immensely for the Nationals. When Wood's struggling, there's not much to like about that Nats lineup. Give me the A's at plus 115. And finally, Sepp Straka to win the FedEx St. Jude Championship, 45-1. He's going to be my pick this week down in Memphis. Like him quite a bit. Think that number is way too high. Thanks again to Joe Giglio and Nick Kenyon for joining us today on the show. Tomorrow we got Louisville that we're going to be talking about with Mark Ennis. Looking forward to that. We'll start previewing the AFC West as well. See you guys tomorrow.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us. It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you along with us. I am Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got the whole crew here. Denton, Dylan, Double D coming up in our final hour. We will look at which player is cashing in and which players are on the move in the NBA. At 8:20, back to the diamond we go as we bring in Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. And you know what's coming your way in 40 minutes. It's our best bets and the Donkster as well. Also, hello to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour each and every single day. You can stream the show on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Okay, here we are on a Tuesday. Not a whole lot going on, but we do have some NBA news, Chelsea, and this is how you know we're in the doldrums. Okay, it's the NBA. We got some baseball going on. We got some NFL news, but we're just sort of following along with what's happening in the basketball offseason. And Devin Booker, has signed a monster deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. It is a 2-year, $150 million extension, so this means the Suns are going to pay Book through 2030. Over the next 5 seasons, he's going to make $321 million. So big picture, the Suns, the Big Three experiment did not work. We got Kevin Durant going to the Rockets. The Suns are trying to work an official buyout of Bradley Beal. So they're going to pay him to leave, and then he's going to go somewhere. And now it's just Book, Jalen Green, and a team that is 150-1. To win the West. I feel like this was the last, well, I don't want to say the last of the super teams, but pretty close. Like, I guess you could make the argument that Jimmy Butler and Golden State is kind of a super team, right? But these guys are sort of on their last legs. But we've seen that super team era, I feel like, kind of flame out, and now teams are going back to sort of the old school way of building a team with superstars, but not exclusively superstars.
Yeah, and we saw it last year because I was looking at a chart of the best isolation scorers in the NBA. And guess who was number 1 and number 2 on the list? Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was number 1. And you would think to yourself, okay, there are only 5 guys on the court at once. How do you have these 2 guys that are so good at creating their own shots, and you're not even a contender in the West? How does this happen? Because the game of basketball over the last 10 years or so has gone back to the team style play where you have to have the depth. Because we know the postseason is basically like a season unto itself, and you have to be able to have the depth, and you have to go almost 12 man deep to be one of the best teams in basketball. We saw it with the Thunder this year. So obviously Devin Booker is going to get his money. I don't think any of us would sit there and be like, oh, $325 million. No, I want to play for a contender. No, you take the money. And I do think it is interesting to me that Devin Booker has been with the Suns for his whole career. I feel like this is something you don't see that often as a true franchise player who's been the face of the franchise for quite some time when he was drafted. His first season was 2015 and 16. And speaking of throwbacks, I do feel like we're going to get back to the days where remember the game where Devin Booker scored 70 points and the Suns still lost? It feels like we're going to get a lot of that. So if you're into points props, feels like Devin Booker is going to be a good bet for the foreseeable future.
Oh, is that something you're going to jump on early in the season? You know what I am? I'll call it. I'll steal it. I mean, I'm not going to steal it, but I think you make a very good point. He's going to be the guy, right? Jalen Green, yes. I thought it was very interesting when the Rockets made that trade and they gave up Jalen Green. You're saying, okay, well, that's a very impressive young talent. They had to give up something, certainly. But when you talk to people who follow the Rockets or who follow the NBA in general, they'll say, okay, yeah, he's a volume scorer, but he's not necessarily efficient. And also he kind of showed himself during the playoffs where he could be kind of shut down. So even though you have a guy like that on your roster in addition to Devin Booker is clearly the more proven talent. So I think you're right. I know this is looking way ahead if you're talking about futures bets, but I think it's certainly one trend early on that you could look at in the NBA.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how Jalen Green pans out. But as far as points prop goes, Devin Booker is going to be the guy. And listen, he's going to be comfortable. He has his home in Phoenix for the next however many years, and he's been there for forever. I did see where he posted a tribute video to Kevin Durant. I'm pretty sure they were besties, and that is sad to see because as much as people hate on Kevin Durant, I feel like the people who are very close to him are really close. He feels like one of those friends that are kind of prickly at the start, but once you get to know him and once you're his friend, like he will be super loyal to you. Like I know loyalty is not something you associate with Kevin Durant and the teams that he chooses, but I feel like as far as his friendships go, a lot of guys really like him.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point because, what we see from an athlete is very different from what guys in the locker room see. Like Kevin Durant, I saw this story, I think over the weekend, and he was saying he was responding to someone on X, which he always does. And he said he will, quote, troll on Twitter till the day I expire. He's going to come after people. He will slide into your DMs. He doesn't give a damn. That's who he is. And that adds, of course, to his public perception. But that is a very different person, it seems, than the person we get in the locker room. Like, he's not trolling guys in the locker room. But I think you're right. What you see publicly versus privately are two very different things. And honestly, you see this with athletes all the time. Sometimes you'll meet an athlete or you'll think an athlete is, oh, my God, this guy's great. Every interview I see seems so nice. You've had this happen, right? And then you meet them and you're like, oh, you're not like this at all. So the opposite can be true as well, where if you're Kevin Durant, you can be kind of a curmudgeon and you're trolling people. But if you get to know him, you work with him, you're like, oh, he's much different than I thought.
Yeah, I learned this lesson the hard way. There was like a high school football player in Florida that he was one of our scholar athletes. I was like, oh, this is a stand-up kid. And I went as far as to, like, when people had asked me about him, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's super respectful, great interview. A year later, he was on trial for murder. Oh. You're like, wow, maybe I really didn't know him. Not saying he's guilty.
Right.
I'm just saying it's funny how you think you know people, but, like, sometimes you really don't.
There was a high school coach at my first job. Oh, my God. I was so embarrassed. And he was very successful. He was very successful, had a lot of success, and he was playing in the state final almost every year. Don't think he got over the hump, but his teams were just balling out. And he was the head football coach, one of the teams that we covered. And I remember I got an interview with him one day. It was just me in his office, which for small town local TV was kind of a big deal. And I was like, okay, he's a straight shooter. I feel like he's a good guy. But our equipment sucked so much because we were shooting on super VHS. And I can assure you there's nothing super about VHS. They just like called it like S VHS. It was just like VHS tape. But I remember, and I would just use, instead of the news rig, sometimes you had to use your own car because this is not a big station. This is a small town TV. So I remember taking the super VHS camera in my car, which I had air conditioning, but it was like 100 and something degrees outside. So I took the camera out of my car and condensation started forming inside the camera, which was a common thing. So you would look through the viewfinder and you would see the word flashing "do." Like you've got "do" inside your camera. And so I'm like, please, like go away. And so I'm setting up in this guy's office. He lets me in and he's just down to business. And I set it up on the tripod and I'm like ready to go. And I look through and "do" is still flashing. And I remember he just looks at me and he goes, "You guys need some new equipment." I was like, yes. Yes, sir. I know. We could. Do you know what it's like to ask a high school football coach if you could just let the camera thaw out for a few minutes? He was just like, what in the hell type of operation are you guys running? The camera did thaw out. I got the interview, but it was not great. And so from that point forward, like I thought, that was kind of my first insight into, okay, this guy seems really good. When he's winning, he's happy. But behind the scenes, he was, I mean, I understand, but he was also very prickly.
I had that happen to me. I think I was interviewing the manager of the Twins during spring training, and I was in Fort Myers, Florida, and I was holding the mic and the camera at the same time, as one-man band reporters do. And like my cord kept like dropping on his desk. He was like, "What is this, amateur hour?" I was like, "Yes, it is. I make $22,000 a year. What do you expect?"
It's so true. I had some guy. Oh yeah. Well, and then they made these assumptions like you'd be in TV, and I remember this guy, and he was frustrated with the interview. He goes, "You're sitting here in your $10,000 suit or something." I was like, dude, buddy, let me let you in on a little secret. This cost about $65, okay? And I have two suits. I'm making $13,000 a year right now, so this is not, But he just looked at me, saw me in a black suit, and saw me holding a camera, and I'm like, "Do you know what market we're in?" So anyway, that was quite a time. Whew, glad those days are over. Well, elsewhere in the NBA, I'm sure Tyrese Halliburton seems like a nice guy. I'm sure he is. The Pacers, unfortunately, have confirmed that he is out for next season, as we sort of thought, with a torn Achilles. He's undergone surgery. Team president Kevin Pritchard says the surgery went fantastically. So, not a direct quote, but it went well. He's got the blood flowing. But I think Pritchard sort of hinted at the idea that, we could ideally maybe bring him back, but we're not going to take that risk. This is a young guy. There's no reason to do that. We're going to take our time, make sure he is back 100% before we bring him back to the court. Of course, for his Achilles, Game 7 of the NBA Finals. But it's crazy that the Pacers have gone from a Game 7 in the NBA Finals, and now Miles Turner is gone, Hallie's out next season, and they're 80-1 now to win the NBA title.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting a sequel to what we saw from the Pacers last season. Because here's the thing. Like, maybe if it was just Tyrese Halliburton going down, you say, okay, McConnell's pretty good. Maybe he can fill in the interim. But when they gave away Miles Turner, that is a big part of their franchise. And I understand in the finals he didn't put up big numbers, but he's a good center, and there's a reason why the Bucks wanted him. So they let him go, and not only to a team, but a team that's one of their rivals in the Milwaukee Bucks. So I've heard Pacers fans talking about this, the fact that the team does not want to spend money, because that was one of the reasons that they let Miles Turner walk, is because they didn't want to go past that certain apron where they have to pay an extra luxury tax or something. But like, if you're the Pacers, like, the time is now. Like, I understand Tyrese Halliburton is hurt, and maybe there's some, conversation about that where you do have to rebuild. It's just, it stinks that the story was so good and you got so much momentum last postseason, and now what do you have for it? Nothing. Like, I guess an Eastern Conference Finals, which is, something, but you don't really hang that. I guess you hang it in the rafters, but still, it's disappointing.
Yeah, it is. And it was such a great story. I mean, you're absolutely right. How much fun was it to, even if you're not a Pacers fan, like, how much fun was it to watch the Pacers keep knocking off the big dogs? I mean, take the Thunder to a Game 7. Also, can I just say, I keep hearing this argument that the Thunder's championship deserves an asterisk, which I think is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. I've seen people debate this. I'm like, this is not a thing. Like, you guys understand that injuries are a part of sports, right? Like, I'm sorry that Tyrese Halliburton got injured. That sucked. No one wanted to see that. But the idea that, other players got injured along the way, and then here are the Thunder standing at the end, like, that's sports. It happens all of the time. And if you're on the other side and then someone unfortunately gets injured, like, are you going to say, well, I guess our title deserves an asterisk? No. Like, we've all been in that situation where our favorite teams suffer a significant setback and it impedes their progress or impedes their run at a title. So the Thunder during the regular season, Chelsea, were a juggernaut. And what were we saying last year? It's only a matter of time before this Thunder team matures and becomes a championship team. And they did. And now people want to say, well, if Tyrese Halliburton hadn't gotten injured, you don't know that. Like, the Thunder are worthy champions.
Yeah, this is stupid. I feel like people use asterisk too much. It's like when people say literally on TikTok. People don't know what literally means. They're like, I'm literally dead. I'm like, no, you're not literally dead. So asterisk, I feel like they're fine for, like, when you mention baseball stats and a guy like went to war or something, they're like, he had 11 consecutive seasons, asterisk, he went to war for a few years. Or maybe you can say something to the effect of, like, steroids. But, like, because somebody got hurt, people get injured every single year in sports. It's part of the game.
Yeah. I remember when I was at the Rose Bowl when Texas was playing Alabama, this is back 2010, and Colt McCoy, and we were on point. I thought we were going to beat Bama. Colt McCoy went out in the first quarter. Do people look back and say, oh, well, asterisk by Alabama's top? No. It sucked, but that's sports. Coming next to the show. What is next for the Nationals, and which team is poised to make a run in the second half of the season? We will ask Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic, next on The Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us. Coming up in a couple minutes, as we inch closer to the All-Star break, we will bring in Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic, for his take on what we've seen thus far in the majors. You know what I saw yesterday in the break room? A man make a terrible mistake. And that man was me. Because, as we talk about on this show, I go in the kitchen, break room, Roger, the glue here at Odyssey, usually makes just a vat of coffee. So I go in and I pour myself some coffee. I'm like, a lot of people have been drinking this coffee today. It's warm. It's dark. Roger had not been here in 4 days. Number one, why is this thing still on? That's my question. That's a fire hazard. Number two, this tasted like, what's the best way I can describe it? Like asphalt syrup. It just like straight black, not even a maple, just like, I took a couple sips. I took the first one like, ooh, it's not great. I stirred it and I was like, I think this coffee is 2 years old. Like, it was gross. So what I had to do was, in the next break, go back up to the break room, pour it out, and then use a fresh pod up there, and that was fine. But let me tell you, yesterday was a struggle. And I kept it to myself out of embarrassment. But now the truth is out because I drank, I don't know what that was. I was going to say sap. That doesn't even do it. Like motor oil. That's what I drank yesterday. Like Pennzoil. Like, imagine just taking some Pennzoil and be like, time to wake up. That's what it was.
I won't even drink coffee that's like 2 hours old. Like, I'm a snob when it comes to leftovers, when it comes to anything. Like, I'm not drinking old coffee, even if it's still hot. The only food that deserves to be leftovers is Italian food, like pizza and pasta. Other than that, I ain't eating it. I hate leftovers.
Oh, man. Whew. I mean, you can taste the difference, right? It can just be like 4 or 5 hours old, and you're like, this isn't fresh coffee. So just imagine 4 or 5 days old. You're like, oh.
I don't want to.
This is STP. Wow. What a jolt in the morning. Let's get a jolt now, when it comes to our baseball knowledge. And for that, we bring in Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. Keith, thanks for being with us here on this Tuesday morning. We appreciate the time. I hope you have a fresh pot of coffee or whatever it is you're drinking this morning. I hope it's fresh and ready to go. I wanted to ask about the Nationals. I know it's 48 hours after the fact, but we're located right here in D.C. At least I am, and that's my team. What is the plan moving forward for Washington, and do they have one?
No. Well, if they have a plan, nobody seems to know it.
Yeah.
Everybody I spoke to in the wake of and I'm thinking a lot more about the firing of Mike Rizzo. Right? Firing Davey Martinez is pretty unsurprising. He kind of buried himself with some of those comments where he seemed to blame the players and try to defer any blame away from the coaches a couple of weeks ago. So that wasn't surprising. But firing Rizzo, the guy who brought them a World Series championship, who engineered the Juan Soto trade, which is going to set this franchise up for years to come. They got two guys from that trader going to the All-Star game, in fact. And Juan Soto, last I looked, Juan Soto is not, actually. So that alone should have saved Rizzo's job. But the timing on this is super bizarre. Doing it a week before the draft when they have the first pick, just a couple of weeks before the trade deadline, it really says to me that ownership has no plan, that this was some kind of knee-jerk reaction. And if ownership is surprised that they're not contending this year, they have nobody to blame but themselves. They weren't willing to spend money this offseason to upgrade the roster. And this is what you get when you don't spend, particularly when you have a team that you've got a good rising young core. That's when you go out and start spending to try to supplement. And they decided not to do so.
All right, Keith, since you have a background working in the front office with the Blue Jays, I figured I would ask you about Toronto. On a nice little run as of late, leading the AL East, what has made Toronto so good over this recent stretch?
Well, I think one of many factors here is the fact that they signed George Springer to a pretty large contract several years ago. They expected him to be kind of a anchor, co-anchor in their lineup with Vlad Guerrero, and he's been not very good and also very, very frequently hurt. And just in the last couple of weeks or so, they've finally gotten what I would say at least is kind of the George Springer that they signed up for, where he's getting on base, he's hitting for power, he is giving them another real offensive force beyond Vlad Guerrero in that lineup. And if he can stay healthy, I think that's the player he's always been. I just think even when he's been able to take the field, he hasn't been 100% healthy. That can continue to drive them towards a potential playoff spot. That said, I also look at this team. I look at the fact they barely outscored their opponents on the year. They're playing a little bit above their heads too. So that is a club, I think, if they want to continue to contend and to get to the playoffs, they really need to be buyers as we approach the trade deadline.
Keith, when you look at what Cal Raleigh is doing right now, it's really one of the more fun stories to have followed in the first half of the season. Do you think he can actually give Aaron Judge a run for the home run title? And what has been the difference for Cal Raleigh this season as opposed to maybe previous seasons that we've seen?
I think he can give Judge a run for the title, and I kind of wouldn't mind seeing Raleigh end up winning the MVP award, even though Judge has clearly been the more valuable player, and he should probably win. But it's fun to see a guy come out of nowhere and win an award like that. Somebody asked me, it was another radio hit the other day, is it going to be Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani for MVP again? Yeah, I get it. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes to see the same team or the same player win again and again and again. So the fact that there might be other contenders in both leagues is pretty fun. In Raleigh's case, I don't have a good explanation. I've seen Raleigh going back to saw him at Florida State, which is, God, that's 10 years ago now. And I thought, hey, this guy might be maybe an everyday catcher. At least he's a good backup in the big league. So clearly I did not see him on a 60-homer pace at any point. And the one thing I wonder is if there's a long-held baseball axiom, at least on the scouting side, which is that catchers sometimes develop a lot later because it's just so much. We're asking them to do two jobs, and it's so much wear and tear on the body that a lot of times they don't develop at all offensively, or if they do, it just comes later than it does for guys at other positions. And that may be the case with Raleigh. He's peaking at ages 30, 31. That's really unusual for any position player. Maybe it's just a function of him being a catcher and taking that beating from being behind the plate so many games.
All right, so the All-Star Game's coming up, and obviously there are so many big names and so many good players to watch, but I think as far as a national spotlight goes, especially for people who don't have like the MLB package, this is their chance to see players that they normally don't get to see. So for casual fans, who do you think they should be paying attention to during the All-Star Game?
Well, I have to, full disclosure, I am somewhat of a curmudgeon when it comes to the All-Star Game because, in fact, I won't be watching it this year. I generally don't watch it because I hate the way they do it. These guys come in, they throw 10 pitches, maybe they get one at-bat. It's not like it used to be where a guy would come in and, you'd have position players maybe play the whole game, or a pitcher would come in and face, at least throw 2 innings or so that you really have a chance to get to know some of these guys, to see them a lot more. So to me, it's just frustrating that it's not the game that it used to be. But just looking at the rosters here, guys, I would particularly highlight Riley Green is one of the starters in the American League. He's kind of a rising. I think he's already a star, but he's not a household name, certainly. From that Tigers team that looks like they're definitely going to the playoffs. And at some point, probably after 1 or 2 at-bats, he'll come out of the game, and maybe Byron Buxton will come in, Buxton is finally having the season I think most of us from the scouting side always thought he was capable of having, but like George Springer, he's been hurt a lot. And so we've never really seen the fully healthy Byron Buxton, I would say, until this year. Obviously, on the National League side, Paul Skeens is, the moment he's in the game, it's sort of must-see TV. He might win the Cy Young Award in the National League this year. I think if we did the voting right now, he would win the award. And I mentioned that Juan Soto trade, the fact that James Wood is one of the starters. Mackenzie Gore is going to, I don't know who's going to actually be the first pitcher, but he's going to pitch at some point in the game. That's 2 of the 5 guys that the Nats got back in that Soto trade. And I think that this is, obviously Rizzo's not there anymore, but a testament to how well he handled a very difficult situation. There were not going to be a ton of buyers willing to pay such a high price in prospects to get Soto. And Rizzo swung a deal like I said, I think it sets this Nationals franchise up for the next 5 years.
Keith, even though you're not a fan of maybe All-Star Weekend in Major League Baseball, when you look at the Home Run Derby in particular, I feel like this has been really well done by the major leagues and how they've carried it out in the star power, and it's added to the weekend. But are we seeing now, or do we have the potential of seeing stars starting to slowly opt out, and it becomes kind of like the slam dunk contest where all of a sudden the superstars are saying, nah, this competition is not for me?
Yeah, I think that's true. And I should say, I'm going down to Atlanta. I'm going to the Futures game on Saturday, which I think is awesome. It's basically, for folks who don't know, it's an all-star game, but a prospect. So obviously it's right in my wheelhouse. And I'll be down there for the draft, which happens the first 3 rounds happen on Sunday, and then they'll finish it on Monday. As for the Home Run Derby, and I think this is true for the all-star game too, you do see players decline to participate or opt out because they'd rather just have a few days of rest or go spend time with their families. And I think that the cachet of these events has definitely gone down over time. I like the way that Major League Baseball has changed the Home Run Derby to make it kind of new and a little bit fresh and just more interesting. I think the NBA has done that with a lot of their all-star events too. Just recognizing that what fans want to see is always going to be evolving, and that's what these events are. The All-Star Game too, these are marketing events. They have no meaning for the whole season. So play it up a little bit. Give the fans what they're looking for to keep that audience engaged and maybe to draw new people in who aren't regular baseball fans but might get more interested after they watch the Derby, the All-Star Game, even the Futures Game, any of these events this weekend.
All right, so we have a couple minutes left, but I want to ask you, because we're a betting show, so we're always looking for that team where I feel like we see this every year. There is a team on the second half of the season that catches fire and comes out of nowhere. Well, maybe not nowhere. Maybe they have the foundation, but they kind of sandbag the first half of the season. Is there a team that you look at and say, this team could be a lot better in the second half?
I thought Seattle had a chance. I actually picked them to win the AL West coming into the season. They have underperformed a little bit, and I think some of it is also the offense they don't have the firepower that they probably needed to have coming into the season, but they do have a tremendous pitching staff. The pitchers are healthier now than they were in the first half of the season, so I expect them to at least continue on that pace of run prevention, maybe even improve on that in the second half. I also expect them to be buyers. I think they're actively out there trying to find bats to help them continue to help them play better in the second half and to get to the postseason.
He is Keith Law, the senior baseball writer for The Athletic. Keith, have a great time going down there, enjoying all the baseball festivities, and thanks for being with us.
Yep, my pleasure.
All right. Well, that's got to be a nice week. I forgot about the Futures game. Is that something you follow or followed before? I know you're a baseball gal, or is it something that as part of that weekend you're like, I'm going to pass on this?
I'll watch it if it's on.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's on like normal channels, is it? Like I think you have to have MLB Network to even watch it. Like that's the frustrating part about baseball is that when we were growing up, you could watch, teams on normal channels. Like I remember watching the Cubs on WGN and the Braves on TBS. If I could do the antenna right to where I could get those channels. But now it's like you have to have the MLB package or like the certain network, or there's blackouts where even if you pay for the MLB package, you don't get the local teams. So even if I wanted to watch the Braves, I can't, even though I'm paying $100 and some a year to watch, MLB network. So I think that's the frustrating part of baseball is just that it's hard to get in those casual fans if casual fans can't watch it on normal TV.
No, I totally agree. I mean, why? And don't you want to grow the sport? Like, don't you want those fans there? I understand, in theory, the thought behind it. But I think in practice, you're like, okay, yeah, I understand. But ultimately, especially in today's day and age, grow the sport as much as you can, because I think it could have the flip effect where you watch more and you're like, you know what? I want to go to these games. I want to be there. I'm not necessarily sitting it out. Like, I want to be more into the action, or at least closer to the action, and actually be a part of that as opposed to just sitting at home. I feel like sometimes that sort of thinking is flawed.
Yeah, and like the blackout teams for Nashville is Cincinnati and Atlanta. Neither of those are within 4 hours of us. So like, what am I supposed to do? Every day make a 5-hour commute to Cincinnati to watch this team in person? It doesn't make sense. So I understand there's like Bally Sports whatever, but it's not included in YouTube TV. So I don't know. They got to figure something out.
Yeah, because you can stream us live on the Bally Sports Live app or BallySportsLive.com. Come on. Get us on the TV. Yeah, come on. Get us on there, YouTube. You owe us. I mean, they keep jacking up the prices each and every single month. The least you could do is throw us a bone. I like how I'm just taking shots at individual companies every week on the show. But I got a good one for tomorrow for One About It Wednesday. It was all I could do not to talk about it today. And I was like, hold it, Michael, hold it. Don't be a jerk today. Wait until tomorrow. Coming up next in the show. I would say we're looking at tennis, but we're looking at baseball. Best bets coming your way next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Best bets on the way. Doctor's here as well. So, Chelsea, I learned something about ChatGPT last night. I learned this via TikTok. I thought this was sort of interesting. Because I don't lean on artificial intelligence a lot, except when it comes to complicated subjects like finance or super technical stuff, to make sure I sort of get the ins and outs correct, to sort of hone my knowledge, but I'm not going to ask it to like write something for me. But I didn't realize, remember that story last week where a guy programmed, not necessarily ChatGPT, but he built that AI model to flirt with him? And the AI model like proposed to him and he cried for half an hour. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, it was pretty gross. So if you go into ChatGPT, for example, and you look at settings, which I have never done, I'll just throw in like some random queries. You can go into settings and adjust how you want the AI program to interact with you. So I was like, are you just feeding me a bunch of BS this entire time? Are you telling me things that I want to hear as opposed to things that I need to hear? Because ChatGPT is always like, oh, you're doing an amazing job. I'm like, am I? Or are you just saying that? You know what I mean? You have to be careful about that kind of stuff. So you can go in and adjust. And I was actually reading that if you adjust how you want the program to speak to you, you can get it to be, it can speak all flowery to you and tell you everything you want to hear, or you can tell it to be mean-spirited if you want, or you can put it in, hey, I want you to be honest and to push back if need be to make sure everything is factual and correct. So I put that in to make sure that any sort of feedback I get is as true as it can be. But I did not realize that this was a thing until yesterday.
I think I've seen this, but with Grok, because people do this on X, and they're like, Grok, summarize this and tell me what it's all about, but say it as Crocodile Dundee or like some type of like accent. And people love doing this. And I can't decide if this is like helpful or if it's just making people dumber, because we're not using like logic anymore. And I'm not saying for like the things that you're using it for, because, you know, some things are really challenging, like, you know, building a trip itinerary or like taxes. We've been talking about taxes a bunch today. Because it's just a lot of words and a lot of things to, you know, digest. But like people will ask Grok about the dumbest things on X. Like things that like a quick Google search could have told you the answer to.
Correct.
And they're like, Grok, who is Haley Steinfeld married to? It's like, I don't know how much energy it takes, but we've talked about this before. Doesn't it take like a ton of energy to run these AI programs to where like we're killing the environment so we can see the bobblehead of ourselves? You know, like these dumb things that are so useless, but people are like, well, I wanted to see it. And I kind of want to see mine. But listen, like it's like when you use a credit card for the first time where you're like, oh, like if I don't see the money, it doesn't exist. I feel like people are that way with AI stuff.
Oh, all the time. Like we were talking about Kevin Durant snapping back to people on X or whatever. And someone below a tweet like that will be like, Grok, give me a picture of someone who would talk like this if they spoke with a Cockney accent. You know, it's like, okay, why do you want to see this? And that takes up a ton of power, which is why you have all these tech companies building these massive warehouses just full of like data centers to handle all the capacity and all the questions that people are asking. But I thought it was interesting because I don't want to be told something. Like, I'm very judicious in what I ask, but also if you're going to give me some sort of feedback that I think is useful, I don't want it to be thrown out there just to placate me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear just what I want to hear. I want you to be honest based on actual information gathering so I can make a more educated decision.
I think some of this you could apply to like journalism as well, because like I would like my news to be, you know, objective. And it's
Yes.
wild to me, like the day that you discover that like Fox News and CNN like have a leaning, you're like, what? How is this a thing? Like I remember when I was like 13 or 14, I like just first realized this. I'm like, how is this news? You know, if it has like a tilt towards it, because isn't that like the number one rule of like journalism is to not have a tilt? But, you know, they make a ton of money off of it.
Oh, yeah, and it didn't used to be that way. I mean, you could always make an argument, well, subjectively, you know, the way things are presented, because journalists can act as gatekeepers, right? And how that information is disseminated to the public is just going to be naturally subjective. But, you know, now these organizations, whoever it is, they've realized, we can make a lot more money by firing people up, putting this out there, slanting it a certain way. So that's changed dramatically. One thing that doesn't change, the feeling that you get when you listen to Bet Sweats. Oh, yes. Sammy P giving their best plays for today. They'll talk about which teams will go from worst to first in the NFL. That's always a fun conversation. Matt Fortuna joins to preview college football at 9:40 in less than an hour. Then the legendary pro gambler, Bill Krackomberger, joins the show at 11 o'clock. Bill Krackomberger, I should say. Crack. Everybody knows him if you know gambling at all. All right, so time to get to it and tell you our best plays for today.
Time to place your bets.
I see you are going with a certain pitcher from a certain town who's been crushing it this season.
No, I was like, I don't know what town Shota Imanaga's from, but I'm assuming you mean Chicago, the town that he is, you know, playing for the Cubs in. All right, so best bet of the day is going to be on the Cubs on the money line at -145 over the Twins. The Twins have not been a great team as of late. Over the last 20 games, they are just 7-13. Their offense has been in the bottom 10 of just about every statistical metric over the last month and overall for the season. And so usually I see the starting pitchers. I'm like, okay, Shota Imanaga in the circle of trust. Listen, he doesn't even have to be great in this matchup. Like, he just has to be good because the offense for the Cubs is miles better than what we've seen from the Twins. If you look at the Cubs this year, top 3 offense overall when it comes to WRC+, top 5 in just about every statistical category when it comes to their offense over the last month. And surprisingly, they have a winning record on the road at 24-20. But even more so, they have been fantastic as favorites, a blistering 43-19 when the market is giving them credit. So they're favorites here. I think that's what I'm going to go with. Plus, the Twins have not been great against left-handed starters, which Imanaga is. The Twins are 4-11 this year against lefties. So let's go with the Cubs on the money line at -145.
All righty. I'm going to start with the Mets. I found them at -137. Visiting Baltimore. Mets have not been good on the road, but they have Clay Holmes on the mound tonight taking on Brandon Young. Clay Holmes has been very consistent, right? Giving up more than 2 runs only twice in his last 9 starts. Brandon Young, since being called up from the minors, has been kind of a train wreck. 0-3, 7.02 ERA, 13 earned and 16 2/3 innings pitched. I think it's a good price on the Mets to get to Young early and then take advantage of their bullpen as well because the O's are weak in that spot. So let's go Mets -135 in Charm City. All right, couple more bets, Chelsea. You have any leans? I should ask about that.
I do like the Mets as a lean. I didn't put pen to paper, but I do like it. But only one play for me.
Okay, very good. I'm trying to get on the right side, but as I said, I think I'm going to get cold. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my bones. I hate to put it out there. Braves, A's. Let's go over 10. -118. Didier Fuentes going for the Bravos. Jeffrey Springs going for Oakland. I think we get 11 or 12 in this game. Didier Fuentes, woo. Maybe go over the first 5. He's given up 12 earned in 12 innings this season. He will not go long. He's made 2 appearances on the road this year, an ERA over 10. Opponents are batting .378 against him. Now, Jeffrey Springs going for the A's. I have to say, he's been very good after a tough start to the season. 2 runs or less in each of his last 4 starts. But again, this game in Sacramento, that has been a massive overpark this season. And the A's bullpen, one of the worst in baseball, as we know, ranked 29th in the majors. So let's go over 10 -118. And how about some plus money on the card? Yeah, Rays +105 in Detroit taking on the Tigers. We have Ryan Pepio going for Tampa, Jack Flaherty going for Detroit. Jack Flaherty has just been a disappointment this season. Bottom line, giving up 21 runs in his last 18 innings pitched. The Tigers have lost each of his last 4 starts by a combined 37-13. Ryan Pepiot was on the mound against the Tigers back in June, allowed 1 run over 5 innings. Yesterday, we kind of like the Tigers at plus money. Today, we're going to flip it. Tampa on the money line is plus 105. I need a dub. That is the card.
Well, you've got 3 chances. 3 chances to get you some dubs. I do appreciate remaining aggressive. I probably need to be more aggressive, but maybe tomorrow.
I'm trying. We'll see how it works out. You never know. I'm trying to be aggressive and go after the plays. I'm trying not to say, oh, I'm scared, because I do like all these plays. I researched all these plays. We'll see if it actually pans out or not. Dogster, what's going on with you? You generally have a play or two, something that's been bothering you. What's going on?
Yeah, you guys aren't the only ones who have talked to famous people before.
Oh, was that right?
Yeah, I decided to leave the barn last weekend, and guess who I happened to run into?
Who is that?
Charlotte Johansson. And let me tell you, she got handsy real quick.
Dongster, that's Scarlett Johansson. You know that, right?
What?
Yeah, I don't know who you talked to, but it's Scarlett, not Charlotte, so you didn't talk to the Hollywood actress.
So I got this rash for nothing?
Yeah, sorry. You did.
Yuck.
Do you have a bet?
Padres money line, hosting the D-backs. Bye.
Bye, Doctor. And now, coming up on Bet Sweats. Oh, what a way to start your morning. It's Sammy P. Sammy P, good morning.
Good morning. I missed you guys last week. I was
Yeah,
back
how
in
you doing?
Chicago. Barbecues, cookouts, hot dogs, the whole 9.
How was it? Sounds great.
I lost weight, believe it or not. Somehow.
No way.
Yeah,
Stronger than ever. You look better than ever. I'm gonna talk to management. Give you another week off. Come back. Be shredded. Good show, Sammy P. It's good to see you. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew, have a great Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can also watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And make sure to listen to us live on Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, check it out at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. We have Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Bill Zimmerman still on a pontoon somewhere on a lake drinking beers. For that, I'm very much jealous. But Tyler doing a great job filling in for Bill Zimmerman as our executive producer. We got Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on Minnesota Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy, who we will see for the first time since last preseason, coming up later this weekend when the Minnesota Vikings begin their preseason play, taking on the Houston Texans. So Nick will talk about J.J. McCarthy and also where he's at on the Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons, we will not see Michael Penix Jr. We will not see Kirk Cousins. Folks, we're going to see Easton Stick. Now, some teams give us some good stuff in the preseason. Some teams don't. The Falcons are choosing to go ahead and sit everybody down during the preseason. So Nick will give us his thoughts on the Falcons, but I'm just going to go ahead and tell you this right now. This weekend, not going to be a whole lot to take in with Easton Stick at quarterback. But as always, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well subscribe, rate, and review. We greatly appreciate how much you guys love the Wagertainment, and we put it all out there for you guys to consume in on-demand fashion as well as in live fashion. But go ahead and subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts. We have 2 guests who will be joining us on the show throughout these 4 hours, starting with the third hour at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. NFL analyst and commentator Dave Damashek will return to You Better You Bet, host of the Sheck Show podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcast. Big-time Steelers fan. What are the expectations out there for Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers? Also tackle all the storylines, the big stories throughout the National Football League. That's coming up at 5 o'clock Eastern. Then at 6 o'clock Eastern, to begin the Power Hour, College Football Insider for On3 Sports, America's College Football Insider, Brett McMurphy, returns to You Better You Bet. Obviously been covering college football for decades. We will tackle all the biggest storylines and what to expect this upcoming season on the collegiate gridiron. Because you look at the calendar, I mean, what are we at, 15 days away from week 0, 18 days away? Like, week 0 is coming up quickly. Week 1 coming up quickly as well. So college football will be here before we know it as we continue our college football previews here throughout the month of August on You Better You Bet. But let's go ahead and get into last night's betting recap before we talk about what interests me the most right now, which is the NFL preseason, as we're starting to get more and more information from the coaches across the NFL. But before we get to that, last night was really good. Had 2 bets, both of them home run bets, and went 1-1. But when you give out bets that are plus 500, it's a winning night. So it was great. Jackson Merrill did not meet the moment, read the room, although he did have a double, an RBI double early on in the game against the Diamondbacks. But I tell you who did meet the moment, read the room, leave the yard. My man, Freddie Freeman, who has once again found himself. Over the last week or so, Freddie Freeman has now hit 3 home runs. This is after hitting maybe 2 home runs over the last 8 weeks. Like, Freddie Freeman, this dude was on a cooler, and now it appears the bat is once again alive. Freddie Freeman goes yard off of Sonny Gray, so it was great to see him round the bases and get us to the window. Awesome stuff from Freddie Freeman. Have some more home run bets tonight. We're going to try to go back to the well and go ahead and cash some big tickets. Like, the first 5 bets, I'm taking a little bit of a breather on those right now. Like, it's not like they were going atrociously or whatever. It's just like, I'm having more fun with the home run stuff. Was betting some home run stuff over the weekend. Bet it last night. Like, let's continue to keep the good times rolling here on a Tuesday. So I'm going to bet some home run bets tonight. We'll give that out during our Power Hour plays coming up at 6:40 Eastern time. But Freddie Freeman, you're good in my book, baby. Let's get back on track because, boy, the Dodgers need it. Can't have that guy slumping because of the lineup between he and Mookie Betts. And now Ohtani kind of slumping a little bit. Someone's got to come to life, and it appears to be Freddie Freeman, the former MVP. But let's talk about the NFL preseason, though, because that's where I want to begin the show today, because we're going to do a lot of preseason deep diving today, tomorrow, on Thursday, as the NFL is back. Like, we have 3 games, I should say, on Thursday. We have 3 more on Friday, 8 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. So we have a healthy amount of football to bet on and watch starting on Thursday. And I wanted to kind of compile a list of teams that me personally am looking to bet on throughout the preseason, especially in these first 2 weeks. Now, a lot of it is baked into the market but sometimes the hidden secret about the preseason, because usually like, hey, the number's gone too far, let's play back the other side. Oftentimes, a lot of that steam can be right in the preseason. And you see teams that get bet out. Let's say they start off as a 1.5 point underdog, and all of a sudden they get bet out to like a 4-point favorite. And then they win the game by 13 points. Like, that happens often in the preseason because, you got to handicap motivation, got to handicap what teams are trying to accomplish, because not everyone is out there trying to win a football game. I mean, most teams are out there to try to evaluate the roster, but some teams have more pressing needs than others. Like, let's say if you have a quarterback competition, that's a little bit more serious than a team that's trying to evaluate, like, the left guard competition, Like, those teams that have the quarterback competitions, they're going to treat it a little bit more seriously, maybe run some more stuff that they might run during the regular season. Like, those are the things you got to keep in mind. And it's not just at QB1, it's even at QB2 as well. Like, there could be teams with established starting quarterbacks that, hey, we have QB2 and QB3 duking it out to be QB2 in the regular season. Let's see what these guys can do. Like, they're actually trying to accomplish something. And there's other teams like the Los Angeles Rams who, the minute the game starts, they're trying to get it over as fast as possible. Like, there's those kind of preseason teams as well. So, like, you got to have your list of teams that you want to bet on. I have my list, and a lot of them are centered around teams with quarterback competitions, which are baked into the market, but as I just said, sometimes not baked in enough. We'll start off with the Indianapolis Colts, because like that's the number one team I think everyone is looking forward to seeing this preseason, because they have a QB1 competition between Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. This competition has been widely reported on all throughout training camp. Sounds like Richardson has started to grab control of it, although the Colts, to their credit, are not really given any indication that anyone's pulling ahead. Like Shane Steichen continues to say, this thing is 50-50. The Colts even put out in their unofficial depth chart, which sounds ridiculous to say out loud, but hey, that's what we got to work with here on August 5th. In their unofficial depth chart, they listed QB1 as Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones, going the college football route. So they're not giving anything away. So I think the Colts are a team, knowing that they're looking to accomplish something, that is a team that you want to bet on. Now, it's interesting for week one because the Colts are going up against one of the all-time preseason juggernauts. Maybe not recently, but like over the last like decade plus, in being the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens are a 4-point dog, but in the John Harbaugh era, Baltimore, get this. This is from our buddy John Ewing over at BetMGM, courtesy of Bet Labs. The Baltimore Ravens are 38-22-1 against the spread in the NFL preseason. That's a 63% ATS cover rate. However, with that being said, in the last two preseasons, the last 2 years, the Ravens are 0-6 against the spread. So the market has gone way, way far in inflating the Baltimore Ravens and putting that tax on the Ravens because, you know, everyone has always talked about it. And like once you get everybody in the betting content space talking about it, even like traditional football fans kind of talk about it as well. Like, oh, the Ravens always win in the preseason. Like now it's just, it's overcooked into the market to where like the Ravens are probably not a good bet to make. A team like Indianapolis, who was a 1-point dog, now a 4-point favorite, like that's the kind of team that I want to bet on, because I think in the first half in particular, we're likely to see both Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. So for me, Indianapolis is a bet on. Another team that's a bet on, the Cleveland Browns. And Cleveland will be taking on the Carolina Panthers. Now, this one could get tricky, and I think for me, I would much rather, I don't know what I want to do with the total, because like who knows who's actually going to be starting for Cleveland in these games. I don't think Kevin Stefanski has said anything yet. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow from Kevin Stefanski. But right now, Carolina is a 4.5-point favorite, total sitting at 32.5. But Cleveland is appealing because they have a quarterback competition between Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, and most recently, a fifth member of the band, Tyler Snoop Huntley, who the Cleveland Browns signed yesterday, given the fact that both Pickett and Gabriel are dealing with injuries. Pickett and Gabriel both have hamstring injuries, so it's unlikely those guys will play this weekend. Veteran quarterback Joe Flacco appears to be in the driver's seat for the quarterback competition, so we'll see if maybe Shedeur starts. I think we might be headed towards that. I don't know what's going to happen with Cleveland, but when these guys are healthy, maybe not in particular this week, but maybe week 2, once we get Tyler Huntley into the fold, Shedeur maybe plays in the second half, maybe we even see a little bit of Joe Flacco. Cleveland, to me, feels like a team that you'd like to bet on, unless they name their starting quarterback. Once they name the starting quarterback, I don't want to bet the Cleveland Browns. I'll go ahead and pass on that team. But as they continue to kind of do this quarterback competition, that is a team that is a bet on. Another team like that, the New Orleans Saints, who don't think we're going to be saying that a ton during the regular season, but in the preseason, we have a QB competition between Spencer Rattler, Tyler Shuck, and Jake Haener. Yeah, I'm interested. Right now, they're a pick'em against the Los Angeles Chargers. Kellen Moore really hasn't said what he's going to do, but we anticipate all three guys are going to play. I know Spencer Rattler's been getting a lot of the first-team reps. Shuck has been mixing in as well. Haener, early on in training camp, has been mixing in. I haven't seen stuff recently about him and what he's been doing in the preseason, but I like the vibe of this kind of a team of let's go out there and see what these guys look like. Spencer Rattler, he's obviously not good, but he's at least started games. Tyler Shuck, I don't think he's good. I'm not the smartest football mind ever, but I don't think Tyler Shuck is good based on what I saw in college. However, he is athletic, has a pretty big arm. Maybe he can succeed in the preseason. Jake Haener, he started a handful of NFL games. I think he's terrible, but you could do a hell of a lot worse as your QB3 in the preseason. So New Orleans, given the fact that they have this competition, makes them interesting against a team like the Chargers, who maybe Jim Harbaugh plays his guys. He hasn't really said anything, but they know who their guy is. It's Justin Herbert. There's nothing to figure out there. Maybe Trey Lance ends up being the guy. That's the reason why the total's high, because Lance actually looked good in the Hall of Fame game last Thursday. So it could be a higher scoring game between the Chargers and the Saints, but I think New Orleans, for me, is a team I'd like to bet on, given the depth of their quarterback competition. All right, so those are the QB competition teams at QB1. A team that has a QB2 competition that I find really, really interesting is the Buffalo Bills. Now, you usually wouldn't think of Buffalo as a bet on because, hey, they have Josh Allen, the league MVP. They're likely just going to go ahead and sit him down because why risk injury for one of the best players in football? And Sean McDermott, I believe, said with the media, he has not decided whether Josh Allen will play, but maybe he plays a series or so. He usually plays at least a series in the preseason, and they go from there. But the competition at QB2 is interesting. It's between Mitchell Trubisky and Mike White. Now, Trubisky is a preseason Hall of Fame quarterback. That's the ideal guy you want in the preseason. A lot of experience starting, really good athlete, and against vanilla coverage and all that stuff, he can dice it up because he does have some talent. There's a reason why he went top 3 in the draft. That's the ideal guy that you want in the preseason. I love betting on quarterbacks like Mitchell Trubisky. Mike White, he's had some up and down preseasons. One year it's been looked good, other years it's looked bad, but at least he has started NFL games. Buffalo sneakily, I think, is a team that you would want to bet on in the preseason this year. So I have the Bills on my list. Another team on my list, and this one's actually a little bit surprising, but based on how they've started the regular seasons over the last 4 years, maybe not so much. That's the Cincinnati Bengals. Zach Taylor, earlier this afternoon, told the reporters that Joe Burrow and other big-name players will play, quote, several series on Thursday against the Philadelphia Eagles, and they'll play even more against the Commanders in week 2. Cincinnati, it's well documented how bad they've been in the first couple of weeks in the regular season, in the first month for that matter. in the regular season. They want to reverse course on that. They want to start fast this year. Zach Taylor's making a concerted effort to play his guys in the preseason, whether it's first half. I mean, it's going to be juiced to the high heavens. But right now, they're 6.5-point favorites against Philly. I mean, I'm guessing they're going to be like 4.5 in the first half against Philly. Like, it's going to be a nuts kind of number here. But, I mean, if Burrow's going to be out there and the Eagles are going to be playing backups, how are they not just dicing that team up and marching down the field? So Cincinnati's another play-on team. The Raiders, I think, are another play-on team as well as we get to kind of the last of the list here. Pete Carroll is usually a try-hard. He said that everyone's going to be live for Thursday night against the Seahawks. Didn't really specify whether the starters would play, but did say that everyone's going to be live and everyone will be ready to go. But, like, just going back and covering Pete Carroll and watching a lot of Seahawks preseason games, like, his teams usually try to instill that winning culture. And I think the Raiders are a bet-on team, as well as the Minnesota Vikings, who will be starting J.J. McCarthy this weekend. Depth chart pretty solid. Sam Howell, Brett Rippon. I think Minnesota, with that coaching staff, is a bet-on team in the preseason. So those are the teams that I like this year in the preseason and we'll be betting on over the next couple of weeks. All right, we'll get to the biggest headlines in the world of sports on the other side as we're just getting started here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Normally, I would not lean on a running back to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, but Ashton Genty he's a different type of running back. We saw that during college, and there's a reason why he was drafted so highly. That just does not happen in the National Football League. And also, if you listen to the early reviews, which you have to sort of take with a grain of salt because every review of every rookie during camp is, this guy knows the game. A lot of hustle out there. Looks confident, like they all do. But with Ashton Genty, the thought is, wow, this guy is a special, special talent, which shouldn't surprise anyone. But you never know when someone goes to the next level. And I feel like when you're talking about Abdul Carter, I mean, being in the trenches and going up against the way that the Commanders have built up their offensive line, or how the Cowboys, even though they've had some injuries, it's just going to be harder for Abdul Carter, I think, to have the impact, especially with the other guys on that offensive line. So I'm going to go Ashton Genty.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet coming at you here on a Tuesday on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebefe hanging with you guys. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Kostos with his thoughts on Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy. Big expectations in Minnesota coming off a 14-3 season. Super Bowl ready roster. Is McCarthy ready to lead this team? Nick will break that down coming up in about 40 minutes, and also wrap a little bit on the Atlanta Falcons, who are a very intriguing team. We did the Falcons 8 buckets exercise yesterday on the show. Once again, if you missed it, make sure you check it out in podcast form. But the Falcons are a really fun team because the win total is at 7.5. 8 buckets agreed, but in doing the exercise, so many toss-up games for the Atlanta Falcons. I felt like we did like 8 straight toss-up games at one point during the duration of the schedule. Like, this team, if they're really good, they can put up a big-time record if all these toss-up games end up going their way. But also on the other side of the spectrum, if they're bad, it could be a disaster season, and maybe Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot, the head coach and general manager, are fired at the end of the year. This is a high-leverage, volatile team, the Atlanta Falcons, and Nick will talk about that coming up later on at 4 o'clock. But let's go ahead and get into today's top headlines. And to help me do that is the man that's been filling in all week for our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. It is the great Tyler Morales, who joins me right now here on You Better You Bet. Tyler, before we get into the top stories of the day, how was your night last night? I know you were not a part of the final hour of the show because you had the power outage. Let the folks know the power clearly is back since you're now here with us. But what happened? What was the timeline like last night? And what'd you do to fill all that time in the darkness?
Yeah, so I didn't have power for the last hour and a half of the show. Somebody hit a pole in front of my house, and in the town I live in,
okay. Yes, we hope they're okay.
I hope they're good, and also if there's a pole in the way, just move, just drive away. And the problem is I live in a remote area, so if the power goes out, here we go. We got 2 hours for someone to come fix this. So I lost power at 4:30. It didn't come back on until 9. I spent the last 2 hours in my car, charging my phone, listening to music, and trying to do stuff for BetMGM tonight because I was also working the show. So I was doing stuff on my phone.
Man.
So it was a disaster. Thankfully, it wasn't hot out because obviously we didn't have AC. But I don't know how people did it back in the day with no electricity. I thought about reading a book. That's how stressful I was. But we got power back. At least we're alive still.
You had the flashlight going, or did you go with the lamp, the little thing, the lamp, those people that were like Indiana Jones style?
Yep.
What was the situation like?
Thankfully, it was still daytime out, but it got darker as the night obviously went on, and I just used my phone going through my house. Our power goes out all the time here, so honestly, I'm just used to it at this point. But if we can avoid hitting poles in New Jersey, I'd really appreciate that. Everybody, just move, look while you drive. That's my advice.
Well, I will issue my condolences to whoever drove into the pole there. I know Tyler a little bit salty given the fact that it knocked out his power, but hopefully they're A-okay. But let's avoid those poles and let's keep the lights on out there at the Morales household so we can be a part of You Better You Bet. Tyler reporting that they're alive and good. Okay, well then, avoid the pole then, damn it. All right, avoid the pole. With that being said, though, let's go ahead and get to today's top stories. What's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
Aaron Judge will make his return tonight after missing 10 games with a flexor strain in his right elbow. Now, family, we know the Yankees are down bad right now. They've moved to third in the AL East and are 5.5 games back in the division. It's a comedy of errors every game. It's really fun to watch. Femi, is it time to buy the Yankees with Aaron Judge returning to the lineup finally?
I actually don't think it is. I don't think it's time to buy this team. The vibe is just off. And I get it. They're getting the best player in the American League back in their lineup. That has to mean something. Aaron Judge is that dude at the plate in the regular season. Now, the problem with this, though, is that he's going to be DHing and probably DHing, I think, for the rest of August and maybe a little bit into September, given the fact that he's coming back from the elbow injury. They don't want him out there having to make throws from the right field. But the problem with him DHing is that it takes Giancarlo Stanton out of the lineup. How do you mix him into this thing when he's been swinging a hot bat? Stanton can't stop hitting home runs. You want to have Judge and Stanton together to get those two guys to hopefully kind of lift this lineup back to what it was back in April and May. If it's now going to be swapping out Judge for Stanton, of course you'll take Judge any day of the week. But still, you want Stanton to be a part of this thing. Let's see what Aaron Boone does to try to get creative. I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe giving Judge some days off here and there. But this is a situation for the Yankees where you just can't trust it. Like the bullpen you can't trust, the starting pitching you can't really trust, the lineup you can't trust. I don't know what's happened to this team because at the midway point, they were a part of the team that on the short list to win the World Series. Now, they might miss the freaking playoffs. Like you take a look at the standings for where we're at right now in the AL wildcard race. The Yankees are tied with the Mariners for that second wildcard slot. Boston has a little bit of separation with a 2-game lead in the loss column. But like if the Rangers continue to beat the Yankees, all of a sudden that gap is shortened and shrinking. And who knows, maybe it's Seattle and Texas that end up being the final 2 wildcard teams, and the Yankees end up as the team on the outside looking in. Like this is real problematic for New York. Like usually I like to buy when there's kind of panic time. There's just something off with this team in particular, and I don't trust the manager to keep everything together in that clubhouse. Now, individually, which we'll go into more depth a little bit later on in the program when we talk about AL MVP, I mean, if Aaron Judge is fine, and let's say he goes out there tonight, 1 for 4, 2 for 4, something like that, like it's all systems go, and I think you should be betting Aaron Judge to win the MVP. Now, it's not a sexy price. It's like minus 200 or so is probably like the average consensus price on Judge to win it. But like, I mean, the competition hasn't been great. I mean, shoot, Cal Raleigh lost ground while Aaron Judge was out. Raleigh's been a disaster at the plate going on a month now. And like the only guy that I think can actually maybe challenge Judge if Judge were to slip and like kind of like stink the rest of the season, I actually think it's Skubal. Like I'm going to keep pounding the table for Tarek Skubal as a potential MVP. If he can continue to do what he's doing and the Tigers could perhaps have the best record in the American League, better than Toronto, better than Houston, et cetera, like maybe Skubal can win kind of a narrative award of being like the most dominant player on the most dominant team in the league. So for me right now, let's see what it looks like for Aaron Judge tonight. But if he looks good at the plate and looks fine, elbow doesn't seem to be bothering him, I think you can go ahead and safely bet Aaron Judge to win the MVP. Maybe put him in some parlays because there's no reason why he should be minus 200 when everybody else is stinking out loud outside of a pitcher who rarely ever wins this award. Tyler, hit me with the next one.
Raiders quarterback Geno Smith dropped another banger yesterday. When asked about the Raiders' doubters this season, Geno said, "Let them sleep. I don't want them to see us coming. We're working in the shadows." Femi, I know you're Mr. Raider this season. How do you feel about Geno's confidence in his team this season?
I love that Geno speaks like how wide receivers tweet. I love it. Man, this man is good for a bar. Like, you need a bar? Geno's the man to call. They wrote me off. I didn't write back, though. Like, that's an all-timer. That is an all-time quote. Hell, I probably won him the comeback player of the year a few seasons ago. But, like, Geno, I love the unwavering confidence about this Raiders team. Max Crosby said similar stuff as well. Like, hey, like, we think that we have a really good team. Like we're not listening to anything that's going on outside. This is the guys, like these are the guys that you want saying this stuff because they're the guys that are used to being like top of the tier kind of players, especially Max Crosby as an elite pass rusher. Geno, an above average quarterback, but at least has been to the playoffs as a starting quarterback. Like Geno has won games, a hell of a lot more games than what the Raiders have been doing over the last few years. Like you can see the culture changing. You can see the confidence building within that organization. I love this from Geno Smith. I think he's right. You guys know how I feel about this team, but I'm glad he's actually saying it because these guys are not afraid. And this is sort of Pete Carroll's kind of positive mindset kind of wearing off on his guys. Like he's going to continue to speak it into existence to them and say, hey, like we can win games. We're going to be competitive. We can play championship football. You hear that enough, you start to believe it. And I think the Raiders are starting to believe it as we're a month out from the regular season. I keep telling everybody, there's still time. Get on the bandwagon. But once we get to the regular season, that bandwagon's taking off, baby. We are going to the playoffs. We are going to the playoffs. I'm saying we because I'm part of this damn thing as well. All right? Just like I was part of the Ramley, now I'm part of the Silver and Black. We are going to the playoffs this year. Look out for the Raiders in 2025. Tyler, hit me with the next one.
ESPN's Adam Schefter reported that Rams running back Kyren Williams reached an agreement on a three-year, $33 million extension. Now, this was a smart move by the Rams to get this deal done now before James Cook gets his contract from the Bills. Femi, any initial takeaways from this move?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that they had to try to get done. You know, it makes a lot of sense. Kyren Williams, one of the better running backs in the NFL. I will say this, though, about Kyren Williams as somebody who was a part of the Ramley last year. Dog, you got to hold on to the football. Like, the fumbles are a little bit of a problem, man. Like, sometimes he gets hit and it just, like, the ball pops out. Like, if he can get that under control, I do think he can be, like, taking another step forward and being one of the elite running backs in the NFL. But, boy, this year alone, they're going to rely on Kyren Williams a lot because I continue to worry about all the reporting coming out of L.A. about Matthew Stafford. Now, the Rams, if you let them tell it, they'll say, hey, you know what? This is no big deal. Everyone's making a mountain out of a molehill. I'll just push back on that and say, I'm calling BS. Like Adam Schefter reported earlier today, about a few hours ago on his podcast, he shared a clip out there on social media. And it's like he said, though Matthew Stafford hasn't practiced at this summer's training camp due to his back injury, it does not sound like an issue that will prevent him from being ready for opening day versus the Texans. Great, he can be ready, but if he's out there at like 70%, what the hell does that mean? You know what I mean? Like that's the problem. That's what we're talking about. Like, okay, he can play, but is he going to play well? Because right now the Rams have Super Bowl aspirations. They are thought of as one of the contenders in the NFC. But if the quarterback is like one hit away from probably hanging out on short-term IR, it's a very flimsy situation. Like they feel like a house of cards. And all of a sudden, just one little blow, and then the Rams come tumbling down. Like that's all it's going to take when you have a 37-year-old quarterback who's dealing with a back injury. And that's what we've been saying throughout training camp of these last couple of weeks. Back injuries don't get better. They don't, especially when you're old. It either maintains the same, which apparently is sore as hell, the fact that he can't go out there and practice at training camp, or, and hear me out, it gets worse. And if it gets worse, what is this gonna, is Matthew Stafford out there like limping around like Old Man River? Like that's what this is gonna be? Like, and I know they have Jimmy G, who started a Super Bowl, and Jimmy G's played in a bunch of playoff games. Like Jimmy G's not good. There's a reason why he's a backup quarterback. He might be a good backup quarterback, but he's not good. So like, I wouldn't even expect Jimmy G to be the savior if like the emergency DEFCON 1 happened and Matthew Stafford had to miss a bunch of time. Like I think this team, while they look great on paper and while everyone should be excited about them when you look at them on a Madden roster, et cetera, like it is just one hit away. And you can say that about a lot of teams, one hit away. But in particular, when the quarterback's already entering the season banged up, you are one hit away from this thing being an abject failure in this 2025 season. So I'm all the way out on the Rams. But shout out to Kyron Williams for getting paid and for doing that before James Cook gets his deal, because I think that was a big deal for LA. Tyler, hit me with the next one.
So here's a story. Teddy Bridgewater today signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers after stepping down from his head football coach role at Miami Northwestern after being suspended for providing players with food, clothes, and Uber rides. Bridgewater will be will be competing with the backup. Yeah, it's a crazy story. I don't know what was going on over there. He'll be competing with Kyle Trask for the backup job for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Thoughts on this move, Femi? Are you a little surprised the Lions didn't re-sign him after what we saw during the Hall of Fame game?
I mean, also shout out to like whoever was like snitching on Teddy Bridgewater for providing basic life essentials, food, clothing, and transportation. Like what do we? I guess you get suspended for being a good person, whatever. But I think this is a nice pickup for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like I'm surprised that Detroit didn't do this. Like and I don't want to overreact, but based on what I saw Thursday night in the Hall of Fame game, it's just one game, but damn it, it looked terrible with Hendon Hooker and Kyle Allen. Like. I think the Lions should have brought in Teddy Bridgewater to be Jared Goff's backup. Like just to give yourself a little bit of insurance to be able to sleep at night if something were to happen to Jared Goff. Now, of course, if Jared Goff gets injured, they're kind of just screwed. That's the case. But Teddy Bridgewater, I mean, he's played in a playoff game. He started a bunch of games in his NFL career. You would at least feel like, all right, maybe Teddy can kind of keep the ship afloat for 4 to 6 weeks if something were to happen to Jared Goff, which is exactly why this is smart on Tampa's side. Because if something happens to Baker Mayfield, boom, let's put Teddy Bridgewater into this offense where everyone seems to succeed. Like the offensive line is really good. The skill position guys are really good. These are the kind of smart moves that can save a season. And I don't mean that like hyperbolically, like literally, these are the moves that can save a season because every now and then the quarterback gets hurt. Not every quarterback starts every single game. Like we think that's what happens. We've seen Mahomes get hurt. We've seen Lamar get hurt. The only guy we haven't seen get hurt is Josh Allen, knock on wood. Like that's the only guy. Joe Burrow's gotten injured, Dak Prescott, on down the line. Herbert, like Jordan Love, like we can list all these quarterbacks that have gotten injured at one point or another in their career, even if it's just for like 2 to 3 games. You need that insurance policy. Smart move by Tampa to go out there and get an insurance policy as steady as Teddy Bridgewater. And the fact that they're getting him into their camp, he can kind of get up to speed with what's going on, familiarize himself with the system, etc. Like this is a good move by a really well-run organization. Shame on Detroit for not doing this because if they think that Hendon Hooker or Kyle Allen are ready to be QB2, dog, it ain't happening. Not after what I saw. Maybe this week will be better, but it ain't happening after all the turnovers that we saw last week in Canton, Ohio. Tyler, hit me with the last story before we head to break.
Last night, the Raiders traded cornerback Jacorian Bennett to the Eagles in exchange for defensive tackle Thomas Booker. Raiders fill a hole at defensive tackle after releasing Christian Wilkins. And the Eagles fill a massive need right now at cornerback with Jacorian Bennett. As of right now, for Philly, it's Kaylee Ringo and Adoree Jackson for the second cornerback spot. Do you think this move will work out for both teams in the long run?
I do. I think this is one of those, like, hey, one for us, one for you. Like, this was a very logical swap. Jacorian Bennett, I know he was like a second-round pick, I believe it was, a couple of years ago for the Raiders. He's not like your typical Pete Carroll corner. He's not like a big, long-armed guy. Like, think Tariq Woolen, think Richard Sherman, think Brandon Brown. Like, those are Pete Carroll-type corners. Jacorian Bennett was not that, so you could see where maybe the Raiders thought, hey, this guy's not a scheme fit. Let's go out there and get a defensive tackle because the Raiders are a little bit thin at DT after they cut Christian Wilkins. And for Philadelphia, like Tyler mentioned, just makes too much sense. Bring in another body in that cornerback room, create competition for Ringo and for Jackson, and hopefully the best man wins, and they can have a solid secondary coming up in about a month when they take on the Dallas Cowboys. All right, we will get to some other training camp news on the other side here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
However, I do like a market of plus money that is on a positive note with this team, and it's Jerry Jeudy. I think he's going to go for at least 1,000 receiving yards at plus 125. A guy that really exploded in a Browns uniform coming over from Denver last season. Mike Clay's got him projected for 141 targets, 91 catches, 1,177 yards, only 3 touchdowns. Got him a wide receiver 26, though, in overall fantasy production. Last year had 1,229 receiving yards, finished at wide receiver 16. He's got the 8th easiest fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule. Again, it's all about pump up the volume, dance. 8.5 targets per game is what he averaged last season. Probably going to be similar volume this year. He was number 20 in total yak, number 5 in total air yards, however, number 11 in unrealized air yards. Thank you, shoddy quarterback play. Number one, numero uno in total route wins among all NFL wide receivers, and he was number 14 in expected fantasy points per game. Jerry Jeudy commands respect, and a guy that's going really cheap right now at a wide receiver 3 price tag in fantasy, and I don't give a damn who is going to be under center for this team. Could be Shooter Sanders, could be Joe Flacco for a minute. I think it's going to be Dylan Gabriel. It's probably not going to be Kenny Pickett, who's already got a hamstring meltdown. But it won't matter. Maybe Bernie Kosar at his elderly age comes out of retirement. Jerry Jeudy is going to get a minimum 150 targets this year, in my opinion. I think he's going to cruise past 1,000 yards. If you're buying what I'm selling, again, plus 125 right now at BetMGM.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Tuesday on the BetMGM Network. It is You Better You Bet. I am Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Kostos with his thoughts on Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy, probably the most interesting man in the NFL this season. And once again, that is not a Dos Equis ad. Like, McCarthy, legitimately interesting, and to see what he could do with this Vikings team that is very much Super Bowl ready heading into this 2025 season. Nick will also talk about the Atlanta Falcons as well and how he looks to bet that team. Another team that's very interesting in terms of the volatility of the schedule and how it sets up with a win total sitting at 7.5. But I wanted to start this segment before we got to all the best bets, marquee games, et cetera, as we usually do here at 340. Bears training camp. It's hard to even say this stuff without laughing because, like, every single throw, every video that's posted out there at a Bears training camp, it's about Caleb Williams. And it feels like, at least me on the outside, someone who does not root for the Chicago Bears. I'm interested in the Chicago Bears, but I have zero fandom towards that team. They could win, they could lose. I don't give a damn. It's not going to ruin my day. But I've been following what's going along with second-year quarterback Caleb Williams because it feels like there's a little bit of a panic set in the city of Chicago that things are not running smoothly at training camp. Now, we're 2 weeks into training camp. Why don't I just go ahead and say that off the top? Me personally, I don't think it's time to panic. Like, it seems a little bit ridiculous that folks are like, oh, Caleb Williams didn't look that great at family night, or, oh, this scrimmage here, or look at this throw there. Like, guys, it's practice. We're 2 weeks into training camp. There's still a month to go until the regular season. It's early. But I get it. We're football fans. We love football. We want to consume every single bit of content that has to do with football. And I'm saying this as somebody who has already DVR'd Hard Knocks. That baby is set for later on tonight. Like, anything football related, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to consume it. So I understand where the interest lies. However, we have to remind ourselves that this is training camp. And all throughout these past couple of weeks, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, I think even Bears veterans have been asked about the offense and, hey, how are things coming along? And Ben Johnson, the head coach, said, like, you know what? Like, we got some things to clean up. Like, operationally, we must clean things up. We got to execute a little bit better than what we're doing right now ahead of the season, Monday Night Football, when they take on the Minnesota Vikings. However, there's a difference between saying we need to get better and full-blown panic. I think full-blown panic is starting to set in the city of Chicago. Now, I do want to play this clip, and I know Jake has it ready. This is from Mully and Ha on 670 The Score in Chicago, an Odyssey station, our friends out there in Chicago. Nick goes on with them every week during the regular season. We've had David Ha on our show in this segment earlier during the NFL draft period. But I want to play this clip because they had on Chicago Tribune Bears beat writer Brad Biggs on, and they asked him, what does Caleb Williams need to improve on during the rest of training camp? Here's what Brad Biggs had to say.
If he can become a quarterback that can play at a higher level in the pocket, and he's going to need to do that, he's got a chance to be really, really good because the stuff he can do outside the pocket can trend towards spectacular at times, right? But he's got to be able to play in better rhythm, and with the new offense, that's a challenge, and it's going to take time. And I think that what we're seeing right now is going to be different than what we see week one, and certainly when you're week 7 or 8, it's going to look different then. Like it is going to be a gradual process of him improving. You're going to need to see that improvement.
Yeah, the Odyssey, once again, courtesy of Mully and Ha, 670 The Score in Chicago, an Odyssey station, our sister station out there in the Windy City. And it's so interesting because David Ha, one of the hosts of the show, went ahead and followed up and asked, because apparently a lot of listeners have been asking the radio station, hey, like, how does Tyson Bagent look? Has he looked better than Caleb Williams? Now, David Ha asked Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs went on to say, like, hey, at times he has. But, like, the fact that the question even needed to be asked because people are wondering it. It's like, guys, like, deep breath. Let's take a deep breath, man. Like we're not putting Tyson Bagent out there on the field. Like, that's just not happening. And what's so funny about this is that the betting market's very much unwavered about all the videos coming out of Chicago. Like the Bears, like number to win the division, the win total, it's all stagnant. It's all staying the same, which I agree with. But like the way people talk about this team, it almost feels like this is like, it's not in the betting sphere. It's not in that kind of like part of sports entertainment. It's more so in like the traditional talk radio, the daytime television shows, everyone that's so interested in this marquee organization, this marquee franchise, who we all believe potentially has a franchise quarterback, but right now we're off to a little bit of a slow start. Like, I'm just telling everybody this right now. This sounds like it's going to start slow this season. And if we're week 4, week 5, week 6, and things don't look that great, do not panic. Like, this is essentially like a second rookie year for Caleb Williams, based on what he had to work with last year with Shane Waldron and Thomas Brown and that dysfunctional coaching staff that by the end of the season, I think had like 6 coaches on it, like a high school football team. Like this is a second rookie year for Caleb Williams. It's going to take time. And I know there's going to be all the comparisons to Jaden Daniels, who's hit the ground running and is already the best quarterback in the NFC. There's going to be comparisons to Bo Nix, who now people seem to think is playing on a Super Bowl contending team. There's going to be even comparisons to Drake May with all the expectations to improve for the New England Patriots. I get it, but as I always say in life, and I tell my wife this as well, and I tell everybody that will listen, comparison is the thief of joy. And right now, the Chicago Bears need to just focus on Caleb Williams getting better each and every day. And if it doesn't look good in the first 6 weeks, if you had Caleb Williams stock, no need to sell it. And if you do sell it, guess what? I'm going to buy it. Let's not freak out. Let's not go crazy. It's going to probably start slow, but at some point this season, I think we will see the flashes that we all expected to see when Caleb Williams was drafted first overall a couple seasons ago. So that is the Chicago Bears and then the chaos that is ensuing right now in the Windy City. Staying in the Midwest, in Indianapolis, if you will. Colts head coach Shane Steichen announced just moments ago that Anthony Richardson will be the starting quarterback for Indianapolis for Thursday's preseason game against the Baltimore Ravens. I'm looking at the betting market right now. That has now since been bet out to 5.5. This was about 4.5. It is now Colts 5.5 on the road in Baltimore against the preseason juggernauts, at least not in the last couple years where they've been 0-6 against the spread. But historically, Baltimore has been a covering machine in the month of August. So it'll be Richardson to start. Daniel Jones will start next week when the team hosts the Green Bay Packers. But Steichen did say that both guys will play, quote, a good amount over the next couple of weeks before they decide who should be the week 1 starter when they host the Miami Dolphins. So just to keep people up to date on what's going on in Indianapolis, Richardson's going to get the ball first on Thursday. Daniel Jones will get it the next week, and then I'm assuming that is when Shane Steichen and the Colts brass will come to a decision as to who should be the week 1 starter. My guess, it's going to be Anthony Richardson. I could be wrong. Let's see how the games go. Like if Richardson goes out there and starts turning the ball over left and right, maybe this thing does go back to being 50-50 and goes towards Daniel Jones. But if he plays like how everyone's been saying he's been playing in training camp, I mean, Richardson should run away with this job, and it should be like just no debate whatsoever, maybe even as soon as Thursday when they take on the Baltimore Ravens. So that's going on in Indianapolis. Some other news from around the National Football League out of training camp. It appears, once again, like, let's pump the brakes, but it appears Justin Fields is struggling. And I'm not saying pump the brakes as in like maybe he could turn it around. I think it's just pump the brakes and it's training camp, it's practice. Let's not try to read too much into this stuff. Take it all with a grain of salt. Now, Connor Hughes, who covers the New York Jets and the New York Giants for SNY, does a great job doing that. He was tweeting earlier this morning about how Fields was having like a terrible practice day, essentially. Like they were absolutely struggling, 9 for 17, 2 interceptions during the team period, like couldn't throw the ball down the field. Everything was a check down or a sack or an interception. It was bad from Justin Fields and the New York Jets. And you know what? I'm choosing to believe that the Jets defense is just awesome. That's what I'm going to choose to believe. like Justin Fields is not good. I readily acknowledge that. I think everybody knows that. But like, we're not learning anything with this report. Like, he's exactly what we thought. And damn it, yes, Jake in the chat saying delusion. Of course. This is me just taking all the copium. I'm high off that copium. Like, you need some copium? Can't get it from me. I already took all of it. Like, I want to believe in the Jets. This, it's not great. It's not great at all. But you know what? I'm not panicking. All right? It's August. It's August 5th. And even Aaron Glenn spoke with the media earlier today after practice. He said, guys, there's a long way to go. All right? So the head coach is saying that, probably has to, but the head coach is saying that. I'm going to repeat what the head coach is saying. I believe in Aaron Glenn. I believe in the defense. I believe in the run game because that's how this team is going to win. It's not going to be with Justin Fields throwing the ball. It's going to be with Justin Fields running the football, with Breece Hall running the football, and that New York Jets offensive line absolutely burying other teams' defensive lines. I'm still on the Jets being a potential playoff team in 2025. Maybe I'm just trying to go ahead and call my shot. Heat check, perhaps. But I do think the New York Jets can be a surprise team this year because there's a lot of talented players on that roster, more talented than some of the teams that are rated better than them. They just got to figure it out with how they are going to go out there and have their winning formula be run the football and play good defense. Wanted to pass this other note along here before we brought on Jake Hassan and Tyler Morales to give out their best bets. Real quick here out of Green Bay training camp. This one, not great news. Cornerback Nate Hobbs, their big free agent signing, expected to miss the rest of training camp dealing with a knee injury. We will see what happens with that one if he's able to get on the field week 1 when they take on the Detroit Lions. But just keep that in mind. Nate Hobbs of the Green Bay Packers out for the rest of training camp as he recovers from knee surgery. But let's bring in Jake Hassan and Tyler Morales to give out their best bets here to wrap up this hour. Jake, we'll start with you. 20 seconds. Are you panicked as a Bears fan? 10 seconds. What's your bet for tonight in the world of sports?
No, I'm not panicked as a Bears fan because I have critical thinking skills. My best bet for tonight is I refuse to live in a world where Cal Quantrill is a pick'em against the Houston Astros. So to make our friend Eddie Bates very happy, I will be taking the Astros on the money line because it's Cal Quantrill. Again, critical thinking skills, people.
Yeah. It is Cal Quantrill, who has kind of sneaky been all right this year, but at the end of the day,
Femi delusion.
It's Cal Quantrill. it's Cal Quantrill. No, I'm not. I don't hold any Cal Quantrill stock. I'm probably going to hold some Jet stock, though, before the 2025 season. Tyler, what do you like tonight in the world of sports?
Also love the Astros for what it's worth. I might feel like I'm getting double-crossed here. I took the Severino on the road against Mackenzie Gore. I like him as a dog.
Okay.
Watch Mackenzie Gore just shove today, so I like the A's.
And Severino, as you pointed out earlier this season, really strong on the road. Just can't pitch in Sacramento. So let's see how Severino does tonight against an attitude. All right, those are the best bets from Tyler and Jake. I'll give out my bets, home run bets coming up later on at 6:40. As for what's on the other side, Nick Costos on J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings is coming at you next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So if you look at the last 2 drafts, they've taken Skoronski at left guard and Latham at right tackle, 2 very high-level offensive linemen. And then this offseason, they go out and get a left tackle, Dan Moore from Pittsburgh. They bring in Cushenberry from Denver to play center, and their new right guard is from Detroit, Kevin Zeitler. So they have built a monster, no pun intended, on the offensive line. That is a big deal for a bad team because a lot of bad teams have bad offensive lines. There's a lot of correlation there. Oh, you stink? You can't move the ball? Oh, your offensive line probably stinks. This is one of the better lines of the league now. So now, when you get through the snap, what do your skill guys do? And they have a rookie quarterback and a bunch of new pieces on offense. You got Tyler Lockett from Seattle. You got Van Jefferson, former Ram, former Steeler. And Calvin Ridley is back in the fold, along with some guys that they like that they got in the draft. 3 receivers, actually, that they added in the offseason. 2 in the draft and then 1 free agent. That's Restrepo from Miami, who played in college with Cam Ward. So this offense is going to be a lot different than it was last year. I don't know that it's good enough to get to 6 wins, but of the 3 teams we've talked about so far, the 3 trash teams, if you will, the Browns, the Saints, and the Titans, I'm more inclined to lean over with this one because I think the division is much easier. A lot like how we talked about with New Orleans, where, all right, like, we know Tampa on the surface is decent, but do we really trust Atlanta? Do we like Carolina? In this division, I have questions about a lot of the teams. When you drop off Houston, of course. I don't know what Jacksonville is, and I really have no idea what's going on in Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. So if I had a head-to-head market, if somebody gave me a price on who will have more wins, the Colts or the Titans, I might take Tennessee. And maybe I look at them to finish 3rd in the division instead of last. That's sort of where I'm at least early.
To you, the most unique show in sports.
The show kicks ass. Oh, hell yeah.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Some people are addicted to drugs. Cam Ward's addiction is getting in front of the media after Titans practice and declaring the entire team, including himself, to be mid. If you told me Travis Hunter's playing this season fully at wide receiver, I am running over women and children. Not my child. She's precious. To place bets on Travis Hunter.
This is You Better You Bet. Brought to you by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. On the BetMGM Network.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific Football Tuesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide, in your hearts and in your minds, as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and visit BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, Femi Abebefe and me, yours truly, Nick Costos. We get you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, set to bet and win on the NFL preseason. We're going through quarterback depth charts for every team, and we'll do this over the course of the next couple days. 3 preseason games on Thursday. We got games on Friday, got games on Saturday, got games on Sunday. We're going to go through all the depth charts for all 32 NFL teams. We're going to bring you the latest over the next couple days, including today on the starters for every single team, what quarterbacks are going to play, what starters are going to play in these games, so we and you can make valuable bets coming up on week 1 of the NFL preseason. We will go through all the depth charts, and we start today on this terrific Football Tuesday. Later tonight in Major League Baseball, Aaron Judge is back in the lineup for the New York Yankees, and he's now minus 200 to win American League MVP. We will break down AL MVP, that award market over at BetMGM, and talk about the disgrace and the disaster that is my New York Yankees, and more Major League Baseball talk in the final hour. All our bets for tonight in the final hour to close the show, and I think I've got a surprising bet to give out in the Yankees-Rangers game after a 2-0 night for me last night on the Diamond. How about Femi with Freddie Freeman? 3 Fs. 3 words that start with F, and they all do. Freddie Freeman hitting a bomb last night for the Dodgers and a losing effort again for the LA Dodgers. All our baseball bets are coming up to close the show. And 2 awesome guests today on the program. Dave Damashek, newly minted on the Levitard and Friends YouTube network, his football show debuting soon. We love our friend Dave Damashek. Dave Damashek will join us next hour, getting set to bet the NFL season. And Brett McMurphy, America's College Football Insider, now working with our pals over at On3. Brett just released his preseason top 25, and people are hashtag mad online. We will discuss with Brett, get his thoughts on week 0, his thoughts on week 1, thoughts on the Heisman Trophy, who's going to win the Natty, and more. The great Brett McMurphy returns to You Better You Bet, coming up at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. I want to start the Tuesday edition today of You Better You Bet with 2 pieces of quarterback news in the National Football Conference, better known, of course, to you and yours as the NFC. 2 pieces of quarterback news that I think can impact who wins division titles, who makes the playoffs, and in one instance, potentially impacts the NFC representative in the Super Bowl. 2 big-time quarterback situations with news tethered to preseason games coming up this weekend. 1 in Atlanta, and 1 in Minnesota. And we'll start with the Minnesota Vikings and starting quarterback J.J. McCarthy. Minnesota, plus 300 to win the NFC North. Minnesota to make the playoffs, yes, minus 115. And this Vikings win total been getting bet towards the over. The win total at BetMGM now is basically 9. 8.5 is juiced way over for the Minnesota Vikings. 9.5 juiced slightly under. So we can basically call this win total 9 right now for J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings. And it has been announced by Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell that J.J. McCarthy is going to start Minnesota's first preseason game, which will be this Saturday against the Houston Texans. And I think that this is pretty noteworthy from the Minnesota Vikings that J.J. McCarthy is going to start. And all eyes are going to be on J.J. McCarthy for however long he's in the game on Saturday against the Houston Texans. Because when you look at the Minnesota Vikings this season, and you look at the coaching staff, with Kevin O'Connell obviously as the head coach, and Kevin O'Connell calling the plays on offense, and Brian Flores, who I absolutely love. I think Brian Flores should have gotten a head coaching job this past offseason. What a coup for the Minnesota Vikings that Brian Flores is now back for year 3 as the defensive coordinator and defensive play caller, where you have defensive players on the Minnesota Vikings saying that they now feel like they have this is their words, not mine, like a master's degree level understanding of this defense entering year number 3. I don't know how you look at the Minnesota Vikings and the personnel on offense with the great Justin Jefferson, with a top 10 offensive line, with Ryan Kelly and Will Fries coming over from Indianapolis. Hopefully you get great help from Christian Darrisaw. This offensive line should be awesome. The great Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison's an awesome too, and we'll get into his legal trouble and potential suspension that's looming. 2 really good running backs with Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones. And Jordan Mason. A stacked defensive front that does have potential issues in the secondary, especially if Harrison Smith falls off a cliff at age 58. It's a slight exaggeration on Harrison Smith. So the secondary does have some concerns, but on balance, this team's awesome. This team, 2 through 53, is badass. This team, 2 through 53, is absolutely NFC North champion worthy, is absolutely NFC champion worthy. And let's be real, 2 through 53, it's a Super Bowl worthy roster that the Minnesota Vikings have constructed with one of the best offensive play callers in the league in Kevin O'Connell and one of the best defensive play callers in the league in Brian Flores. You'll notice, of course, that I said 2 through 53 a couple times because the 1 is the most important one. The 1 is the quarterback. And we haven't seen this quarterback play one single NFL snap in the regular season. After being picked in the first round last year, obviously suffers a season-ending injury, paving the way for slinging Sammy Darnold to win 14 games last year for Minnesota and get a fat free agent contract from the Seahawks in Seattle. So a big-time unknown at quarterback for the Vikings on what's otherwise a Super Bowl roster. And if you, like me, are consuming tons of NFL training camp content because you love to bet or you love fantasy or you just love football or, in my instance, all of the above. And look, if you're not reading all this stuff, that's okay. That's why you listen and watch You Better You Bet, because we do it for you. You read these training camp reports. You listen to podcasts. You're consuming all of it. You want to know what's happening in Mankato at Vikings training camp. The reports are all over the place on J.J. McCarthy. There were whispers within the last, I would say, 7 to 10 days that started to ascend past being whispers, where it's being talked about openly and publicly, that the Vikings were concerned with J.J. McCarthy in what's supposed to be a potential Super Bowl season for Minnesota, that the quarterback does not look the part entering his first year as the starter in Minnesota, that the accuracy is scattershot, that when Justin Jefferson's not out there because Jefferson's dealing with a hamstring injury, that TJ Hawkinson's not out there, Hawkinson dealing with an injury, that McCarthy looks a little timid, that McCarthy doesn't look the way you would want a quarterback of a potential Super Bowl roster to look. To be fair to JJ, the last couple days of reports have been way better. That his accuracy's been good, that his arm looks live, and the ball's exploding out of his hand. There's just a lot going on here. A lot going on with J.J. McCarthy. And it's what's going to make the preseason so damn interesting and fascinating for the Minnesota Vikings. And even if you've got plans on Saturday night, and I hope you do, like, I'm being serious. I would hope that most people are not, like, going to be watching every down of, you know, the Vikings-Texans on Saturday night. And go do go touch grass. Summer, go outside. Summer's almost over. That even if you're not going to be watching every down, that you're going to be, watching highlights. Maybe you can access a replay of the game, or at the very least, you're reading as much as you can and listening to as much as you can as to how J.J. McCarthy looks in the preseason game and how this is going to go over the rest of training camp and over the rest of the preseason as the Vikings gear up for a huge road divisional game on Monday Night Football, Monday night, September the 8th, on the road in Chicago against Caleb Williams, who's got his own struggles going on right now at Bears training camp, to the point that Bears insider Brad Biggs is on 670 The Score, an Odyssey station in Chicago, saying that Tyson Bagent has looked better than Caleb Williams some days at Bears training camp. Hot damn! Is that game fascinating, the opening Monday night of the season? Basically a pick 'em price, Minnesota at the Chicago Bears. If J.J. McCarthy has got the goods, McCarthy looks good in preseason, the reports in training camp are good. If McCarthy's got the goods, Minnesota's upside is to win 12 or 13 games. It just is. I'll stop short of saying 14, probably like a bit of an aberration last season. And even though Darnold did play really well, he deserves a ton of credit for how he played last year. If McCarthy's good, the Vikings are going to be awesome. But we have to acknowledge, if McCarthy stinks or he's not ready, even if we all think Kevin O'Connell is God's gift to quarterback evaluators and God's gift to quarterback whisperers and a great quarterback coach, if McCarthy doesn't have the goods, the Vikings are going to come in last in the division. Because there's at least a floor established for Caleb Williams. Like there's a floor established for Jordan Love. There's a floor established for the Detroit Lions. There is no floor established for J.J. McCarthy. It could be really bad. Conversely, it could also be really good. So as we sit here now, about a month before the NFL regular season kicks off, we have decisions to make as it concerns the betting market, right? Because we're not going to know the answer for sure until live bullets start flying week 1 of the NFL regular season. For me, I want to lean into positive upside for J.J. McCarthy and positive upside for the Minnesota Vikings. I love J.J. McCarthy at Michigan. Big-time player. Made all the throws. National champion. I love me some Kevin O'Connell, who didn't just get good play out of Kirk Cousins, didn't just get good play out of Sam Darnold. Got Josh Dobbs off the street and had Dobbs looking awesome. Nick Mullins throwing 400 yards in games the end of the season a couple years ago for the Minnesota Vikings. I think that he could get things dialed up here for J.J. McCarthy. Now, early in the season, it's going to be fascinating because we are expecting now Jordan Addison to be suspended for 3 games, potentially to start the season for Minnesota, which means, assuming health for Justin Jefferson, which is going to be another storyline that we're going to have to be paying close attention to for the Minnesota Vikings. Like, is Jefferson going to play in the preseason? Is he going to be practicing at any point before week 1? This is going to really matter because Addison's probably not going to be out there Monday Night Football week 1 on the road in Chicago against the Bears. Because if you take Addison out of the equation, and let's just say Jefferson's healthy, right? Jefferson's going to be the one. And Hawkinson will be the starting tight end. Now, we're going to bump up Jalen Nailor, likely, as the number 2 receiver in Minnesota. Reports out of Minnesota are that Nailor is a really good 3, but probably a little over his head as a 2. I really like rookie wide receiver for the Vikings, Ty Felton. I've talked to people that grind the college tape and grind the All-22 that think he's going to be a player. You're not getting glowing practice reports out of Ty Felton like you are for, say, Torrey Horton right now out of Seattle, who looks like he's going to be Seattle's number 3 wide receiver to start the year with JSN and Cooper Kupp as the top 2. So there are some issues right now with Minnesota, some issues with the Minnesota Vikings. And I would certainly understand someone wanting to make a pessimistic case for the 2025 Vikings. For right now, I got too much faith in this coaching staff. I liked what I saw from McCarthy in college. I like leaning into optimism and big outcomes for Minnesota before we see what this is going to look like in the preseason. I like the Vikings to win the NFC North. I like Chicago as well. I want to take shots at long prices. Vikings at plus 300. And I think the Vikings will be a playoff team this year in the NFC. But I have to acknowledge, I'm a little anxious to see how it goes on Saturday against the Texans and the rest of the preseason for J.J. McCarthy. On the other side, we'll talk about what's happening in Atlanta with Michael Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Okay.
So I was going to ask you, if you had a really rich parents or you had a really rich mom who had a ton of money and owned an NFL team, would you use the stadium to get married? 'Cause obviously there is like the family business aspect. There are tons of parking. If you wanted to invite, 50,000 people, you really could. Or would you say, hey, we're really rich. I can get married anywhere?
No, I would not use a football stadium. I mean, I guess if you're both huge mega football fans and your family owns a team, then it has a different meaning. But for someone who wants his wedding to be very intimate and special, I can't think of anything more like not intimate than getting married at a football stadium. Like, to me, we're getting married in Middleburg, Virginia at a small rustic tavern, which is really nice, in a really small town, and it's really pretty and very, it's very scenic out there as well, very calming, and that just seems the antithesis of a football stadium or any stadium or arena for that matter. So that would not appeal to me at all.
I think maybe there's some nostalgia wrapped in here, though, because it is the family business. And as somebody who got married in the church that I grew up going to, like, I do think that's a cool aspect to it. So maybe there's something to the effect of like, hey, as a little girl, I grew up running around on the sidelines here. It's just, when I think of football stadiums, like, I don't think of romance. Like, I think of like, somebody who has a beer belly, who's in a uniform that's a little too short, and, they're a little too drunk, and they keep arguing at the calls, and you're like, oh my God, this guy won't shut up. Like, that's what I think of when I think NFL stadium. So, like, maybe I have a different viewpoint. It just doesn't feel like somewhere I would want to get married. I feel like you have to use a lot of flowers and decorations to make it feel smaller.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network.
Well, we were going to come back from break with the Michael Penix Jr. highlight, and I was going to get into Atlanta, but we had a literal, flurry of news during the break just now. We're off air for about, 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes, and 2 pieces of news come down, and you love when a plan comes together. There was no plan. It's just serendipitous that this news comes down literally as I get done talking about it minutes ago. During the break, ESPN's Adam Schefter, along with the rest of the NFL insiders, tweeted, Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison officially suspended for the first 3 games of the 2025 regular season for violating the league's substances of abuse policy. That goes back to a DUI that Addison received where he was going way above the speed limit. And he's had a couple issues with driving since he entered the National Football League. So Addison will miss week 1 for Minnesota on the road at the Bears on Monday Night Football, home games against the Atlanta Falcons and the Cincinnati Bengals. Again, think about it. I'm into the Vikings this year. I got faith in Kevin O'Connell. I've got faith in J.J. McCarthy. This is not going to be easy coming out of the gate without Jordan Addison. Minnesota's a 1.5-point road favorite right now at BetMGM at Chicago. I feel that is flipped at BetMGM, and it's not a huge move, but Chicago was 1.5. Now Minnesota's a 1.5-point favorite with the poor training camp reports recently, and we touched on those yesterday around Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears offense, and Ben Johnson kind of slamming his offense recently, and the reports that we talked about, and Brad Biggs saying it on 670 The Score in Chicago, that Tyson Bagent has been outplaying Caleb Williams some days at Bears training camp. Man, that's an interesting game. Monday night, September 8th, Vikings at Bears, and the Minnesota Vikings won't have Jordan Addison for that or the other first 2 games of the first 3 of the season at Chicago against the Falcons and against the Bengals. Now we're going to have to watch for Justin Jefferson to see if that hamstring injury is really as mild as the Vikings said it was. Because I'll tell you, I'm into the Vikings this year. That's going to be J.J. McCarthy, first start, prime time, on the road, at what should be at least a decent Bears defense, coordinated by a DC that I really respect in Dennis Allen, and there's no Jefferson and no Addison. Man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull the trigger on Minnesota in that game. So fascinating there, the timing of this. Jordan Addison officially suspended for the first 3 games of the 2025 NFL season. We also have news out of Cleveland, and this is awesome. And I don't even care what side of this player you come down on. You have to admit that this game is now going to be must-watch TV. I'm not going to watch it live. I'm going to dinner on Friday night. But I'm just saying, I will watch the replays for sure. Because Mary Kay Cabot, who's covered the Browns forever in Cleveland and had that great zinger, she received an award at the Pro Football Hall of Fame and destroyed Bill Belichick, saying that, when she covered Bill in the mid-'90s when he first became Browns head coach, and he would, call her and, ream her out on the phone for stuff that she had written, she would kind of go back at him, and she says now she understands, because at the time, she was 28, and Bill Belichick couldn't relate to a woman as old as she was at the time, which is a great line by Mary Kay Cabot. So Mary Kay, who's been covering the Browns forever, tweets during the break, and is now getting picked up everywhere. Shedeur Sanders will start the Browns' first preseason game on Friday as the Browns take on the Carolina Panthers. Now, I don't want everybody to get this twisted. This is not like Shedeur Sanders has won the Browns' quarterback job. Kenny Pickett is dealing with the hamstring injury. He's not going to be good to play in the game. Dylan Gabriel has a hamstring injury. He's not going to be good to play in the game. Also, if you believe training camp reports, Dylan Gabriel's the worst quarterback of all time. I don't think one good thing has been said or written about Dylan Gabriel's performance at training camp. And when you think about the 2025 Cleveland Browns, I want you to view them and think about them through this lens. The Browns are not going to play 40-year-old Joe Flacco in the preseason opener, and maybe not the entire preseason, because they can't risk him getting hurt. Joe Flacco, not in the year of our Lord 2012, when we all went wacko for Flacco as he leads the Ravens to a Super Bowl championship. Not 2012 Joe Flacco. 2025 Joe Flacco is getting the Patrick Mahomes, the Matthew Stafford, the star quarterback treatment. Nah, you're not playing in the preseason. Nah, 40-year-old Joe Flacco, we're putting you on ice, buddy. What a joke. This team's gonna suck. And the Martin Emerson injury last week, secondary is supposed to be the strength of this team. They lose one of their starting cornerbacks. Man, I wouldn't be shocked if the Browns are picking first overall next year. They are going to be absolutely well and truly dreadful this year. They signed Tyler Huntley last night. Huntley's gonna play in this game. Signed off the street by the Cleveland Browns. Now I saw people tweeting Huntley's actually the best quarterback on the roster. I'd take Flacco, but man, I take Tyler Huntley over Pickett. I take Huntley over Dylan Gabriel, and maybe over Shedeur. Let's see how Shedeur plays. No matter how it happens, though, no matter whether it's happening because he's organically outplaying everyone, which is not the case because he gets no reps, so he wouldn't even know. He doesn't get reps with the first team. Whether it's because he's out playing Pickett and Flacco and Gabriel and now Tyler Huntley, or whether it's because everybody's injured and the Browns don't want to risk having 40-year-old Joe Flacco get hurt, it really, to quote Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, it doesn't matter why he's playing. What matters is that he's playing. Because if Shedeur Sanders looks good, and I'm not saying he's going to, we haven't seen him practice with the ones basically at all in training camp. He's going to play tomorrow in the joint scrimmage. He's going to be the starter in the joint scrimmage tomorrow the Browns are having with the Panthers. I can't wait to read and see how Shedeur Sanders looks in that scrimmage. If Shedeur looks good, I don't know how he doesn't open the season as the direct backup to Joe Flacco. Dylan Gabriel stinks by all accounts. And I think we know what Kenny Pickett is at this point in his NFL career. I think we know. And Shedeur is box office. Shedeur is famous. Shedeur is basically like a household name. He was a 5th-round pick who was the story of the NFL. Think about that. He won the 5th round. He was the story of the NFL draft. And the Browns are going to be dying for some box office appeal this season in what's going to be a lost season for the team. You don't think if Shedeur Sanders plays well, or at least is competent in this game, that Jimmy Haslam isn't leaning on Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry? Not to have Shedeur start over Joe Flacco to begin the year, but does anyone out there think Joe Flacco is playing 17 games? Even if he's healthy? Like he's not going to stink at some point like he did last year? He was horrendous for the Colts in place of Anthony Richardson? I mean, come on. Shedeur plays well on Friday night. He gon' play this NFL regular season. And I would love to see it. Now, we did get a report from Carolina, out of Carolina with the Panthers, that Bryce Young is going to start this preseason game for Carolina. As it stands right now, and I'm just going to BetMGM to get the updated spread, the Panthers are 4.5-point favorites. This game is going to be Friday night against the Browns. The total in the game is 32.5. We will wait for reporting on like how much Shedeur is going to play. I mean, he's probably going to play the entire first half, and then Huntley will play the set. That would be my guess as to how this is going to go. I think we're going to see a lot of Shedeur Sanders, which is going to create a fascinating betting opportunity here. And no one's going to know how it goes until the game starts and we actually see it. Because if you are one of these people, and you might be right, that think Shedeur got a raw deal on draft weekend, and that too much was made of the things that were reportedly, and I think they're fact, the things that he reportedly said in these interviews that turned teams off, and teams don't want the distraction of this guy as a backup quarterback. If you believe he got a raw deal, and you believe that he's a legit, maybe not better than Cam Ward, but you believe that he's should have gone in the first round, or at the very least he should have gone above Tyler Shuck, should have been the second quarterback off the board, then man, maybe you like the Browns plus the points here. Maybe you bet Cleveland plus, especially if he's going to play the whole first half, and we'll wait on that news. Maybe you bet Browns first half, and you bet on Shedeur Sanders going up against what's likely to be maybe the starters for a series or two for Carolina's defense, which, by the way, stinks anyway, and then you get backups. But maybe you think that Shedeur is no good, and him dropping to the 5th round was deserved. And that the fact that he's behind Dylan Gabriel and Kenny Pickett at Browns training camp is an actual reflection of his on-field ability. Maybe you bet Carolina first half, because then you get Bryce for a couple series and likely Andy Dalton for the rest before Carolina turns it over to the third string for the second half. It is a fascinating betting market now for Friday night's preseason game. Browns-Panthers on Friday night. My initial lean, I guess, honestly, I'm not even ready to say that right now, because I think there's a case to be made either way. I'd like to acquire some more information as to how long everybody's going to play in the game. Maybe it's the under with Shedeur playing. I liked Shedeur in college, but man, the people that were telling me about Shedeur in the pre-draft process, these people are usually right. They have no reason to lie, and Shedeur did drop to the 5th round. Femi and I will chop this up, and we'll talk about this over the course of the show today, and obviously over the next couple days leading up to what's now a must-see preseason game on Friday night with the Browns and the Panthers in Carolina. Last note here for the Open, and this we'll circle back to Atlanta with Michael Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution, which is like the preeminent newspaper right in the Atlanta area, published an article by Ken Segura on August 2nd, so a couple days ago. The headline of the article, "What if Kirk Cousins actually is better than Michael Penix Jr.?" The subtext of the headline reads, "For whatever it's worth, Cousins has looked better than Penix in the 11-on-11 periods at training camp." I'm a Michael Penix guy. I loved Penix at Washington. I'm in on the Falcons offense this year. And the Falcons offense and Michael Penix Jr. are absolutely set up for success. This is a top 10 offensive line in Atlanta. I loved the extension for right tackle Caleb McGarry, who's like, I was really like the left tackle for this team, given that Penix is a lefty, protecting Michael Penix's blind side. That was a smart bit of business by Terry Fontenot and the Atlanta Falcons. I don't think that he's conducted many smart pieces of business in the 50 years he's been the GM of this team. Somehow, like, still has the job. Like pictures of Arthur Blank, who knows? That was a pretty good piece of business by Terry Fontenot. Top 10 offensive line. A top running back in Bijan Robinson. A top wide receiver in Drake London, and a Sean McVay disciple in Zach Robinson calling the offense now for the second consecutive year. And you got Penix like live reps in the last 3 games of last regular season in the thick of a playoff chase. And the Falcons didn't make the playoffs, but Penix looked good in these games. He got a great arm. He's not the most mobile guy, but look, like his mental progressions are fast. He knows to check it down when he needs to, can make up for his lack of mobility in the pocket. I like Michael Penix Jr. a lot. But the accuracy, and I said this yesterday on the show, is something that's worth watching. Because we are getting reports from Falcons camp that Kirk Cousins has been better than Michael Penix Jr. Completion percentage last 3 games, small sample size, but still, I mean, this is what we have to go off of. 58% last year for Michael Penix Jr. Now, we can have like a broader conversation on Atlanta and the parlay that I keep talking about, where if the Falcons are going to be better than Tampa, you need a couple legs to cash to hit that parlay. You need Penix to be really good, which I think like most people feel at least he's going to be like good, if not very good. You need Jalen Walker to be good, the first of their 2 first-round edge rushers. He's got a hamstring injury right now and isn't practicing. That's not great. And you need James Pierce, where they traded a first-round pick, next year's first-round pick, to go back in the first round to select. You need him to be good, and you probably need like 1 or 2 other like players on the Falcons defense to step up in a big way for this defense to be better than it was in a meaningful, demonstrable way this season. Could it happen? Sure, could. But when I put it like that, at least for me, I don't think it seems as likely. And this team has put all its eggs in the Michael Penix Jr. basket. No first-round pick next year for the Atlanta Falcons. And consider the schedule for Atlanta to start the season. And let's say Penix is finding his bearings early in the year. Home Tampa, home dogs. At the Vikings, will be dogs of more than 3 in that game, assuming that Jefferson plays and McCarthy doesn't poop down his pants in week 1. At the Panthers in what's going to be basically a toss-up game. Home Washington in week 4 prior to the week 5 bye. In a season where the Falcons kind of have to win, Michael Penix doesn't have it early. Is it possible that we could see Kirk Cousins under center for the Atlanta Falcons? The more I think about it, the more I like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to just win the NFC South. On the other side, Femi joins me. We'll talk Shedeur. We'll talk quarterback depth charts. We're talking preseason here on a Tuesday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
for the Boston Red Sox to have not one, but 2 City Connect / alternate jerseys. 2! None of which are in their traditional colors. A Fenway green and a yellow and blue because they run the marathon in your city and it's marathon bib colors. Woohoo! And then have the gall and the nerve in the Yankees' first trip to your park all year to trot those 2 threads out in back-to-back games. The green and the yellow for Yankees Red Sox in back-to-back games. Now, you might be saying, it's Sunday morning. Why are you yelling about this? I don't want this in my ears. I'm yelling about it because somebody has to stand up to society and say something. You want to sell your uniforms on Fanatics and Dick's, and that's fine. Can the Yankees and Red Sox play wearing normal uniforms? Back-to-back games, I need the green and I need the yellow? David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez would never. Are we serious? You want Yankees Red Sox to mean something again? You want it to mean something again when, J.K. Dobbins is lying about his dad and throwing pitches out there versus the Yankees last night? You want it to mean something again? Don't have him wearing yellow versus the Yankees. It drove me nuts the last 2 nights. Wear your uniforms. Green, yellow, you're the Red Sox.
Opener comes down to this play. Sanders gets the feet set toward the end zone for the game. It is caught by Wister.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Fox Sports courtesy of the call. Colorado against Baylor last season. We'll get to see Shedeur Sanders on Friday night, starting for the Cleveland Browns in the preseason opener for them. On the road at Carolina against the Panthers. Femi is with me now, and Femi, there's honestly we got to talk Shedeur. We were just having a conversation in the break. I actually don't want to start our portion of the show today with Shedeur Sanders. We need to talk about this Vikings-Bears game in week 1, and you were saying this during the break that Bears and Vikings fans are kind of going back and forth, sharing lowlights from the opposing team's quarterback, throws in training camp, Caleb with the Bears, McCarthy with the Vikings. Addison suspended for that opener. Jefferson's got a hamstring injury. Hawkinson's got a groin injury. And maybe Jefferson and Hawkinson are good to go. Addison's not going to play in the game. Caleb, the Bears are taking delay of game penalties, procedural stuff at camp. Ben Johnson's pissed off. Man, that's a fascinating game on Monday night, September the 8th.
I absolutely love it. From a betting standpoint, I love it. From an entertainment standpoint, I absolutely love it because here we have a proven coaching staff with the Minnesota Vikings versus a coaching staff which we all believe is going to be good. But let's face it, Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams together, there's going to be growing pains. I think for people, like, they just got to relax with these growing pains. Like, it's going to happen. Eventually, I think they're going to get on the right track here. But early on, they're up against it against this Minnesota team, unless McCarthy stinks out loud. Like, I don't know. I can't wait to watch it. I think right now, for me, if I had to bet the game, I think I would just bet the total. I don't think I can bet the side. I think we're guessing with the side. It's a coin flip. The betting market has it as a coin flip. I think the total is how I'm going. I'm betting under. Like, I think the defense for the Bears will be improved. I think the Vikings defense obviously is very, very stellar. Maybe one of the top 5 units that we have in the league. Like, I can't wait to watch it though, because this is like fact-finding mission times 2 with both of these quarterbacks and both of these teams, given the fact that Caleb, this is a kind of like his second rookie year. And for JJ McCarthy, it is his rookie year, just so happens to be in year 2 coming off the injury. Like, it's a hell of a game. And I'm glad we get it in a standalone on Monday Night Football.
I'll play devil's advocate here for a moment, and I'm not saying that I'll bet the over in the game. And obviously, like, I need Jefferson. At the very least, I need Jefferson if I would bet the over in the game. And obviously, the total would not be 43.5 if Jefferson didn't play. That's what the total is now. There are a couple reasons why you could potentially be into an over with this game, right? And I think this is what makes this game so fascinating is, like, almost like no result would be surprising as it stands right now. Like, Bears win big, Vikings win big, Bears win close, Vikings win close, game goes over, game goes under. It's really interesting. So Minnesota offense v. Chicago defense. The Bears secondary is really good. That's the strength of the defense. I've got questions about this Bears pass rush once you get past Montez Sweat, who isn't like Myles Garrett to begin with. And the Vikings offensive line, I think, is going to be... Yeah, he's a good pass rusher. I don't know, like, what else they have in terms of pass rushers that, like, makes you nervous if you've got a good offensive line like the Vikings have. So I think McCarthy's going to have time to throw the football. And if Jefferson plays, obviously that's a total game changer. That's Vikings offense v. Bears defense. And on the flip side, like, the Caleb Williams stuff doesn't feel good at the moment right now. And Femi, I know you played the Brad Big sound that I've alluded to a couple times here in the first hour of the show on your hour at 3 o'clock Eastern, where he was on 670 The Score in Chicago, saying that, yeah, like, Tyson Bagent, there have been a couple days where Bagent's looked better than Caleb Williams. I think something that we need to remember, just as it concerns this specific matchup, right? Not Bears versus another team, Bears versus Vikings, is that, and it's a different player, right? One was Jared Goff, and this will be Caleb Williams. Like, Ben Johnson in the head-to-head matchup against Brian Flores has, like, owned Brian Flores. Like, Jared Goff destroyed the Vikings blitz when these two teams played each other. That doesn't mean that Caleb's going to, but he's got a... You feel really good about the teacher in this instance, the coach in this instance. So I think there's a case to be made that maybe, Femi, there's more scoring in this game. I'm not ready to say who I like. Like, I think the Vikings are better than the Bears, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bet the Vikings in the game. Man, I can't wait for it on Monday, September 8th.
What does your gut tell you about, like, both of these quarterbacks? Like, let's fast forward to early January. How will we feel about Caleb Williams and JJ McCarthy? Like, gut instinct right now. Obviously, we don't have to be right. We're guessing. We're guessing on both guys. Obviously, a lot more on McCarthy than we are on Caleb, but we're guessing both ways. Like, what does your gut tell you that we'll feel about these quarterbacks? Like, they will be high-end guys, mediocre, disasters? What do you think?
I think that the infrastructure for McCarthy is better. Like, I think McCarthy's got, like, more support around him, which can be construed, I guess, as a shot at Ben Johnson. It's not meant to be, just that O'Connell's established, and this is year one for Ben Johnson. So I feel better about the infrastructure around J.J. McCarthy and, like, McCarthy's support system than I do about Caleb Williams' support system, which is so funny, right? Because, and we called it out at the time, everyone that was saying, and it was so dumb then, and it's even dumber now, Caleb Williams, like, the best situation ever for a number 1 overall pick.
Gosh.
Yeah, here's Matt Eberflus and Shane Waldron. How'd that go? Like,
and no offensive line.
But no offensive line. I like both guys. I think that we're going to exit the regular season saying that both guys are big time on the up and up and on the come. So I'm bullish on both of them over the balance of a full season. You're going to ask me who I like better to start the year. I mean, I don't know if I can give you an answer right now. I think there's so much up in the air for both of these teams entering the preseason.
Oh, 100%. I think for me, I want to say that, like, hey, I want both to be good because obviously we all want both to be good because that makes the NFL a lot more fun if all the young quarterbacks are good. I just trust in Caleb's pedigree more to where I think long term, and I think by the end of the season, we'll be saying Caleb is clearly the better quarterback. McCarthy, like, I don't know. He barely threw the ball at Michigan. Like, I do have legit concerns about JJ McCarthy, but I just love his coaching staff to where maybe he's like just uplifted and like the rising tide lifts all the boats here. But I think at the end of the year, I think Caleb's going to be the guy. Now, what does that mean in terms of the win-losses? I think they could finish with the same record.
He better be the guy.
Definitely. Like, he better be. But I mean, right now, people don't seem to think that. like right now, everyone's panicking in Chicago about what's going on there. Like, it's going to take time, but I think he'll eventually get there. McCarthy, though, like, I gotta see it first. Like, I can't give you an educated answer on JJ McCarthy. Like, I asked you just because I think it's a fun conversation to have. My gut, though, tells me that I think he's going to be a little bit more mediocre, and maybe like the rising tide during his rookie contract is what lifts the boats, and that's what keeps the Vikings as a contender.
All right. So fascinating with the Minnesota Vikings and the Bears in week 1. Jordan Addison suspended the first 3 games of the season. You bet on this Tuesday. The other piece of breaking news, Femi, that I spoke about last segment, Shedeur Sanders is going to start the opening preseason game for the Browns on Friday night on the road in Carolina against the Panthers. The Browns are going to hold Joe Flacco out, Dylan Gabriel and Kenny Pickett both nursing hamstring injuries. My guess is Shedeur plays the first half, and then we see Tyler Huntley. That I'm guessing. I don't know that that's going to be what it is. Browns 4.5. I'm gonna refresh.
This has moved. This has moved.
Okay. Okay, so we've got movements here. Oh, yes, we do. Carolina is now a 6.5 point favorite at BetMGM. Panthers minus 6.5. The total has gone down a little bit, right? I think it was 33.5. Now it's 32.5. We don't have halftime lines yet here for Browns Panthers. But Carolina's gotten bet as a result of this. The betting market not into Femi Shedeur Sanders playing for the Cleveland Browns. What do you make of this with Cleveland and Carolina?
I mean, I agree with the betting market. I think this makes a lot of sense. I'm not saying that I would lay the 7, but I'm also not looking to play back on preseason steam because sometimes that steam, and oftentimes I feel like that steam is just right, and the team that gets bet out just ends up crushing the other team. Like, you have a Bryce Young who's been not a proven like quality starter, but has started to look a little bit better toward the end of last year, but has started a bunch of NFL games. And you have Andy Dalton, who has started multiple playoff games for the Carolina Panthers, at least in the first half. Carolina should be really good, I think, even just overall, because for Cleveland, it's Shedeur, who's barely worked with the first team, and then it's Tyler Huntley, who just showed up literally last night. I don't even know if maybe he showed up this morning as they signed him last night. But like Huntley, who's been on the team in prior years, but
tell you what, man,
just
but he's got experience with this dude. Like, whether it's Lamar getting sick like 90 minutes before kickoff in Chicago, here comes Tyler Huntley. Like last year, off the scrap heap to start for the Miami Dolphins after Skylar Thompson couldn't play, and the Dolphins were trying to save their season. Here's Tyler Huntley in the Mike McDaniel offense. So if anyone's got some experience here, just like, hey, we're throwing you into the fire, and the fire in this instance, by the way, isn't a regular season game. He's probably going to play in the second half against insurance salesmen. Like, why can't he run for 100 yards in the game? He's an awesome athlete.
And he started a playoff game. He literally started a playoff game.
He did.
Against
and if not for that fumble that went 99 yards the other way, like, who the hell knows how that would have gone?
Yeah, I think the Ravens would have won that game, honestly. But yeah, like, it's not the greatest setup, but like if they can just get him up to speed against bad players, then maybe there's success there. So maybe the play is honestly like Carolina in the first half, which you're going to pay a big tax on that just because of the quarterback advantage on the Panthers side. And then maybe you come back with Cleveland in the second half, or maybe it's Browns, Panthers over in the second half. I just think that you want to have something maybe Huntley related. If you believe that he can just step right in, then have something Browns in the second half. But in the first half, it has to be Panthers or pass. I'm not going to look to back Shedeur Sanders against 2 proven guys.
And the second half, I think, is going to be like Huntley for the Browns and Jack the Snack Plummer for Carolina. I'll take Huntley 1,000 times out of 1,000, even off the street, if that's going to be what. And we don't know how this is going to get. Maybe Shedeur plays the whole game. Who the hell knows? Maybe Huntley doesn't play.
Yeah.
Like we don't know that. All we know is that Shedeur is going to start. We don't know how long. Maybe it's a series. Maybe it's the whole game. Maybe it's the first half. Who the hell knows? But I think it's really interesting. I will say that I don't know. This is why I feel like if you candidly, you're out there listening or watching, like you need to bet the opposite of what I'm going to say, because like I want to bet the Browns just because like I want Shedeur to do well. Like, that's my instinct, which means that Carolina's going to beat them by 30.
Can he win the job this preseason?
Being
Like,
real.
It doesn't seem like that's realistic based on like them giving Flacco all the reps. Like he's literally
Flacco's
getting
Flacco's gonna start. Yeah.
But man, like let's say Shador plays well on Friday, and then let's say he plays well next week. Is like, I mean, the outcries are going to be pretty loud because like we already know like the Shador like all of his defenders and like we saw it during the draft. Everyone's saying, how the hell did this guy not go in the first or second round? If he actually plays well, and now they feel like they have ammunition to back up that opinion. I mean, the first Flacco interception cut away to Shador on Sunday, week 1 against Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think like Mel Kiper Jr. might be like sexually aroused right now by Shador starting this first preseason game. We can't wait for it on Friday night. All right. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We'll start the hour with our good friend, the great Dave Damashek.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
A little call right now as we got another individual with a fantasy question. Mike from Miami wants to discuss a 2-quarterback league. Mike, welcome to BetMGM tonight.
Hey guys, love your show. Listening here on 560 every night. Just wanted an opinion. I'm picking 5th in my league in a 2-quarterback, 6 points per touchdown league on PPR, and I know the first 3 picks because it's a friendly league we discussed. So I think the first 3 are going to be Allen, Lamar, and most likely Jalen Hurts. So I'm slotted in the 5th pick. I wanted to take get your take if I should take if I have a choice between Burrow, Daniels, or Saquon and Bijan. So what would be the best advice you guys can give me on those 4 players and who has the most upside in getting a good ADP in that value?
Yeah, that's a great question, and thanks for laying everything out and knowing the first 3 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
Not at all surprised it's going to be quarterback heavy, Horvath, because of a 2-quarterback league.
Yep.
I mean, you could debate Burrow. I think it's warranted there at pick number 4 overall, but honestly, I pivot, and I go Bijan Robinson because quarterback is extraordinarily deep, and you can go quarterback in round 2 and 3. You got your stud, your foundational piece at running back that can literally do everything. Catch balls, score touchdowns, of course, pile up the yards between the tackles. So even in a super flex 2-quarterback scenario, no, I'm not going to go quarterback at number 4 overall. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. How about you?
Yep, same thing, man. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. Love that call. If I were going to go quarterback, as much as I love Joe Burrow and as down as I am on the Commanders this year, at least I don't think they're winning 10 games. Jaden Daniels, because of what he's going to give you with his legs. Yeah. He's going to throw over 24 touchdown passes, most likely, if Terry McLaurin does show up this year. He would be my look at quarterback, but I'm with you, man. I'm all about Bijan this year. I think he's going to have a monster year. I love him and Jahmyr Gibbs. Bet both of them to win Offensive Player of the Year. But that would be my pick. Pivot, come back around, maybe get a Bo Nix a little bit later on, or like a Kyler Murray or a Brock Purdy. So that's what I would do as well.
J.J. McCarthy?
J.J. McCarthy. I would pivot. I'd go Bijan as well.
All right, Mike in Miami, good luck in your Superflex fantasy football drafts.
The biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Preseason depth charts at quarterback coming up in 20 minutes as we try and get some valuable bets for week one of the NFL preseason. We'll continue to talk Shedeur Sanders starting Friday night for the Browns, talking Jordan Addison's suspension for the first 3 games of the season for the Minnesota Vikings, and so much more as it regards the National Football League. Perhaps a little fantasy football talk as well. I may or may not have compiled my top 12 ranked players in PPR formats for this fantasy football season. That'll be either today, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how the content treats us today.
Can't tease him.
Brett McMurphy coming up. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm teasing. Brett McMurphy coming up next hour on the show from On 3, talking college football. All our bets for tonight will close the show in the final hour, the Power Hour. But joining us right now to kick off hour number 2 on this terrific Football Tuesday, friend of the show, and we are very pleased to read and hear about his new show. You're going to be able to watch it coming up this Friday, August 8th. Football, and I love that it's perfectly Dave Damashek, the name of the show. Football America on the Le Batard and Friends YouTube network, obviously as part of Meadowlark Media. So absolutely love this for friend of the show, the great Dave Damashek on Twitter at his last name Damashek, who joins us now again. You can watch Football America coming up this Friday, August the 8th on the Le Batard and Friends YouTube network. Football America. My friend, happy football season to you and yours. Welcome back to the show.
And to you and yours, what a pleasure to see you. Even better now with Femi alongside. I'm over the moon to be with you. The only thing is I can see myself. I got to get a new pay in time for the show. Look, who is this person with this ridiculous, like, graying hair? That's no good. I better do something to address that. 1. 2, I do have a what the if you want to get into it at some point here in our brief time together. I do appreciate you having me. I don't appreciate you running through the best play-by-play voices immediately in front of me. I mean, what kind of setup is that?
I thought you'd like that.
You set me up
what do you
for
mean?
failure.
It's like, no, that's what in pro wrestling parlance, like you're getting the rub. That's what you want. You want to be associated with all those names.
I guess, but as I like to say, hey, another great 20 minutes from Bill Burr. Next up, Dave Dameshek. I mean, what the hell?
Can I give you an industry trick? When we have we love you. Like, you're a big name. I mean that sincerely. Like, we love having names like Dave Dameshek on the show. It's decent. We love having names like Dave Dameshek on at 5 o'clock Eastern when we play that open. So, especially when they're on video, so we can see your reaction, what we call Q, right? So we can see Dameshek, the audience can't if you're watching the show. And we get to see the person smiling and laughing at that open. So you got the rub, man. Like, that's a compliment to you that we have you in this spot. The other thing that I would say is, I've done a lot of content with you.
I'm not here to be worked over. This is some grift. Ongoing from Costos. Come on, step in here. Go ahead.
Well, I'm about to insult you. I've done a lot of content with Dameshek over the years, and let me tell you something, man. You've been way uglier than you are today in the past. Like, This is a good look for you, right? I think you look good right now. It's not bad.
For me,
you've looked way worse in spots that we've done together.
For you, it's like the low expectation having NFL teams out there. Like, you guys might go over 500 this year. Like, and that makes you feel better. Not for Dave, the Steelers fan. That is no longer sufficient. See, that was a great transition into what I know you want to talk about. Our Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, my Pittsburgh Steelers gave you and your team Russell Wilson. Congratulations.
I prefer. I'd really like to not talk about the Giants during this interview if we can avoid it. But I think your team, sincerely, is extremely interesting this season. I think the betting market has them wrong. I think they're the second best team in the AFC North. I like them better than the Bengals. I think they're going to the playoffs. I think they're winning double-digit games. I am also an unabashed Aaron Rodgers fan, and I would like for him to do well. I like the Steelers a lot. You are Mr. Yinzer, Mr. Pittsburgh Steeler. Dave Dameshek, what say you on your beloved Steelers this season?
I'm more on the fence about where they line up against the Bungles. I could see that one breaking either way. Obviously, the Browns are the fourth place team this year and pretty much every year. I mean, we can start with what we always talk about, the perennial easiest bet available to anybody is the Steelers are going to go over their season win total. What are we talking about? Every year we have to indulge this as though we have collective amnesia. I don't know. This could be the year that Tomlin really bottoms to 6 wins. That might be it. And then they're going to be out there looking for it. Those things are not going to happen. So let's not talk about that. I'm not as enthused as you are, Costos. The big question I have legitimately to throw back at you is that defense is loaded up. And in the ebb and flow, push and pull of pro football season to season, one year the defense wins, one year the offense wins, and we get into these runs. I wonder if in the copycat league, based on what the Philadelphia Eagles showed and did to the Kansas City Chiefs, I think since it's the last game, we kind of sort of forget about not necessarily the result, but how that game went. The mighty Kansas City Chiefs, who are on the cusp of a three-peat, therefore making themselves the greatest single team in Super Bowl era history, instead got whipped.
I said that and people got mad at me. I'm happy that you said that because everyone got mad at me when I said that. I want you to continue, but I agree 100% with that. If the Chiefs had won, they're the greatest team in the Super Bowl era. People hated it, but we're right. Please continue. Please continue.
By what measure would they not be? They would have won 3 in a row when no one else did. But yes, the Eagles are mighty, and of course, for a decade at least now, it's been predicated on what they do at the line of scrimmage, which is load up over and over and over again there. And you kind of see that worm turning a little bit. Yes, you still need the guy at quarterback, but the Eagles have shown a way that you can offset that you don't have to have one of the 4 or 5 superheroes of the league if you can dominate elsewhere, specifically pass rush, if you can push teams around. Look out for the Houston Texans, the Denver Broncos. And I think that there's a chance that the Steelers could be in that group too, which is a dominant defense first team. But the question with Tomlin then becomes, he already had Minkah Fitzpatrick now gone for 5 or 6 seasons behind TJ Watt, future Hall of Famer, behind Cam Hayward, future Hall of Famer, and a number of high-end pieces around that defense. And It's what failed the Steelers in December last year. It's one of the Russell Wilson played like you would expect a 36-year-old Russell Wilson to play. It's hard to task him with the responsibility of what happened to them last year. It was the defense that failed. What's different now, and why does Mike Tomlin? Kyle Shanahan is a QB whisperer. He would rather have an offense he can create, make an offense go with any kind of pieces. He'd rather have CMC, but he's going to get to a Super Bowl with guys like Jimmy Garoppolo. Where's the evidence that if you take away the high-end pieces, that Mike Tomlin, who is an alleged defensive whiz, can put out a high-end defense and win games? And furthermore, obviously he has been dependent. His best teams are not coincidentally when he has the guy at quarterback with a clever offensive coordinator on the other side of things.
Yeah. I mean, with all that said, it's like the Steelers win total over is something that both Nick and I like this upcoming season for Pittsburgh. Because like you mentioned at the start, I'm not betting Mike Tomlin to go under because he's always at least above 500. Let's stay in the division, though, in the AFC North, because we just got the news about an hour ago from Mary Kay Cabot from the Cleveland Plain Dealers. Shedeur Sanders expected to start Friday night when the Browns take on the Carolina Panthers to begin the preseason. What are your expectations as what we're going to see Friday night? And also, do you think Shedeur can actually give Joe Flacco a run for his job? And how many games could he potentially start in 2025 here?
If you're the Browns, why would you possibly put Joe Flacco on the field in 2025? I mean, this season is I don't hate obviously it's fun to make jokes about the way the Browns approached the QB position this offseason. But on the other hand, like we say, it's the QB league. And if you don't solve that, then you're nowhere. And they threw the kitchen sink at it. They brought in 294 quarterbacks in the hopes that one of them will prove halfway decent. One thing that they shouldn't do, though, is, unless they're delusional about maybe we can replicate what happened 2 years ago with Flacco, is putting Flacco in there. Maybe you can make a case that in the right situation with Stefanski that there's something to be found in Kenny Pickett, which, by the way, would be a nightmare.
No, there
Tomlin.
isn't.
What if? Well, okay, let's just say Kenny Pickett does end up somehow getting the starting gig by week 4 or 5 when they play the Steelers. And what if Kenny Pickett beat Aaron Rodgers head-to-head in that game? That'd be insane. Same as if Justin Fields were to beat Aaron Rodgers in week 1 up where you guys are. But yeah, it would be senseless, in my opinion, other than Andrew Berry and Stefanski saying, like, we need to put as many wins, the two of us, up on the board to keep our jobs into 2026. Aside from that, there would be no reason that you would run 40-year-old Flacco out there. You just took Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur. And by the way, I do think Shedeur ends up getting the gig. I think there is a chance, at least, that that he ends up making the NFL look a little bit silly for ignoring him for as many rounds as they did there. But one way or the other, I just can't imagine what the logic would be if you're the Cleveland Brain Trust to roll the guy. Joe Flacco gets you nothing. You know right now he's not taking you to the Super Bowl, so then why would you bother with him at all? Play one of the kids, assuming they all flame out. 2026, you're all set with your next first-round pick to try and find the answer in the draft end. Spoiler alert, they won't. They'll screw it up somehow.
Well, and remember, they also have Jacksonville's first-round pick as a result of the Travis Hunter trade. So a couple pieces of ammo for the Browns to get their franchise quarterback next year. And as we talked about last hour when the news was announced that Shedeur would be starting for the Browns on Friday night, betting market swung hard in favor of the Carolina Panthers. That point spread 6.5. Carolina now is 6.5-point home favorite on Friday night. I feel like I'm going to end up betting the Browns. We don't have a ton of time left here, about 3.5 minutes. I always feel like we need to have you on for longer. What is the what if that you had for us?
Well, I've been batting around a ton of them, but one that I thought might intrigue you, since it, again, refers back to what we just saw, the playoffs and Jaden Daniels specifically. Here's my question for you. What the if you could go back to the day of the 2024 draft, or I'm going to let you make a trade right now with the information you have, Caleb Williams for any of the first-round QBs taken after him. I know you can answer Jaden Daniels, but I'm intrigued how low down you'll go to Caleb Williams for Bo Nix. Would either one of you make a deal like that? J.J. McCarthy?
Can I ask you a
Michael
question?
Penix,
Can I ask
Drake
you a question?
May?
Do you think if Sean Payton, if Ryan Poles called Sean Payton, said, we will trade you Caleb Williams straight up for Bo Nix, what would Sean Payton say?
Sean Payton, despite the fact that what he wants in a QB, of course, would go for the higher pedigree guy in Caleb Williams. So, do you disagree with that? Do you think Sean Payton would say no to that?
Would. I think that I think the Broncos would be falling all over themselves to accept that trade for Caleb Williams.
Well, I really do think Sean Payton might take a beat at least before he does that. Femi?
Yeah, I think Peyton likes the style of quarterback that Bo Nix is. Get the ball out of his hands quickly, run his offense. I don't know if he likes the improv of Caleb Williams.
Here's what I think, fellas. I think that at some point in the last 2 or 3 years, something strange has been revealed, and I don't think it's terribly satisfying ultimately, that the progressive offensive coordinator, the play caller, the play designer on offense in pro football has exceeded the value of the guy at the trigger in a lot of NFL situations, as a matter of fact. Definitely, anybody will tell you, and I think we'll see those results it may be a slow burn, but I think you're going to see the Lions slowly but surely return to earth a little bit without Ben Johnson there. I mean, would you rather over the last couple of years have had Jared Goff or Ben Johnson if you're the Lions? If you're a Niners fan, would you rather have Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy? It really is fascinating to me that I think ultimately, I guess we're agreeing here, Nick, which is
30
to say
seconds.
that I think Caleb Williams with Ben Johnson is going to be completely different. And in fact, the Bears may just jump the NFC with a massive change. I mean, that was a real bad situation, which is ironic given that everybody in advance of last season was like, best situation for a rookie QB ever. The Bears have loaded them up. No, they didn't. They didn't get him a coach. How about that? Now they have.
Football America this Friday, August 8th on the Lebertard and Friends YouTube network. Once the NFL regular season starts, Damashek Show, Football America, every Monday and Friday, the Lebertard and Friends YouTube network. He is on Twitter at Damashek. He is a mention. We absolutely love him, my friend. Thank you for the time. Congratulations on the show, and we will catch up with you soon.
I need some hair like you've got. Man, I'm envious now. I mean, not the hairstyle, the hair color. And the thick richness of it. Again, the hairstyle, but I don't want to split hairs.
We'll be back right after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yes, back to the well with one of the best teams in all of baseball. I'm going to be on the Brewers today. A little cheap or a little steep on the price at -150, but this has looked like the best team in baseball over the last 30 days, and you could even say the whole year. In the power rankings over MLB.com, they are number one. In the run differential category, the Brewers are number 1. So when you get a good team like this at minus 150, you jump on it, especially when they're playing the Braves. The Braves have kind of been a disaster this year with all their injuries. They're 3-7 over their last 10 games. Meanwhile, the Brewers have been road warriors this season. 22 and 6 over their last 28 road games, and over the course of the year they've been great as well. 32 and 24 away from Milwaukee. Plus, they've been great as favorites this year when the market gives them credit. It has paid off. 37 and 18 as favorites. So I'm going to be on the Brewers behind Freddie Peralta, who has been sparkling for the Brew Crew. 12 and 5, 3.08 ERA. Meanwhile, Joey Wentz, the Braves have lost each of his last 3 starts. Let's go Brewers on the road here, minus 150 over the Braves.
Let's go.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Loved our interview with Dave Dameshek. Football America coming up Friday on the Levitard and Fred's YouTube network. Dave is the best. Like a great guy, loves the National Football League. He has supported this show, and we will support Dave Dameshek. Brett McMurphy joins us in 40 minutes. We look forward to that. All our bets for tonight coming up at the end of the show in the final hour, the Power Hour. Femi, we'll roll through quarterback depth charts here for the preseason, but I'm not done with the Shedeur stuff yet. And NFL Network's gonna. This is so great. Like we have our first scheduled flex of the season, and it's Friday night in the preseason. NFL Network's going to air the Browns-Panthers preseason game on Friday night, capitalizing on Shedeur mania here, as they should, because this is going to be the most anticipated preseason game this weekend. Obviously, with Shedeur starting for the Browns. I think I want to bet the Browns.
Well, you're not alone, as the betting market has gobbled up all the sevens. There were some sevens out there earlier that have been bet. We're 6.5. There's even a 6 now out there. So I guess apparently the floor for Cleveland was 7. So other people have bet it. But yeah, man, this is going to be great. Friday night as a country,
what do you
we're going to be
do?
locked in. I want to bet Carolina first half. That's what I want to do.
So you want to bet against Shedeur?
I do. I mean, like the reporting out there is that he's taken 4 snaps with the first team. He's getting limited reps, which is not great for a guy that's like is needed to kind of get up to speed here. Like now they're just going to throw the whole thing at him over the next couple of days. I know he's going to be in the joint practices tomorrow, but like I don't think that this is going to go that great. I'm rooting. I want it to go great. I think the Shedeur Sanders story is great. Like I think if he's awesome, it makes for a fun story in the NFL. But like,
do you think he's
I just
good?
got to be honest.
Just like opinion, and you're not like grinding the all 22, but you watch a ton of college football. But you watch a ton of college football, right? Like 99% of the NFL viewing population is not grinding the college film. But we all watch football, and we can all have opinions of how we think players are going to be. Like, do you think Shedeur, like, does he have the potential to be decent or good in the NFL based on what you saw in college?
I think his max ceiling is to be like an average quarterback. I think that's like the max for Shedeur Sanders. Like, I don't think he's ever going to be considered like a good starting quarterback in the league. I think it's average, which, I mean, we see average quarterbacks go in the second, third round or whatever, which that's why I was like, okay, if he didn't have all the other stuff aside with him going on with the draft process, maybe he does go on Friday night of the draft instead of having to wait until Saturday. But because like all the other baggage, he ends up having to wait till the fifth round. I think if he was just like a normal prospect, he probably goes in the second or third round. And we think that, hey, maybe he can someday turn into a starting quarterback. It's a developmental prospect. But based on what I saw in college football, I think he was just thrown to the best player in the country. Like, so I think average is probably the ceiling if you surround him with other good players. And Cleveland hasn't done that. Like, Cleveland's has their eyes on 2026. So I don't think it's going to go well, even though I'm rooting for it to go well.
All right. Well, we have a couple days to figure out like how we want to bet this year, and we'll find out like how long Shedeur is going to play for. And like I said, man, it's
like minimum a half, right? Like there's two guys that they're going to play at most. So.
They should play him the whole
game.
And like I don't, you know that Huntley's got it, like that Huntley can play.
Yeah.
The fact that I want to bet the Browns is probably like proof that the Panthers are just going to destroy them. So I feel like my initial instinct here is probably wrong because it's not. It's rooted in like my fandom, basically. Like I want to bet on the potential that Shedeur is good, and it's not really rooted. It was a 5th round pick. Like he's been behind Dylan Gabriel, who, by all accounts, like the worst quarterback ever at Browns training camp here. So I don't know if I'm going to place the bet or not, but I will say that I want to bet the Browns for like if he's playing the first half, I'd like to bet Browns first half. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull the trigger on that.
I will say this, though, like, if he plays the full game and it's Shedeur versus Jack Plummer, like, I think that's advantage Cleveland. Like, I think anybody would say that. Regardless how you feel about Shedeur Sanders, it's advantage Cleveland. So, unless Carolina absolutely blows their doors off in the first half, I wouldn't be comfortable laying, like, a 6.5 point spread. Like, this could definitely be, like, all of a sudden, here comes Cleveland and Shedeur looks much better in the second half once Carolina pulls out anybody who has a chance to make the team. And all of a sudden, it's the guys who are like 4th and 5th string players who will be playing in the UFL come next spring. Like, I think there's a chance to where like maybe Cleveland can backdoor this thing. So that would be your case. But at that point, I think you're just holding on to your ass. So like, I'd rather just bet Carolina in the first half, which is how I'm going to attack it.
Okay. We got a couple days to figure it out. Browns, Panthers, Shedeur Sanders going to start. Talked about it a lot last hour on the show. Talked about the Jordan Addison suspension, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., Kirk Cousins. You like that from the AJC, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, asking the question on everybody's mind: is Kirk Cousins better than Michael Penix Jr.?
I mean, if that's the case, then these guys need to be fired. Like, honestly, like it's over.
Yeah, but like they're not. Like, yes, at the end of the season, but not now.
I know, mid-season. Like, get him out of there. Like, I guess my thing is that, okay, if Kirk Cousins is better in practice, that's one thing, but can't Michael Penix Jr. also get better? Like, he's not 35 years old. He's like 25 years old. And he's played 3 NFL games. He just needs the reps and needs the time. I would hope that they're a little bit more patient as opposed to being like, oh, like desperation. Because if you're that desperate, I mean, like
but they are desperate,
like,
right? Like that's the thing, though. Is that like they are desperate? Like not all situations are created
equal. Kirk Cousins
like
would save their job. Like I don't see the path for Kirk Cousins saving their job.
I'm not saying that Kirk Cousins would save their job. I'm not saying he would. What I'm saying is that in a critical year for this team, where they put all their eggs in the Penix basket, after like drafting him, after signing Cousins, so that we don't need to relitigate this all again, right? The schedule's brutal to start the year for Atlanta. That if this goes off the rails early, and the defense stinks again, and Penix isn't what we think that he could potentially be, that I'm not saying that that all of a sudden putting Cousins in would turn things around. What I'm saying is I wouldn't be shocked if Cousins played and Penix got benched.
Yeah, and a panic move.
This is not
here's
a team,
Kirk Cousins.
but this is not a team with low expectations where Raheem Morris and Fontenot know they're definitely going to be around for a couple of years, and you can afford to lose with the young quarterback. I don't know if they have that luxury. That's what I'm saying.
They panic traded. Yeah, they panic traded for James Pierce. You can make that argument too. Usually organizations that feel pretty comfortable are not lighting first-round picks on fire.
I didn't mind that because of I'll tell you why I didn't mind it, because if they're right on Penix, then they're ahead of schedule, and they the first round pick next year isn't going to matter because they have the quarterback.
Yeah.
So that was another bet on Penix.
Yeah, 100%. I just find it hard to believe that they're going to make all these bets for this one guy, and then within 6 weeks just totally go back on that. I know they're desperate, but don't you kind of have to see it through if you're going to do all of this in the Penix direction?
Maybe.
It's almost like packing the bags. It's almost like packing the bags for the road trip to go across the country. Then you go through one state and it says, let's turn around and go back home. Why'd you pack all those bags then? You know what I mean? I don't know. I think that we're going to see it through with Penix. And who knows? Maybe you might be right, and maybe they're feeling the pressure, and we see Kirk Cousins at some point. But boy, that's a disastrous situation if that's what happens.
I think it's important to talk about these things in the event that they happen, kind of get ahead of it from a betting perspective, from a fantasy perspective, as football fans. But, to be clear, I'm in on the Falcons offense this year. I like Penix. Mm-hmm. I like the Falcons offense. It's worth, I'm not doing my job here as the host of this show along with Femi, right? And I can love Michael Penix, and I can be drafting him in best ball, and I can be really excited for him. I can't ignore that people are saying that Cousins is outplaying him at training camp.
Yeah.
I think that's 100% ignore fair. That. In the same way that, not only do we not ignore what Brad Biggs said about Tyson Bagent and Caleb Williams, but, we play the sound on the show. And we should do that. No one's saying that, Bagent's definitely better than Caleb Williams. I'm not saying Cousins is better than Michael Penix. But, this stuff it's important to say this stuff. We're going to be betting on this stuff this year.
Would you... it's hard to answer the question because, I don't know how bad Michael Penix could look if we potentially did see Kirk Cousins. But, what would you want to bet if they put Cousins in the starting lineup? All of a sudden, week 7, break glass in case of emergency. Emergency is here. Kirk Cousins is now starting week 7 against whoever they're playing. Does that make you, more bullish on the Falcons? Does it make you want to fade them? Because to me, I think I'd want to fade them.
It depends on the market. But it depends on what the market is, right? Do you get a discount on the price because of the way Cousins played at the end of last year? Is it possible that Cousins coming off of it was the Achilles, right? That's what the injury was heading into last year.
Yeah, he was he was also an Achilles like Rodgers. Yeah.
That a year removed from that he can't be better now. I'm not saying that's going to happen. Mm-hmm. But, if Cousins enters the lineup and you get a discount on the Falcons, would I consider betting them? Absolutely. It depends on what the market is. If, the market's Atlanta's 2 points better now with Kirk Cousins, I'm not saying that would be the case, just as a what if, then, no, I'm probably not interested. I think it's important to consider all these factors, right? If you want to bet Falcons to win the division, right? You want to bet Falcons to go over their win total. You think Penix could potentially be in line for MVP if you really like Atlanta as an example, right? What the schedule's brutal to start. And if they're 1-4 going into 1-3 going into the bye, is it possible you see Cousins coming out of the bye? I don't know how likely it is, but I'm just saying. I think it's worth the conversation. All right, you bet on this Tuesday. Do some depth charts here.
Let's do it. You want to go by game by game, or do you want to go alphabetical on teams?
Let's go game by game.
Yeah, sweet, because that's how I have it sorted. So I'm glad you said game by game.
Jake, can you give us some music, Jake? I don't even really care what it is. It's some music, maybe the Mario music.
Ooh. Or do you want to debut that on Thursday? Or do you want to do that now?
No, we could do it today. Is Jake? Is he here? He's here. All right. In the interest of time, I won't really drag this out. Femi, we will begin our NFL Week 1 because actually some of the websites Like, I think ESPN has this. Like, labels Hall of Fame game is week 1 and this is week 2. That's like saying, like, the first 4 is the first round of the NCAA tournament and Thursday and Friday are the second round. Like, no. Thursday and Friday of the NCAA tournament, that's the first round of the tournament. Just like this is week 1 of the preseason, and like last week's week 0. Like, it doesn't even count, the Hall of Fame game. So we begin, Femi, our 2025 week 1 NFL preseason betting sojourn in Baltimore as the Ravens host. It's the battle of Colts. The old Baltimore Colts, now Ravens, against the Indianapolis Colts. We did get some news earlier today as it concerns Indy's quarterback plans. Anthony Richardson will play a quarter and a half. Daniel Jones will play the second half of the first quarter. So I want everybody to hear that again. Richardson, the first quarter into the second quarter. Daniel Jones will finish the first half. And then we will presumably get Riley Leonard, right, I'm guessing for the entire second half for the Indianapolis Colts. Yeah. And then Colts-Packers in week 2, it will be flipped. Daniel Jones will play into the second quarter. Richardson will finish the half. And then presumably Riley Leonard will play the second half. That's announced earlier today by Shane Steichen. So Anthony Richardson will start on Thursday night for the Indianapolis Colts. So Colts depth chart, Femi. Richardson, Jones, and Riley Leonard. And for the Baltimore Ravens, where Lamar Jackson is not going to play in this game, your old friend Cooper Rush is the primary backup. And Devin Leary was UCF. Devin Leary is the third stringer. I don't know who that is.
I think NC State. I think Devin Leary was NC State.
Okay. Do we like Devin Leary?
And Kentucky. No, I never thought Devin Leary was a good quarterback at college.
Tyler, pop on here. Tyler's like in the weeds here with this stuff.
Yeah.
Tyler, like, we like Devin Leary or no?
He's a little gritty. He was kind of, he gets after it a little bit. He plays hard. Like, he's like a poor man's Baker Mayfield, think of something like that. He's gritty.
Does he stink? Does he stink?
A very, very
yeah. So he's not very good. So yeah, very, very poor man's Baker. But he plays like that kind of style. So no, he's not good.
So like, if you put him against like some other like Dresser or Wynn, like Logan Woodside, like is he better? Like, does he have more upside than these guys, or is he like physically limited? Does he suck?
He's physically limited, and he's probably on par with all those guys. He's also been I think he's been on the Ravens the past like 2 years. So at least he has some experience. Can he run?
Like, is he an athlete?
Yes, he can run. Yeah, he can run. He runs like Baker. He just breaks tackles and just runs over people.
Okay. All right.
He's gritty.
So you'll probably get Cooper Rush for like the whole first half, and then Devin Leary probably for the second half. Femi, 5.5 is the number for the full game here. Total 36.5, and the Ravens obviously one of the great like preseason teams in the history of the league with John Harbaugh.
Yeah, they've been awesome. 63% the ATS, but actually over the last couple of years, they have not covered a game. So maybe the betting market finally caught up to how good the Ravens are. If I had to bet this game, and I'll probably have something on it, it's Indianapolis. I want to bet Riley Leonard, big-time athlete who's actually been pretty decent in training camp so far for Indianapolis. They also have Jason Bean on the roster as QB4, who was over at Kansas for like a couple of years there whenever Jalen Daniels got injured in Kansas. So like there's some guys that have some talent. Bean might be a little bit of a disaster since he turns the ball over, but Riley Leonard has me interested on Indianapolis. If he's deciding my bet, I'm good with that.
Oh, I had Jason Bean written down here, too. Mr. Bean?
Yeah, Mr. Bean. He was going in there to save the day whenever Jalen Daniels got hurt.
What's the best bean?
Ooh, black bean.
Yeah, I like black beans, too. Are chickpeas beans?
Yeah, bean.
They're legumes, right? I like chickpeas.
I think chickpeas can. Yeah, chickpeas I do think
honestly, I'm just a big fan of beans.
What about refried?
Good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you know.
Yep.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
going streaking. We're going to take Corbin Carroll against Yu Darvish. Carroll 8 for 15 in his career against Yu Darvish. Darvish obviously just hasn't quite been himself since working his way back from injuries. Get better, but Carroll's got great history against him. I think Carroll 8 for 15 against his career against Darvish. Great history, obviously. He's my play today in going streaking. Prop lock is going to be Imanaga over 5.5 strikeouts against the Cincinnati Reds. I wanted to take his over outs recorded at 17.5, but that was minus 190 juice, so I didn't want to lay that. Maybe you can get some alts at 18.5 or something like that. Mike Soroka got hurt yesterday, could only go 2 innings for the Cubs. Their bullpen is a little taxed. Need this game against the Reds, a team who is battling to try and catch you in the wild card race. Imanaga's obviously the Cubs' ace, and with the bullpen that's a little bit taxed, they're going to give him a long leash. He's got to be good tonight, over 5.5 Ks for Imanaga. Dog of the day is going to be the Athletics plus 115 against the Nationals. We got Luis Severino against Mackenzie Gore. We've talked about Severino a lot on this show. When he's on the road, we bet him. When he's at home, we fade him. He's on the road tonight, going up against one of the worst teams in baseball. James Wood has been struggling immensely for the Nationals. When Wood's struggling, there's not much to like about that Nats lineup. Give me the A's at plus 115. And finally, Sepp Straka to win the FedEx St. Jude Championship, 45-1. He's going to be my pick this week down in Memphis. Like him quite a bit. Think that number is way too high.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
I think what we've arrived on here for Colts-Ravens on Thursday night, and Tyler brought this to my attention. I had actually forgotten about this. That Jason Bean, his friends call him refried. He went 15 of 19 in the preseason last year for 197 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Rushed for 53 yards and 2 touchdowns on 11 carries. So we're going to get A-Rich in the first half and then Daniel Jones for the first half. Then we're going to get Riley Leonard, who started the national championship game, and then chaotic Jason Bean. And Devin Leary is apparently a gamer, and Cooper Rush I think is a decent backup quarterback. I think I like the over in this game. And how about this? Here's another thing to consider. Dude, the Ravens kicker, Tyler Loop, apparently is we haven't seen him in the regular season, but he bangs long kicks home. He bangs. Oh, baby, yeah, he moves. He's knocking kicks home from 55. He's going to be awesome. He's a weapon for this team. I think I like the over in this game.
You can't be serious after that. What was that? It was Richard. What was his name? Somebody put it. William Hung. Yeah, William Hung.
If I do an imitation of him doing the song, is it offensive?
I don't think so, but also my sensibilities are, I think, a little bit more lax than most people online.
Yeah, I mean, it's like an imitation of a guy with like broken English, like doing Ricky Martin. Yeah. Talk to me. Tell me your name.
William
If anyone goes back,
I was going to say the other guy that pants on the ground guy, like pants on the ground, like those are the two that always stand out to me from a throwback American Idol. I don't know how it is these days if they do
the funniest part of that clip, if anyone goes back and watches the William Hung, is at one point, like Simon Cowell is literally just like at one point is just like stop. It's like, and I think Simon's like a jerk to him. Like, did you actually think that you were going to Hollywood based off this singing? And William Hung's like, well, yeah. He's like a simpleton. Like, yeah. Like, I don't know. I think I'm pretty good.
He gave it his all.
Talk to me. Tell me your name. It's absolutely hilarious. So anyway, Tyler Loop, he bangs. The kicks home from long. I like the over in the game on Thursday. I think I'm going to bet that 36.5.
Yeah, I think when you have volatile quarterbacks, it could be big plays or turnovers. So that's definitely conducive to an over. I think I for sure like Indianapolis. I can probably get there on the over as well. Over 36.5. It's gone up a little bit, but not that much. I don't know what the weather's going to be like. Maybe it's going to be a thunderstorm to that area this time of year. But, yeah, I think we get points, and I think the Colts beat that ass. I think Indianapolis is in a really good spot in this setup.
Okay. So Femi leaning towards Colts. I'm leaning towards over.
Yep.
Well, obviously, the game is on Thursday. Triple header on Thursday night, and we love that in the NFL preseason. Okay. We move to the Eagles and the Bengals on Thursday night, where Joe Burrow and the Bengals starters are going to play in this game per Zach. And I actually, you got to like this from Zach Taylor and the Bengals, who obviously have started slow, and we talked about that ad nauseum. Ad nauseum is not the right way to put it because we should be saying it, but we talk about it a lot. That they start slow. You obviously lost to the Patriots last year in week 1 in just ridiculous fashion at home. That the Bengals are kind of self-scouting here and self-aware that they know they can't afford with the way things ended last season. Everyone's in week 18, the Chiefs tried to get the Bengals out. How about you beat the Patriots and Gerard Mayo and Jacoby Brissett in week 1, and then you don't have to worry about week 18. And the Bengals are going to try and get off to a better start in the regular season this year, Sunday, September 7th, on the road at the Cleveland Browns, by playing Joe Burrow and the starters in the preseason game. So we know the starters will play for Cincinnati. We don't know how long they're going to play. And Femi, I had looked, and I don't think that we have definitive word on the Eagles starters playing. The betting market would tell you they're not playing, right?
Yeah, the latest that I saw earlier this afternoon was that Nick Sirianni has made no decision on whether the starters were going to play or not. I'm assuming maybe he'll say something tomorrow. But the Philadelphia Eagles, it's an interesting quarterback room, I think. After you have Jalen Hurts, of course, as your starter, I don't think he's going to play, but Tanner McKee looked pretty solid in Week 18 against the New York Giants. I think he can be a pretty decent preseason guy. And then Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who's played a bunch of games now in the regular season, it looks like his head has been spinning. But he's exactly what you want. And by the way, after him, here's Kyle McCord, who some NFL tape junkies seem to like in the draft process. So you have Kyle McCord, who was pretty good at Syracuse. You have DTR, who's made for the preseason. And you have Tanner McKee, who we've seen actually play in a regular season game, look pretty solid. So I think this is another fun game to where the over probably is in play, as it's been bet up a little bit. But if Cincinnati puts up big points and then you get those Philly guys in the second half, I like this. I like this a lot.
Well, how about... And so I like Tanner McKee a lot. And it's not even that I like Tanner McKee. The Eagles like him, which is enough for me. If they're really
pretty
smart.
Good.
He carved the Giants up. The Bengals quarterback situation is also very interesting behind Joe Burrow. And just as a spoiler alert for everybody, the Eagles are not going to play the starters on defense. Vic Fangio is going to call a vanilla defense. The Bengals are scoring a touchdown on the first, with Burrow playing. If the starter, if it's Burrow, Chase, Higgins, Chase Brown in the starting offensive line, they are scoring a touchdown, to start the game. That is going to happen.
Too.
Burrow, by all accounts, thus far, he's on record. I think maybe it was with Kay Adams, maybe it was with somebody else. But Burrow was asked, hey, how do you think it's going right now? And he said, I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say it like this, but basically, I'm close to perfect right now. That's my expectation for myself. Dude, they're gonna freaking carve the second team Eagles defense. Gonna carve them up, man. And when you get past
I think they're
Burrow,
playing multiple series too. Yeah, like the starters. It doesn't sound like it's just going to be one series.
Jake Browning, who we like as a backup quarterback, like is proven to be a good backup quarterback, which I did not think was going to be the case after his college career at Washington. But he's been good in the NFL. Here's a question for you. I knew this because I remember when this happened a few weeks ago. Do you know who Cincinnati's third quarterback is right now and might end up being the direct backup?
I do. I looked earlier this morning, so I do know, but it's very interesting. And I also didn't realize that Zach Taylor recruited him out of high school to go to the college that he went to. So yeah, it's actually kind of an
Cincinnati
interesting story.
legend, like Cincinnati Bearcats legend, Desmond Ridder, who can't start to save his life in the NFL, but hey, here he is in the second half of a preseason game. That's not so bad. Mm-hmm. And then who Tyler? I don't know who this guy is. I've actually never heard. I've heard of Devin Leary. Who the hell is Gary's grandson? Who is Peyton Thorne?
Didn't he play at Northwestern?
I don't know.
I think he might have been.
He's horrendous.
No, Tyler says Michigan State and Auburn. I must be thinking about somebody else.
He's horrendous. Peyton Thorne.
Who am I thinking about that played at Northwestern? I don't know. But
a score!
Michigan State and Auburn.
That's what they should just play Gary Thorne highlights when Peyton Thorne comes into the game. So Peyton Thorne sucks. That's where we're coming down on this, is that Peyton Thorne's terrible?
It appears that way. So if he's terrible, we like the Eagles guys. I mean, I don't ever want to take the 6 though, because the way Zach Taylor's talking, it sounds like the Burrow and those guys are going to play 2 series. It could be 14.
They're going to score 14 points. And they're going to score.
It could be 14.
How about this? How about this? Over under points for the Bengals if Joe Burrow plays 2 series is 7.5. Is that fair?
Oh, I'm betting the over. Oh yeah, I'm betting the over.
So what's the right number?
And I win. I mean, I think it should be 9.5 probably, maybe even 10.5. If you think that they can at least score 2 touchdown drives and not settle for a field goal on one of them, they're getting at least a touchdown, probably a touchdown and a field goal, and now you're down 10-0, perhaps maybe 14-0, and you're holding +6.
Is it double
I think the
results?
over is the way to bet it.
Is it double? Is it Bengals
first half,
Eagles second half?
I think this game sets up very well for that, 100%. Like Bengals to win the first half, Eagles to win the second half, or just bet the over, which is what I want.
Dude, because at the end of the game, so again, Philly's 4th string quarterback is on the official depth chart, DTR's 4th. I mean, is Kyle McCord going to come into the game before DTR? Is that possible? We need to find
sad development for DTR. That's
because if the 4th quarter is Peyton Thorne against DTR, I mean, if you could just have a 4th quarter market, Eagles 4th quarter would be the biggest bet of my life.
Advantage Eagles, DTR. Familiarity with Cincinnati.
DTR against McDonald's drive-through people, in the 4th quarter of that game. He can't play against NFL starters, but against guys who are not going to be playing in the league, he's going to rip them up.
Would you like to supersize that? I think the Eagles in the second half are definitely a bet. Why not the over though? Isn't the over really good? Because Cincinnati's going to give you a bunch of points early. And then once again, the Eagles guys are also solid. And the Bengals guys are solid too, beyond Burrow, at least QB2 and QB3. I think this is a game where the over hasn't gone up enough. I want to bet over. And I also want to bet the Eagles in the second half.
I'll tell you what I want to do. I'd like to make a really dumb bet.
Let's hear it.
How about what are the rules on teasing preseason totals? How does teasing Colts Ravens down and Bengals Eagles down and playing both overs? How does that sound to you? Probably wins.
It sounds
right?
reckless. It sounds reckless, but it sounds like it's probably going to win.
It's incredibly stupid. Also, it's no, people should not make that bet. And if you do, not for a lot of money. But how does that bet lose? I mean, there are many ways it loses, obviously. But I think it would win.
I'm into it. To tease it down. So we're going Bengals down to a pick, and then over going over 31.
No. I want to tease I want to tease Colts Ravens over with Bengals Eagles over. Both overs.
Okay, just the totals. Just the total. So we get 30.5 paired with 31.5.
Only degenerates would tease preseason spreads. Real men.
Tease totals.
Real bettors. Women also tease preseason totals. Yeah. That's the real smart play. I'm kidding. Am I?
Maybe tease Indianapolis with some stuff. Cross through zero.
Well, yeah.
Plus one.
God. Yes, yeah, because you need to, dude. Raiders Seahawks is the final game on Thursday night. The Raiders are playing the starters. The Seahawks are not playing their starters. The Raiders are 4.5-point road favorites. I'll just give the depth charts, and we'll do this a little bit at 6:20. Raiders are Gino, everyone's favorite New York politician, AOC, and someone named Cam Miller that I've never heard of. And for the Seahawks, it's going to be Drew Lock and Jalen Milroe. We'll touch on this next hour. Power Hour coming up next. Brett McMurphy joins to kick things off.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
But it's Sean Payton, so I could see him carving out that kind of role. I do think he's going to catch a lot of balls out of the backfield, so I'm buying to a certain extent.
Yeah, I'm certainly buying. I still feel that Evan Ingram's going to dominate that role. If you're looking at like a percentage split, I think it could be 80-20, 70-30, probably at the or tightest range. RJ Harvey can do everything. I've seen the highlights in camp. He's run a lot of wheel routes down the field, and he is winning in those mano-a-mano situations against a DB, whoever he's lined up against. And you have one of the most talented secondaries in the NFL and a linebacker core that's also uber talented. This arguably might be the best defense in the NFL. And that guy is repeatedly beating his man. He's got a lot of shimmy, shake, burst. He was an adept, more than a proven pass catcher at the collegiate level. He was number 6 in total yak, number 5 missed tackles for us, and number 2 in breakaway runs as well. Now, he's going significantly higher than J.K. Dobbins, but if you're in a PPR format, I'm going to say a minimum 60 receptions for R.J. Harvey this year, so he's worth every penny at his 88.29 ADP in drafts conducted over the last couple of weeks. So, again, I am certainly buying in the notion he'll play Joker on occasion. All right. Let's go to Chicago. This is another straight from the horse's mouth. Ben Johnson, head coach of the Bears, said, quote, Kyle Monangai is a guy that he is very pleased with where he's at right now, adding, quote, he's a guy we're going to be able to trust this fall. Again, trust is the big word there. So, Harvey, are you buying or is this BS?
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. Oh, baby. 20 minutes from now, we'll get back to preseason depth charts coming up for week 1 of the NFL preseason. Raiders-Seahawks as the final game of the Thursday night triple-header. We will break down that game with Geno Smith set to start for the Raiders. Sam Darnold will not play for the Seattle Seahawks, so preseason breakdown coming up in 20 minutes. Then we'll get into Aaron Judge returning to the lineup tonight for the Yankees. He'll be DHing, which in typical Yankee fashion means that Giancarlo Stanton isn't going to play, even though he's got 6 homers in his last 12 games. Like, you can't make this stuff up. So Judge back in the lineup tonight for the Yankees. What does that mean for AL MVP? We'll get into that. All our bets will close the show. Baseball for tonight and the WNBA. But joining us right now to kick off the Power Hour, I say this with specific guests, not every guest, with specific guests, that when we have either him or her on the show, it means football season's here. And this gentleman definitely fits the bill. The newly minted college football insider for our friends at On3, who are killing the college football content game. Our friend Andy Staples comes on the show. We love him. Ari Wasserman does a great job. They just partnered with Josh Pate from CBS Sports. On3 is absolutely smashing it right now when it comes to college football content. And one of the main reasons why is because they have brought our guy Brett McMurphy on board on Twitter at Brett_McMurphy. He just released his top 25, which angered a few people. And it feels like all is right with the world. My friend, welcome back to the show. Happy football season.
Great to talk to you, Nick. Yeah, you mentioned my preseason AP top 25 ballot. I put that out yesterday. I think this is like 10, 11, 12. I don't know. The years run together. About the 12th year I've done this, my preseason poll. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. I have not had one person disagree with my AP preseason top 25 poll in 12 years. And a little side note, I have never read one of my comments after I post my top 25 poll. So let's keep that going. Good to talk to you again, buddy.
Brett McMurphy has subscribes to cardinal rule number 1 of the internet. Never read the comments. So for people that don't know, Brett's got it up right now on his Twitter account at Brett_McMurphy. On3 has it on their website also. Brett, sorry to spoil some of it here, but I know we're going to do an interview. You have Gunnar Stockton, Kirby Smart, and the Georgia Bulldogs as the number 1 overall team entering this year's college football season. Why do you think Georgia is number 1 entering the year?
Actually, I was hoping you would tell me, but yeah, I mean, look, Nick, there's 7 teams, in my opinion, that if anyone said this is my number 1 ranked team, I would have absolutely no problem with it. And those are my top 7 teams: Georgia, Penn State, Texas, Clemson, Alabama, Ohio State, and Notre Dame. The reason I went with Georgia look, all of these teams have warts. You can all point out reasons why they shouldn't be there. I guess specifically for me, I gave Georgia the slight nod over Penn State and Texas. Specifically, I want to see what Arch Manning can do at Texas. I know he's been anointed the Heisman Trophy winner. I know Texas will be the number 1 team when the poll is released Monday at noon Eastern. That's not a stretch. But I want to see what they can do. I want to see if he can live up to all the hype. They open up at Ohio State. That's not going to be easy. They have to play at Georgia later in the year. They got swept by Georgia last year. I just want Texas to show me what they can do. The expectations are through the roof. Penn State, I could argue they should be number one. They've got Drew Aller back, incredible quarterback. They have, not arguably, they have the best running back duo in the country. And perhaps the biggest reason is former Ohio State defense coordinator Jim Knowles is now in Happy Valley. But there was a but coming with me. I can't get past James Franklin's 1-15 record against top 5 ranked teams at Penn State. That includes 0-4 the last 2 years as a 3 or 4 point underdog in those 4 games. When James Franklin has a second win against a top 5 team, then I will rank them number 1. But until then, I had to ding him for that. So why Georgia finally burying the lead here? The past 4 years, Georgia has more wins, 53, more conference title berths, 4, and more national championships than any college program on the face of the earth. Yet this year, there seems to be some doubt, questioning is Georgia regressed? What's wrong with Georgia? Their weakness last year, their biggest weakness was the wide receiver position. They led the nation in drop passes. So what does Kirby do? He goes out and gets some help for Gunnar Stockton with transfers Zachariah Brandt from USC and Noah Thompson from Texas A&M. Will that solve all the problems at wide receiver? No, but it's certainly going to improve them, and I think that makes Gunnar Stockton a better quarterback. Defensively, they're going to be solid, but I think more importantly, Nick, basically every year since Kirby Smart has been at Georgia, they have had, except this first one, they have ranked in the top 3 every single year in recruiting. They stockpile a lot of talent. They lose a lot of guys to the NFL. I just think that they get Texas at home. They get Alabama at home. They've got a couple of cupcakes to open the season to get Stockton, in sync with his new receivers. I think that they can do it. They're projected to be favored in all 12 games. Last year, I was one of the few, if only people, to pick Oregon number 1 out of the gate. All they did was go 13-0, but then they got tripped up in the playoffs. Will Georgia go 13-0? I don't know. But, again, I'm talking minor edges over the other teams. I just went with Georgia because they've proven that they can do it. And I think because everyone's saying Georgia won't do it is a huge motivational factor for Kirby Smart, who will use that to the 9th degree.
Yeah, I think it's a safe bet that Kirby Smart's going to be telling all of his players that people think that Georgia's overrated and Georgia's going to fall off here in 2025. I don't think Georgia was the biggest surprise for me, Brett. I think it was that Ohio State, the defending national champions, are sitting at 6 outside the top 5. 2 best players in the country, probably, with Jeremiah Smith and Caleb Downs at safety on the defensive end of the ball. Is it just the coaching turnover at coordinator that has you a little bit skeptical of the Buckeyes in 2025, or is it maybe at quarterback? Like, why is Ohio State 6th as opposed to being in the top 5, as I think most people would have them probably even in the top 3 as they're a co-favorite to win the national title?
Yeah, you nailed it there. You don't have Chip Kelly anymore. You don't have Jim Knowles. I mean, what Ohio State and specifically Chip Kelly did last year after the loss to Michigan was remarkable. They basically revamped their offense. And I had a chance to talk to Chip during the playoff run. And basically, he kind of admitted that during the season, Ryan Day also addressed this, during the season last year, Ohio State didn't go full pedal to the metal during the regular season. Because of the additional number of playoff games, they were concerned about injuries, wearing people down. So they almost, sandbagged, if you will. Not necessarily not showing everything, but I don't think they played to their full potential, especially speed on offense. Once they got to the playoff, everything changed, and you saw a different Ohio State team, and that's because of Chip Kelly. Well, Chip's no longer there. They've got to change at quarterback, as you mentioned. And I agree. They've got the best offensive and defensive players in the country. It's weird. I see them at number 6, and I'm like, man, I'm an idiot. Why did I put them at number 6? But I think this is the best Clemson team Davos has since he won the national title in 2018. And you can't argue. I mean, I think it's a fact. You've got the best returning quarterback, either 1A or 1B, in Cade Klubnik. the other would be Drew Aller. And so that's why I have them ahead of Ohio State. And, guys, I have Alabama at 5. I know what happened last year with Alabama. People that are a lot smarter than me, and that's a long list that I trust a lot, actually have Alabama power rated as the number 1 team in the country. They've got to figure out what they're going to do at quarterback. They've got 3 options there to get Ryan Williams the ball. Defense, they're going to be solid. If they can just avoid losing to Vanderbilt, I think they could win it too. So, yeah, I agree with why in the world did I put Ohio State 6. But, again, we're just talking minute differences here. And I think with them, it's the biggest difference is you lose those 2 coordinators, which I would argue were the best 2 coordinators, certainly in the back half of the season and certainly during the playoff run. And those guys are no longer there.
Diego Pavia's smiling somewhere right now. You bet on this Tuesday. A couple more minutes with the newly minted college football insider for our friends over at On3, the great Brett McMurphy here with us in the Power Hour on a Tuesday. Brett, as it stands right now, who would your pick be to win the Heisman Trophy and why?
I'm not avoiding the question. I have no opinion, none. And anyone that wants to put a preseason wager on the Heisman Trophy, please email me and I will book it because there's no way to predict who can win it. Now, I will say this, and we'll, clip it, rack it, whatever you want to do. Arch Manning is not going to win the Heisman. Does he deserve the Heisman? That's a different story. I just think the Heisman favorites, the narrative is to knock these guys down during the season. Now, if Texas goes 13-0 and wins the SEC title, Arch Manning will be a minus $1 billion favorite to win it. But I just think the expectations are too high for him right now. Now, look, if they go win at Ohio State in week 1, he'll probably be even money. I just think the expectations are too high. I don't think anybody at the Power 4 level, at least in a conference, Notre Dame's the exception, is going to go undefeated. And so I think it's impossible to pick a Heisman winner. I'm not avoiding the question. I wouldn't put your money on it, Nick. If I had to pick somebody, the way the narratives go with all this, it would either be Drew Aller, or Klubnik of Clemson. But I wouldn't be confident enough to put anything on that because, as we saw last year, you can have somebody come out of nowhere. But I do feel strongly about this. I do think it's going to be a quarterback. I think last year we got our non-quarterback out of our system, if you will. And, look, I think Travis Hunter deserved it. What he did had never been done before. But I think this year we go back to a more traditional quarterback that's on one of the top teams, that's in playoff contention, that's playing really well at the end of the year. So that's my answer to your question, and I know it's a cop-out, but, yeah, I never play a preseason Heisman game. I'd rather pick a number on the roulette wheel and spin it and see what happens.
What number would you bet on the roulette wheel?
Well, if Peyton Manning walked by the table, whatever he would tell me to put it on, but if he's not walking by, I like the number 12.
Okay, for a little Tom Brady action at number 12. And by the way, that Heisman answer was good because the piece of information that I took out of that was not to like Jeremiah Smith, who's 10-1 right now to win the Heisman Trophy at BetMGM. Brett, we only have 30 seconds for this answer. We're running out of time here. But every time we have you on before the season starts, you've always got good nuggets for us on like team outside the top 25 that could finish really well, maybe make the college football playoff. In 30 seconds, give us a team that you did not rank in your top 25 that you think could be in the college football playoff at season's end. 30 seconds.
30 seconds, no pressure. I'll go with Washington. I love their quarterback. I think they're vastly underrated. I almost slipped them in there, but I didn't. I think they're a possibility. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Auburn. Auburn could go to the college football playoff, or they can go 5-7 and Hugh Freeze will get fired. And I actually think one of those two things will happen. I just don't know which one. So those are two that are not in my top 25 that could make it to the playoff.
And look, if you like to bet on sports, and we do, and our listeners and viewers do, we love a team with extreme outcomes as the potential. And Auburn, according to Brett McMurphy, has that. My friend, we love having you on the show. A sincere congratulations to you on the new gig over at On3, College Football Insider. They're killing the college football game. Stay well, and we'll catch up with you again, hopefully, before the season starts.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Our friend Brett McMurphy joining us on the show. I kind of felt like I wanted to bet Jeremiah. Well, I was kind of thinking about betting Jeremiah Smith to win the Heisman. And then Brett took a big old dump on that. Oh, well, you might be right. On the other side, Aaron Judge is back for the Yankees. Raiders Seahawks Thursday night in the preseason here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
He's going
We've already
to.
given it to him.
I think he's gonna do it. I really do. It's like me and Paul Feinbaum on the same page for the first time ever. I think the problem with Arch is because of the hype, this number is shorter than it should be. And already I understand it. As a Texas fan trying to take a step back, you're looking at this, you're like, all right, enough with the Arch Manning hype. I get it. If the back of his jersey said Johnson or Smith or Williams or whatever, we would not hear this hype. He hasn't done anything. He started a couple games. Yeah, he's got some wheels. He's got some talent. But the thing is this, Arch is really that good. He really is. Watch when he's played for Texas. Watch how he throws the deep ball. Look at the receivers he has on that offense between DeAndre Moore and remember the name Ryan Wingo. He's going to be an absolute stud this year, a sophomore who has a deep connection with Arch on a long ball. I'm telling you, Arch is that good, and the fact that he's playing in Sark's offense, which is going to be able to utilize him in ways that they couldn't use or utilize Quinn Ewers, is going to be a difference maker because Arch can run and because he can go down the field. I just think he's going to be that good, and he's going to get a ton of opportunities because the Texas defense should be a top 10 defense. Arch is going to get the football a lot, and I actually think he's going to get it done. I think he is worthy of the hype. There are very few players who are worthy of such massive, unbelievable expectations, but when you're a part of the Manning family, you are different. I think Arch is different, and I think he's going to win it.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Or just to continue our off-air conversation, because I don't want to type, or Addy, you're having your Jake Hassan. I'm going to completely butcher the open of the Power Hour by having the levels too loud and then lie and say that it's the same levels every day. That's what's happening now. I mean this. I love the crew of our show. They're the best. And I mean that sincerely. Even Bill Zimmerman, who's on a boat right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Raiders Seahawks on Thursday night, Femi. So the Raiders are currently 4.5-point favorites at Seattle on Thursday night. Total of the game is 36.5. The Raiders starters will play. We don't know for how long, so Geno Smith's going to start the game. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
It feels like it's a little touch and go with that one. Like, so Pete Carroll apparently said that everybody's live and everyone's ready to go, but did not determine whether the starters will play, but then said everyone is ready.
Wasn't there a tweet from an insider saying the starters were playing?
Yes. Like, there was multiple tweets saying that. So
okay.
I don't think people like listen to the full quote from the press conference. So like, cause like, I saw like, I think even NFL, like around the NFL, that Twitter account said that starters will play. Like the exact quote was everybody's live, everybody's ready to go. But then he also said TBD on whether starters will play. So it's not all the way confirmed. No.
I just tweeted. Okay, so not tweeted. I just Google searched, which is a really funny thing to Google search, Geno Smith Seahawks, because like it'll come up like if he's going to start in the game or not. So these are just headlines from various like reputable publications. Pete Carroll and Geno Smith had very different responses regarding their return to Seattle. Pete Carroll will play the starters versus the Seahawks. Pete Carroll doesn't rule out Raiders starters playing versus Seahawks. Like, what the hell's going on here?
I don't know why Pete Carroll's making this like weird and just like vague. It's like it's a preseason game. Like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing here? Maybe it's just he wants the starters to continue to be locked into. So we don't know. Like, we think they might play, but like, we don't know. But we know that the Seahawks
starters are not playing. Like, that we do know.
Correct. We do know that. Correct. Nothing from Seattle. But like that's why, because I think the Raiders went out to want to say 5.5 that got bet. So like now we're down to 4.5, which is obviously not a big move or whatever. But like just people went ahead and bet some Seahawks once it really came out that okay, he's saying that they're ready to play, but that not for sure that they're going to play. I think we'll probably find out tomorrow, maybe game day once you start to see some steam. Either way, though, I want to be on the Raiders. I do think that whether Geno's out there or not, I think this game means a lot to Pete Carroll and like going back to Seattle, even though it's a preseason. I know that sounds stupid to say out loud, but still, Pete Carroll's built different. He's all about competing even in August. I do think the Raiders are a team that you want to be on in this game or just maybe pass the game. I don't want to bet Seattle. So it's Raiders or pass. Do I want to lay 4.5? Maybe it's first half Raiders. And maybe you wait for the news that Geno perhaps might not play, and then you bet the Raiders in the first half with Aiden O'Connell against what Seattle puts out there with the backups tomorrow, or Thursday night, I should say.
I like Seattle's backups. Like, Drew Lock is not an NFL starting quarterback, but he's more than capable as a backup quarterback and can shred backups. And then it's Jalen Milroe, who, like, say what you want about Jalen Milroe, and maybe, like, I don't know how accurate he's going to be at the NFL level. Like, I'll say, like, I do dynasty leagues, and like I've got Jalen Milroe in a couple of the leagues as like a deep stat, like a stash for a couple of years. Like, why can't Jalen Milroe run for like 150 yards in this game at minimum? Run for 150 yards, and like, sure, like, let's say Geno plays, I don't know, like the first quarter. Like, Aiden O'Connell's not like going to play into like the fourth quarter of the preseason game. No. Who is Cam Miller? Who is this?
I've never heard of this person before until literally like 20 minutes ago. So I don't know who this Cam Miller character is.
Let's see. Cam Miller.
Let's look it up.
Here we go. Raiders.com. Cam Miller is ready to make the most of every opportunity. And it's a video. That's great. I mean, that's what I would say also. Ready to make the most of every opportunity.
The best luck Thursday night.
He went to North Dakota State.
Okay.
He's a 6th-round pick in the NFL draft. Right. Tyler, do we know what? Tyler, pop on here. What's Cam Miller's deal?
He's actually like most of the North Dakota State quarterbacks we've seen. He's athletic. He's average. At least the Trey Lance and Carson Wentz have played in the NFL, so maybe he's like decent, but he's a good athlete. That's all we got so far.
I like the over, I think, in this game. I like the over, I think, in all three games on Thursday night. That's dangerous, right?
I mean, they're high totals for preseason. You got 36.5, 37.5, and 37. So the betting market agrees with you. Like, based on the quarterbacks and their abilities, there's going to be points. I just the point that you make about Seahawks quarterbacks, like those guys being good, is a very fair one and one that I should consider. But I just think that the Raiders are going to try to like instill winning culture versus Mike McDonald. They want to see those young players play, but I think their goal is to get out of this game healthy. Where I think Pete Carroll actually wants to win the game.
And it's Pete Carroll's return to Seattle.
Exactly. I don't want to be against him with that setup. Like, and it's a preseason game. People might say that that's stupid, but like Pete Carroll's a try hard, and like his teams usually play hard in the preseason. I could see the Raiders going out there and being like, "Let's win this one for Pete." There's going to be a tribute video at the game before the game for Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, and Jamal Adams. Yeah, there should be. So I think it's going to be like a very charged up kind of emotional night for the Raiders, and especially for the two most important guys on the team. I think those guys are going to want to win it for him. So I don't want to be against a team that wants to actually win the game as opposed to the other team that, like, yes, those players want to play well, but like they're not going to be out there like acting like this is like week 18 to decide who's going to be the 1 seed. But I think the Raiders actually might be.
If those people are interested, a 3-team favorites moneyline parlay on Thursday night. So the Bengals to beat the Eagles, Raiders to beat the Seahawks, Colts to beat the Ravens, plus 184 at BetMGM. And like the totals would be obviously like that's going to be just you're betting basically minus 110s, or close to it. I like the fate. Oh man, you want to let's start the season off square. I think I like all 3 favorites and the 3 overs. I don't want to lay the points necessarily, but I might do that money line. Bet the favorite money lines, and I like all 3 overs on Thursday night.
I do like the overs. I mean, my favorite over by far is probably the Bengals-Eagles one. I like that over definitely. Colts-Ravens, I do like. Leary kind of makes me a little bit weird, but maybe he can do some stuff.
He makes you
weird. And then this
weird?
Raiders makes me feel weird. Like I don't think he's good based on like the limited NC State football that I watched when he was playing there like 2 years ago.
Does anyone on our show want to ask Femi a follow-up question to the statement that Devin Leary makes him feel weird?
They're going to leave that one alone, I think.
We were going to ask Addie what she thinks, but Addie was too busy ranking us last on shows on the BetMGM network. Okay. Tomorrow, we will roll through the games on Friday and more preseason depth charts. We got 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday, tomorrow and Thursday, where we're going to hit every single game week 1 of the preseason. And at the end, we will give you all our bets, obviously, for the 3 games on Thursday and otherwise. But for right now, Femi and Jake, get ready to join us here because we're going to talk some baseball here on the show. I think I'm supposed to do like a mini monologue on the Yankees. I'm just like, I hate them. I think Boone sucks. Everyone knows it. They're a disaster. They lose last night in ridiculous fashion. Devin Williams sucks. Jake Bird sucks. I love that, by the way. Here's like big trade deadline acquisition. Jake Bird is now in AAA. Already, he's in AAA. Devin Williams comes in and serves up a homer to Jock Peterson, who's hitting like 120 on the season. And then in the 10th, like they walk Wyatt Langford, and Josh Young comes up and just slams a 3-run homer to win the game. Now, I bet the Rangers, so like I was not unhappy with the result, but like I'm a Yankee fan, just like this team sucks. Are they going to miss the playoffs? It's crazy. Good news, though, Femi, for the Bronx Bombers. Aaron Judge returned tonight. He will be DHing until like he's ready to throw from the outfield. So Judge is back in the lineup tonight. And break down American League MVP for us, Femi, with Aaron Judge now back for the New York Yankees tonight.
Yeah, I think that tonight's game is really, really important just to see what Judge looks like. If he looks how he normally looks and doesn't seem like he's in pain with the elbow, there's not going to be any setback or whatever, and let's say he gets a hit, maybe 2 hits, I think this is a guy that you want to bet to win the award. Like whether you want to lay the minus 250, I know it's not sexy to do that, but this is a guy who was minus like 10,000 a month ago. And now you're getting him at minus 250. Maybe put it in some parlays with some NFL division bets that you like. If Judge looks like how he normally looks, I think it's time to bet him because Cal Raleigh, like we said last week when Judge initially, or 2 weeks ago, when Judge initially went on the IL, he hasn't been good. He's been bad in July. Like the Mariners have been like awesome. The guys around him have been good, but Cal Raleigh's cooled off dramatically. He doesn't look like an MVP to me. If it's not going to be Judge, I think it's the wild card like Tarek Skubal just having a dominant final 2 months and the Tigers having the best record in the American League and maybe a narrative builds around him. But like to me, if you want to get fun with it, Skubal at big prices, but Judge, I think, is the guy that's going to win the award once he gets back on track. And now that he's healthy, let's see what it looks like tonight. But I'd be betting Judge and putting him in parlays that you like.
Our friend Jake Hassan is with us as well. Jake, your thoughts on Judge and American League MVP with Judge returning to the lineup tonight? And as I said earlier, just like it's so Yankees that Judge is in and now Stanton can't play even though he's got 6 homers in his last 12 games because Judge is going to DH. Just like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, just another Brian Cashman, Aaron Boone masterclass. Things you love to see.
By the way, hold on a second. We didn't have you on video yesterday. Jake got a haircut. Jake, you look good, man. This is a good haircut, my friend.
Thank you. Shout out my boy Adrian. Got in there Friday afternoon finally, and we cleaned it up. We're feeling better. We're looking much better. He's the best, so we are feeling confidence is very good right now. Thank you.
Please talk about the Yankees and Aaron Judge.
I would love to. I agree with Femi about Judge. Like, we have to see what this looks like. And if he struggles or he looks rusty, I think it's Scooble with a bullet. Like, over the weekend, just another awesome start, 10 strikeouts against the Phillies. He is far outpacing other MVP seasons we've seen from pitchers. Whether it be Kershaw, Verlander, he's going to pass all of their numbers in ERA, WAR, WHIP, whatever you want to choose from their respective MVP seasons. I think it's far and away him as the second choice and possibly the winner if Judge doesn't look right and struggles out of the gate here.
Okay, so Aaron Judge minus 200 right now to an American League MVP. We'll give all our bets coming up to close the show in a little bit here. Jake, anything else for Major League Baseball tonight tickling your fancy?
Yeah, I want to go to the first 3 under and A's and Nationals. Just 2 bad lineups outside of my guy Nick Kurtz. But Mackenzie Gore, Luis Severino, who's very good on the road. Like, his ERA doesn't look great on the eye test, but on the road when he's not pitching in, a little league ballpark in Sacramento, he's actually been awesome. So I'm going to back him. And how do you not back Eovaldi against the Yankees right now? Like, that's something you have to do.
I like the Yankees tonight, believe it or not.
Mano y mano?
Yeah, we go mano y mano tonight. I like the Yankees tonight. Little Apo Taco tonight with the New York Yankees against the Texas Rangers. Femi, Judge is now minus 235 at BetMGM. So this number is like getting bet like as we're doing the show right now for Judge MVP.
And like, I wouldn't be going crazy with it. I would just say maybe you want something before the game tonight. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, if you want to parlay Judge with the San Francisco 49ers to win the NFC West, like that could be fun, right? Like the Niners are like what, plus 140, plus 150 in that range. If you want to maybe get some 2-1 on that, like that's a cool way to go ahead and bet Aaron Judge to win the MVP. But like, don't go nuts because like Jake mentioned, he could also look bad. And like maybe like this is actually terrible and he's going to stink the final 2 months. And all of a sudden you bet like all these crazy bets with Aaron Judge a part of it. And maybe he actually loses it. So like maybe bet some Judge before tonight's game. If he looks good, maybe bet a little bit more when you wake up tomorrow morning. And if you want a long shot, I think Scooble is 100% the guy that you want to be betting. The big dumper stuff, like it feels like that peaked at the home run derby. Ever since the derby, he's been bad. I don't think it's going to happen. Even Mariners fans, like I'm a Mariners fan. I follow other Mariners fans. Like people are like, hey, like it's weird that he's now lost ground in the time that Judge was out because he's been that bad. He's been striking out a bunch, just not really getting that contact. So I think the Cal Raleigh thing is going downhill. And the guy that's ascending, if it's not Judge, I think it's Tarek Skubal of the Tigers, which would be a fun story since we haven't seen a pitcher win this award in quite some time.
So just to pull the curtain back a little bit. So we love when Addie Bates is on our show, our associate producer on You Better You Bet. And Addie does a great job like doing other shows. She's inside the betting lines. She works on BetMGM tonight as well. We like when she's on ours. She's not on our show every day. I would like for her to be on our show every day. I enjoy having her.
2 times a week, maybe.
Yeah, like and she's great to have around and she's good at her job. Like I like her. So Addie is like she's claiming that she's sick today, and I'm not saying she's not. She says that she's sick. I didn't know Addie was with us today until 5:40 Eastern. I'm on the show for an hour. I didn't even know she was here. She didn't say a word. She didn't type anything in the chat, and then she decided to chime in. So Addie has basically done like nothing of any consequence on our show today, and this decided in our show chat to all of a sudden become like now she's Tim Kirkjian. Here's Peter Gammons now with us as our associate producer, typing in our chat. How Aaron Judge attacks inside pitches will be very telling tonight. Thank you for your contribution to the show. We really appreciate it. I mean, Bill James here.
Addy Bates created sabermetrics.
Here we go. Like here's the newly minted producer of BetMGM tonight, Heath Law.
I mean, she didn't have a lot of work at MLB Network Radio, so she's in them streets.
No, I just it's not like, hey, you know what I think, what sound we could play on the show today? I think this was good. Maybe we can improve this. No, I'm going to tell you about, how Aaron Judge needs to attack, Nate Eovaldi's slider. That's the contribution today. Thank you very much, Addy. On the other side.
Never change, Addy.
Yeah, no, we love her. On the other side, Brad Evans is going to join us, and all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, Major League Baseball and the WNBA to wrap it up on a terrific Football Tuesday on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yeah, I lean under. If Scott Satterfield doesn't win at least 7 games, I think he's out, man. He's 8-16 in 2 years as head coach. Last year was a weird year. They started 5-2 and looked pretty good. They were on their way to a bowl game. All they needed was one more win. Instead, they lost their last 7 games of the season, and their offense only averaged 19 points per game. They bring back their quarterback, Sorsby. They bring back their top running back, Evan Pryor. He rushed for 418 yards and had 118 yards receiving last year. The wide receiver room is pretty much all new. It's a bunch of dudes from the portal. Cyrus Allen from A&M, Jeff Caldwell from Lindenwood, Caleb Goody from Colorado State. Their tight end's back, Joe Royer. He's pretty good. He had 50 receptions last year. Defense is decent. I don't like the schedule, though, even the non-con. They kick off their season against Nebraska, who I'm pretty high on this year. So I lean under, and I think Scott Satterfield is probably fired after next year for Cincy.
Oh, you had me at Lindenwood. Go Lancers!
Yeah.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Two tremendous guests today. We appreciate both of them. Our friend Dave Damashek, the newly minted host. I've said newly minted like 9 times on the show today. It's not great. Now, we have an associate producer on our show, Addie Bates, who, she could contribute to the show by saying, like, hey, stop saying newly minted. Instead, she offered us a breakdown of Aaron Judge's batting stance tonight against Nate Eovaldi. So, you pick and choose what you get from your crew sometimes on You Better You Bet. Dave Damashek is the host. Now, what's his show called? Now this is my bad. I can't blame anybody else. Football America. Football America. It's a great name. Starting this Friday on the Le Batard and Friends YouTube network. And then once the NFL regular season kicks off, every Monday and Friday, our friend Dave Damashek on the Le Batard and Friends YouTube network. We appreciate the great Dave Damashek. And Brett McMurphy, newly minted.
Ding, ding, ding.
I didn't do that on practice. I did it organically. It's officially become a problem. It's bad. I need to stop. I'm addicted to saying newly minted.
Newly minted anonymous.
Yeah, he's Brett McMurphy is now the college football insider for our friends at On3. Brett doing a great job. He likes Georgia as the best team in the country entering the season. So thanks to Brett and thanks to Dave Damashek. Our executive producer today is Tyler Morales. Our technical director is Sean, smile on his mouth, hand on his haw. Our engineer is Jake Hassan. Our video producer, downtown Mike Brown. And Addie has been doing something on the show today. I'm not sure what, but thank you very much to her. Speaking of her, coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight. And the her that I am referencing is not, what you would call like a female, say her, or like the female R&B singer, her. But this would be hits, runs, and RBI, her. Brad Evans is with us now. Brad, welcome to the show.
Hola, amigos! And shout out to all the hers out there.
Okay, shout out to the hers. Brad, what is the thing that's interesting you right now in the National Football League as we head towards week 1 of the preseason?
Well, obviously the big news today, Jordan Addison and the 3-game suspension that came down. And it's muy interesante because somebody could really start off hot that is not named Justin Jefferson in a Minnesota Vikings uniform. If I had to stack my greenbacks and somebody's going to step in and fill a void and maybe get you all to a hot start in your fantasy league and somebody get in the 11th hour, the beer fuzzy rounds of your fantasy draft upcoming here the next couple of weeks, Jalen Naylor could be that dude. A guy that did flash at times, a lot of snaps out of the slot last season, pretty good separation skills. Obviously, we don't know about the chemistry, the rapport he has built with J.J. McCarthy, but of course with Justin Jefferson drawing so many double teams, and of course you got to also account for T.J. Hawkinson. I think Jalen Naylor in mano-a-mano situations over the first 3 weeks could be a guy that gets you maybe repeatedly 50 to 70 yards in a given week and the occasional score as well. So if you want to sprint off the blocks in your fantasy football leagues, especially those in, say, 14-team or deeper formats, Jalen Naylor needs to be highlighted on your cheat sheet.
Give me 30 seconds on this question, because I think tomorrow on the show, I'm going to unveil, and we'll do a lot of fantasy football content on You Better You Bet as we head into the heart of fantasy draft season. In the heart of draft season, I've got my top 12. Where do you have Christian McCaffrey ranked this year in PPR or half PPR formats?
We're talking positionally or overall?
Overall.
Overall, right now, I got a number 10. So, back end of round 1, I am of very high confidence he's going to play at least 15 games. Now, I probably shouldn't be, given recency bias.
You got to rank him like 1 or 2 then if you think he's going to play 15 games, no?
Well, I mean, he could give up some of the occasional carries. We're going to see what happens with Isaac Orendo, if he's going to be able to come back in week 1. Jordan James is generating a lot of buzz. I have question marks about the offensive line. In a PPR format, yeah, he could be a top 5 overall finisher if he does play that many snaps and that many contests overall. So that is a fair to stew point, my friend. A hat tip to you. But because, there's the downside of the injury ramp, always lurking, always feasting on the flesh of the scene CMC Football Factory. Got him a little bit lower, but I think he's going to crank out the platinum hits coming off the line this season. So big fan of Christian McCaffrey. He is going to storm back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I think he's the biggest. Like, I think when people make their decisions in the first round, if he's on the clock, whether to take him or someone else, like that could determine whether you like win or lose your fantasy league. Because if he's going to play this whole season, like you could make, if I told you right now he was playing 16 games, where would you pick him? First overall? Guarantee you get 16 games out of 17.
No, I mean, I don't think he's a slam dunk first overall. I think Bijan Robinson in that conversation, Jamar Chase also in that conversation. I would say he's top 3, though.
I think I'd take him first if you could guarantee that. But you can't. Obviously, you can't make that guarantee, which is unfortunate. I'm a little mad at Christian McCaffrey, and I don't know if I've said this on air or off air, but I only know this because my wife follows Olivia Culpo on Instagram, who's a Christian McCaffrey's wife. So, did you see this? That they just had a baby, right? Christian McCaffrey, they're like celebrity couple. In all seriousness, they really are celebrity couple. They just had a daughter, and they named her Colette, which is my daughter's name, and my daughter's older. And all the comments were, "What a beautiful name." That's like, I started this, and that jerk's gonna get all the credit for this name. Like, I brought Colette back as a name, and now Christian McCaffrey is like jocking off of me.
You know what's high praise, man? Just take your wins wherever you can get them.
Yeah, I need them. Brad, great job. Looking forward to BetMGM tonight. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Fernando Tatis over 1.5 total bags. I'm out.
Do you have a her for us tonight? I will blindly back it.
Corbin Carroll over 1.5. Here, though a little bit juicy at -145.
All right, I'm betting it. Corbin Carroll. I don't think I've ever made a her bet. Corbin Carroll over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBI. That's what it is, right?
Yep.
Yeah, come join the party.
Okay, I'm here. I'm in.
A lot of hers.
Place right after the show. Anything else, Femi, or do you want to do bets?
We can do bets. McCaffrey, though, I think he does have a bounce back here. I agree with Brad, and I agree with you that McCaffrey is.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is like so when you come on the clock, like let's say you're picking, let's say you're picking
something like that.
Like Christian McCaffrey or CeeDee Lamb, Christian McCaffrey or Justin Jefferson, Christian McCaffrey or Devon Achane, Christian McCaffrey or Saquon Barkley. If you knew that Christian McCaffrey was playing 15, 16 games, I would take him maybe first overall. Like, I think that's going to be the critical decision that people are going to have to make if they like are on the clock at the right time, whether to take McCaffrey or to pass on Christian McCaffrey. We'll talk about that on the show coming up.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
As a non-fantasy guy, I think the one guy I'd take over McCaffrey would be Chase. I think that's the only guy I'd do. I think Chase is the guy, but like I also haven't played since 2011. But yeah, it'd be Chase and then McCaffrey.
Chase is the consensus #1 pick this year. So like you are in good company. I think you can make the case if you knew CMC was playing every game that he should be the first pick, but you'll never know that, obviously. All right, let's get to bets. Jake the Snake, please drop the dope ass beat. All right, no matter where the action is, we are going to supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use BetMGM's Odds Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning bet. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. All right, Femi, tonight's Major League Baseball card highlighted by my pathetic New York Yankees on the road in Texas against the Rangers. Will Warren against Nate Eovaldi. Aaron Judge back in the lineup. And the Dodgers, like a big time on the schneid right now, hosting the St. Louis Cardinals. Ed Sheeran on the mound tonight. Perhaps the Dodgers will be perfect tonight. It's Ed Sheehan, I think, or E. Sheehan.
Yes.
Whatever.
I think isn't it Emmett Sheehan or something like that?
Whatever. I think it should be Ed. They're huge favorite with Ed Sheeran on the mound tonight. Eddie, baseball bets tonight, please.
I'm going back to the well with the home run bets. I want to have fun with this tonight.
I found love for me.
Is that your favorite Ed Sheeran song? What's the one that was
really
at all the weddings? The one that played at all the. Was that the one? What's it called?
Yeah, perfect.
No, but there was another one too that was at all the weddings.
Look perfect tonight. That's the one.
Thinking out loud, I feel like was at a lot of weddings. Like when your hand is before, like that one. Like
see,
I don't even know the lyrics
That's
to
a
the
great song,
but like,
right? It's actually
a great
good.
Song. It is a great song. Yeah. Like, thinking out loud. Baby, we found love.
It's a good song. Why did you sang it like Christina Aguilera? Like you put some sauce on that. Right, what do you got? Baseball.
All right, well, come on over to my home run bets. Kyle Tucker, plus 490 for the Cubs tonight.
Well done.
He hasn't hit a home run in a few weeks. I think Kyle Tucker gets it done tonight against Zach Littell, who I think might be making his debut for the Reds tonight. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Also in that same game, Ellie De La Cruz against Shota Imanaga, because guess what? He's a fly ball pitcher. Doesn't sound like hitting conditions, but Ellie De La Cruz has big-time power, and we're getting him at plus 600. I'll dabble with that. I'll also dabble with Zach Neto of the Angels, plus 415. Give me Julio Rodriguez, plus 410. Julio swinging a hot bat now. Summer Julio, second half Julio. That guy's here. He goes yard tonight. And then finally, at Dodger Stadium, Teoscar Hernandez, plus 350 to hit a homer off that fraud Miles Michaelis that Brad was trashing earlier in this segment.
One more time, just the home run. The players you're betting tonight to hit home runs.
Kyle Tucker of the Cubs, Ellie De La Cruz of the Cincinnati Reds, Zach Neto of the Angels, Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners, and Teoscar Hernandez of your Los Angeles Dodgers.
I'm betting all five and the Corbin Carroll her. And my side bets tonight in Major League Baseball. Will Warren is. I think Will Warren's pretty good. And Aaron Judge is back. And I'm the Yankee whisperer. Yankees win tonight. Yankees win. The Yankees win tonight on the road in Texas. Yankees plus 110 at the Rangers. Clay Holmes sucks. Logan Allen sucks. Let's not overthink this. Mets Guardians first 5 over 4.5 at Citi Field. We got WNBA action tonight, Femi. Any bets for you in the dub?
No, the Fallen Hero spots have been bad. I know this is kind of a spot here for Minnesota, but I'm not going to do it. So I'll be passing the W tonight, and I'll just be praying that Afisa Collier comes back sooner rather than later.
I just want to give a shout out to Mike Brown, who's probably spent I don't know how long it takes to build these things. It was like a graphic with 9 WNBA games tonight on it. It was on the screen for 8 seconds. Neither of us made a bet. Sorry, Mike.
He could have left it up. he could have left it.
Just saying. Sorry, Mike. Sorry, Mike. So a ton of home run bets, couple side bets, the Corbin Carroll her. Let's have a night, everybody, in Major League Baseball. And we'll be back at it tomorrow talking preseason in the NFL and more on a wonderful football Wednesday. So fun show today. BetMGM tonight is coming up next. Brad and company. Until we meet again, dear listener and dear viewer, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's all about ball strikers. We want guys that can hit it long and accurate off the tee. Guys that are good approach players as well. Strokes gained, tee to green is the metric we are looking at this week. The first guy that I'm taking, not to win outright, because I never do that to you guys, but But top 10, top 20, Tommy Ladd. Fairway Jesus, Tommy Fleetwood. He is 22-1 to win this week if you dare want to bet that. But I just take the top 10 and top 20 on Tommy. He's 4th on the PGA Tour in strokes gained, tee to green. And he's just going to play steady golf, long golf course. He's going to put it in the fairway. He's going to put it on the green. He's going to give himself birdie putts. You got to be a good overall golfer to win at TPC Southwind. You got to be able to use every club in the bag. That's what Tommy can do. So I'm looking at him top 10, top 20 this week. Next up, Matt Fitzpatrick at 25-1. Matty Fitz loves this golf course. He's finished in the top 10 here 3 times, and he's one of the hottest golfers in the world right now. He's playing really, really good golf. Always a good ball striker. Really putts well on this golf course. So Matt Fitzpatrick, course history here, terrific. Current form, terrific. Checks a lot of boxes. 25-1 with Matt Fitzpatrick. How about another Englishman? Let's go with Aaron Rye at 40-1. Keep an eye on him as a top 20 as well. Rye's coming off a T5 finish last week at Sedgefield Country Club, finished 12th here last year, and he is 18th right now on the PGA Tour strokes gained, tee to green. Aaron Rye's having a very good season, very good iron player, very good ball striker. I think he can contend this week, so give me Aaron Rye, 40-1. And then finally, the guy that I absolutely love this week. If you said, PJ, free $100, who would you bet this week? Sepp Straka, without a doubt, at 45-1. Love me some Sepp this week. Sepp is one of the best ball strikers on the PGA Tour. Scotty's obviously number 1. You could argue Sepp's in the top 3, top 5. He's had an unbelievable year. This is Bermuda grass that they're going to putt on this week at Memphis, which they use a lot in Florida. Sepp was great during the Florida swing. He's played very well this season on golf courses where you have to drive it long and straight. That's what he does. I think he's going to be in contention this week. 45-1. Way too big of a price on the big fella, Sepp Straka. So keep an eye on him.
Chaos commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points, plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another banging edition of BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, my guy, Ryan Horvat. And we got an action-packed program for you this evening. Of course, Ryan and I are going to be breaking down our cards here momentarily. Our top 3 plays tonight. A whole lot of baseball in store. Maybe even work in a WNBA play here or there to boot. So definitely stay tuned if you're chasing some action this evening. And on top of that, we're going to get more action. Locked and loaded parlay. Pete's going to drop on by, give his parlay of the day. He cashed in last night at a cool plus 170. Hopefully going to make it back-to-back wins to begin the week. We're going to say hello to our little friend, roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice at plus money, and working some bonus time wagers as well. Then butter up. We got a handful of games out on the West Coast this evening, so we got to step in the dish and take some hacks in Major League Baseball, including our crew to cash. And thank you, Luisa Rise. You were the only one that let us down. You were 10 of 19 coming into the game last night against the Arizona Diamondbacks against Brandon Pfaadt, and he laid a fat one on our parlay, unfortunately. So he was the only leg that we missed. That was my pick. So a little rain on my parade. Hopefully we're getting it back tonight. Then Chip Patterson is dropping by, a man that knows the ins and outs of the world of college football, of course. I'm going to be asking him about the team that is emblazoned across my chest right now, the ILL, who entered the coaches poll and an astonishing number 12 overall. Are they really going to live up to the hype? I'm going to ask Chip that question. Of course, Horvey is going to be asking all kinds of pertinent questions tied to his favorite sport, that is the game of college football, followed by College Cash. All ACC teams tonight, including a squad they may know, and the Clemson Tigers are going to side over or under on a 4-pack of teams with their win total. And then a fade or NFL edition, and tonight we're going to be zeroed in on NFL running backs who could run for 1,000 yards, all plus money right now, available at BetMGM. That is a requirement. And then Horvat and I are going to decide whether we're going to fade or follow those potential 1,000-yard rushers this season. Rob Brown is going to get down with us in Seg 7. He is a smorgasbord of sports betting goodness. So we're going to be talking a little baseball. We'll talk a little college football. We'll talk some NFL. He knows everything. He is a living, breathing savant. So I cannot wait to talk to the one, the only, the outstanding Rob Brown, followed by You Spin Me Round, Round, Baby, Round, Round, like a record, baby. Continuing on that exercise, breaking out ADPs and fantasy football drafts, and we're marching on to round 7, part 1, the top 6 going in that round. So we're talking about Isaiah Pacheco. Mecca Buka, whose value is skyrocketing right now, former Ohio State Buckeye, and member of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Jordan Addison as well. Big news came out today on him. How is that going to impact his value, or is it about right with him going in round 7? Again, Ryan and I are going to discuss a little bit later on in the show. And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, you want to talk sports betting with us, you absolutely can. Simple way to contact Tori and I. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: fantasy football fanatics, which popular round 7 player per ADP is your best buy in half-point PPR formats? Your options are Isaiah Pacheco at pick number 73.02 overall, Jacoby Myers at pick number 74.12, Jordan Addison at pick number 76.40, or Tony Pollard of the Tennessee Titans at pick number 79.30. So far, over 230 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X
at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed and handsome colleague, Ryan Horvath. And, of course, go talk about the Addison news. That was the big one that came out a couple hours ago. But also, Kyren Williams of the Los Angeles Rams signed a 3-year contract extension worth over $30 million. He's a guy right now going at RB12 at 30.50 according to average draft position in early fantasy football exercises. Horvey, at that valuation and an RB12, do you feel that Kyren Williams, who's looking like he's going to be the main man again in what should be a very healthy offensive environment, and I ain't scared or worried about Matthew Stafford and that bulky back, are you buying or selling Kyren Williams being an RB1 in 12-team leagues this year?
I'm buying. I think he's a top 12 running back. I would have him at number 11. So I think he's about properly valued at that position. I saw people joking on social media today, now that he's a running back at his age and he signs that, for him, for a running back, big contract to avoid him to stay away, because now he's going to get fat, he's paid, he's going to get lazy. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm not really worried about Matthew Stafford. I know he's 37 years old and he's dealing with a back injury or back issue right now, but I think he's just being cautious, being smart. He knows his body, especially at this stage of his career. He doesn't need to ramp up on August 5th. So, yeah, I'm really high on Kyren Williams, man. I think he's going to get the touches. I think he's going to go for over 1,100 rushing yards, and he's going to catch some balls out of the backfield. As long as Stafford stays healthy and that offensive line can stay healthy, I think he's properly valued, and I think he's going to have another monster season.
I think he's undervalued at RB12. I got him at RB10 right now. I think he is a surefire RB1 in 12-team drafts. Remember, folks, he saw 82.8% of the opportunity share last season. That was numero dos among all running backs in the National Football League. He was also numero uno in total red zone touches with 77, and he was number 10 in expected fantasy points per game, over 30 receptions, as you mentioned. What competition does he have? Are you really worried about Blake Corum? I sure as hell am not. And again, that offensive line should be a top 15 unit at a minimum, and he's not going to see a lot of stacked fronts with Devontae Adams in tow, with Puka Nacua there as well. Tutu Atwell will have his moments. Like, I like the setup. I like the environment that is there for Kyren Williams. And again, he got to pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance. He's going to get at least, 325 total touches this year. So fine investment in round 3 of 12-team fantasy drafts right now. So it could be your RB2. Hell, it could be your RB3. And you could be laughing all the way to the bank. Speaking of laughing all the way to the bank, that is our goal with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays in the slate of the sports world. Numero uno on your card tonight, Horby. Who do you have?
All right, I'll go in order of when these games are actually going to take place. I got 3 in Major League Baseball for the card tonight. Let's go with the Yankees, plus 110 right now, still plus 108, so a pretty good price on the Yanks. 4-6 during this 10-game span here. Aaron Judge has been out of the lineup, though, so he's coming back. I think that's the spark that they need as far as the offense. Will Warren on the mound tonight. His stuff's actually been pretty good, especially his last 8 starts. Now, one of those, unfortunately, he was torched for 10 hits, gave up a couple earned runs and 4 innings of work against the Blue Jays. But other than that, he's been pretty solid. The Rangers are finally catching fire. I would love for this to continue, but I got to see it to believe it, man. Now, offensively, they've been pretty solid here, but still a WRC plus of 123rd only in base on balls, K ratio, 23rd right now in hard hit ratio. And it's just a weird price because Eovaldi's on the mound. He's been solid, man. 1.49 ERA through 103 innings of work. But let's take a shot here with the Yanks. Plus 110, plus 108. I think they're about to go on a little run here. So we'll go with Will Warren and the New York Yankees tonight, plus 110 for play number 1.
I think that's a good call, but a tough pitching matchup going against Nathan Eovaldi, who has been money in the bank, to say the least, on a start-in, start-out basis this season. Numero uno from me. A little bias baked into this one, but I am praying that the Cubs bats come alive. They've been relatively dormant here the last, seems like, few days, but Shota Imanaga, I got him to record the win at plus 140, taking on those Cincinnati Reds. Look at the Cubs, only number 18 WRC plus last couple of weeks. Cincinnati, though, even worse at number 22 in that category. Shota has won 5 of his last 7 starts, so riding a hot hand right now. Decent but not great. Home ERA of 3.67, only a 2.11 on base percentage allowed at home this season. But the Reds against LHPs this season, number 26 in WRC plus, and Zach Lytle getting his first start as a member of this organization. Remember, he came over the trade deadline from Tampa. 3.97 ERA on the road in his last 4. So put all together, hopefully the Cubs will score, I don't know, a 5 spot. If they get at least 4 runs tonight, I think it's going to be enough, as Shota should go 6 strong, not give up a whole lot of earned runs, and score the victory at a plus 140. Numero dos on your card. Harvey, what else do you have?
Let's stick with the same game, man. Now, I would love for the Cubs to explode for 10 runs tonight and cost me money here. I also bet the Cubs on the run line, but that's a personal play. I like the under in the game, though. It's 7.5 right now. Wind's blowing in tonight at Wrigley Field, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Like you said, Shota's on the mound, 3.25 ERA this season. Has allowed 3 runs or fewer in 8 of his last 9 starts. And then you got Littell. He's been a little rough his last 3 starts, but the overall number is pretty good. 8-8 this season, 3.58 ERA. Has given up 8 runs in 3 road starts. Cincinnati's bullpen's been struggling a little bit here as well. Like I said, I'm fine if the Cubs want to cost me some money tonight and explode offensively, but I'm going to go under 7.5 with the wind blowing in tonight at Wrigley and Cubs-Reds.
All right, good call. Numero dos for me. Staying on the diamond, a little 2-leg action. Leg numero uno, Freddie Peralta, 2+ walks of the Brew Crew. And leg numero dos, Ryan Pepio of the Rays, 2+ earned runs. That checks out to plus 102. Peralta has issued a pair of walks in 14 starts this season. Not great, 3.29 walks per 9 mark on the year, and he's got a 4.34 ERA away from Milwaukee, facing the Braves, who have the highest base on balls percentage of any team in the bigs over the last couple of weeks. I think he'll issue a pair of free passes. Meanwhile, Ryan Pepio, 2 or more earned runs in Los Angeles, taking on the Angels. Gave up 3 earned runs, the Angels, back at a start in April. Has given up at least 3 earned, and all I need is 2 in 6 of his last 7. LAA, yeah, they're only number 26. WRC plus the last couple of weeks, but hopefully Mike Trout and Zach Neto, your boy, do some damage to take care of business for me. So a little 2-legger, Freddie Peralta, 2+ walks. Ryan Pepio, 2+ earned runs, plus 102. Numero tres, bring it home.
All right, let's go with the Diamondbacks tonight. I bet this plus 112. Ryan Nelson on the mound. He's 6-3 this season with a 3.20 ERA and 13 starts, 10 relief appearances. We're going to fade Yu Darvish. So far this season, 1-3 with a 6.46 ERA and 5 starts. He's really struggled on the road. He's given up 11 runs in 8 1/3. The Diamondbacks could hit. They could score runs. That hasn't been their issue. As a team, they're hitting 249 this season. That's 14th in Major League Baseball. They've scored the 7th most runs, 14th in hits, 6th in home runs. So let's take a shot here with the Diamondbacks, plus 112, and fade Yu Darvish.
All right, let's go a little Liberty-Bibberty action in the WNBA. Jonquel Jones, I'm going to go with the alt market. I'm going to say she's going to grab 10 or more rebounds and clip the Dallas Wings. That juice there at plus 100. So a little even Steven juice available at BetMGM. You look at Dallas, they have allowed the most opponent rebounds per game over their last 10 at 37.5. And as well, yeah, she's only done this in 7 of 16. But I think she will crash the glass and get those 10 boards at plus 100. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, Parlay Pete's got to strong over, get his parlay on the board, and more bets, including our Sledgehammer special. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be firing off on some more bets here momentarily. Parlay Pete's going to start on over with his peg leg and get his parlay of the day on the board. Hopefully it's going to be back-to-back dubs. Getting cash in last night in Major League Baseball at plus 170. Can't wait to hear what he has cooking on this Tuesday. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice at plus money, and then working some bonus time bets as well. Could be on an NFL future, college football future, back on the diamond, the action tonight, or a future, possibly the WNBA. Whatever poison shall be picked. Ryan and I are going to be firing it off in that segment. For the reminder, if you want to talk to us, we're very approachable. Easy way to contact Horvey and I. If you want to talk fantasy football, you got a draft maybe upcoming. Maybe you want to fire off on some futures in the NFL and college football, or the action tonight in the world of Major League Baseball. Simple way, again, to contact Ryan and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off an X or a tweet as well. Brando's not only working on the board, he's also producing tonight. We'll see it. He'll grab it. He'll notify us, and we will give you our answer or read it on air as well. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. By the way, listen to BetMGM tonight live anywhere. You have zero excuse with the Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn apps. You're running some errands. You got to do a little lawn mowing in the late evening on the left coast. Maybe you're sitting and having a beverage on the right coast, or you're just still like a villain in the Midwest. You can listen to Ryan Horvath and I spout off our opinions of the world of gaming anytime you please. Again, live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn apps right here on BetMGM tonight. With that push to the side, let me yell at my friend here at the bar. Hey, yeah, pirate guy, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house, and he's hoping to crack the lock on the treasure chest and roll in a whole bunch of gold coins. Again, cash in last night at plus 170, and he's going right back to the world of the Major League Baseball on this two-legger leg numero uno. He's going with Garrett Crochet on the under 7.5 strikeouts against the Kansas City Royals. And leg numero dos, a team that just refuses to lose, the Brewers, plus 1.5 on the old run line. That's it. A simple little two-legger, and I've got the reason straight from the cold, dead hand of one Parlay Pete why he feels this one is going to cash. Getting back to leg numero uno, and Garrett Crochet under 7.5 strikeouts against KC. He's only been under in 9 of 22 games started this season. A terrific 2.42 ERA at Fenway. And a guy with a 1.73 ERA in his last 4. The K per 9, though, a little bit lower at home this year than the overall. The overall is north of 11, but it is south of 11 at home with a mark of 10.21. In Kansas City, they don't strike out a whole lot. They make a lot of hard contact. Don't really rack up the Ks. Number 27 in K rate over the last couple of weeks at 18.8% of their plate appearances. So Parlay Pete is fading Garrett Crochet, thinking he's going to go under 7.5 punch-outs tonight. Meanwhile, the Brewers, leg numero dos, plus 1.5 on the old run line. Milwaukee taking on the Atlanta Braves. Now, you look at the Braves, they're on the struggle bus big time. They have dropped 8 of their last 10 straight up. Milwaukee has won 7 of their last 10 straight up. Got Freddie Peralta, who's been kind of touch and go on the road this season. 4.19 road ERA going against Joey Wentz,
who has got an a puke-inducing 7.20 home ERA this season in limited action. Milwaukee, number 2, WRC plus the last 2 weeks. Atlanta, near the bottom of the barrel at number 21 in that category. So again, yar, shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete rolling with a little two-legger. Garrett Crochet under 7.5 strikeouts, and the Brewers plus 1.5 on the all-run. And that works out to a cool plus 111 at BetMGM. By the way, Parlay Pete up 8.36 units a lifetime in his parlay of the day exercise. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. Ooh, there it is.
Yeah.
All right. We bet the Yankees plus 110, but I like this one a little bit better because, like I said, the Yankees have really struggled. They're 4-6 during this last 10-game stretch, but Aaron Judge was out of the lineup. Now he's back, but I like this one a little bit better. Let's go with my man Will Warren, under 5.5 hits. It's a little juice, minus 145, so maybe you want to throw this in a parlay with the Yankees, or maybe you just want to try to win a bet. That's what I'm trying to do here. His last 10 starts, he's been pretty good. He's got a 3.88 ERA, xFIP of 3.74 in those outings. 8 of those starts, he's been solid. Like I said, there was the 10-hit rough outing where he only lasted 4 innings against the Blue Jays, but that was back on July 2nd, actually. So we trust him tonight under 5.5. I know the ERA is a little inflated. He had a couple bad outings early in the season. And the Rangers, they're hitting now, but you look at their overall numbers, still not great. Still outside the top 20 in most metrics. WRC plus, they're 28th in OPS. 22nd this season, only an expected weighted on-base average. So let's take a shot here with Will Warren, under 5.5 hits given up, and maybe throw it in a parlay with the Yankees. I do like them to bounce back tonight against the Rangers.
Truth be told, I debated Will Warren over on strikeouts tonight. Stayed away.
I like that.
But that was certainly dancing around, to say the least. So I think you and I very much on the same wavelength with his potential this evening. All right. Going back to the diamond and going out west. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go. Ooh, baby. I love me some Fernando Tatis Jr. tonight. I'm going to take the over on 1.5 total bags against the rather venomous Snakes of Arizona. That at minus 120. Not quite plus money, but I ain't scared of the minus odds here. You look at Tatis, he's gone over 1.5 total bags in 3 of his last 6 games. He's facing Ryan Nelson. Great history against him. 6 for 13 with 3 doubles. That is a 462 batting average and 1,226 OPS. Now, Nelson, teeny tiny 2.09 home ERA this season. They're at Chase, but against Arizona, these are video game numbers for Tatis. He's hitting .419 with a 1,145 OPS, 5 extra base hits, and it's not like a 5 at-bat sample size. We're talking 31 ABs. So the trend hopefully is going to be thy friend. Give me the over, Fernando Tatis. 1.5 total bases down in the Sonoran at a minus 120 juice. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. All plus money all the time. And thank you, bartender, as always, for the ultra generous pour. Horvat, let's take a couple of shots and catch a buzz. What do you like?
All right, yeah, you're going to need probably a couple shots for this bet tonight. Let's see here if we could get the same number. So we're going to go with Davis Martin pitching outs tonight. Now, the regular number I'm looking at is 15.5, and that's minus 120. I'm going to play that as well. Sorry, I'm going to do that live. But I'm also going to go with over 18.5 pitching outs, which you could get plus 125. Little plus money. The White Sox are huge dogs tonight, obviously. They're a 42-70 baseball team. Plus 201 is the price, but Davis Martin's been pretty solid this season. He's got a 3.84 ERA. He's went over 17-plus pitching outs in 69% of his appearances this season, 11 of 16 starts.
Seattle offensively, obviously, we expect them to improve here after the deadline, but still have the second worst WRC plus against righties the last 2 weeks. 15-day sample size. They're striking out the second highest in the league. So let's go with Davis Martin, man. He's got a ground ball rate above 65%. So we'll take a shot with him. Again, 15.5 outs is the regular price, but that's minus 120. I'll go over 18.5, minus 125. And roll with Davis Martin and my Chicago White Sox tonight. Why not?
Wow, that's a dirty phrase. My Chicago White Sox. I might want to turn on the shower immediately following the show, my man, and jump in. Yeah, I kind of agree with that one.
Thanks, Brandon.
All right, I'm going to go the WNBA and try to get our mind off of that phrase that Horvey just threw out. Give me Tina Charles to go for 7+ rebounds, taking on the Phoenix Mercury on the late night tip. And I secure plus 120 odds. Yeah, again, seduced by that juice in the W at another plus odds rebounding prop. Tina Charles has done this in 6 of her last 10 games. She's only averaging 5.8 rebounds per game on the season. That's why this number is juiced up as a result. Last time she faced Phoenix, she only played 15 minutes, but she had 4 rebounds in that game back in early June. And you look at the Mercury, over their last 10 contests, they've allowed the second most opponent rebounds per game in the W at 37.5. So Tina Charles, get up there and snatch me at least 7 boards. She does that. I'm cashing in at plus 120. All right, it's bonus time. Whether you want some action in the WNBA, Major League Baseball, looking ahead at some of the markets in the futures world tied to college football, or the NFL, all I demand, Horvey, is another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
I'll actually take a shot with a live prop. You could have got this before the game at plus 165. I did bet it. I didn't realize this game started already. Right now, though, you could get this at plus 350. Christian Walker from the Astros to have an RBI. Got off to a slow start, but his average over the last 2 weeks is up to 261. His season-long average, only 236. He's hit 2 homers over his last 6 games, and he's been pretty solid against righties this season. Only a 240 batting average, but does have a 414 slugging percentage. And it's Cal Quantrill on the mound. He's got a 4.79 ERA, 21 starts this season. Pretty good against lefties. Only a 187 batting average, but righties have a 338 batting average, a 589 slugging percentage, and Christian Walker, 7 for 15 with 4 extra base hits against Quantrill in his career. So let's roll with that plus 350 live. It's already 2-1. So he's getting lit up here a little bit early, bottom of the third, but I like that price on Christian Walker to have an RBI here in the next 6 innings.
Yeah, great call on that one. You certainly had me at Cal Quantrill and fading living daylights out of him. All right, this prop just showed up. I've been waiting for this market to arrive at BetMGM, and it finally did today. It was who was going to have the most receptions in the NFL this season. And your pack leader, though it's at 7-1 odds, of course, Jamar Chase. So at plus 700, I think he's going to have the most catches in the National Football League this season. Last year, an obscene 175 targets. And in a pass-first, pass-often offense, I think it's going to be threatening that number again. He had 127 receptions, over 1,700 yards, 17 touchdowns. That's why in many fantasy football drafts, he is going number 1 overall. Of course, Bijan Robinson also very much in that conversation. Even a little bit of Jahmyr Gibbs, you could definitely work in to the number 1 discussion as well. But you look at, Mike Clay's got a projected for 121 receptions. Mike Clay of ESPN fame. Only Justin Jefferson, Puka Nacua, CeeDee Lamb, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, I feel, are going to push and threaten him for the catch title in the NFL this season. But you look at the underlying data, number 6 in catchable target rate because of the pinpoint passes that Joe Burrow throws. He saw 10.3 targets per game. That's obscene last year. He was number 3 in route wins, getting the separation. He's in the prime of his physical career. And he also had 118.9 passer rating when targeted. And I know the fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule isn't the greatest at number 21, but Jamar Chase, I believe, will lead the NFL in pass receptions this season. Could be another 125 plus. If you're buying what I am selling, grab it now at 7-1 at BetMGM. Quickly, Horvat, fade or follow on that?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to follow, man. As long as he stays healthy, plays 15 games, I think he's going to get there. Crazy enough, T. Higgins, I think he's going to have a monster season, too, as long as he could stay healthy, man. Last year, played, 12 games, had double-digit touchdowns, but I love Jamar Chase this year. And got him in my latest draft, so I'm going to need him.
Yeah, and Joe Burrow's going to go absolutely nuts in the box score this season as well. All right, when we come back, we're stepping the dish. Another edition of Better Up. Stick around. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't worry. In 5 minutes, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat are swinging for profits on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's cash in on the diamond with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath alongside for the ride on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. And we're definitely going to be laying the huevos down on a number of bets on the diamond. And boy, we got a lot of late night games to choose from this evening. We got Texas, Colorado. Toronto, Colorado, Tampa and the LA Angels, San Diego at Arizona, Seattle at the Chicago White Sox at Seattle, and St. Louis at the LA Dodgers. So a handful of games of sports betting action that we can choose from. By the way, before we get into another edition of Batter Up, if you want to talk to us, a simple way to contact us, number one, I can reach out via phone, 833-732-3875, or you can reach out via the Twitter or the X at Bet Tonight, where our pole question of the day is currently located. And it's asking you this: fantasy football fanatics, which popular round 7 player per ADP is your best buy in half-point PPR drafts? Your options are Isaiah Pacheco at pick number 73.02 overall, Jacoby Myers at pick number 74.02, Jordan Addison, who was just suspended today, but only for 3 games, at pick number 76.40, or Tony Pollard at pick number 79.30. So far, over 230 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming. And drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise, on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, it's time to take some axe in another edition of Batter Up.
Let's cash in on the diamond. Ryan Horvath and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Batter Up on BetMGM tonight.
All right, again, we've got 5 games to pick from tonight, so lots of options, which normally is not the case. By the way, before we get into our first Batter Up, just a quick scoreboard update here. Twinkies up 4-1 on Detroit. Early in that game at the bottom of the 4th, San Francisco at 3-1 on Pittsburgh. Logan Webb already punching out guys left and right in that one. Houston up 2-1 in the 4th against Miami. 7-0. The Athletics up on the road against the Nationals in the top of the 4th. 3-0. Philadelphia up on the Baltimore Orioles, also in the 4th. 0-0 in the 3rd. Kansas City and Boston Red Sox. 2-0. Mets over Cleveland, and just underway, although they already threw the first inning and now through the second inning. 0-0. Brewers and Braves. So the Brewers actually lose a game, as diehard Cubs fans on this particular show, Ryan Horvath and I are praying that is Jason Shota Imanaga shows out for our boys on the north side this evening. All right, well, let's go ahead and get after it. Ryan, you are Ricky Henderson of yesteryear, elite speed, a guy that can go out there and steal 100 bases, no problem. He's got to slap on the outfield, collect his bag, maybe steal second, maybe steal third. Somebody's got to knock him in. He's got to score a run. He is going to fire off his first bet. Hopefully it will be a winner. He's going to give you the reasons behind said bet, and when he is done, he's going to drop a little baseball phrase. That will be Brando's cue, work on the board here on BetMGM tonight to drop a famous call or a movie reference, and then I will take it from there and do the same damn thing. We're going to squeeze in as many bets as we possibly can, and then we're going to reveal our ultra juicy crew to cash hot hit parlay play of the night. My pick, Ryan's pick, Brando's pick, and Monty working the video board, also the mastermind behind batters-box.com. Can't wait to share that. And Luis Arise, you're on my list, as he was the only failed leg in the 5-legger crew to cash last night. All right, Horvath, you're up first with your initial Batter Up.
All right, I woke up this morning, man, and I was looking for a way to fade the St. Louis Cardinals. A, because I hate them. B, because they're facing the Dodgers tonight on the West Coast. Late night first pitch. 10-10. But when I woke up, I thought it said that they were throwing Ed Sheeran. Turns out they're actually throwing Emmett Sheehan. So what I did instead was I went over 5.5 hits allowed from Miles Michaelis, who this season is 6-8 with a 4.83 ERA. The Dodgers have the 5th highest batting average against righties at home this season. Michaelis isn't really a strikeout pitcher. LA has the 8th highest hard contact rate in the league. He relies on weak contact, and he's given up at least 6 hits in 4 of his last 5 road starts. I'm looking at who's in the projected lineup or in the lineup now for the Dodgers tonight. The lineup card is out. 29 hits and 92 ABs, so a 315 batting average tonight. So let's go Miles Michaelis over 5.5 hits. Minus 115 is the price. I like this as long as he doesn't get knocked out early because I do like the Dodgers quite a bit, but I don't want to lay minus 176 with Sheehan on the bump. So instead, we'll fade Michaelis over 5.5 hits allowed. Brando, for Tim Wakefield, hit me with a little knuckleball.
Are you crying? No. Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball. There's no crying in baseball. No crying.
Tom Hanks.
And a guy that hopefully will not make me shed a bunch of tears tonight. I'm going to go with a guy that is usually reliable to get at least one hit. He's going to collect another one or split a gap, maybe get a double, triple, or like he did last night, a round tripper. That is Freddie Freeman of the LA Dodgers. Miles Michaelis, you already mentioned, he stinks. Give me the over on 1.5 total bags. I can't believe this is plus money, plus 105 when I locked it in earlier today there at the King of Sportsbooks, that, of course, being BetMGM. Freddie Freeman is rolling right now. He has collected at least a couple of total bags in 6 straight games. Also, outstanding history against Miles Michaelis. 9 for 20 lifetime with a double and 3 home runs. Also batting .312 at home with an 874 OPS. On top of that, Michaelis, 6.00 road ERA. And 11 starts this year. So Freddie Freeman inflict damage. Give me the over 1.5 total bags at plus 105. Brando, let's turn 2.
Here's a list of the players we'll be inviting to camp.
I never heard of half of these guys, and the ones I do know are way past their prime.
Most of these guys never had a prime.
This guy here is dead.
Cross him off then.
God, I love that movie. All right, so let's go with the
good.
player prop. How good is Shohei Ohtani? He's so good. He's so good that his total bags are not 1.5 even juiced. They're 2.5 plus 105. I'll go with that, man. I almost went with the homer, but it's only like plus 165. So instead, let's go Shohei Ohtani over 2.5 total bases, plus 105. Short sample size, but against Miles Michaelis, who we just both brought up. He has a 500 batting average, 4 for 8, all the numbers, and everything's telling you that Ohtani's going off tonight. So Shohei Ohtani, over 2.5 total bases, plus 105 for play number 2. Brando, hit me with a frozen rope.
The quick pitch. And Baez sends it deep to left. Pagan is there at the wall, and it's in the basket.
Oh, man. Hopefully the Cubs are going to be able to channel the baseball playing ghost of the old franchises there in Javi Baez. That offense has been kind of asleep here the last couple of games. All right. I'm going to go with Corbin Carroll of the Arizona Diamondbacks on the hair, also known as his plus runs plus RBI, also known as HRR. Now I'm going to take the over on 1.5. Against San Diego Padres. He has done this in 5 of his last 6 games. Guys, so we had a white-hot bat at the moment of our last week, batting .350 with a 1,122 OPS, and he's going against Yu Darvish, who he has rocked in his career. 8 for 15 against you with a couple of doubles and a couple of home runs as well, and a 1,676 OPS. Darvish has been very bumpy, to say the least. 6.46 ERA in a few starts this season. He already faced Arizona earlier this season, back in early July. Only went 3 2/3 in the game. Gave up a couple of earned runs, but that was early and working his way back in the rotation, so he was on a limited pitch count. Still got beat up in that contest, and I think it's going to be a repeated not so great performance for him. Give me Corbin Carroll over 1.5 HRR, also known as his plus runs plus RBI, also known as her, at -145. Next up, we'll just fly through this. Horvat, go.
Yeah, I'll be really quick, man, because it's the bet so nice, I got to make it twice. Give me the Diamondbacks. Ryan Nelson on the bump, 6-3 this season with a 3.20 ERA, 13 starts, 10 relief appearances. We're fading you, Darvish. He's 1-3 this season with a 6.46 ERA and 5 starts. He's been rough on the road, 11 runs given up in only 8 1/3 innings. The Diamondbacks, they can hit. They got a 256 batting average. So let's go with Ryan Nelson and the Diamondbacks. You can still get this right now, plus 112.
All right, now I'm going to go with Brian. Woo! Over 18.5 ounce at a plus 105, taking on the Southsiders of Chicago. He has done this in 9 starts, 2.29 ERA at home this season, though he's gotten roughed up here in his last 4.56. The White Sox have been hot the dish, number 5 in WRC+, but they get extinguished tonight by, woo! Give me the over 18.5 ounce plus 105. All right, it's time for our crew to cash. This is our picks to click to get a hit, our hot hit parlay, hopefully. Nobody's going to let us down tonight. I will bat leadoff. I'm going to go with one of the greatest names in baseball, Warming Bernadelle. Yes, that is his real name, of the Colorado Rockies. He's gotten a hit in 8 of 9, batting .417, batting .444 at Coors, facing Jose Barrios of Toronto, who's given up a 4.68 ERA in his last 5. Ryan, go.
I'm going to go Shohei Ohtani, 4 for 8 in his career against Miles Michaelis, and it turns out he's pretty good at baseball.
Brando, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Colson Montgomery. Bryant Wu giving up a whopping 661 OPS to lefties. Give me Colson Montgomery to go off Schneid.
Great call. And Monty, you're going to be following my lead, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Freddie Freeman, he's got an elite rating, as all of these players do that we're picking today on batters-box.com. Freeman is getting a hit in the 77% of games with an elite rating.
I get Warming Bernadelle, Ohtani, Colson Montgomery, Freddie Freeman, all to get a hit, plus 330 at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little CS. We come back. Chip Patterson's talking college football. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
wet with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, Ryan Horvath is in the house. So we're going to be talking about his favorite sport in college football with a great Chip Patterson of CBS Sports here momentarily. But before we bring Chip on, a friendly reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, you want to talk college football futures, maybe NFL futures. Hey, Keenan Allen just signed a one-year deal, $8.5 million to return to the LA Chargers. Just came off the wire. Really anything top of mind that is gaming related, all you got to do to contact Horvath and I is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also drop off your comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Without further ado, let's go out to the phone lines right now and bring in Chip Patterson, college football analyst for CBS Sports, host of the Cover 3 podcast, and follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Chip_Patterson. Again, on X at Chip_Patterson. Chip, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. And straight out of the gate, selfishly, as an Illinois season ticket holder and graduate of that fine institution, I live 15 minutes away. Do you believe the number 12 ranking that came out yesterday in the coaches poll, Tide Illini, is justified? Right now, they are plus 500 at BetMGM to make the college football playoff. Do you see it happening? And $100 into your pocket if you respond with yes.
Well, yeah, of course I see it. But look, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the playoff proposition is the one that gets a little bit tricky and a little bit interesting, because 5-1 is really like if you think about it like this. Do I think Illinois can be the fourth best team in the Big Ten? Yes. Like unequivocally, yes. Like the only question we have is who replaces Zachary Franklin and Pat Bryant, but the offensive line is loaded. Luke Altmaier has just continued to get better. The defense is set. There's a real confidence within that building of what they can do, so that it wasn't just, winning close games. Now we're going to get to regression. So do I think that Illinois can go through its schedule and finish, more or less as the fourth best team in the Big Ten? Yes, I do. But here's the question. Do you think the Big Ten gets 4 teams into the college football playoff? And that's where that plus 500 might be a little bit tougher. Is it going to be a year where Illinois finishes on top of a dog pile there in the standings, and it's just an Ohio State, a Penn State, and Oregon have kind of separated themselves in the eyes of the selection committee? It's going to be tough. I mean, as you know, as a supporter and a season ticket holder, it has not been common for Illinois football to stack good year after good year. You peak for a little bit, you get big expectations, and then can't always stick the landing on the other side. I think Brett Bielema can. I think Brett Bielema will. But, in terms of the futures wagers and the futures market, that Illinois to make the college football playoff, I've had very smart people say that they have that ticket, and they're like, I think they can be the fourth best team, and I think the Big Ten gets 4. I love Big Ten football. I will tell you that I don't know if the Big Ten's definitely going to get 4 teams in the playoff.
Chip, let's actually stay in the Big Ten, man. And, Penn State, I keep saying the same thing. Like, if James Franklin doesn't at least make it to the championship game this year, I don't think it's ever going to happen. They steal Jim Knowles from Ohio State. I love that hire. Even though they lose Abdul Carter, I don't think the defense really takes a step back. They bring back Katron Allen and Nicholas Singleton. I like Drew Aller more than most. I know that he had a bad performance in the college football playoff game, but now he has receivers that could actually create separation. I know they lose Tyler Warren. Would that be your pick, Penn State, in the Big Ten? And how deep do you think that they could go this year? Because I really do like this roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think Penn State can win the national championship. It will take Drew Aller playing better against the best opponents, because Drew Aller against top 15, across his career as a starter, like 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. against everybody else who's not a top 15 team, I think it's 43 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. I mean, I know that in some ways that's a little bit simplistic. Well, the tougher games might not be the best results, but it also backs up what my eyes tell me, is that he looks really different when he plays when he plays Maryland than when he plays against Ohio State. So he's got to be better, and I think that he knows that. Actually got a chance to speak with Nick Dawkins, who I love, the center, offensive lineman for Penn State. And Nick's just like a great conversation, great insight into the team. And he said, you think about all the pressure that Drew is under, and he was acknowledging how much pressure Drew is under to get better. He goes, I promise you it's nothing compared to the pressure he's putting on himself. That could be good, that could be bad. Read into that how you want. But I think there's a real motivation behind this Penn State team. I mean, think about Katron Allen and Nick Singleton. I don't know. They weren't going to be first-round picks. They weren't going to get taken before Marion Hampton. But they could be in training camp right now with a good chance to make an NFL team. And they're not the only ones. There is a group of players on this Penn State team that decided together we're going to come back, on some unfinished business type stuff. And you know who else had that? 2023 Michigan. You know who else had that? 2024 Ohio State. I really think Penn State, with its experience and with kind of that extra edge motivation of getting the taste but coming up just short and knowing what you can do to improve, be a better finisher, have pass catchers that aren't Tyler Warren. It's not just a motivated team, it's a motivated staff. I mean, it's a motivated administration. Like, if you want to say now or never, or if not now, then when, I totally get it, because they haven't had a national championship that is undisputed and not shared since 1986. That's 2 generations. This is a true Haley's Comet type year for Penn State football. So yeah, I think that their ceiling is winning the national championship.
Completely agree, man. I think they win the Big Ten, and then I think they got a real shot to win the playoff. What about the SEC? Not even who wins the SEC, right? Because I think all these teams are going to beat up on each other. There's so much parity. I know some think Texas are a little bit too overhyped. I don't. I'm a big Sark guy, and I think that Arch is a better fit in that offense than Ewers was. But who do you like, man? I mean, Georgia has question marks at the quarterback position. It's year 2 for Kalen DeBoer. I feel like it's a good opportunity to maybe buy low on Bama, but who do you like in the SEC this year?
Bama. I had great talk with somebody who's sort of deep into personnel. We were just talking about rolling through some teams, and he just said it simply as like, big bodies still matter in college football. And I look at Tim Keenum and LT Overton on the Alabama defensive line. Look at Caden Proctor at tackle. Even though Parker Brailsford at center is maybe 290, I swear that guy plays 325 with the way he can get off the ball and push people around. I'm pretty sure he was first team All-SEC last year at the center position. And I know that we remember, and because Kalen DeBoer had the run with Michael Penix and Rome Odunze and Jalen Polk and like this incredible offense, I think we forget that they had the Joe Moore Award-winning best offensive line as well. And I really think that Alabama is built at the lines of scrimmage to be really, really good at the most important place, even in the SEC, where it feels like everyone's got big bodies. I mean, you go to the second level, Deontay Lawson, that's another guy. I mean, I know he got hurt last year, but that's another senior that because of his talent level, I wasn't sure we'd get 4 years out of when he started his career, to be honest. The secondary grew up. Like, I'm in. Like, my pick is going to be, when we have to make our expert picks in the next couple of weeks on CBSSports.com, I'm picking Alabama to win the SEC. So yeah, I'm in agreement with you there. I think the Texas part is fun because number one, the schedule, like last year, sets up for them to be able to just sleepwalk into the SEC championship game, which therefore means they're probably making the college football playoff no matter what. So when somebody says they're picking Texas to win the SEC, they're, whatever sort of different bet they're putting together, win total over, I'm like, sure, I totally get it. The reason why they're good against anybody, though, like even if you gave them Florida's schedule, one of the toughest schedules in the country, I think that they'd be kind of set to go, because one thing that's been pointed out to me that Steve Sarkisian has that almost nobody else has had is continuity. That offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, head coach, like that has been in line for multiple years. And we got the coordinator shift between Ohio State and Penn State. I mean, shoot, Ryan Day is turning over at least one coordinator every year, and this year both. And when we're sort of nitpicking these teams at the top of the sport, not only has Sark kind of had this thing on a linear trajectory, better each year. How about they set a school record for NFL draft picks and then came back and broke it this past April. So it really has been a build to this preseason number one type status. But the reason why I think it's sustainable is because they've had the same coordinators in place, the same staff together. They're just all aligned. And it's amazing because that is when we saw like Nick Saban's Alabama dynasty really starting to crack, was when he couldn't hold on to assistants. At some point it'll happen to Sark. But when we're just looking at this season, I think that continuity is going to matter.
We're talking to the great Chip Patterson right now, college football analyst for CBS Sports, host of the Cover 3 podcast. Make sure you follow him on X, or he's always giving it to you there at Chip_Patterson. Chip, Horvath and I broke down what should be a highly competitive Big 12 earlier this week. Ryan thinks Kansas State is going to take the cake at plus 250. Who is your pick to win this conference?
My pick is Kansas State, but I would take Utah if you're betting on being able to get Devin Dampier going and the new offense, which are also getting from New Mexico. I would totally be fine if you think Arizona State can run it back. What I am not in agreement with is that it's totally wide open. I understand last year we had a team go from 16th in the conference and win it, but this year I do think there are some tiers. And I think that top tier, heck, I might throw Baylor in that group as well. But those top four-ish teams, I really do think that you're going to get your champion and probably both of your teams playing for the Big 12. So clearly the bet on Kansas State is also a great flyer if you want to just go way down the Heisman board. Is you're saying that Avery Johnson is gonna be there, maybe a year late. There are a lot of people had him pegged going into last season because Kansas State made the decision to say bye to Will Howard. And Will Howard goes to Ohio State, so you think, oh, my gosh. Well, this guy, Avery Johnson, he must really have blown everybody away. You know what Avery did? He peed down his leg a little bit. He went into Provo and he started making just absolutely mind-numbing decisions. He had some bad turnovers in bad spots. He looked pretty good at times. He also got banged up. But you're saying, all right, you got all that out of the way. You studied the tape. You learned from your mistakes. Now you're going to come back and now you're going to hit it. Because don't forget, in 2018, not 2019, but in 2018, Joe Burrow was a perfectly fine, middle-of-the-pack SEC quarterback. A very regular B-plus, above-average player for an LSU team that was, frisky, pretty good. Got a good home win against Georgia. He comes back the next year after studying his first full year as a starter, working to improve, and he just absolutely lights the world on fire with one of the greatest individual single seasons by a quarterback. I'm not predicting that kind of performance for Avery Johnson. I just use that as the ultimate example of sometimes you do need that first year just to kind of get it out there. And then it's when you come back that you truly are able to capitalize on all of your potential.
All right, Chip, we got about 60 seconds left. Give me your true Indiana-like pick this season, a team that is literally going to come out of left field because people that are comparing Illinois to Indiana, it's not remotely the same scenario. Remember, Indiana plus, what were they, 1,500, something obscene. They were 150 to 1, 200 to 1 to make the college football playoff last year. So what team could be this year's Hoosiers?
If we're going to go straight by record, because remember, Indiana was 3-9 the year before, and then they wound up in the college football playoff. The program name won't surprise you, but if Florida State goes from 2-10 to 10-2, then that would be one where you look up, and you know what it would be like? It'd be like when those UConn teams that weren't necessarily great wound up in the Final Four winning a national championship. Is it a Cinderella story because an 8 seed won the title? Maybe, but it was UConn, so not really. But if Florida State goes from 13-1 to 2-10 to 10-2, it would be one of the most incredible, dizzying, whiplash boomerangs that we've ever seen in college football. But it's still Florida State, and they do have a talented roster. I just think they've got a brutal schedule, and they're not good enough to get it done.
Yeah.
But if you want to give me like a flyer that I could see, especially in terms of sort of that kind of price range, I think it'd be Florida State.
Phenomenal stuff from our guy, Chip Patterson, a college football analyst for CBS Sports, host of the Cover 3 podcast. And again, follow him on X at Chip_Patterson. Chip, we appreciate the insights and the opinions, and dare I say, go Illini?
ILL.
I, baby. Oh, man, I hope the season lives up to the hype. All right, we got an exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to talk some more college football, another edition of College Cash. All ACC teams, will Ryan go over or under on the likes of Clemson and some of maybe the doormats in Wake Forest? Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to make money on the college gridiron on BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, my guy, Ryan Horvat, alongside for the ride. Right now, Major League Baseball, a lot of action, a lot of lopsided games. Cubs right now with 2 on already in the bottom of the first inning. Clean top half for Shota Imanaga. And we're going to find out if PCA can knock one, maybe even 2 runs. Hell, why not just hit it out of the park and knock in yourself, PCA, against Zach Lytle of the Cincinnati Reds, formerly the Tampa Bay Rays, came over the trade the deadline. But the Cubs have got to break out of this offensive funk, and they can do so in convincing fashion straight away in the bottom of the first inning. We'll keep you up to date on all the action there. Awesome interview with Chip Patterson from CBS Sports about college football and his various opinions and breakdowns, league by league, as some of the big boy, formats that are out there. And Horvat, I know, has got some opinions, and maybe he's going to support him, in terms of what he threw out. He's chomping the bit to throw out his 2 cents. We're going to get to that here in a moment. Just a friendly reminder, though, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day posted right now on X at BetMGM tonight, and it's asking you this. Fantasy football fanatics, which popular round 7 player per ADP is your best buy? And at point PPR formats, your options are Isaiah Pacheco, pick number 73.02. Jacoby Myers at pick number 74.02. Jordan Addison suspended 3 games today at pick number 76.40. Or Tony Pollard at pick number 79.30. So far, nearly 230 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. So Chip had a lot of insights in the last segment. Horvat, what's your biggest takeaway from Mr. Patterson? You seem to be nodding your head in agreement repeatedly for the stuff that was flying out of his mouth, weren't you?
Yeah, usually when we talk college ball, man, I like to disagree with people, right? But I agree with a lot that he had to say. Kansas State is also my safe pick in the Big 12. I completely agree. If you like Kansas State and you think they could win double-digit games, you might as well take a flyer on Avery Johnson to win the Heisman. It's still 50-1. He legitimately could rush for 1,000 yards, throw for 3,000. There's a reason why they said goodbye to Will Howard. Now it's officially his team, although it was last year. The final 3-4 games of the season weren't great, but he was really good in that bowl game against Rutgers. They hung 40-plus points. So I'm with him on Kansas State and Avery Johnson. I agree the sleeper pick, like I always say every year, is Utah. Tough place to play. Whittingham has had 3 losing seasons in 21 years, and now they have Devin Dampier at the quarterback position rather than relying on 45-year-old Cam Rising. So I do think that that's worth a bet as well. In the SEC, I'm with them on Bama, man, right? Like, I'm high on Texas. I do think LSU wins 9 games, but Kalen DeBoer goes out. He hires Ryan Grubb. They were together when Washington made that run to the national title game with Roma Dunze and Michael Penix and that squad. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what we get from Ty Simpson. He went from 66-1 to win the Heisman all the way to 18-1. And then I also agree that the Big Ten is going to be absolutely loaded. I like Illinois. They should win 9-10 games. But there's a good chance 4 or 5 teams sneak into the playoff, man. Penn State's going to be good. I don't think Ohio State's going anywhere. Oregon's going to have a top 5 offense, I believe, even with Dante Moore taking over at quarterback. And don't sleep on Michigan. Their win total sitting there at 8.5. That defense is most likely going to be top 10 in the country. It just comes down to how the 5-star freshman, Bryce Underwood, plays. Does he look like an 18-year-old or does he play, like a true 5-star? So Big Ten's going to be loaded. I thought Chip had a lot of really good information. If you missed it, you should definitely check out the podcast.
Yeah, no, speaking of the podcast, listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. All right, with that out of the way, it's time to get after it with another edition of College Cash.
It's time for chaos.
Back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. All the band is out on the field.
It's time for tradition. It's time to make the college cash.
All right, Big 12 is in the books. Big 10 is wrapped. SEC is donezo as well. We're marching on, and let's focus on the ACC tonight, the next couple of days. So here's how this little exercise is going to work. I got a 4-pack of squads. I am going to throw out the win total projection at BetMGM. That number, whether at state of minus odds in the over or plus odds, the either way. We're going to have a conversation. I'm going to play the numbers nerd and throw out a bunch of data, and then Horvat's going to be breaking down all the nitty-gritty on each one of these teams and ultimately decide whether he's going to go over or under the wins total number right now at BetMGM. Let's go with Dabo's boys. Down in South Carolina, the Clemson Tigers. That number is at 9.5 wins. This is a sky-high juice on the over. Holy mother of the gambling gods at minus 235. Bye-bye value, plus 190 on the under. The numbers nerd says Clemson number 11. And the ESPN FPI rankings, that's Football Power Index, projected to win 9.7 games, just above the 9.5 line. 47.3% chance of making the college football playoffs. Read the schedule, not too intimidating. And number 40 overall in terms of hardest. According to the analyst.com, number 24 projection and offensive rating. Number 28 in defensive rating. With all that background info, Horvat, what's your take on the Clemson Tigers? 9.5, over or under on those wins?
Yep, over for me. I don't want to pay that juice, so I just took them to win the ACC. Not that plus 110 is a great price, man, but they don't even play Miami. Their 2 toughest games are out of the conference, right? Last year, they were 0-3 against the SEC. This year, 2 big games. Right off the bat, you get LSU. And then to close out the season, you get a rivalry game against Lenora Sellers in South Carolina. But I think they win 10 games. Defensively, Dabo steals Tom Allen from Penn State with a 3-year contract to take over as coordinator. Their defensive end, TJ Parker's back for 1 more season. He's most likely going to be a first-round pick as long as he stays healthy and balls out. Peter Woods gained muscle, lost a ton of weight. He's going to move back to defensive tackle. So the defense is going to be solid. And then on the offensive side of the ball, 2 years ago, looked like I was going to be out on Cade Klubnik. He's coming off his best season, though. 4,000 total yards, 40 touchdowns, 36 of them passing, only 6 interceptions. What happened is in their first week 1, they got blown out by Georgia, and then they changed their lineup around a little bit at the skill positions. They put in Bryant Wesco Jr., TJ Moore got more snaps, and all of a sudden it looked like a Garrett Riley offense. They finished 11 in the country. Antonio Williams is also back at wide receiver. He caught 75 balls, led the ACC with 11 touchdowns. I think they're going to be really good, man. So over 9.5 wins and a little sprinkle on Clemson to win the ACC. Even though I'm not the biggest Dabo guy could coach.
Yeah, minus 235 the over is outrageous. So I think it's a good call on them taking the ACC crown. Let's go to Wake Forest, who will probably not be in that conversation. Demon Deacons, 4.5 wins is the total right now at BetMGM. Plus 105 on the over, minus 125 on the under. The numbers nerd says number 89, the Football Power Index, according to ESPN, projected to win 4.7 games. So ESPN leading to the over with their algo, 29.6% chance of winning 6 games. Strength of schedule, only number 79 in all of college football. So, again, not an overly intimidating slate, though they're number 72 in projected offensive rating. Even worse, number 82 in defensive rating. Any hope that Wake Forest wins 5 games? Horvat over under, Wake Forest 4.5 wins this year.
There's some hope. This isn't one that I've bet, but I know a lot of people. I think PJ actually likes the over on Wake Forest. A couple of my buddies bet this. I lean over, but I just can't get there. They get an FCS opponent in Western Carolina. They also get Delaware and Kennesaw State. So that should be 3 wins right there.
3.
And then only
Yep.
3 of their 8 opponents in the conference had winning records. The problem is Jake Dickert takes over as head coach. Not the biggest fan. He was 23-20 in his 4 years as a head coach before this. It's a complete roster overhaul minus the running back room. Claiborne's back. He rushed for over 1,000 yards, scored 13 touchdowns. Robbie Ashford is most likely their new starting quarterback. On the defensive side of the ball, they got a lot of work to do, man. Last year, they gave up 435 yards per game and 32.5 points per game outside the top 120 in both categories. I lean over, but I think it's going to be a rebuild year, so I'm going to stay away.
All right, staying away from Wake Forest. Let's go to a more meaningful team, and that being the Miami Hurricanes. How are they going to rate on the Saffir-Simpson scale for you weather nerds in attendance? 9.5 wins is the line. It is at plus money on the over at plus 130. Minus 155 on the under for the fighting Michael Irvins. A little bit of background here. Numbers are time. Number 9, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. 9.7 wins, the projection there at the four-letter network with a 46.3% chance of making the college football playoffs. Strength of schedule, the number 41, not terrible. A number 2 projected offensive rating at theanalyst.com, but only number 67 in defensive rating. Again, with all of those numbers coursing around your brain, what's your take on the Miami Hurricanes over or under 9.5 wins?
Yeah, I'd go over. I'm not the biggest Mario Cristobal fan. Anytime that you could take a knee to win a game and you go halfback draw, fumble the ball away, and then lose on a Hail Mary, it's hard to be a big fan. Last year they start 9-0, and then they drop games as double-digit favorites to both Syracuse and Georgia Tech. But I like their offseason. They fired their defensive coordinator. They bring in Corey Heatherman. I don't know if a lot of people know this. Minnesota, man, I know people hate PJ Fleck, but they had the 5th best defense, scoring defense in all of the FBS and all of college football last year. For the second straight year, they have a legit transfer quarterback. This time it's Carson Beck, 24-3 as a starter at Georgia, but he's coming off of elbow surgery on his throwing arm. So that's scary. Their top 2 pass catchers are Mark Fletcher, who had 10 receptions last year, and a tight end who had 9. So it's a completely different skill position room. They bring in CJ Daniels from LSU and Liberty, Ray Joseph, who had a good spring last year and then got hurt. Only 4 starters back on defense. It's a ton of transfers, so they should go over because they're all talented. The only thing I worry about with NIL and the transfer portal, when some of these guys at 19, 20 years old leave schools every year, get $5-6 million, are they really buying in? So that's the only concern I have with Miami, man. They're flashy, they got a ton of talent, but can Mario coach these guys? So I lean over. I think they win 10 games, but I haven't bet this one yet.
All right, so the Hurricanes, maybe more of a Category 1 or 2, not quite a Cat 5 this year. We shall find out. Let's go out west, and yes, they're part of the ACC still, believe it or not. The Stanford Cardinal, 3.5 wins. That is it. Plus 145 in the over, minus 175 on the under. Quick numerical background. Number 64 in ESPN's FPI with 4.7 wins. A little bit more confident there. And, based on the 3.5 number is ESPN, 34.3% chance of winning 6 games. Number 35 in strength of schedule, 76 in offensive rating, according to the analysts, 80 in defensive rating. Ho hum. What are your thoughts on the fighting Christian McCaffreys? Can they win 4 games this year? If they do, it's a handsome plus 145.
If they do, I might be living in a box, unfortunately. My 2 favorite win totals this year, LSU over 8.5, Stanford, even though it's a low number at 3.5, under 3.5. They have 4 straight seasons where they've won only 3 games. Andrew Luck is in control of the program right now, so he brings in Frank Reich. Frank Reich is now the head coach, man. They have a former 4-star quarterback, Elijah Brown. I don't know if he's any good. They got a wide receiver, CJ Williams, in the portal from Wisconsin, but under on Stanford. I think they win 2 games at the most.
Wow, 2-win season expected there in the Bay Area. So in Palo Alto, a place I know and love. I visit there often. A bar that just shut down, I think, like a year ago. The Old Pro, I used to go there all the time. When I worked at Yahoo in Sunnyvale, man, pour one out for Stanford. It could be a very long year from my boy, Tank Williams, great of that program, playing the NFL for a number of years, and was my colleague at Yahoo Sports for a better part, like 5 years. So, man, it could be a rough one there in Palo, to say the least. So, again, Clemson, he likes the over, but more or less likes them to win the ACC because minus 235 in the over. Wake Forest, not going to bet it. According to Ryan Horvat, Miami 9.5 wins. You said you're over or under? I think you were under.
I lean over. I haven't got there yet, man. They should be a 10-win team, but I'm staying away. I don't want to pay the juice, so I lean over, but I haven't bet that one.
And Stanford living in the land down under. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, fade or follow, NFL Fantasy Edition. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move, take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Don't miss out on the action. If you miss the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
On the ground, breaking tackles, James Cook inside the 20, inside the 5, somersaults for the touchdown. Whoa! Call it 49 yards.
Or as James Cook would call it, business. Right now in a little bit of a hold-in situation. We really don't know what's exactly going on behind the scenes. They're at Buffalo Bills training camp, but hopefully James Cook and the front office are going to reach a common page and then sign on the dotted line and make sure that he is out there and good to go for week 1 of the NFL season. Shout out to Amazon for that highlight rejoiner. Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you alongside with Ryan Orbach on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to do another edition of Feed or Follow, and we're going to be focused on potential 1,000-yard rushers in the NFL season. So perfect hybrid concept for you fantasy players and sports bettors that are out there. Before we dive in on that, friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you want to talk some futures in college football, the NFL, you want to talk the MLB, the action going on right now on the Diamond or even the WNBA, easy way to contact Horvath and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also drop us a comment or a question on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with a Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and, my personal favorite, SGP. So opt in right now on the Parlay Boost token only at the King of Sportsbooks at being BetMGM. All right, let's go in and get after it with Fade or Follow. And these are guys right now on BetMGM that you can bet on them to achieve 1,000 or more rush yards. So I'm going to throw out the player, and I'm going to go to Horvath first, and I'm going to say, all right, James Cook, 1,000-plus rush yards. I'll state the juice. And then I will ask Horvath, you going to fade or are you going to follow that player on the 1,000-yard or greater rush yards prop? I'll give her the reasons why, whatever side of the ledger he is on, and I shall do the same. Got a 5-pack of players here, all plus money. We're trying to unearth value unless we see it the other way, but let's go ahead and dive in right now and start off with the guy that we heard on the highlight rejoiner, the Chef Boyardee of running backs. So again, of a contract dispute. That means James Cook of the Buffalo Bills. Harvey, for him to get to 1,000 ground yards this year, it's at plus 105. So you got to fade or you got to follow James Cook?
You know, it's funny, man. If you would have asked me this question 2 weeks ago, I would have followed James Cook. I think at least 1,000 rushing yards last year, double-digit touchdowns. But now I have some concerns with this contract situation. Every time I see him being interviewed, all he says is business. It's about business. Which what you want, right? You want a motivated running back trying to get that first big contract before he hits 25, 26 years old. My concern is what we saw last year from Ray Davis. He only had 3 games last year with double-digit carries, but he scored at least, if we're talking fantasy, 13.7 PPR points in each outing. And it's that one game without Cook that I can't get out of my mind now. I believe it was week 6 or week 7, but he had 20 carries, 97 yards, also popped out of the backfield and caught 3 balls for 55 yards on 3 targets, had 18.2 PPR points. It was week 6. I'm looking at it right now. So that's the concern, man. Now, if James Cook shows up, he probably goes over 1,000 yards, but I don't know how this situation is going to end right now. So I'm actually going to fade James Cook with this hold-in going on right now.
I'm going to follow. I think ultimately he is going to reach the C word, which is compromise with the organization. Whether he is going to get promises and be like, hey, we'll get this done sometime during the season, but we need your butt out there. or if they get it done before the regular season begins. I think there is going to be a resolution and a positive one eventually. I don't have any inside information. It's just my gut thought on the overall perspective. But, I mean, he could blow this number away. I mean, Mike Clay at ESPN's got projected for 264 rush attempts, 1,231 rush yards. Now, would I invest in him as my RB15, top 40 pick in fantasy? Might be apprehensive in that regard, but in terms of this bet, I think he can get there even if he misses a couple of games. Last year, remember, he only played or got 58.9% of the overall opportunity share. Secondary analytics, a couple of them were good, a couple of them not so good. The good, number 12 in missed tackles force, number 21 yak per attempt, but only number 33 in yards created per touch. And he's got a top 10 offensive line, decent strength of schedule. I'm going to follow James Cook to get to 1,000 rush yards this year at plus 105. What about Devon Achane or A-Chain of the Miami Dolphins? A plus 130 for him to get to 1,000 yards. So A-Chain plus 130, fade or follow, Horvey?
I'm actually going to fade it, man, and I love the player, right? Like last year before the Tua injury, he was on pace for nearly 1,800 total yards, 104 catches, 17 total touchdowns. Then Tua goes down, and that's the concern. Can Tua stay healthy? If not, we see Zach Wilson or Quinn Ewers. And I know that shouldn't matter because he's a running back, but I also worry a little bit about the depth behind him. Tyreek Hill, who continues to spin off this planet, had these comments the other day. He's like, on third and short, Devon Achane, he's too short. He's too small. Those carries should go to Jalen Wright. They also have Alexander Madison. They have Ollie Gordon, who I loved 2 years ago. I don't know what happened last year at Oklahoma State. The only concern I have with Achane, man, is he's undersized. He does have an injury history, only 203 carries last year. If he stays healthy, he could be a top 10 back. He's going to catch a ton of balls out of the backfield. As a rookie, he averaged 7.8 yards per pop, but I'm actually going to fade him, even though I love the player, because I don't like the situation right now in Miami. I think there's a good chance Mike McDaniel may be the first coach fired. I think that team's going to be a disaster, so I'll fade him this year.
Now, I'm going to fade him in this category. I think he's going to be awesome in PPR formats. I mean, he may catch 75, 80 balls because they're going to be playing from behind early and often this year. So if you're debating his services at the turn in a 12-team draft in fantasy, I'd say, draft him with supreme confidence. But in terms of this bet, I'm going to fade him as well, especially at plus money. Plus money if you're following, but it would be minus money if you're going to fade him, and I would still, fade him ultimately. I mean, you look at Mike Clay, projected for Achane, 1,000 yards around the dot for 218 carries. Game script's going to be an issue, and he only saw 59.1% of the opportunity share last year. Jalen Wright has got some juice in his legs, and he is going to have a decent role in this offense, so you can't sleep on him. And the secondary analytics were not that great either for him. RB36 yak per attempt, RB31 total missed tackles for us, and he's got arguably a bottom 5 offensive line. So again, he'll catch a boatload of balls, but in terms of accumulating rush yards, pump the brakes. We are fading Devon Achane at plus 130. What about Breece Hall? Plus 150 for him to get to 1,000 yards this season. So, Horvat, you got to fade or follow Dance Hall Days.
I'm going to fade him, man, but I really hope he goes off for 1,500 yards. I hope he leads the league in rushing because I have him in a dynasty league, and I took him in the second round last year, another year removed from injury. And he only had 876 rushing yards on 209 carries, only 5 touchdowns, and only averaged 4.2 yards per pop. And that right there is the concern, man. His first 5 games as a rookie, he was electric. He was explosive. I don't know where that player went. He just hasn't really recovered. Maybe this is the year, but you have Braylon Allen. That's the thing. I like the depth behind him, man. Braylon Allen's a hell of a player, and they also have Isaiah Davis. Today, the first thing I see on social media when I wake up is Breece Hall walking off the practice field with the trainer. So I'm going to fade Breece Hall this year, man. I don't know that they're in love with him right now in New York. I think they've soured on him a little bit.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. I think Braylon Allen, it could be a bust-out player this season in fantasy. And I got to fade him as well. I don't think he's getting anywhere close to 1,000 yards. Mike Clay's got him projected for 231 carries, 1,023 rush yards. He believes the algo does anyway. He's going to get there, but I don't think he's going to be able to replicate the 68.8% opportunity share from a season ago. I think it's going to be more 60-40 in terms of split there with Allen, who's a very physical runner between the tackles. So Allen and Hall could be utilized in the similar capacity on the field together, with Hall, lining up out wide, and then Allen, of course, there in the backfield. So you could see him on the field at the same time. He was only number 29 yak per attempt, 27 missed tackles for, subpar offensive line. A lot of negatives tied to Breece Hall. I am fading him as well. How about my guy, Chase Brown?
Yeah.
Are you getting down with the Cincinnati Bengals to get to 1,000 yards on the ground? It's plus 170. Fade or follow?
Yeah, I'm with you on Chase Brown, man. He kind of reminds me of like a poor man's, maybe not even a poor man's, Austin Eckler years ago. Last year, he had 1,350 total yards, and he only started 10 of the 16 games. Now he's the guy. The OC in Cincinnati, Mike Pitcher, called him one of the focal points of the offense in 2025. Yep. I'm looking at his ADP right now, round 3. You could get a pair of really good wide receivers in the first couple rounds, still get him as your team's running back 1. I think he could be a top 10 back. I'm all about Chase Brown and that Bengals offense. I don't know about the defense, but I love Chase Brown and that offense this year.
I do too. Of course, I can't fade the ILL. I think it's going to be minimum of 1,100 rushing yards this season. I think the opportunity share is going to be maybe greater than 80%. I am all in on my dude, Chase Brown. Quickly, Tony Pollard to get to 1,000 yards, plus 170. Fade or follow?
I'll be really quick here, man. I'm going to fade that. I have not had good luck with Tony Pollard. I don't know that he's going to be able to stay healthy. He's splitting carries. I think he's going to have a solid season, but 1,000 yards, good price, but I'm going to stay away.
Yeah, game scripts are going to be very negative for him, and they're talking up Tyjae Spears, trying to get him more work on the ground. So it's going to be a full-blown RBBC, bad offensive line as well. So, yes, I would fade Tony Pollard getting 1,000 yards. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, our dude Rob Brown is going to be joining us, talking everything in the world of sports betting. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. My guy Ryan Horvat in the house. We're going to be talking to maybe the sexiest man in all of radio, Rob Brown, here momentarily, discussing a little MLB trade deadline, the aftermath of that, some of the impacts of the betting market. We'll talk some college football. We even talk some NFL. He covers it all, folks. He's a man of a multitude of talents, so we can't wait to get down with our dude, Rob Brown. By the way, friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, if you want to talk NFL futures, college football futures, MLB action on the diamond tonight, possibly even the WNBA, loaded slate in that sport, simple way to contact Ryan Horvat and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. You can also drop off your questions or comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's bring on our dude, Rob Brown, down there in South Carolina. Always bringing the noise and always bringing the goods here on BetMGM Tonight, and wherever his angelic voice is speaking into a microphone. A host of Bet for the Cycle here on the BetMGM Network Saturdays alongside the outstanding Cody Decker from noon to 4. Also follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at The Rob Brown Show. Again, on X at The Rob Brown Show. Rob, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Let's start with the rawhide, the MLB trade deadline passed last week. Do you feel, because it seems like a consensus, and I may be in the minority on this, but do you feel the Cubs, who are right now deadlocked in a 0-0 tie in the top of the fourth inning at Wrigley, were the biggest losers of the trade deadline in their limited acquisitions and ones that really didn't make waves? And conversely, do you feel the Padres were the biggest winners as they put the entire stack of chips in to the center of the pot? How have you readjusted your projections down the home stretch this MLB season?
Fellas, good to be back. Miss the boys. Ready to rock. Listen, I'm a big science nerd, Brad Evans, and the concept of relativity has always been very fascinating to me. The faster you go, the closer to the speed of light you get, the more time slows down for you, right? Like, that's the concept, is if you were to accelerate to the speed of light and leave the planet and come back, everyone you know would be born, died, passed on, generations will have passed. The problem is that the Cubs are a pretty good baseball team, which I tried to tell everybody before the season started. It's a good team. Like, I'm sorry, Cubs fans, you're just going to have to accept that you finally have something nice to latch all your hopes and dreams and ambitions on. The problem is, relatively speaking, they're not losers in that they didn't do a lot. And obviously the loss of Michael Soroka makes it sting a little bit more. But it's not so much that you didn't do anything. It's that the Brewers did. And it's that what was already a deadlock race between two good teams, they gave themselves just the smallest bit of get ahead. And in this NL Central, the smallest bit of get ahead might be the difference between Chicago winning the Central and getting to play a series at Wrigley or having to go on the road throughout the whole ride. So it's not losing. You're 65-47. You're 3 games off the pace. And as I pointed out a couple of days ago after the break, let's keep in mind that for the Brewers to get a game or two ahead, they had to go on an 11-game win streak at one point. That's not frequent. That's not common. That doesn't happen all the time. So, they've played some of the best ball of the season over the past 3 weeks, obviously with the break in the middle, and they're 3 games up. You're fine. Yes, I would have liked to see more. I'm sure Ryan Horvat would have liked to see more. I'd like to see another bat. Honestly, I would have liked to see them in the mix for the Merrill Kellys of the deadline, the frontline guys that could have elevated that staff. And the fact that they didn't does feel like a disappointment. But let's not say they didn't get uber aggressive at the deadline, so they're not good. They're still a very good baseball team. As far as winners go, I am, as my dear friend Jake Hassan said, I am going to allow myself one more time again to get suckered in by the San Diego Padres and believe that they are now officially a team. But I do have to keep reminding myself, and we talked about this on Saturday, that the Dodgers are a team that have had, if you count Shohei Ohtani, have had 14 pitchers spend at least 2 weeks on the injured list. 14 pitchers have spent at least 2 weeks on the IL for the Dodgers. You get Max Muncy back today. You're starting to add those pieces back. The Padres are a wild card team, and it's not that they're not a good team. They're a very good team. It's just that the Dodgers are going to round into shape to what we think the Dodgers are. To me, the biggest winners of the deadline, I am all in on the Seattle Mariners. I'm all in. They did the one thing that they've yet to do the last couple of years, Brad, which is freaking anything. Spend $1 and go make something happen. And they did it this year with Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor. They have now done what I think the Yankees did last year for Aaron Judge when they went and got Juan Soto and they put a bat in front of him and a bat behind him. So now Cal Raleigh's not the free out. You have to throw to the dumper, and I think that's fantastic. So the Padres are winners, but I think the Seattle Mariners are the team I walked away from the deadline most excited about.
Rob, this story just popped up on ESPN about 5 minutes ago, so I wanted to get your opinion. We talked about this on Friday, man, because 5 days ago, Micah Parsons, who's one of the better edge rushers in the league, plus 750 at BetMGM right now to win Defensive Player of the Year. Really the only thing that you could rely on the Cowboys' defensive side of the ball. I think the offense is going to be quite good if people stay healthy, but the defense might be a mess if they don't pay Micah Parsons. Jerry Jones can't stop talking. I don't want to get myself in trouble. Jerry Jones needs to go away, but today his comments when asked if Micah Parsons would be available week 1, guys, said this, and I quote, "No, absolutely not. A big part of that is his decision. How would I know that?" When asked if he's confident that he'll be out there. Do you think that Dallas does get a deal done with Micah Parsons? Are we living in a world where they might really trade a top 5 edge rusher? How do you think this plays out before we get to week 1, man? Because we've seen this happen in Dallas before. Granted, it was years ago. It was Emmitt Smith. Cowboys won a Super Bowl. He won a rushing title. And he sat out the first couple games of the season because they wouldn't make him the highest paid running back in the league. I don't think Micah Parsons is asking for anything crazy here. How do you think this plays out in Dallas, though?
So first off, you're absolutely right. Jerry is never going to stop talking because Jerry Jones is the smartest man in every room he walks in. And if you don't believe him, just ask Jerry Jones. He'll be more than happy to tell you that. I don't understand how Jerry doesn't understand that this is on him. He's the GM and the owner and also the guy who won't shut the hell up. This is entirely on him. This feels like a spot when we talked about Myles Garrett and we've talked about Terry McLaurin and we've talked about, all these other players that have held out and demanded trades, Trey Hendrickson, etc. This one feels different to me because this is the only one that it really feels personal, right? Like with Terry McLaurin, we can argue it's all business. Terry McLaurin has the leverage. There's no other number 1 wide receivers on that staff. Debo's a kit man, a utility guy. He can be anywhere, but he's not a number 1. They don't have anybody else. He's got all the leverage. Feels like it's just business. When Myles Garrett was ready to hold out from Cleveland, you looked and you went, Myles Garrett's by far and away the best player on this defense. And if he leaves, Cleveland's going to be even more of it. They're going to have to take the dumpster fire that is Cleveland, put it on a forklift, and dump it inside of a bigger dumpster fire. If Myles Garrett leaves, leverage had to get there. This feels personal. This doesn't feel like Micah is asking for an extension and a raise from the Dallas Cowboys. This feels like he's butting heads personally with Jerry Jones. I am at the point now where obviously the question is, would Micah Parsons genuinely sit out a season? Would Micah Parsons play the 6 games that he needs to play to qualify for a year served and then all of a sudden have an ankle injury or a quad injury or something like that, air quoting so hard I sprain a finger joint? I don't know. But it does feel like it's personal. It does feel like it's Micah Parsons butting heads with Jerry Jones. And if that is truly what is happening here, I would not be shocked if this is different than the rest, if Micah Parsons genuinely sits out, and especially after those comments, that he decides to sit and say, you're going to pay me or I'm not going to play for you. Whether or not they move him, I don't know. I kind of think if I'm Dallas, you got 1 more year, and then he's got the opportunity to go FA anyway. So I would probably make the move. You're still going to have a bidding war. Probably not as many teams as there would have been leading up to the draft or anything, but there'll be some teams in. He's one of the best 2 or 3 edge rushers, outside linebackers in the National Football League. There will be some teams that'll be in. You'll get a couple of first-round picks, which is a hell of a lot better than having a dude that is so pissed off at you that not only does he leave as a free agent, but he goes and he signs with the Philadelphia Eagles as one big old fat double bird to Jerry.
So, Rob, I was going to ask you really quick an ACC question, but we talk so much ACC on Fridays that I'm actually going to pass that one up because I wanted to ask you about the Yankees, man. They're 4-6 in their last 10 games. Aaron Judge does return to the lineup. I bet them tonight. It's scoreless still, I believe, in the 4th inning. Right now I'm watching the Cubs. Do you think ultimately they win that division? You know, I'm really mad at myself because everybody was ripping Toronto to start the season right before they paid Vladdy $500+ million or whatever he ends up getting. And I kind of wanted to buy low on them and I didn't. Do you think them, Boston, who do you think ultimately wins that division? And who do you think would be the scariest team in the postseason in the West?
I mean, I think the scariest team out of the AL East in the postseason is still going to be the Yankees. I think right now, because of the run that they're on right now, I think that knee-jerk reaction, a lot of people are maybe a bit shy off of them. Let's not pretend like this. Actually, I won't even say this same team. Probably a slightly lesser version of this team. Yeah, I know you lost Soto, but you added a bunch of pieces. Didn't go to the damn World Series last year, right? Like, this is a team that was in it last year. I still think the Yankees, as far as do they win the division, look, the Blue Jays, like we talked about the Mariners a minute ago, the Mariners have finally rounded into the team that Cody Decker and I have wanted the Mariners to be for the last couple of years. You have built up this incredible pitching staff, spent some damn money and put some bats in the lineup, and let's see what happens. They did it. The Blue Jays have just come around and been the team that has been on paper in Toronto the last couple of years. This has been a team that I've taken flyers out on the last couple of years, and they've just kind of been that shiny new toy that eventually loses its luster. It doesn't feel like they are this year, but everybody's sitting here panicking about the Yankees because they're 4-6 in the last 10. Oh, BT Dubs without Aaron Judge in the lineup. Anybody want to take a stab at the Blue Jays record in the last 10? It's 4-6 in the last 10. Like, this is not a panic mode moment for either one of these teams. The Red Sox are 8-2. If you want to talk about a team out of the East that deserves to be talked about right now, I do think it is the Boston Red Sox. There's a bit more vibe. And by the way, that was my pick to win this division before the year starts. So cool. I'm digging that. Make me look smart. But I still think the Yankees are the best team, and I think they're much like the Dodgers. Let them round out, let them get healthy, and I think you'll start to see them slowly chip their way back to the top of the division.
We're talking to the one-on-ones, that being Rob Brown, host of Bet for the Cycle, right here, BetMGM Network, Saturdays from noon to 4. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at The Rob Brown Show. Rob, let's pivot to the NFL. Among the expected frontrunners to win this year's Super Bowl, who out of the Ravens, Bills, Eagles, and Chiefs do you feel is going to be the biggest letdown?
The hot take here, fellas. Yes, I know. I love a hot take, don't we all? The hot take is I think it'll be either the Chiefs or the Eagles, honestly. So with the Chiefs, the question has been, and I think it's fair to be, is the dynastic run coming to its conclusion? We kind of know we're at the end of Travis Kelce. Every year we're asking, is this it for Andy Reid? Was that it? Is the next one it? Whatever. And there's a reason we're asking those questions. It's because it is slowed down. Now, they have some guys that can step up. Ryan Horvat, you're going to know this name. They brought Jake Brenningstool, the tight end from Clemson last year, in to learn from Travis Kelce. That guy's a stud. I'm not saying he's going to be the next Travis Kelce, but they clearly have started to move the pieces into play to get to the next level. But what Kelce and Mahomes and these boys had was special, and I do wonder if it is started to get to the end of the run. As far as the Eagles, Saquon Barkley is an incredible football player. I am one of those weird people. I'm ready for the heat. Find me on Twitter at The Rob Brown Show. Let's fight. I think that Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. I don't think he's great. I don't think he's elite. He's not up there with Burrow. He's not up there with Mahomes. He's not up with action. He can squat a Buick, and that means he can do things that other quarterbacks can't do. I think he's very good. But here's what we know about the Eagles this year. Saquon Barkley's the heart and soul. If I'm defensive coordinating against the Eagles, I'm stacking 7 in the box. I'm taking Saquon out, and I'm saying, Jalen Hurts, if you beat me with the arm, you beat us. And that's going to be it. But I'm removing this guy. And I do think, especially in that division, you're going to see a lot of teams, Washington included, Dallas, if Micah Parsons there included, stack the box, take Saquon away from them, make Jalen Hurts be the guy. And we are going to, I think, by the end of this year, have a definitive answer. Is Jalen Hurts a guy or not? And the answer for me is he's good, but not great. And if he gets put into a spot like that, I could be a step back. I don't mean to hot take it, boys, but I could see a realistic step back for both teams that played in the Super Bowl last year, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I completely concur with your perspective there. Rob, we're up against it, my friend. We appreciate the time. Rob Brown, host of Bet for the Cycle, right here with BetMGM Network, Saturdays from noon to 4, and follow him on X at The Rob Brown Show. When we come back, another edition of Spin Me Round, all fantasy football all the time. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight.
Pacheco almost caught in the backfield. Instead, into the open field and accelerating. Pacheco in for the touchdown. The Jersey Kid back in his home state for 6.
Oh, the pride of Rutgers. Shout out to ESPN for that highlight rejoiner. That is Isaiah Pacheco, the Punisher. Is he going to be doling out the violence and the pain once again for Kansas City? We're going to have a conversation about him and a few other dudes going right now in round 7 of fantasy football drafts as we're charging on another edition of You Spin Me Round, Round, Baby, Round, Round, like a record, baby. Breaking out ADPs in the world of fake football. By the way, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, if you want to talk sports betting in the futures market, NFL, college football, maybe MLB action tonight, the Cubs are killing our souls. You can. Yes. All you got to do to contact Horvat and I is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also submit your questions or comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Yeah, quick update at Wrigley Field. Will Benson smashed a gapper. It was a double. Then Spencer Steer hit him in. It is 1-0 Reds over the Cubs. It seems like a horror story that you just can't wake up from the nightmare. Over and over and over again. The Cubs offense is absent. They're right now on siesta. It seems like they bought the farm a while ago. They just can't score any runs. At one point, for a good chunk of the first half of the Major League Baseball season, they were scoring runs at will. They were the league leader in WRC+, but they have certainly fallen on hard times. Kyle Tucker first and foremost, but it's contagious throughout the entire franchise. Again, 1-0 Reds right now in the top of the 5th inning. We're also monitoring the Yankees and Rangers game as Aaron Judge, back in uniform for the Pinstripes, has got a couple of strikeouts. It's scoreless right now between Will Warren and Nathan Eovaldi. You talked to Will Warren. I agreed with you. Eovaldi has been masterful in his own right. Only 4 hits scattered combined through 4 innings of play. So it's the top of the 5th inning down in Arlington, 0-0 Rangers and Yankees. And, this just in, the Brewers keep winning. They're up 5-1 on Atlanta, top of the 7th inning. Pain and misery, man, right now being a Cubs fan, it really is. A team that is really building up our hopes and our confidence, and now they're just ripping it down over here the last few days, Horvats. Hopefully they can right the ship here and very quickly at least not this game back up at 1 or get the lead and somehow, some way, I think a sad trombone, win it against the Big Red Machine. We'll keep monitoring all that. Again, phone lines wide open, 833-732-3875 if you have any questions. But let's dive in and spin me round. We're talking round 7, guys, part 1. We'll have a second set of those guys tomorrow. And let's start with Isaiah Pacheco. Right now, RB 25, 73.02. I'm seeing him go as early as like round 5 in some drafts. So, Horvat, I don't know where you're at on him, but you look at Mike Clay, 208 rush attempts is a projection for him, 881 yards, 6 rushing touchdowns, 42 catches for 3-1 receiving yards, 2 receiving touchdowns, got him RB 29. So, further down the list and where he's going ADP-wise at RB 25, 20th hardest overall, or easiest, I should say. So it's actually the 12th hardest strength of schedule for a fantasy running back. But if he gets back to what he was in 2023, a guy that was top 12 on total missed tackles forced, a guy had an appreciable 2.90 yards after contact per attempt. It was catching the ball consistently, 2 to 4 receptions a game out of the backfield. In that offense, behind that line, knowing he's going to see a lot of exploitable fronts, Isaiah Pacheco has got a lot of profit potential at RB 25. What are your thoughts on him?
Yes, sir. Got a couple fantasy drafts this weekend. Round 5, I don't know if I'm there. I was initially thinking round 7, now round 6, and I think that's going to be an instant click. The more I hear, these reports coming out of camp that he's looking explosive. He's looking like himself. And then you look at the depth behind him, right? I mean, Kareem Hunt is like 55 years old. He proved both of us wrong last year. I don't think he's doing that again this year. Then it's Elijah Mitchell. It's Brashard Smith, right? Carson Steele never really worked out last year, and he's a fullback anyway. So, like you said, man, I mean, it was a tough injury to come back from last year, a fractured fibula. He just looked like a shell of himself. But if he could get back to even where he was in 2022 and 2023, like you said, 4.7 yards per carry, catching balls out of the backfield, I think that offense is going to be really damn good this year. Hot take, I think the Chiefs are going to, have a high-scoring offense. But I think round 6, round 7 is where I'm going to be looking for Pacheco if he's available.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. I think he's a guy that obviously has downsides because of his violent running approach, right? He's got to stay upright. He's a guy that just doles out the punishments. Well, I call him the Punisher. But he also receives a lot of that with the cracked bones, and it just takes a toll and it taxes the overall frame. So, yeah, man, I think he's going to get around 65, 70% of the opportunity share, and that team will live in the red zone. They'll spread their love around, but Pacheco will get his opportunities to punch it in for 6. Let's go out to Vegas. Viva Las Vegas, and clack and roll the dice potentially on their WR1, and that being Jacoby Myers. Now, truly the top receiver in this offense is Brock Bowers. That's indisputable, but you look at Myers, a wide receiver 36, 74.02 is the ADP. Mike Clay's kind of projected for 124 targets, 86 receptions, 967 yards, and 5 touchdowns at wide receiver 34. He was wide receiver 20 last year in fantasy points per game. Tough strength of schedule. Oh, the Cubs just tied it. Matt Shaw goes yard. Solo shot into the left field bleachers. 1-1. Cubs and Reds in the bottom of the 5th. But getting back to Jacoby Myers, healthy target share at 0.6 targets per game. Number 17 in total air yards. Number 32 in total yak. And number 9, folks, in total route wins, which means he's getting the separation. He's got better quarterback play in Geno Smith. I'm a buyer in Jacoby Myers, especially at a dirt cheap wide receiver 3 price. Everything clicks. He could be a WR2 again.
Same highlighters out on Jacoby Myers, man. I'm pretty bullish on him as well. I think he's a perfect buy low wide receiver in this offense. Like you said, Brock Bowers is going to see, if he stays healthy, at least 150 targets. He's going to be the top receiver if he stays healthy. But Jacoby Myers, no more Devontae Adams. Like you said, better quarterback play. You're not relying on Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell. Now you bring in Geno Smith. As long as the offensive line protects him, I think it's going to be a big year for Geno and Jacoby Myers. I know they're going to run the ball a lot more with the Ashton Genty draft pick, but you also have Chip Kelly calling plays. I think 80 to 85 receptions is very doable. So I'm pretty bullish. I think he could be a top 25 receiver again this year, Jacoby Myers.
All right, let's talk another wide receiver. Let's go from Nevada to the right coast and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Emeka Egbuka, formerly of the Ohio State, man, his price is ascending right now. He is a wide receiver 37, 76.40. The buzz is deafening around this guy, but a lot of mouths to feed in this Tampa offense. Mike Clay's only got him projected for 74 targets, 47 catches, 618 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Wide receiver 61. Now, if Mike were to update the algorithm, I bet it's going to be a heck of a lot higher than that. Again, he is going wide receiver 37 in fantasy drafts. Strength of schedule, 7th easiest among fantasy wideouts. He had 100-plus passer rating last season in Columbus on 5 different routes. He was number 24 in yak per reception among all FBS wide receivers. Great routes, great hands. It all comes down to the health of Chris Godwin, because Egbuka would be the primary slot guy. I think he's going to start off the season in that capacity, but can he maintain it over the entire year? And you got Jalen McMillan to account for, Mike Evans as well. Again, there's a lot of weapons at the disposal of Baker Mayfield. I think the price is getting a little bit out of control. Loved him about 2 weeks ago when he was in the late wide receiver 40s, but wide receiver 37, too rich for my blood.
Completely agree, man. Got him in a dynasty league. I love him in a dynasty league because year one, I don't think he's going to be a league winner. But by year two, year three, right, especially because you could line him up all over the place. At least in college they did. On the outside, you could line him up on the slot, in the slot. He's a really good route runner. He's got really good hands. He's got really good footwork. He could create separation. And you said it, Mike Evans, I love him. All he does is produce 1,000-yard receiving seasons. But he's getting older. Chris Godwin, we don't know when he's going to be back, when he's going to be healthy. And then it's Sterling Shepard, Jalen McMillan, who I do like. So there are mouths to feed, but I love him in dynasty leagues. I agree. I think like the price tag's a little bit too rich for me right now, but I do think that he's going to be a solid player. Baker Mayfield keeps talking him up as well at camp.
Yep, definitely. All right, let's go to Jordan Addison. Big news came out right before showtime. Suspended officially 3 games for the DUI incident he pled guilty to. So he's going to miss action week 1 at Chicago, week 2 against the Atlanta Falcons, and week 3 against the Cincinnati Bengals, and maybe a first to 50 wins scenario. So Jordan Addison, wide receiver 38, 77.81. I'll go to you first. Do you think he's fairly priced given the news today, or would you move him down maybe outside the wide receiver top 40? Full disclosure on my end, I'm exactly at wide receiver 40. Moved him off the WR36 line down 4 spots based on news we heard today.
Yep, completely agree, man. I would say 40, I think that's about right. I mean, he's coming off a 10-touchdown season and a 9-touchdown season. He's only going to continue to get better, you would expect. We'll see how good J.J. McCarthy is. I think he's going to be a hell of a quarterback. You have Justin Jefferson and now a healthy T.J. Hawkinson, 2 really good running backs. So the offense is loaded, but he's going to see the targets when he does come back week 4. He's finished wide receiver 21 and 20 in half-point PPR leagues the last 2 years. I think wide receiver 40 is about where I would have him with a 3-game suspension. I completely agree. So probably wide receiver 3 range for me.
And don't sleep too hard on Jalen Naylor, folks. Jalen Naylor is somebody you want to stash in the 11th hour of your fantasy draft. Now, I'm not talking about the Bears in week 1, but against Atlanta and Cincinnati at home, that guy could go for like 16 a touch in back-to-back games. So if you're looking to start fast in fantasy, Jalen Naylor could be that flexy, sexy option for you in light of the Addison suspension news. They're getting for nothing right now in drafts. Let's go to Ricky Pearsall of the San Francisco 49ers. Wide receiver 39, 78.28 is the ADP. Mike Clay projecting him for 103 targets, 67 receptions, 964 receiving yards, and 4 touchdowns at wide receiver 43. Middle of the pack strength of schedule. He was only number 58 in route win percentage last year, but remember, he was attacked before the season began, was shot, was recovering from that. He's very fortunate to get back on the field, and we, thank God he did. But Pearsall's really been making noise in training camp right now for San Francisco, and they don't have a whole lot of healthy options outside of George Kittle as pass catching.
Yeah, man, and that's what I'm thinking. He's probably going to play in the Brandon Ayuk role until Brandon Ayuk comes back, and so you look at his targets the last 4 seasons, 6.7 per game or fewer. But now, I mean, that wide receiver room, I like Jennings, but I don't know who's going to be healthy or who's going to be out there week 1. He's a really good route runner. Kind of reminds me a little bit of McConkey, but he's got a bigger build. Looked really good weeks 17 and 18 against the Lions and the Cardinals. Granted, not the best secondaries last year, especially Arizona, but averaged an 89% route rate, 9 targets per game. I like Pearsall. I think right now he's properly valued, though.
Yeah, he's about right around the wide receiver 40 range. I feel good about that price tag. I think he's a guy that's going to ascend as well. Training camp goes on. The exhibition season really begins. He makes a couple splashy plays in the preseason. People will be like, oh, breakout candidate. And they're going to extend that go-go gadget arm because the opportunity is going to be there with Jawan Jennings in with a calf injury, as you mentioned. Brandon Ayuk in that slow recovery. But I wouldn't go bonkers for Pearsall in drafts, to say the least. What about Tony Pollard? You and I faded him earlier in the show to get to 1,000 rush yards. RB27, 79.30. I still think he's undervalued at this price point. How about you?
Yeah, I still think he's undervalued, like you said, man. I think he's probably low end running back 2, flex option. It's just I don't know if he gets to 1,000 yards because he's going to be sharing touches with Tajay Spears, and because I don't know how good that the team's going to be. I think they're going to be trailing in a lot of games. They have a rookie quarterback, so I think he's undervalued. I think running back 2, flex option, and he could have a solid season for you.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Right around 1,100, 1,200 combined yards, 6 to 8 touchdowns, entirely doable. Will have more value in PPR because he may catch 40, 45 balls. But a guy that will be serviceable, just not spectacular in fantasy football this year. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back here on BetMGM tonight. We're going to review our cards. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat on the line, in the house, behind the mic, wherever you want them, on this hashtag Team Wavos Tuesday. We're watching Cubs Reds 1-1. Cubs did not get anything additionally on the board. End of 6. Another slog. Another low-scoring affair at Wrigley tonight. Similar last night, but will the Cubs emerge victorious? They did not do so in Game 1 of this series. We're all waiting on pins and needles for hopefully a positive outcome tonight. We're going to be reviewing our cards here momentarily, our top 3 plays tonight in the world of sports betting. The phone lines, though, still wide open, and we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. You got any fantasy football questions for us? Maybe you got a fantasy draft upcoming. Maybe you got a hot sleeper pick that you want to share. Maybe you want to talk futures in the NFL, college football, or you want to talk some action on the diamond. Simple way to contact Tori and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we had our pole dancing poll question of the day. Let me go ahead and shut that bad boy down. It was asking you this. Fantasy football fans, which popular round 7 player per ADP is your best buy in half-point PPR formats? Your options were Isaiah Pacheco, Jacoby Myers, Jordan Addison, or Tony Pollard. We just had a conversation in Spin Me Round in the last segment. So, Ryan, who do you think led the way in terms of the public's pick?
I'm going to go with the guy that we both agreed on, especially if he's there in round 7. For me, it would be Isaiah Pacheco, 73.02 on the ADP. I like Pacheco, the Terminator, this year.
Ding, 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 ding. Correct. Isaiah the Punisher Pacheco at pick number 73.02 overall, 40.9% of the vote. He led the way. Jacoby Myers, next man up, and a strong candidate in this category at 27.6%, followed by Jordan Addison, despite the 3-game suspension today, at 16%. Dead last, Tony Pollard. Again, he's a Rodney Dangerfield all-star. Gets no respect, I tell you, no respect at 15.6%. Brandon Combs working the board here on BetMGM Tonight, chimed in and said, this one is pretty easy. It's Pacheco. But put him aside, and I think Jordan Addison has got to be the choice. If J.J. McCarthy is what they think he is, Addison could have a huge year in Minnesota despite the 3 games missed. I don't think you're too far off there, Brando. So we appreciate all that participated. Officially 225 votes cast. We'll have a brand new pole dancing poll question of the day tomorrow. Hopefully you will submit your vote, drop in a comment, because we are all about interaction here on BetMGM Tonight. Elsewhere on social media today, our social media team rolled out a build your own fantasy team graphic. And you had $15 to spend to pick a quarterback, a running back, 2 wide receivers, and a tight end. You had a $5 range, $4 range, $3 range, $2 range, and a $1 range to choose from. It's going to be unanimous. At quarterback, Corby, we'll just go ahead and build our teams right now. It's Joe Burrow.
Yep.
I mean, it's asinine, quite frankly. He was available at a buckaroo. A criminal value for a guy that led the league in pass yards last year, probably going to lead the league in pass attempts this year. May throw another 40-plus TDs. I think he's going to have a monster season, and he's $1? $1? Are you kidding me? Somebody was drunk putting this graphic together, saying that Joe Burrow was only $1. Meanwhile, let's get your next pick at running back. Bijan was $5. Saquon's $4. Ashton Genty at $3. My guy, Chase Brown at $2. And Kyron Williams, who just signed a contract extension, is the $1 player. Who's your pick here?
Yeah, really good value, $3 for Genty. Our guy Chase Brown at $2 I thought would be a steal, but because I'm only paying $1 for Joe Burrow, who could win an MVP this season and throw another 45 touchdowns. I spent some money on Bijan, man, because I bet him to win Offensive Player of the Year. I am a little bit worried about these reports out of camp that Kirk Cousins looks better right now than Michael Penix. I hope that's not the case, but Bijan Robinson for me is the running back.
Yeah, it's Bijan all day. Draft Bijan, squirt a little on your sandwich, and consume. I mean, he is going to be amazing this season. Could be like 2,000 total yards and 15 combined touchdowns. So $5, yes. We're $6 in. Start with Joe Burrow and my number one pick overall in Bijan Robinson. Steal of a deal. Going to wide receiver. Are you going to go Jamar Chase? Amon-Ra at $4. JSN at $3. Zay Flowers randomly at $2, or Travis Hunter at $1. Who's your pick?
Well, again, if we're properly, pricing these guys, man, I would go JSN, right? Because I can't go Jamar Chase and Bijan Robinson. But because Burrow's only $1, I'm going to splurge a little bit. So I'm going to go Jamar Chase, man. I think he's the best wide receiver in the league. So I got Burrow, Bijan Robinson, and Jamar Chase.
You know what that is? Championship. Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer because of the flexibility with Burrow at $1. That's why, again, it's crazy. He was $1. Bijan at $5. Jamar Chase at $5. All right, we got to pick another wide receiver. We got Justin Jefferson at $5. We got Malik Neighbors at $4. We got Garrett Wilson at $3. We have, I think that's, who is that? DK Metcalf? I don't know. I think it's DK Metcalf at $2. And at $1, I have no idea. It doesn't matter. I'm going to take the best value on the board because I think I know what you're going to do with tight end. I'm going to go dirt cheap at tight end, and that's $1, and that's David Njoku. So it affords me the ability to draft Garrett Wilson. That's my pick at $3.
I love that. So, dude, I was like, who the hell is this at number 2? I think that's DK or supposed to be, but I don't know that it is DK, so I didn't know. So what I ended up doing was going with Brian Thomas Jr. at number 1 because I believe that's who that is. And I think he's a stud. I mean, even with Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter's wide receiver number 2. He's going to catch a ton of screens. But Brian Thomas Jr., especially in the Liam Cohen offense, I'm really high on the Jags this year offensively. I bet Trevor Lawrence over 21.5 touchdown passes. Loved what I saw from BT his rookie year. I think the route tree expands a little bit. So I went Brian Thomas Jr., and then I'm with you, man, David Njoku. Went cheap at tight end. And I'm just a big Njoku fan. I don't think the Browns are going to be very good. I have no idea who the hell the starting quarterback's going to be, but I know he's going to see targets. And I know he's going to stay healthy. The guy had like second-degree burns and still played in a football game. He showed up with like a ski mask on and still played and balled out. So Njoku, Brian Thomas Jr., Jamar Chase, Bijan Robinson, and Joe Burrow. Like, you could keep the change. I think I still got $2 left over.
That's Brian Thomas for $1? Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, well, if that's
Chicago,
Brian Thomas for $1, I'm not...
Brando
did
says
they just
that he
score?
thinks that's George Pickens. I don't know who the hell any of these guys are, man. That's like really small.
No, that's
I recognize
not George
most
Pickens. That might be Ted McMillan. Honestly, because it looks like a Carolina uniform. See, this is a problem when you have faces up there, and it may not be familiar because these guys wear helmets and there's no names attached. We got to work with the social media department. A, on the pricing of some of these guys, and B, on figuring out who the hell some of these cats are. That's why I was going Garrett Wilson because I knew he was a guy at $3. But if I can get Brian Robinson or Brian Thomas, at $1, that's an absolute no-brainer. So, again, for the sake of this exercise, based on what I have seen and what I know, Joe Burrow for $1, Bijan for $5, Jamar Chase for $5, Garrett Wilson, because I don't think that's Brian Thomas, at $3, and then David Njoku at $1. If it is Brian Thomas for $1, yes, please and thank you. And again, just give me my title right now, and we will make sure this exercise improves next time.
Now I got to look again, man, because if it's not Brian Thomas, maybe, is that Travis Hunter? Right,
Travis Hunter is the last guy in the third row. And we may have to have our social media folks out there hit us up on X at the BetMGM Network And who is the wide receiver second from the left on the bottom row? We're unsure.
Yeah. Hey, regardless, I'll take Jags receiver. I'll take player X for $1. And I'm still feeling good about my team.
But no matter what, we got Burrow, we got Bijan, we got Jamar Chase. You could just plug and play.
That
you
is
put
Ted
in, like,
McMillan.
Nate Peterman in there, a wide receiver, and it doesn't really matter. All right, let's
He's
get
fine.
after it
Go
on
McMillan.
our cards this evening. Our top 3 plays tonight. How is yours looking?
All right, so the Diamondbacks not underway yet, but I do like them quite a bit. Bet them plus 114. Cubs Reds under 7.5 looks all right now. We're tied up at 1.
Yep.
I prefer the Cubs just win the game. Yankees plus 110. They're also scoreless right now, so none of those plays could be graded yet, but they all look pretty good. Will Warren was the sledgehammer special under 5.5 hits allowed. That does come home. I also have Davis Martin over 18.5 outs, and that's it for me tonight.
All right, I have Shota Imanaga, numero uno, to get the win. He needs some. He's out of the game, so that ain't gonna happen, unfortunately, because it's 1-1. So number 2, Freddie Peralta, 2+ walks. That came through at 3 walks, and Ryan Pepio, 2+ earned runs. It is the top of the second. Has not given up an earned run yet against the LA Angels, so that is TBD. Meanwhile, John Kell Jones, let me go ahead and pull up how many rebounds she finished with in the Liberty and Wings game. Drum roll. 10! Yeah! All right, that came through at plus 100. Parlay P lost by the hook on the Garrett Crochet or Crotchet K prop because in Milwaukee ended up winning, so that was a loser. And I love me some Fernando Tatis tonight. So there you go. Recap of the card. I'm thrown for a loop still after trying to examine that fantasy team graphic. No idea what the hell's going on. I still don't know who that
I don't know
player
how
is.
I got Brian Thomas Jr. out of this. That's clearly Travis Hunter. So I changed my answer. I'm taking Travis Hunter for $1. That's actually a pretty good picture of Travis Hunter. I skimmed through this. So that's my bad. I thought that was Brian Thomas Jr. So that one's on me. I'll take, 4-1 Reds. Damn it.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Horvat's going to be still around for a bonus hour at BetMGM tonight. Adios, amigo. I'm going to go cry into a bottle of tequila right now for the Cubs. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
in.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, solo hour. Brad will be back with us tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, here on the BetMGM Network. You could also stream the show, watch along with us, on YouTube, on Twitch. And then if you miss anything, you could always go back, check out the podcast, BetMGM Tonight. Like, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. I'm distracted because I, obviously, Cubs fan, and right now they're pissing me off now 4-1. And I also have the under in the game, and we were tied up at 1, so I was feeling pretty good about that. Now I have to sweat out under 7.5. Luckily, baseball, we're about done talking baseball on this show, at least the final hour every single night. Thank God, because college football is right around the corner. We got more preseason action coming up on Thursday night. We'll talk a little college football right now. Joe DeLeon joins us, talks college football, NFL draft, A to Z sports, friend of show. Joe, how you been, man? We are almost there, thank God. As I just got done saying, I'm done betting baseball, and as a Cubs fan, getting a little aggravated, man, because the Brewers won't go away, and the Cubs are struggling right now. But how have you been?
Pretty good, and you hit the nail on the head there with the most important part. There's actually football to bet on, and I got a nice little taste of it, where last week in the Hall of Fame game, I hit both my bets. I hit the over, I hit the Chargers to cover in that game. Okay, it got the juices flowing. That's all I needed. I just need to feel like, man, we're almost there. I might not bet on any other preseason games because I don't, have any leans or anything to turn to. Anything can happen, but it just felt so good. We're only a few weeks away before college football kicks off.
So in the next segment, I was trying to throw this into the rundown for the guys. We were going to do top 10 college quarterbacks entering the season. And I was like, man, you know what? I don't even know where to begin because first off, I really like these quarterbacks this year, which is why, last year Cam Ward goes number 1 overall. But that's why everybody's like, oh, we'll pump the brakes because we could get our guy next year. And I was like, well, how are we gonna do this? Are we talking like pro prospects? Or are we just talking college quarterbacks? Because there's a lot of guys I like to put up numbers, but I don't know what they are at the next level. Who is your favorite though? Like not, as a pro prospect, but just entering the season. You have Cade Klubnik, you have Garrett Nussmeier, you have Lenora Sellers. You can make the case for all these guys to go number 1 overall. I know everybody thinks it's going to be Arch, but Arch might not even come out until 2026. We still don't really know how good Arch is. Who's your favorite entering the season? Like to answer this question here on Tuesday, August 5th.
Well, I do have an answer to this question, and it's Fernando Mendoza from Indiana. And I think that there's a lot of fantastic quarterbacks that we can bring up in the conversation. You alluded to Cade Klubnik, who is right up there. Very similar preseason grade for me in summer scouting. He's very gifted. I think he's going to have a great season this year. Lenora Sellers is uber athletic and I think is going to do some amazing things for South Carolina. But Mendoza really caught my eye because last year for Cal, he had no reason to be good. He had no reason to be productive. Their offensive line was mediocre. He had limited receiving options to turn to. And Jaden Ott, his best player, his running back, was banged up for most of the season. And despite that, I saw a guy step up and make tough throw after tough throw to show the instinct, the touch, the timing. He reminds me a lot of Matt Ryan. I think that he could end up becoming this next version of Matt Ryan in the NFL. And he's pretty mobile too, which is very underrated about him. Cannon of an arm, which is what makes him the most exciting and why he will be in consideration for that first overall pick. I think at the end of the day, he probably won't be the first overall pick because every time we've got one of these guys with the physical profile that he has, they usually slide a little bit because there's some nitpicking. Josh Allen's a really simple, quick example where everyone was excited going into the preseason about Josh Allen at Wyoming because he showed glimpses, and then reality set in. He had a couple rough games, and he was still in the mix, and the rest has been history. But I really, really love Fernando Mendoza.
I love that answer, man, because everybody keeps asking, like, who could be this year's Indiana in the Big Ten? A lot of hype on Illinois. I could say this now that Brad's not on. I had to bet the under on Illinois, man. Just too much hype. I like Altmaier, what I saw last year. Not in love with the wide receiver room. I know they're going to be tough defensively. the win total, everybody's expecting them to win 10 games, and it's still sitting there right now at 8.5. But everybody keeps asking who's this year's Indiana. I think it could just be Indiana. I really like their offseason. I think Cignetti's the real deal. What would be your answer to that? Who could be this year's Indiana or surprise team in the Big Ten?
But I have to throw in there, I remember at the very beginning of like the preseason discussions, this might have been back in April and May, and some people were trying to push Illinois as this year's Indiana. That doesn't make any sense. That bothers me, Illinois being brought up in the conversation, because they were good last year. They had 9 wins last year. They beat South Carolina in their bowl game. We know who Illinois is. We know a lot of the returning faces. Luke Allmeyer, Gabe Jacas, Xavier Scott. There's a lot coming back if you were paying attention to the Big Ten. If you weren't paying attention, then sure, go ahead. Use Illinois as your answer. I think my answer, though, is Washington. It's not all the way there because Indiana did some crazy stuff. The only team that fits the description of what Indiana did is Purdue, and I'm not going to pitch Purdue. But Washington is my pick for this rapid turnaround dark horse that could go onto the college football playoff, is because DeMond Williams Jr. could be a true spark for them to pick up momentum. Last game of the year in the Sun Bowl, the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, I doubt many people watch that. He had a fantastic performance, and he had a bad interception to start the game, but he just put nice play after nice play together, big run, big throw, and almost rallied them to win against Louisville. That was a true freshman, and he was able to do that. Did not start the beginning of the year. It was Will Rogers. He was learning on the fly. They also have very underrated receiving room with Denzel Boston. Jonah Coleman's a tank. Their defense is going to be really well coached by Ryan Walters, who was once a great DC at Illinois, and their corners are gigantic. They're listed at 6'4", Ephesians Prysock and Takario Davis. I really like Washington to be that type of team. The most important piece to add to all this, Indiana had an easy schedule. Washington doesn't have necessarily an easy schedule, but they have 5 home Big Ten games. And that is a huge advantage for teams that have to fly all the way to Washington. So I think that there's a lot of green flags for Washington to be a very unexpectedly good team.
Who would you pick today to win the SEC? I mean, would you go chalk with Texas? We just talked with Chip Patterson. He was talking up Alabama. And I get it because now Kalen DeBoer hires Ryan Grubb. We obviously remember how it went down at Washington. I don't know how good Ty Simpson is, but we noticed like a couple weeks ago he went from 66-1 to win the Heisman down to like 18-1 in some shops. I'm kind of high on LSU, man, because I like Nussmeier. Perkins is back. It's more just if Brian Kelly doesn't win 9-10 games. Like, how does that end? It's been a disappointing first couple seasons. They fired Coach O after one disappointing season after coaching the greatest team in college football history. Where are you at in the SEC? Who do you like?
LSU is an interesting pick, and I think that they do definitely need to be brought up in the conversation because a lot of things are going right. They have what you look for with a returning starter who's got a second year with his offensive coordinator, and the defense is much improved. But yeah, sadly, I have to go chalk. My pick, we did our SEC preview on Rufino and Joe show this past Sunday, and I went chalk. I went with Texas because they have the most gifted roster in the country and in the SEC, of course. Their defensive line at edge, Colin Simmons, Trey Moore, going to get after the quarterback, but they're comically deep at defensive tackle. It was a offseason gag that college football fans that needed defensive tackles when the transfer portal first opened up, that I saw people saying, like, why is Texas going and getting another guy? How many defensive tackles do they need? They're stealing all of them. They're so deep at an important position with a lot of talent on both sides of the ball. It comes down to Arch Manning, though. Can Arch live up to the expectations that we've placed on him? I'm willing to go that far. I'm willing to pull a Paul Feinbaum here. I'm willing to agree with him and say that he will. I think that in the very small sample size that we had, we saw a player who, and it's very hard to describe, it's very hard to explain, and I sound like a nut trying to explain it. But you can tell that this kid has been around football for so long because he just knows what he needs to do, even though he's barely played. I can see a kid that has a natural feel for the game, and I think with all the tools and just the anticipation for what he was supposed to become, I think that he can really, really shine, especially knowing the supporting cast around him. So I'm in on Texas. Texas is my pick.
I'm going to be selfish here. Brandon running the board, EP in the show tonight out in Chicago, a Notre Dame fan. I'm a Notre Dame fan. So It's CJ Carr season, baby. I had to play a little Heisman. I know Brando really likes Jeremiah Love. I just think he's properly priced. And I think like with CJ Carr is the ultimate boomer bust. I look at the schedule, the games that obviously concern me, kicking off with Miami, now with Carson Beck. And then the A&M game scares me a little bit. But the win total sitting around 10.5. Where are you at with Notre Dame? Do you think they win double-digit games and make it back to the playoff this year?
Also, we've got a clean sweep of Notre Dame fans here with me also being a Notre Dame fan. I'm wearing a Notre Dame lacrosse national championship t-shirt. Gotta rep as deep as I possibly can. That 10.5 number, it does scare me off a little bit because this year's schedule is a little tougher. It's not extremely harder compared to last season. And I'm not saying that they're going to suffer a loss like NIU. I think that they finally have gotten that out of their system. But there has to come a point where if it's the Miami game or if it is Texas A&M at home, maybe they get stunned by them. Arkansas could be a shocker of a game. Taylon Green is the type of guy on the road who just runs all over you. We literally saw him do it last year until he went out with an injury against Tennessee. I think that this Notre Dame team is going to be a 10-2 ball club. I think that they're going to be a fantastic program this year. I think that the biggest part, though, that I have pause on is what is CJ Carr. Very rarely do we get a guy that has never played step in and hit the ground running. It's usually a slow acclimation period just because of all the moving pieces that happen in college football, especially today. Reviews have been up and down. I heard before camp he looked amazing. I hear during camp he's throwing interceptions. Now he's kind of come back down to a little bit more balance. Nobody can seem to share the truth on if he's going to be a dominant elite guy like everyone hopes he can be. But if he plays at least above average and he has better weapons than Riley Leonard did last year, this team can go very far. They can be an 11-win team. But I wouldn't touch the over on that 10.5 win total just because there are a couple of landmines that could catch them at some point.
Are you in love with Texas Tech like everybody else? I know that they spent, the second most money in NIL, new stadium, $250 million. Morton should actually be healthy this year. Last year threw for 4,000 yards. Everybody likes them to win the Big 12. I took a stab on Avery Johnson at 50-1 to win the Heisman. I just feel like if Kansas State wins double-digit games, he could put up big numbers as long as he performs all 12 games, not just for 9 of them like he did last year. Where are you at in the Big 12? Are you there with Tech like everybody else?
I am there with Texas Tech. Texas Tech right now is who I'm anticipating picking when I do my Big 12 preview. And a lot of it comes from the bodies that they brought in from across the country to build up this roster. They went and got a number of big-name guys from the FCS. Cole Wisniewski from North Dakota State at safety. He was a gigantic dude. He's 6'4". He is a menace in the box. And they added Romello Height. They added David Bailey. They have all of these really underrated guys that they were aggressive about going and getting. This is the most talented roster in the Big 12. It always remains to be seen when you're this aggressive through the transfer portal if all those guys can gel. A lot of times we saw this for Florida State. Things start going poorly, you lose a game that you're not supposed to, and those guys haven't been with each other for multiple years. It's easy for those guys to completely buy out and not to be locked in for the remainder of the year. But I think that they're going to get it done. I think that this is the year that Joey McGuire takes that step and wins the conference. I think that the biggest, most underrated part to their potential success is Quentin Joyner. They had some fumbling issues last year and was the backup at USC to Woody Marks. He is more athletic and more explosive than Woody Marks. And I think that he could have challenged Woody Marks if he wasn't so good for more carries. I think he's going to dominate just the way that we saw that they leaned into Taj Brooks. I think that they're going to lean into Quentin Joyner.
Yeah. We still got about 2 minutes here. We got this stupid hard out and network clock here, Joe, but I know we're going to talk again before the season kicks off. You brought up Florida State. Where are you at with them? The win total, 7.5 plus 150. I like the Castellanos pickup, man. I really like Gus calling plays. I'm not going to throw Mike Norvell under the bus after one bad season, even though that was rough. 2 wins. In 60 seconds, can Florida State win 8 games and bounce back this year?
I'm going to take the under on their win total. And it's hard for me to see how awful they were last year and to see the variance, the two different ends of the spectrum of what Mike Norvell has produced. He hasn't really had a stretch of time where this team was just like steady, 9 wins, consistent, just in the mix, but right on the outside. They've either been terrible like they were at the start, or they've been on the verge and really dominant and going undefeated during the regular season. I think the biggest part for me is I don't trust the bodies that they have on defense. I think that they turned over a number of players, not only through the portal, but also through the NFL draft. And I don't know if I can trust Castellanos. I know that he is dynamic and he is athletic and he's going to provide something unexpected for this team, but I just can't get all the way there and assume a guy who got benched at Boston College is going to get the job done at quarterback for him.
Completely agree. Joe De Leon right there. Check out the show. Ruffino and Joe. I'm not just saying this because he's on the show. One of the best shows out there if you like college ball. These guys actually watch the games. Thanks, man. Let's do this again soon.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We're up against it, as Brandon knows I love to say. BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
And everybody, it is BetMGM Tonight After Dark. I was distracted, not going to lie, because I was looking at the Cubs score, and it's still 5-1. We got Ashcraft on the bump for the Reds. They're up 5-1. I have under 7.5 here in the bottom of the 8th. And for some reason, my marquee network keeps freezing up on me for whatever reason, guys. MLB package, killing me. We had some breaking news about an hour ago, as expected. ESPN does acquire the rights for the Red Zone channel. So things are going to change. Maybe if we got some time in the final segment, we'll talk about that. We're going to build our perfect fantasy football team from the social team. And now I realize I'm an idiot because I was looking at a graphic today and I was like, is that Brian Thomas Jr. for the Jags? And then I actually just scrolled and I was like, no, that's Travis Hunter sitting there. And this is why I don't recommend getting old. And I should be wearing my glasses. In fact, it's on the back of my license. One time I was pulled over and I actually got a ticket. And I was like, what did I do wrong? I didn't have my corrective lenses on. And I got myself in some trouble. And I never wear them. And I don't wear contacts either. And I'm not quite sure why I'm telling everybody this. BetMGM Tonight, that's the name of the show. I'm Ryan Horvat. It's the solo hour. Really good stuff. Last segment with Joe DeLeon, Rufino and Joe. Check out the show. And I like this call on Mendoza from Indiana. That was his number one quarterback coming into the season. And I really liked Mendoza. He transfers over. And I'm pretty high on Indiana again this year, man. Signetti could coach. I was a little hard on him in the college football playoff because he went against my team. I'm a homer. I'm a Notre Dame fan. He was talking a bunch of trash. So I kind of liked seeing Indiana get their asses kicked in the playoff. But that offense is going to be really tough. Now we're going to do top 10 quarterbacks, though, in college football for this season. And then we'll hit our fantasy team before we get out of here tonight. Before we get to that, though, I'm going to look at some scores in Major League Baseball. Right now, I have one bet. We have the Yankees, and they're scoreless with the Rangers, bottom of the 8th. And the Rangers, though, unfortunately have the bases loaded. Cubs, like I said, down 5-1 to the Reds. Blue Jays, we're trailing early 2-0 to the Rockies, but that's now changed as they've scored 7 straight runs. Toronto has a 7-2 lead. Tampa Bay up 4-0 right now on the Angels. White Sox and Mariners tied up at 1. That game's in the bottom of the 3rd. Padres and Diamondbacks tied up at 2. And the Dodgers up early, bottom of the 1st, 1-0 on the Cardinals. Freddie Freeman with a sac fly to left center field, and Ohtani scores. So 1-0 Dodgers over the Cardinals in the bottom of the 1st. All right, Brando had this idea. I really liked it. And then I tried to do the whole thought process. And we're going to talk this out over the year, but I did put together a list of the top 10 college quarterbacks. Monty made a great point. These aren't the top 10 pro prospects, just quarterbacks entering the season in college football. Because, I think John Mateer could be a top 10 college quarterback. I don't know what he is at the next level, right? Like some of these dual threat guys. But let's try to do this really quick, man, because I feel like if we did man on the street, just walked up to random fans of college football, hey, who's the best quarterback in the country? A lot of people would say Arch Manning. I'm not going to go Arch Manning. I know Arch is good, but I don't know if he's great or not. Short sample size last year. I am buying in on Texas's stock and Arch's stock. I'm not running out to bet him to win the Heisman at only 6-1 or 7-1. But I do think he's a better fit in the Sark offense. He's more of a dual threat quarterback than Quinn Ewers was. Ewers was pretty much a statue in the pocket, made some questionable decisions with the football. I think Arch is going to do the right thing, like Spike Lee. Obviously learns from his uncles, Peyton and Eli. His dad, Cooper, was also a former wide receiver before having to retire early. So I do think he's the real deal, but I can't have him number 1 this year. I'm going to go with Cade Klubnik, number 1. 2 years ago, I was all the way out on Cade Klubnik. Turns out all he needed was some wide receivers that could create separation. And now finally he has that. Last year, 40 total touchdowns, 36 through the air. Doesn't really get picked off a whole lot or turn the football over. Only had 6 interceptions. Led Clemson to the ACC title game. They beat SMU in the the ACC championship game. and then they go to the college football playoff. So I'm really high on Cade Klubnik this year. I'll have him as my number 1 quarterback entering the year. Big year last year, 40 touchdowns. Number 2, I'm going to go with Garrett Nussmeier. He could be the number 1 overall pick. I'm pretty high on LSU. I like what they did in the portal. It's a big year for Brian Kelly. The win total's sitting there right now at 8.5 if you want to suffer and bet it with me. I think they win at least a minimum of 9 games, or they might buy his ass out and just fire him. But I like Nussmeier this year. The only concern I have with him, and the reason I can't have him number 1 over Cade, is he doesn't really perform in the big games. In the losses last year, he was brutal. 5 interceptions. So I'm going to put Garrett Nussmeier number 2. Number 3, I'm going to go Lenora Sellers. I think there's a chance he could be the number 1 overall pick. I just don't know if South Carolina could duplicate the success that they found the last 7 games of last season. Lenora Sellers was awesome, though. He's a dual threat quarterback. He could legitimately rush for over 1,000 yards, double-digit touchdowns, throw for close to 3,000 with a full season. And he's one of my Heisman favorites this year at 18-1. So I'll go Lenora Sellers number 3. I'll go Carson Beck number 4. It's hard not to have him top 5. He's 24-3 as a starter. Granted, it was at Georgia, usually with a really good defense, but transfers over to Miami, gets $4 million to do so, follows his girlfriend, then they break up. Weird situation. He might be a little bit of a D-bag, but I think I have to go Carson Beck number 4. Number 5, probably an unpopular pick. I'm going to go Drew Aller. Drew Aller, he's got a lot of haters out there. People that are like, I don't understand the love for Drew Aller. It's probably just the size. He's like your classic 90s, 80s quarterback where, you know, if you're 6'4", 225, you're probably going number 1 overall. But also, his best wide receiver was a tight end, and I love Tyler Player, but I wasn't in love with the wide receiver room at Penn State. I like the running backs a lot, Katron Allen and Nicholas Singleton. But this year, I like what they did in the portal. And so I think Drew Aller is going to ball out. So I'll have him number 5. And I think Penn State has a legitimate shot, not only to win the Big Ten, but to win the whole thing. I'll go Sam Levitt, number 6 overall. I need to see a little bit more, but I talked to Mike Detillier, all those guys that go to the On 11 camp, all these quarterback camps, and I guess he just balled out all summer. But I want to see what that offense looks like now without Cam Scatterbo. Number 7, I'll go DJ Lagway. He's just got to stay healthy. Florida surprised a lot of people last year. Nobody thought that they were going to be able to win 7 games last year, let alone 8. And they did so with the hardest schedule in college football, not just in the SEC. I like DJ Lagway. I'm hearing that he's like hurt already, which scares me a little bit, but dual threat quarterback can make the throws. Former 5-star. I like him quite a bit at Florida. I'll go Arch number 8 with the potential, obviously, to move all the way up to number 1 if he's Peyton, if he's Eli. I think he's his own guy, though. You know, everybody wants Arch to be Peyton, to be Eli. He's more athletic than both of those guys. If Texas would have put him into that college football playoff game, they would have won that game. 1st and goal on the 1-yard line, I would have ran Arch 4 consecutive times with quarterback power. So I have him number 8. Number 9, I'll go with Baron Morton from Texas Tech. Threw for 4,000 yards last year. 3rd in the conference, or 3rd in the country, and he was injured. Texas Tech spent a ton of money on that program to try to compete for a national title this year, at least make it to the college football playoff. I think they're a threat to at least win the Big 12, so I'll go with him, number 9. And then number 10, give me my guy, John Mateer. I bet him to win the Heisman. Not the best price right now that you're getting on him, but dual threat quarterback, comes over to Oklahoma. Last year, rushed for over 1,000 yards, threw for over 3,000, and tied for the nation's lead in total touchdowns with 45. So I have him at number 10. So Klubnik, Nussmeier, Sellers, Beck, Aller, Levitt, Lagway, Manning, Arch, Morton, and Mateer. That would be my 10. Brando, what do you like? What do you hate? Where are you at with your top 10 quarterbacks entering the season collegiately?
So I like your list a lot, to be honest with you. I think Drew Aller is a little bit too low. I like Drew Aller a lot, especially coming into this season. I think I'm high on Penn State. I'm high on what Aller could bring to the table. I think he can be a top 2, top 3 type quarterback. The guy in your top 10 that I don't even know if he belongs in the top 10, to be honest with you, and you have him at number 4, and that's Carson Beck. I'm really not high on Carson Beck, and I wasn't high on him last year at Georgia either. I think that you watch this kid play, and you watch his footwork, and you watch the way that he doesn't, look off the secondary, right? Like that's why he threw so many picks last year, is because he stares down his wide receivers. And I don't know. I just feel like Carson Beck for me is overhyped. He's been overhyped, and I think he's going to show it again this year. I mean, we're going to see. He could prove me wrong. I definitely, for one, I definitely don't see him being a top prospect heading in the NFL, and I know that's not what we're doing here. But I also, when it comes to actually being a quarterback, I just don't trust a college quarterback who can't go through the intangibles at this level. And that's what I see when I watch Carson Beck play. That's why I was so high on Notre Dame going into that game. I said, even if Carson Beck plays, I'm still picking Notre Dame to win this game, because I think that that defense could confuse Carson Beck, and I think that they're going to end up picking him off a couple of times. And I still think that's what would have happened. So for me, Carson Beck is the one on here that I would probably say I don't know if I would have him in my top 10, and Drew Aller I might have a little bit higher. But other than that, I love the list, man.
I like Drew Aller. I really do, dude. I like Drew Aller as a pro prospect. I think he could be a good NFL quarterback. If my team drafted Drew Aller, I wouldn't be pissed off. If I were a casual fan and I watched one college football game last year, I'd probably be a little upset. But I think this year, especially another year in the Andy Kotelnicki offense with actual wide receivers, I think he'll ball out, dude. Like, people were out on Klubnik, like I said, a couple years ago. They got him some help. Wesco Jr., Bryant, all these studs on the outside that could actually get open and run routes. And now he looks like a 5-star quarterback and a number 1 overall pick. So you're a product of your environment. Let me ask you this. You have the number 1 overall pick. Let's say it doesn't work out for Caleb Williams. The Bears have the number 1 overall pick. You're Ryan Poles. You shouldn't get it to pick the next quarterback or coach, but you do get to. I also I got to hit on this at 1040 because there's something that's driving me nuts about Caleb Williams, and I'm very invested in the Bears over 8.5 wins, but we'll get to there in a second. You have the number 1 overall pick. Which of these quarterbacks would you want? And you could include Arch.
Man.
Yeah.
I haven't seen enough from Arch to make that decision. I'm probably going Nussmeier, to be honest with you. I like Garrett Nussmeier a lot. For me, Nussmeier, Aller, Klubnik in that order is probably the way that I would go. I don't know that any of these guys at the next level are a guy that are going to totally change around a franchise and be a guy that just comes in and is a playmaker right away in the NFL. But yeah, I think that's where I would go with it. I think Nussmeier would be at the top of my list. I know for a fact Carson Beck wouldn't be there, but CJ Carr might be. Just throwing that out there. No love for CJ Carr in your.
I would be pissed if my team drafted Carson Beck because I just think that he's a Richard is what I'll go with, because I wanted to use the F word, but I'm not going to do that. Dude, I'm with you on. So I might go Cade. I might even go Lenora Sellers. I want to see how this year works out. I love Nussmeier, but like I said, he's got to be better in the big games. When they lost to A&M, Bama, and Florida, they had no business losing that game. But in those losses, the Texas A&M, Alabama, and Florida, he completed only 50% of his passes, 57% of his passes. Got to give him more credit. 5 interceptions, and LSU only averaged 17 points in those losses. In their wins, when they were beating up on the bottom teams, they scored 38 a game in those 9 games. So let's see. They have to replace 4 offensive linemen, including Will Campbell, the first tackle taken by the Patriots in the draft. But Nussmeier definitely could ball out this year and improve his draft stock, which is why he went back and to compete for a national title. So I don't hate that pick at all, but I'd probably go Klubnik, and I can't believe I'm saying that, man. Even last year, I was pretty out on him. I think it's more I was just out on the Clemson offense, though.
Didn't you feel with those Nussmeier games, though, too? Like, when you go back and watch those, I felt like it was the game plan put him in a situation to fail. And that's where I had a problem when I look at those games. It just looked like the game plan, it was almost confusing as to what they were trying to do in order to win those games. They were playing to the strengths of the defenses in each one of those contests. And so that's why for me, I don't know, like I look at a lot of that. So I'm very big on the eye test as opposed to numbers, especially when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, dude. Yeah, the numbers don't tell the whole story, especially at the college level, man. You don't know who's calling plays. You don't know what the offensive line looks like. That was kind of like half the reason why I ripped Jordan Love that last year at Utah State. I was like, this guy makes terrible decisions. But that said, he lost 4 offensive linemen and his 3 top receivers. He goes and leads the entire nation, the FBS, in interceptions because it was just him playing hero ball, trying to make plays. And that is a perfect segue into the last segment. We are going to talk some fantasy football. But the bad habits that Caleb Williams picked up his last year at USC because Lincoln Riley was lazy as hell and Alex Grinch's defense stunk. So every week he had to put up 50. That was my only concern with Caleb. Now I have more concerns. The more and more I see of these practice videos, I know it's only practice, it's only training camp, but one really bothers me. I want to get to that, and then we'll build our perfect fantasy team, BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark. I'm Ryan Horvat wrapping up the show. We'll be back tomorrow night on a Wednesday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Myself and my co-host, Brad Evans. Right now, the Cubs are down 5-1 to the Reds, bottom of the ninth. Cubs actually about to lose. I think they may have just lost. And the Yankees also just lost, which sucks for me because I bet the Yankees. Wait, hold on. Where is this game? I can't find it. The Yankees, though. Yep, that goes final. 2-0 Rangers over the Yankees. Yankees tonight were plus 106. Rangers get the win. Rangers getting hot. Don't let them get hot. I feel like the Yankees fans tonight and the Cubs fans, it's like the Spider-Man meme. Although the Cubs fans aren't calling for Craig Counsell to get fired, or they might be calling for Jed Hoyer to get fired, but that's not going to happen because he just got an extension for no reason whatsoever. But the Yankees fans, very, very angry after another loss. They're now 4-7 in their last 11 games. Aaron Judge did return to the lineup, but they don't score any runs tonight, and everybody is calling for the head of Boone, and understandably so. All right, Brando, I want to get into our fantasy football perfect lineup, but before we get to that, dude, I don't really care about body language. I'm not the body language police. One of the reasons I really like Caleb Williams is his personality and his confidence. That's why I compare him to Aaron Rodgers. But the video where they're doing the accuracy, the net drills, dude, and he throws his hands up like a 9-year-old after, honestly, 4 of the worst throws. Those are like Will Levis throws that I saw in that video. And then he just throws his hands up and walks away like he's like 11, 12 years old. That's concerning to me. Another thing that's concerning to me is Albert Breer. I was listening to him. I don't remember what radio show he was on, but he said this a couple different times. He was doing his training camp tour where he goes to the Midwest and then he drives from like Chicago, Detroit, Green Bay, does the NFC North teams, and then takes a flight. He goes and checks out everybody. But he said that the other 2 quarterbacks in Bears camp were outperforming Caleb Williams. And then I see that video. I'm highly invested in the Bears over 8.5 wins. Are you worried at all about what you're hearing and what you're seeing? You're closer to the situation because you're out in Chicago working in the same building as 670 The Score. I'm out here in the dump known as DC, unfortunately. So, like, where are you at with this Caleb stuff, man? Because I feel I can't walk it back now. Still think he balls out. But when I see him throwing a temper tantrum in a simple freaking accuracy drill, a little concerning to me.
Well, I'll start by this, and we were talking about this during break. When they first drafted Caleb Williams, like, I was a Justin Fields guy. I was about building around Justin Fields. And when it came to Caleb, my questions for him were his headspace and whether or not he could handle this media market. And the one thing about Caleb Williams, since he's been a Chicago Bear, is he has handled this perfectly. And I haven't seen anything from him to make me concerned about it yet. And as far as like hearing stuff in training camp and people reporting stuff in training camp, remember last year how great everything was going in training camp, and they had the HBO special and everything looked so good, and we had Eberflus with a brand new new mustache and new beard and new haircut, and everything was great. And how did that work out for us? So you know what? I'd rather everything be crappy. I'd rather everything, all the bad news be bad, because that's when you're supposed to be bad, is in training camp. That's when you're supposed to be learning. And everything that I'm hearing from Ben Johnson is, look, the kid, when we gave him the stuff, every time we give him a play, he learns it, he figures it out, he's learning at an exponential rate, he's doing all the things that we're expecting him to do. He's learning like a kid should be learning, and you have to think about this as Caleb's rookie year too, right? You kind of have to throw last year out the window. So I'm perfectly fine with everything that I'm seeing, with everything that I'm hearing. I have no concerns just yet. Now, talk to me again in week 6. I might have a different story for you. But as of right now, heading into the first preseason game this weekend, I have no concerns about Caleb Williams.
That was the other thing that Albert Breer was talking about, Sports Illustrated. He was like, they're throwing everything at him. Like, they're giving him a full plate, and then they're going to take things away. They're going to figure out what he does well and what he doesn't do well. So usually it's the opposite, right? Like, you kind of ease guys into the situation. I like that, though. And Ben Johnson, I guess he's a complete hardo. We don't know what it looked like in Detroit, right? Because, like, nobody cared. at the time, 4 years ago when he
Yeah.
took over, and everybody was out on Jared Goff. They weren't worried about his development because they thought, oh, he's already hit his ceiling. If anything, he's probably a backup now. And instead, he threw for 4,000 yards 3 straight years. So again, I don't really get worried about like social media videos, but when I saw that, I was like, Jesus Christ, those are some awful throws. And then he storms off the field with his arms up, and I was like, that's even worse than the throws, man. Other news from today, earlier, Micah Parsons. This is from Adam Schefter a couple hours ago. Since Micah, I don't know who Marka is. Since Micah Parsons, it's definitely 10:47 on a Tuesday. Tuesday. Since Micah Parsons issued his trade request on Friday, he has not spoken to Jerry Jones. Is Jones confident Micah Parsons will play in the Thursday night opener against the Eagles? No, absolutely not, he said today. A big part of it is his decision. How would I know that? Jerry, go away. If you ever want to see Dallas win another Super Bowl, just go away. That said, I like Dak to lead the league in touchdown passes, 15-1. And if Micah Parsons doesn't show up and that defense gives them up 30 points per game, I like that bet even more because they're going to be in a lot of shootouts. All right, let's run through our fantasy football team. Social media, BetMGM tonight, BetMGM Network, I should say, put out today. You got to use the Build Your Dream Fantasy Football Team. You've got $15 to spend. And if you're watching us right now streaming the show on Twitch or on YouTube, you got the graphic right there, the perfect graphic. You got $15 to spend. Who are you drafting to dominate your league this season? Now, I got to redo the whole thing because I'm an idiot. And I was at the gym and, pumping some iron. And I looked down. My eyes are bad. And I thought that Travis Hunter was Brian Thomas Jr. But no, that's Travis Hunter. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go with Joe Burrow as my quarterback because he's $1. Great value. I know he's not going to give you a whole lot of rushing yards like a Lamar Jackson, like a Jaden Daniels, or like a Josh Allen, or even at times Patty Mahomes. But Burrow, if he stays healthy, is going to throw for 35 to 40 touchdown passes to Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Mike Gesicki, Chase Brown, all those studs. So I'll go Burrow for $1. I will go with Bijan Robinson. I'll pay the price, $5. I think he legitimately could win the Offensive Player of the Year award this year. I bet that at 13-1. I think that's a great price. I will also spend money on Jamar Chase. I'll spend the $5 on Chase, best receiver in the league. I think he finishes with a minimum of 120 receptions and 150 targets as long as he plays 14 games this season. I will go Travis Hunter because he's $1 and because I think he's going to play 80% of his snaps on the offensive side of the ball. He's going to be a yak god. He's really good after the catch. I just won a Heisman. He's going to catch a ton of screens, and I love Liam Cohen, the play caller. And I'm high on Trevor Lawrence this year to at least throw 22 touchdown passes, over 21.5 touchdown passes, minus 110. And then I'll go cheap at the tight end position. Give me David Njoku. I don't think the Browns will be very good this year. So whoever the quarterback is probably going to have to drop back 35 to 40 times per week. And Njoku's a stud. Even when he's hurt, he's out there playing. So that's my team. Brando, where are you going, buddy?
Yeah, so the way I typically do these is I go through everything else before I get to quarterback. So I do it a little bit backwards so that I can figure out what quarterback I can afford at the end. So the way I did this, and I tweeted this out earlier as soon as they posted this, I retweeted it. I went with Chase Brown for $2 at running back. Then I went with JSN, but I'm actually going to change that up. I'm going to go with Jamar Chase. So Chase Brown, Jamar Chase at wide receiver, $5. So right now I'm at $7. Then I'm going to go Tet McMillan. For $1 for Tet McMillan. I'm really high on the Panthers this year. I think Tet McMillan can get me over the hump there. That. So give me $1 with him with Chase Brown or with Jamar Chase on the other side of him. And then at tight end, I'm gonna go with Let's go. I'll stick with Travis Kelce here. And so that'll leave me with $5 left. So why not go with the best quarterback in the league? Why not go with Mr. Josh Allen, who can get me in the end zone with his arm, can get me in the end zone with his big old body. Give me Josh Allen as well. So Josh Allen, Chase Brown, Jamar Chase, Tet McMillan, Travis Kelce. I like that.
Josh Allen, also a class act. I'm a big Josh Allen fan. Yeah, I was thinking Josh Allen or Lamar, dude. But when I saw Burrow for $1, I was like, I'll go with the discounted value. I know he's not going to give you the rushing yards, like I said, but he could throw for 4,040 touchdowns. And I think the Bengals defense is going to stink, right? Like Mahomes has Spags, and the defense is always top 15. Even better. Although Jaden Daniels is interesting, man, because I think the Commanders take a step back, and I think that defense is the reason why. I have some issues with the offensive line, even after bringing in Laramie Tunsil at 28, when he was the second most penalized offensive tackle in the league. I don't think you can really go wrong with any of these guys, to be honest, but you reminded me when you said Josh Allen, I thought, boom, Bills, Hard Knocks, I'm off in about 120 seconds, 2 minutes here, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I used to love Hard Knocks, dude, and I still watch it, but I don't get as hyped as I used to. I used to, like, 2 weeks ahead of time. Oh, got to record Hard Knocks. Can't wait, man. I would look forward to it all week. Now it just kind of is what it is. I don't think they show us really anything. They don't really give us a whole lot. So, I don't know, man. But I am excited to watch it. I'm excited that it's the Bills.
Yeah. The only Hard Knocks I've ever seen is actually the Bears. It's the only time I've ever watched Hard Knocks. It's
really?
Not. Yeah, it doesn't appeal to me. And now after the season the Bears had after watching that in Hard Knocks, I really will never watch another Hard Knocks ever again. Let me ask you a question real quick, going back to the fantasy thing, because you said, you don't trust the offensive line for Jaden Daniels. That's my concern with Joe Burrow heading into this season as a fantasy. So I've got to actually pick 1-1 in my big league draft, and it's a 2-quarterback draft, and I actually have Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes both as stayaways for me this year. Are you concerned at all that yeah, absolutely. Are you concerned at all that Burrow can stay healthy?
I mean, I'm concerned that anybody can stay healthy in football, but no, not really, man. I actually would be more concerned about Mahomes. Like, I thought that they really had to fix up that offensive line after he was running for his life and getting suplexed all over the place by the Eagles. And I didn't really love what they did this offseason. Meanwhile, Cincinnati has done everything they can to protect Joe Burrow. So I actually would worry a little bit more about Mahomes. For the first time ever, I like the offensive line situation better in Cincy than I do Kansas City, which I can't believe I'm saying. But yeah, that would be my concern with both of those guys as well. I think Mahomes is going to ball out, especially because you have radio hosts out in Kansas City calling him fat. Now he's got a chip on his shoulder. That's what we need. A guy that just played in another Super Bowl last year to have a chip on his shoulder. We're back tomorrow night, BetMGM tonight here on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.